Just past his 20th birthday, Chen Mo survived 15 years in the apocalypse in his previous life, only to be forced to confront a terrifying distorted deity in the end, witnessing the tragic death of his beloved girl, Ewer. The ice-cold shower water washed over his body, but couldn't wash away the pain and hatred in his heart. Chen Mo slowly opened his eyes, the deep and heavy gaze not resembling that of a typical 20-year-old. The chaotic and vivid memories in his mind constantly reminded him of everything he had been through. Turning off the water valve and drying off his body, Chen Mo weakly lay down on the bed. The intermittent sound of the TV news report came from his ears. The extinct bar lion reappeared. The purple mist enveloped Kunwu Mountain. Stray cats and dogs in Qiongqi City swarmed the streets. Everything was exactly the same as in his previous life. Exactly the same, it's simply unbelievable. Chen Mo muttered to himself, suddenly sat up, trembling as he picked up his phone. The date displayed clearly, November 20, 2049. 3 days before the apocalypse. His delicate face twisted into a mad grin, eyes filled with a chilling intent to kill. Even the evil spirits crawling out of the mountains of corpses and seas of blood were no match for him. I never thought I would truly be reborn. He burst into laughter, a laughter filled with despair and madness. In his previous life, Chen Mo lost his true love under the persecution of Lin Shu, the mastermind behind the tragedy. Now, starting anew, he vowed to overturn everything and destroy this wicked world with his own hands. A black awakening mark appeared in the palm of his hand. A hint of surprise flashed in Chen Mo's eyes. The earlier the awakening mark appeared, the stronger the ability. In his previous life, it took 3 years after the apocalypse for him to awaken with the crystal marrow of Ewer. But now, even before the apocalypse, his hands were already covered with marks. Could it be that in this life, even the abilities have changed drastically? Without much thought, Chen Mo immediately put on his coat and walked out the door. All preparations start from now on. After the apocalypse, Qiongqi City will become a heavily affected area because deep beneath this bustling city lies a terrifying deity, codenamed 18, Qiongqi God. At this peak commuting hour, the streets were bustling with people, presenting a peaceful scene. Watching the familiar yet unfamiliar cityscape, Chen Mo felt a mix of emotions. 15 years, how nostalgic those peaceful days were. Suddenly, a dull thumping sound rang in his ears, as if something deep within the earth was about to emerge. The surrounding pedestrians were oblivious, but Chen Mo's eyes revealed a hint of disgust. Yes, this was the exact location where Qiongqi God lay dormant. These deities were the true enemies of humanity. He arrived at the supermarket to purchase essential supplies for the apocalypse. Carts filled with compressed food, biscuits, bread, and large barrels of drinking water attracted curious glances from other customers. Is this young man preparing for a disaster? My goodness, can you finish all of this? Even the cashier was amazed and double-checked the bill several times. Chen Mo paid over 2,000 and was left with only a meager 13,000 in his account. Yes, the reborn Chen Mo was a complete pauper. However, during the first 3 years of the apocalypse, these supplies would suffice. The most urgent task now was to hunt down the purple crystal and enhance his abilities. Before heading to the North China City, there were still 2 major threats that needed to be addressed in Qiongqi City. One was the dormant Shushishan, and the other was a monstrous creature known as the Emperor Beast with the codename 46, commonly known as the POQ. In the end, the POQ even devoured the Shushishan. In mythology, the Qiongqi looks like a tiger, with a body as big as a cow, sporting double wings and horns, extremely ferocious. In Chen Mo's memory, the initial Qiongqi was nothing more than a slightly larger, ferocious orange cat. However, when it reappeared, it transformed into a monstrous beast measuring tens of meters long, even tearing apart and devouring the guardian deity Qiongqi Shen of Qiongqi City, taking over as the new ruler of the city. Chen Mo tried to recall every detail about the Qiongqi. Fortunately, as a high-ranking member of the 6th War Zone during his lifetime and a psychic ability user, he had a fresh memory of these classified information. He quickly walked out of the supermarket, took out his phone to check the map, muttering to himself, yes, the place where the Qiongqi first appeared should be the Tianqing Garden residential area. That one-eyed orange cat was its prototype. Soon, Chen Mo took a taxi to his destination. The residential area was bustling with noise, as volunteers from the Animal Protection Association were engaged in a heated argument with several security guards. Leading them was a tall, beautiful young woman dressed in a red volunteer uniform, sternly questioning, "Even cats have lives. Are you not harming the innocent? Doesn't your conscience ache?" The volunteers surrounded a van, inside which were dozens of wild cats baring their claws and teeth. They had already injured several people. An older security guard rolled up his sleeves, revealing arms covered in scratch marks, and helplessly said, "The owners unanimously requested euthanasia. Why bother meddling in this matter? The cats are just defending themselves out of fear. Look, they might scratch your hand at most, but you want to take their lives. How is that fair?" The girl was indignant. At that moment, a handsome man in a suit beside the girl spoke up. "Forget it, Yao Yao, don't be angry. These people simply don't understand the value of life." He turned to the group of security guards, arrogantly saying, "You just want to get rid of these cats, right? How about this? I'll pay 50,000 and buy them all. I guarantee that there will be no more wildcats in this residential area from now on." "How about it?" the other volunteers exclaimed in admiration. "I never expected young Master Li to be not only wealthy but also so kind. Willing to spend a fortune for just a few stray cats. Yao Yao is so lucky to have a boyfriend like you. It's a blessing for 3 lifetimes." The girl called Yao Yao looked at Li Yuan, full of tenderness. The security guards were hesitant. Just then, an indifferent voice suddenly rang out, "Make way." Everyone turned to look in the direction of the voice, and Wang Luyao exclaimed, "Chen Mo? What are you doing here?" Chen Mo didn't respond to her. In fact, from the moment he saw Wang Luyao from a distance, various memories flooded his mind. This girl was once his girlfriend. Both of them came from humble backgrounds, shared common interests, and Chen Mo even worked hard to put her through college. However, to his regret, after she graduated, Wang Luyao chose to leave him and be with the campus heartthrob Li Yuan. This decision left Chen Mo in a state of melancholy for a long time. However, after experiencing 15 years of life and death trials in the apocalypse, enduring the cruelty and betrayal of human nature, he had now grown indifferent to everything. Facing his former lover once again, his heart was surprisingly calm, as if he was facing a stranger. Chen Mo walked straight to the iron cage filled with wild cats. The cats inside were meowing and roaring, but one particular one-eyed orange cat covered in fur was particularly eye-catching. Its 2 eyes glared fiercely, vertical pupils constricted, with a terrifying scar on the right eye. The ferocious and menacing expression, more like a furious tiger than a cat. What's even more astonishing is the dark mark on its forehead. "It's you." Chen Mo's eyes lit up, staring at this extraordinary orange cat. At this moment, Li Yuan saw his appearance and clearly frowned, looking displeased. Of course, he remembered this poor guy who used to date Wang Luyao. Wang Luyao also showed a complex expression, hesitating to say, "Chen Mo, we have already broken up." Before the words fell, Chen Mo strode to the cage, reached out and grabbed the orange cat by the nape of its neck, pulling it out without hesitation. Normally, a cat being held by the nape would surrender obediently, but this one was extremely violent, constantly struggling and roaring, as if wanting to tear Chen Mo to pieces. Chen Mo smiled, a flash of excitement in his eyes. "Finally found you, the future king of Tianhai City, Qiongqi." He grabbed the struggling orange cat, leaving without even a word. From start to finish, not even a greeting was exchanged. Wang Luyao stood still, never expecting that Chen Mo came for a cat and completely ignored her. She felt extremely embarrassed, as if she had become a laughing stock. Watching Chen Mo walk further away, she couldn't help but shout, "Chen Mo, we can't go back." However, Chen Mo turned a deaf ear, ignoring her completely. Seeing this, Li Yuan was even more furious, shouting at his back, "Chen Mo, stop right there. If you mess with me, you won't be able to survive in Tianhai City." There was an underlying threat in his words. To everyone's surprise, Chen Mo actually stopped in his tracks. He slowly turned around, walking towards Li Yuan step by step. Seeing his shabby appearance, Li Yuan became even more arrogant. "Scared? That's about right. Wang Luyao is already my fiancé. I remember your parents died early, and your family was poor, right? Considering you took care of Yao Yao before, kneel down and beg me. Maybe I can still offer you a decent job, how about it? Before he finished speaking, a black shadow flashed by. With a loud bang, Li Yuan was heavily knocked down by Chen Mo. Several teeth even fell out. Chen Mo straddled his chest, holding the cat in his left hand and gripping his throat with his right hand, his eyes cold and fierce, exuding a murderous aura like a demon. Leaning down, he hoarsely growled, "Say it again." Chen Mo's voice was hoarse as he spoke. Li Yuan's face was flushed at the moment, his eyes rolling back in his head. He desperately tried to pry Chen Mo's wrist off, kicking and struggling with his legs, his eyes almost bulging out of their sockets. Facing Chen Mo's murderous gaze, deep fear and a sense of impending doom engulfed his heart. Li Yuan could only let out a hoarse plea for mercy. "Chen Mo, have you gone mad? Let him go!" Wang Luyao screamed from the side, rushing over in a panic. She had never seen Chen Mo so fierce and ruthless. In her impression, he had always been an honest and ordinary person. But now, was this stranger really the same Chen Mo from before? Chen Mo's sudden actions also shocked everyone present. Several security guards, feeling the chill in his sharp eyes, couldn't help but shiver. It was the first time in their lives that they had felt true murderous intent in someone's eyes. Even the most vicious criminals had never exuded such a terrifying aura. The older security guard trembled all over. He had served in the army when he was young, and only in the eyes of those seasoned commanders had he seen such a gaze. Seeing everyone stunned, Wang Luyao had no choice but to rush forward herself to try to pull Chen Mo away. But at this moment, Chen Mo seemed like an Iron Man, unmoved. In fact, ever since his awakening mark appeared, his physical fitness had been constantly improving. His current physical condition was unmatched even by special forces. Chen Mo's gaze gradually calmed down, and he bent down to look at Li Yuan, who was already pale and gasping for breath, before slowly releasing his hand. He leaned down, smirked coldly, and whispered in Li Yuan's ear, "You should be thankful. It's not the end of the world yet. Otherwise, you would have been dead long ago." Li Yuan's pupils dilated, his eyes filled with utter horror. The next moment, his eyes rolled back, and he fainted from the shock. Time was precious, and with doomsday approaching, Chen Mo didn't want to waste any more time on this trivial matter. He slowly stood up, glanced sideways at Wang Luyao in her volunteer uniform, his eyes cold and distant. In the apocalypse, these holier-than-thou types were undoubtedly a burden to all survivors. Chen Mo walked away without looking back, leaving behind a stunned crowd and a half-dead, foaming at the mouth Li Yuan. The unfamiliar and cruel gaze made Wang Luyao shiver fiercely. She watched the resolute back of her former lover as he walked away, feeling a wave of regret inexplicably welling up inside her. Why had Chen Mo become so cold-blooded? Was it really because of her betrayal that he had turned indifferent? However, soon after, Wang Luyao dismissed this thought. She had suffered enough and knew how tough life in poverty could be. Chen Mo could never give her the life she wanted. After calling an ambulance for Li Yuan, Wang Luyao silently vowed in her heart to never get involved with such poor men again. As for Chen Mo, this little incident was nothing to him. He went to a furniture factory and ordered a batch of iron gates and windows. Based on his 15 years of survival experience in the apocalypse, even wooden doors could withstand for a while, let alone iron doors. However, as time passed, the evolved monsters would become increasingly terrifying, easily capable of destroying entire buildings. At that point, no matter how strong the defense was, it would be futile. Ordering iron gates was mainly to prevent thieves. Chen Mo didn't want his food to be looted while he was out hunting. Any food that has been touched by zombies is no longer palatable to humans. Inside the factory, a burly man with dark cheeks chuckled and joked, "Young man, are you trying to build a fortress here? Your home is fortified so tightly. With the recent increase in theft cases in the neighborhood, I just want some peace of mind," Chen Mo replied casually. The burly man nodded repeatedly and confidently promised, "Well, you've come to the right place. Our products are top-notch in quality and affordable. They are no less than those famous big brands." He proudly looked around at the rumbling machines. "This place is indeed a natural refuge. If there is enough food, we might be able to survive safely in the early stages. I'm in a hurry on my end, need it today. The appearance doesn't have to be fancy, just ensure the quality," Chen Mo urged. So urgent? The burly man hesitated. I can rush to make it, but the finished product may not be too refined. As long as it's functional. Price? 14,970. But for you as a regular customer, I'll offer it at a fixed price of 13,000, payment upon delivery. Just then, a piercing cry came from the iron cage in Chen Mo's hand, where an orange cat was imprisoned. By the way, do you have pre-made iron cages for sale here? Chen Mo inquired. The burly man glanced strangely at the cat in the cage, shook his head. We don't have iron cages, but we have some scrap iron materials. We can do some welding and processing to make a cage. After paying for the goods, Chen Mo carried the iron cage back to his rental house. The rebellious orange cat inside the cage would later cause chaos in Qiongqi City. He threw the cage on the balcony, letting the cat snarl and roar. In the following days, Chen Mo busied himself arranging the purchased compressed food and drinking water. Although his living space was small, it was packed with these supplies. Roughly estimating, with some rationing, it would be enough to last for over 4 to 5 months. With everything prepared, Chen Mo breathed a sigh of relief and collapsed exhaustedly on the sofa. He gazed at the increasingly clear dark patterns on his hands and murmured to himself, from the looks of it, my supernatural powers are about to awaken. Hopefully, it won't erupt on the day of the apocalypse. He remembered in his previous life when his mental powers first awakened, he was weak for 3 full days. The initial manifestation of powers is the most vulnerable period for supernaturals. Everyone's awakening process is different. Some recover in a few hours, while others may take months to adapt. Just then, his phone buzzed. Who could be calling at this critical moment? Chen Mo suspiciously looked at the flashing number on the screen. A call? Who could be calling at this hour? Buzz, buzz, buzz. Hello, is this Mr. Chen? The furniture you ordered has been delivered. Could you please come downstairs to sign for it? It turns out the furniture factory sent someone to deliver it. Ding dong. Chen Mo's phone rang, and the account ending in 324 * completed a transaction of 13,000 yuan, leaving a balance of only 510 yuan and 50 fen. Another large sum of money spent. In the past, Chen Mo might have felt a sting for a while. But now, his heart was calm. Because in the apocalypse, the most useless thing is money. No matter how much cash, it's not even as useful as a piece of cloth. At least, cloth can be used to stop bleeding. Mr. Chen, do you need help carrying the stuff upstairs? The delivery man asked politely. There's another helper in the truck, we can lift it together. No need, you can just leave it here. I'll take care of it myself. Chen Mo waved his hand. The delivery man hesitated, thinking that these iron gates and windows weren't light at all. The two of them wouldn't be able to lift them, let alone this young man alone. With a rumble, before the delivery man could react, Chen Mo had already lifted a gate with one hand and a window with the other, striding confidently towards the building. Wow, is this guy Superman? The delivery man rubbed his eyes, can't believe what he's seeing. This seemingly weak young man just lifted 2 big iron objects by himself. He pinched himself hard, afraid he was dreaming. But the fact was there, the figure was steady, showing no signs of effort. Night fell, it was already 9 o'clock in the evening. In a small restaurant several miles away from home, Chen Mo was faced with 7 or 8 empty bowls. He wiped his mouth with a napkin and said to the middle-aged man next to him, Uncle Qiongqi, another portion of duck leg rice. Qiongqi looked at the young man in front of him devouring the food. A large bowl of duck leg rice disappeared in no time. He couldn't believe his eyes. What's wrong? Afraid I won't pay for my meal. Chen Mo joked. As the awakening of abilities drew near, the enhancement of physique naturally required a lot of food, far beyond what ordinary people could compare to. Qiongqi took a deep breath, went to clean up the bowls and chopsticks, and scolded Chen Mo without kindness. You little rascal, how long has it been since you've eaten meat? How come you can eat so much today? Chen Mo fell silent at the words, his eyes flickering with a deep light, not speaking for a while. Qiongqi was a good person. He had worked nearby to save money for Wang Luyao's tuition, eating the cheapest 5 yuan mixed noodles every day. This small restaurant had almost become his second home. Every night, Qiongqi would secretly add a bowl of duck leg rice for him, pretending to be impatient and scolding him. Kid, we don't keep leftovers here. If you don't eat it, you have to throw it away. But Chen Mo knew in his heart, all the customers in the restaurant were regulars. Lu Jiangmo had been doing business for so many years. He knew the daily sales volume inside out. How could there be so many leftovers out of thin air? Old Lu, is it that girl again? Chen Mo looked at the middle-aged man in front of him, shaking his head. I've told you so many times, that woman is no good. Haven't you noticed the disdain in her eyes every time she comes to eat? It's not her. Lu Jiangmo sighed. Then what's wrong with you? Tell your uncle Jiangmo. Chen Mo smiled and said, it's nothing, just missed you a bit. Lu Jiangmo gasped in surprise, his whole body covered in goosebumps, wondering why he was talking so flirtatiously. You're giving me goosebumps. What's gotten into you today? You seem like a different person, he exclaimed. Chen Mo chuckled lightly. I'm still the same Chen Mo, just. Uncle Jiangmo, let me ask you, what would you do if doomsday arrived? Doomsday? Lu Jiangmo was taken aback, jokingly checked Chen Mo's temperature. Are you watching too many sci-fi movies? If that day really comes, I'll just live my life as usual. I've lived most of it already. His tone softened as he continued. The only thing I worry about is my daughter. As long as she's safe, everything else is secondary. Lu Jiangmo went on to praise his daughter with great enthusiasm. Listening quietly, Chen Mo, despite being reborn, was not all-knowing. In the previous doomsday, he was too preoccupied to know what happened to Lu Jiangmo later on. Sensing he had talked too much, Lu Jiangmo cut himself off. Oh, I'm getting old. Why am I blabbering so much to you? Do you still want the duck leg rice? Yes, please pack it up, Chen Mo said with a smile as he took out his phone to pay, scanning the QR code on the table and entering 500 yuan, his last money in the account. As the payment notification sounded, Lu Jiangmo was puzzled and quickly stopped him. Young Chen, what are you doing? Uncle Jiangmo, do you think I don't know? Chen Mo smiled. This money is for the duck leg rice. Uncle Jiangmo, if you're willing to believe me, Chen Mo said solemnly, before the 23rd, take your family and enough supplies to the Qiongqi furniture factory and stay there for a while, don't go anywhere else. The Qiongqi furniture factory was where Chen Mo had bought iron gates and windows today. It was secluded with few people around, relatively safe for survivors in the future. Without time to see if Lu Jiangmo took him seriously, Chen Mo just gave him a deep look and said, take care, Uncle Jiangmo. With that, he left with the duck leg rice. Watching Chen Mo's departing figure, Lu Jiangmo's expression was complex. He had a vague feeling that something had changed in Chen Mo. Even though he appeared the same, there was a sense of unfamiliarity and a hint of loneliness. What exactly was the apocalypse Chen Mo mentioned? Leaving the shop, Lu Jiangmo looked up at the dark night sky and shook his head. He went back inside, pulling down the shutters. In the final moment, countless thoughts flashed through his mind. Back at home, Chen Mo lay on the bed, his mind filled with fragmented images of the 15 years of the apocalypse. He wasn't a saint, and there were still many important things to do after doomsday. This time, he swore to take control of everything, to settle countless grudges that were left unresolved. He couldn't let anyone hold him back. The only thing he could do for Lu Jiangmo was this. Meow. A sharp cry rang out. The orange cat in the iron cage kept struggling, despite being covered in wounds, its eyes burning with hatred in the darkness. Chen Mo looked at it, realizing the intense hatred in those eyes. Almost forgot about you, buddy. He picked up the duck leg rice from the table, and the aroma of the duck leg instantly filled the room. The orange cat in the cage paused for a moment, staring fixedly at the food in Chen Mo's hand, a hint of strange light flashing in its eyes. Unexpectedly, Chen Mo put the duck leg rice into the cage, sarcastically saying, the once mighty and powerful Lord Qiong turns out to be nothing more than a greedy fat cat. The orange cat curled up in the corner, still gnashing its teeth uncontrollably. But when the duck leg rice was brought in front of it, it finally couldn't resist the temptation of the food, pouncing on it and devouring it eagerly. The sound of swallowing was incessant, as if it hadn't had meat in days. Chen Mo walked to the narrow balcony, opened the iron window, and gazed at the bright moon in the night sky. A strange red color was gradually seeping into the moonlight, elusive and difficult to detect. Just another day and a half. Chen Mo sneered, his eyes full of madness. Lin Shu, what kind of death do you want? Lin Shu, the mayor's son, His mother is a business tycoon with countless family industries. His grandfather is a senior figure in the military, promoting people to high positions. In the early days of the apocalypse in the previous life, the Lin family, with their vast resources and military advantages, immediately took Lin Shu out of the province, allowing him to safely survive the disaster. Subsequently, under the operation of the Lin family, the sixth war zone was established, known as the City of Peace, with deep ties to various technological resources. This is why even in the apocalypse, Lin Shu could still live so freely and arrogantly. But in Chen Mo's eyes, he was nothing but a walking dead. Because at this moment, Lin Shu is in Tianhai City. All tragedies are just a matter of time. As the cold evening wind swept by, Chen Mo felt the bone-chilling coldness. His eyes, sharp as a wild beast in the dark night, glinted with a fierce, bloodthirsty light. Suddenly, as if something was about to erupt, Chen Mo's heart throbbed violently, and his body shook uncontrollably. Coughing, a sharp pain surged from within his body. The awakening dark pattern on his right hand unexpectedly shimmered with an eerie purple light at that moment. Chen Mo's pupils constricted. The familiar sensation that ran deep in his bones, the supernatural power, had awakened. Realizing something, Chen Mo hurried back into the house, securely locking the windows and iron door. At this moment, his eyes were bloodshot, his head heavy on the bed, drenched in sweat. Unexpectedly, Chen Mo gasped heavily at this moment. The awakening dark pattern on the orange cat's forehead in the iron cage also emitted a strange light, staring intently at Chen Mo on the bed with a surprisingly human-like expression. The awakening of supernatural powers is the most vulnerable at this moment. During this period, any disturbance is absolutely intolerable. Otherwise, there is a high possibility of backlash, turning into a different species. Chen Mo's consciousness became increasingly blurred, and his vision more hazy. Hoping this wouldn't last too long, he eventually closed his eyes slowly. Layers of purple ripples appeared above Chen Mo's body, as if constantly washing and purifying him. The iron doors and windows around him hummed and trembled, making the whole old building seem on the verge of collapse. That night, numerous residents on the same floor were awakened from their sleep. Was it an earthquake? Only the special orange cat in the iron cage meowed softly, anticipating the morning. The next morning, Chen Mo, lying on the bed, frowned in pain, opening his somewhat blurry eyes. At this moment, everything around him became incredibly clear in his sight. The awakening dark pattern on his right hand had disappeared, replaced by a beautifully eerie pattern. Rubbing his head, Chen Mo slowly got up from the bed. The bedding and sheets were already soaked. The first reaction upon waking up was hunger. Very hungry. Fortunately, there was an abundance of food and supplies in the rental house. Chen Mo picked up a piece of bread and gulped it down hungrily, continuously drinking water. After a while, he finally came to his senses. Looking at the unique divine pattern on his right hand, Chen Mo's eyes lit up, and the next moment, the divine pattern in his hand shimmered with light. An ancient voice suddenly sounded, whispering in his ears like an ancient god. Divine, Gold, Master, Overlord. This was the voice every awakened supernatural would hear. Upon hearing this voice, Chen Mo trembled all over, his face showing ecstatic joy. This time, the awakening was not a mental ability, but a divine ability. Chen Mo found it hard to believe. In the post-apocalyptic world, supernatural abilities were divided into 4 types: mental, elemental, common, and the most mysterious and powerful, the divine type. The elemental abilities were already extraordinary, but the divine abilities were beyond common knowledge. In the post-apocalyptic world, anyone with divine abilities was rated at least S rank. Without exception, they were highly sought after in all major war zones. And now, in this life, Chen Mo had awakened a divine ability. Divine, Overlord. In his past life, the one who also possessed this ability was a 9th-tier supernatural, Shi Yuan, from the second war zone. He was known as the Earth King and had once single-handedly slain 2 gods, causing a sensation worldwide. Chen Mo was trembling with excitement, his eyes burning with endless passion. The Master of Gold, Chen Mo, gazed at the iron bars beside him. A unique sensation washed over him, as if it were instinctual. Chen Mo slowly raised his hand, and the iron bars on the balcony began to twist and distort, eventually turning into a puddle of liquid iron in his hand, continuously kneading and reshaping it. Chen Mo's eyes sparkled as he condensed a drop of liquid and aimed it at the iron door on the other side. With a flick of his finger, bang! The liquid in his hand instantly transformed into a more condensed steel bead, deeply penetrating the iron door. Hissing sounds could be heard. The power of this strike was no less than any bullet. And this was just Chen Mo using a fraction of his power. Impressive. Chen Mo's eyes lit up. Looking at the deeply dented iron door, he had a thought, and in an instant, everything around him returned to normal. Is this the power of a deity, the master? Chen Mo took a deep breath, picked up his phone to check the time. He had slept for a whole day. Perhaps due to the previous awakening of his abilities, the state of weakness brought on by the awakening of his abilities quickly subsided. Chen Mo muttered to himself, tomorrow, at noon, everything in this world will be overturned. Lin Shu, enjoy your last moments of pleasure. Chen Mo surveyed the piled-up food and supplies, then looked at his left hand. So, the other ability hasn't awakened yet. He couldn't help but feel a bit excited. Unexpectedly, in this life, he had become a dual ability wielder. Just awakening one ability consumed so much food. At this rate, the supplies in the rented room were completely insufficient. It seemed he had to go out and gather some more. But the problem now was that he was out of money. Looks like I need to figure something out. Chen Mo narrowed his eyes, pondering for a moment. With a light lift of his right hand, a wisp of gray liquid was drawn out, condensed into a steel bead hovering around him. In the following time, Chen Mo tested the effects of the master's ability. After awakening his ability, both his senses and physical qualities were greatly enhanced. He was now a first-tier ability wielder, with physical qualities reaching the peak of current humans. Through continuous experimentation, the master's ability became more proficient. Within a 3-meter radius was his domain. Anything made of metal was under his control. Take these steel beads condensed from molten iron. The master could even strengthen these metal substances. With the current him, he could control 3 at the same time, and the maximum power was enough to instantly pierce through this several centimeters thick iron door. Comparable to a sniper rifle bullet. Chen Mo grinned. Divine power abilities were truly extraordinary. Initially classified as one of the most powerful in the elemental category, the master's ability was put into a league of its own when people witnessed Shi Yuan personally slaughtering 2 deities. Ordinary elemental abilities were simply incomparable, not even 1,000th as powerful. As long as he was on the earth, Shi Yuan was practically invincible. Chen Mo looked at the orange cat in the iron cage, seeing the awakening dark patterns on its forehead becoming more prominent, muttering to himself. Are you awakening too? You once had a B-level spiritual interference ability, which could affect the minds of living beings and subtly instill a concept. Chen Mo initially wanted to use spiritual interference after awakening his ability to make this future great monster, the poor wonder, recognize him as the master. Now, things have become a bit troublesome. Cats are already difficult animals to tame, let alone after becoming a different kind of strange creature. In the post-apocalyptic world, Chen Mo had heard of dogs being loyal even after mutating, but he had never heard of such a thing about cats. After a moment of contemplation, he looked at the orange cat snarling in the cage and said, behave yourself. I'll keep you for a while longer. If you still can't be tamed, even if you're the father of all strange creatures, I'll slaughter you and stew you. It seemed like the cat understood human speech, as it immediately bristled up and let out a fiercer growl. Chen Mo opened the door, playing with 3 steel balls in his hand. With a bang, he firmly shut the door. There was less than a day left. Tomorrow at noon, the doomsday would arrive. Chen Mo's only reasons for going out now were twofold: to gather a large amount of food supplies and to make money. Tianhai City, a desolate and dilapidated street with few people around. Chen Mo stood in front of a passage leading underground and gently knocked on the mottled iron door. Who is it? A deep and thick voice came from behind the door. Chen Mo smiled slightly and lowered his voice, saying, I'm here to buy some toys. There was silence behind the door for a moment, then a response came after a long pause, come in. With a creaking sound of metal friction, the large door slowly opened, emitting a musty smell mixed with heavy smoke. Chen Mo frowned and stepped into the eerie underground room. The room was filled with various cold weapons, Long knives, heavy swords, daggers. Everything was there, gleaming with a cold light under the dim lights. At the back of the front desk, a burly man with a beard was leisurely smoking a pipe, crossing his legs and appraising the newcomer. He looked about 30 or 40 years old, his sturdy body wrapped in a black leather jacket, muscles outlined in the tight clothing exuding strength. Huh, a kid, still a student? The big man sneered disdainfully. My place is quite remote, how did you find it? Chen Mo thought to himself. Luo Tianchong, the local overlord of Qiongqi city before the apocalypse. He was involved in shady dealings and had connections with major gangs, known for his straightforward and generous personality. After the apocalypse, Luo Tianchong used his resources and formidable strength to occupy the largest supermarket in the city and aimed to establish his own kingdom. In his past life, Chen Mo had spent some time under his command, so he knew him well. Facing Luo Tianchong's inquisitive gaze, Chen Mo calmly said, "What, has Lion Luo started judging people by appearances now?" Luo Tianchong narrowed his eyes, his expression suddenly unfriendly. The nickname Lion Luo was only known to those very close to him. He scrutinized Chen Mo up and down for a long time, but couldn't remember where he had seen this kid before. "Haha, well said, I like you. Want a smoke?" Luo Tianchong laughed heartily, taking out a cigarette from a drawer and tossing it to Chen Mo. Chen Mo waved his hand, politely declining. "I don't smoke." "Too bad, what do you want then? As long as you have enough money, we have everything here." Luo Tianchong took out a handgun from a hidden compartment, casually playing with it. "Even this, I can get a few." He thought he would see a surprised expression on Chen Mo's face, but the kid remained calm, not even furrowing his brows. "Tisk, just tell me what you want." Luo Tianchong was a bit disappointed, his tone turning cold. Chen Mo smiled and said slowly, "Money." The atmosphere in the room suddenly turned icy cold. Luo Tianchong's eyes narrowed, raising the gun with a murderous intent, cocking it. "Want money? It won't come cheap. Tell me, who sent you? Chen Tian's group, or Zhao Li?" Chen Mo shook his head slightly, looking unperturbed. "Neither. I just need some money. The doomsday is approaching. If you rush to rob a bank, you'll be surrounded by the police within an hour. Not to mention wasting time on it. Even if you manage to succeed, facing dozens of heavily armed special forces, Chen Mo wasn't confident he could escape unscathed. The best way to get money without alerting the outside world is undoubtedly to play dirty." Luo Tianchong sneered, his eyes like a wolf, staring intently at Chen Mo. "Young man, daring to come to my door alone knowing my name, that takes guts." However, before the words even fell, he suddenly shot without warning, 3 bullets whistling out. "If you dare to mess with me, it's all on your fate." As expected, Chen Mo remained calm. An unbelievable scene unfolded. The 3 bullets strangely hung in midair, then clattered to the ground. Luo Tianchong widened his eyes, his face as pale as paper. "The bullets, suspended in midair? How is this possible?" Chen Mo calmly took a step forward, a hint of a smile on his lips. Luo Tianchong, shocked and pale, tremblingly shouted, "Who the hell are you, man or ghost?" Pulling the trigger one after another, several bullets flew towards Chen Mo again. Unexpectedly, these bullets reversed direction, heading straight towards Luo Tianchong himself. Terrified, Luo Tianchong stood frozen, tightly closed his eyes, waiting for the arrival of the Grim Reaper. But the expected pain did not come. He cautiously opened his eyes to find Chen Mo standing close by, all the bullets embedded in the wall behind him, emitting wisps of smoke. Luo Tianchong gasped, his legs weak, and collapsed on the ground. In his eyes, Chen Mo was like a death god. He begged in a trembling voice, "Sir, I'll give you however much money you want. Spare my life, please." Chen Mo smiled and said, "It's just 10,000. Here's my payment code on the phone." Hearing this, Luo Tianchong almost fainted. Damn, facing this death god, impervious to a rain of bullets, only asking for 10,000? He would give up his billions of assets. Little did poor Luo Tianchong know, the doomsday was approaching, and no amount of money would help. Trembling, he managed to complete the transfer. Done. Luo Tianchong looked at Chen Mo fearfully, afraid that he might change his mind and kill him. "Thank you." Chen Mo nodded in satisfaction, patting Luo Tianxiang's shoulder. I won't take this money for nothing. Prepare some food and necessities by tomorrow noon. Stay here, don't go anywhere. Huh? Why? Luo Tianxiang was puzzled. Chen Mo mysteriously smiled. You'll understand tomorrow. With that, he walked away with a $3 million priceless sword. Master, please accept me as your disciple. I'm willing to pay any price. Luo Tianxiang impulsively shouted. Witnessing Chen Mo's incredible skills, he couldn't contain his curiosity and awe. However, Chen Mo just waved his hand without looking back, dismissing his request. Luo Tianxiang sat dumbfounded for a while, muttering to himself, tomorrow noon. What does he mean? After much hesitation, he gritted his teeth and decided, whatever, I'll trust him this time. Is this God playing tricks on me? Luo Tianxiang grabbed his phone and dialed a number. Hey, Zhangdong, are you in the city center? Go to the supermarket immediately. Buy everything edible and usable for me. What, bro Luo, are you going on a shopping spree? A teasing male voice came from the phone, mixed with a coquettish female voice. Stop talking nonsense. I've transferred 30 million to you, enough to buy him upside down. Get everything delivered here by 12 o'clock noon, not a single item left behind. Oh my goodness, are you planning to live a luxurious life or what? Fine, leave it to me. Stop babbling. Just do what you're told, no need for extra words. Luo Tianxiang slammed the phone down heavily, staring at the several charred bullet holes on the wall, muttering to himself, 30 million, that's a hefty sum. But this wall is made of alloy, even bullets can't penetrate it. Oh well, I'll take the risk. Going against such a master, would I still end up at a loss? This kind of extraordinary person must know something. Could they possibly deceive an ordinary person like me? In the supermarket in Qiongqi City, Chen Mo bought a large amount of food and water again. To be honest, the mere 100,000 yuan was nothing to him at all. He had no intention of staying in Qiongqi City for long, only waiting for the two superpowers to awaken to the second stage before setting off for North China. In the early days of the apocalypse, as long as one had a strong physical fitness or a gun in hand, most people could still get through it. The real nightmare would come on New Year's Eve next year. At that time, a terrifying beast known as the Year Beast with the codename 55 would descend. Unlike the local deities of the places people longed for, wherever the Year Beast passed, not a blade of grass would grow, lasting for a whole month. That would be the darkest moment for humanity. When it first appeared, it devoured billions of lives. The image of his former lover flashed through Chen Mo's mind, his eyes as firm as iron. In this life, with a dominant level superpower by his side, no matter if it was God or demon, they would not be able to stop his footsteps again. Every survivor who crawled back from the depths of the apocalypse exuded a fierce killing intent, and Chen Mo was no exception. Unfortunately, at this critical moment, he ran into Wang Luyao and Li Yuan who came to make purchases. Chen Mo? Wang Luyao exclaimed. Chen Mo was too eye-catching in the supermarket, surrounded by dozens of shopping carts filled with food. Li Yuan's face turned pale at the sight of him, as if he had seen a ghost, obviously still not recovered from the fear of that day. Chen Mo gave Wang Luyao a cold glance. Today, she was dressed stylishly in the supermarket, carrying a designer handbag, with curly hair flowing elegantly, light makeup enhancing her youthful charm. He responded with a non-committal, as if facing a stranger. Wang Luyao's heart tightened. She bit her lip, and then glanced at Li Yuan, whose face was swollen like a pig liver. Seeing that he didn't even have the courage to look Chen Mo in the eye, she was dissatisfied but didn't show it. Li Yuan, you go shopping first. I'll talk to Chen Mo for a moment, Wang Luyao ordered. Li Yuan widened his eyes, his face turning red with anger, glaring at Wang Luyao who acted as if nothing had happened. He gave Chen Mo a resentful look, snorted coldly, and said, "You'd better do as she says," then walked away without looking back. As Li Yuan walked away, Wang Luyao took a deep breath and spoke to Chen Mo, who was selecting items from the shelves. "Why are you buying so much stuff?" "To eat. Can you finish all of this?" "Yes." No matter what she asked, Chen Mo only responded with a single word or remained silent, with a cold and distant attitude that was completely different from before. Wang Luyao was at a loss for words and asked softly, "Chen Mo, are you doing well?" Chen Mo paused for a moment, turned to look at his ex-girlfriend, who looked aggrieved, and then resumed loading the goods. I just realized that you're not only a saint, but also a total hypocrite. It's disgusting. Boom. His words were like a thunderbolt, hitting Wang Luyao's heart hard. She widened her eyes, unable to believe that Chen Mo would say such things. You'd better go check on Li Yuan, so your hard-earned golden turtle son-in-law doesn't run away. Chen Mo pushed the carts to the checkout counter to pay, leaving a stunned Wang Luyao trembling in place. Even after breaking up, she couldn't let go, putting on a pitiful look, especially with her current boyfriend still around. If this wasn't being cheap, then what was? If it weren't for the apocalypse coming tomorrow, Chen Mo might have made her pay off the debt on the spot. The familiar cashier lady asked Chen Mo without any surprise, "Sir, is the delivery address still the same old place?" "Yes, the total is 22,112 yuan. Chen Mo scanned the code to make the payment, with over 70,000 yuan left in his account, more than enough for him to live comfortably in Tianhai City for a year. Of course, this all depended on when those zombies and mutants evolved to the point of tearing down buildings. By the later stages of the apocalypse, in each major war zone, ordinary survivors received a tube of supply liquid every day, which could keep them full for several days. However, compared to the luxurious meals enjoyed by the big shots, the taste of the supply liquid was really nothing to write home about. In his past life, Chen Mo knew the value of a piece of bread to an ordinary person. But now, he didn't care. Wherever they were, superhumans were the supreme beings. From the moment one became a superhuman, the class divide between people only grew wider. Chen Mo walked out of the supermarket alone, gazing into the distance at the setting sun, the sky ablaze with colors. The current tranquility and peace were just a prelude to the coming storm. He muttered to himself, "The sun is about to set. Cherish this last glimpse of twilight." Reborn or awakened as a supreme-level superhuman, Chen Mo was actually looking forward to the arrival of the apocalypse, showing no signs of fear. Just as he turned around, a large group of gangster-looking youths suddenly stormed into the supermarket, all dressed in black suits, burly and armed with sticks and knives, looking every bit like a bunch of thugs. "Nobody move," shouted the leader, a blonde guy with a cigar in his mouth. The ordinary folks had never seen such a scene before and were frightened into cowering and begging for mercy. A rough man set his sights on the beautiful Wang Luyao, stepping forward to tease her. "Hey, pretty lady, want to have a drink with us?" It was only then that Wang Luyao came to her senses, screaming and instinctively calling out, "Li Yuan! Li Yuan!" But when she turned around, Li Yuan was already cowering in a corner, trembling in fear. Wang Luyao was shocked and angry, even more disdainful of her current boyfriend's cowardice. "Is this your man? What a useless waste of space. What the hell are you all doing?" Another man burst into the supermarket with a fierce demeanor, cursing loudly, "Didn't I tell you guys? We're here to shop, which means we pay. You all want to die, is that it? Follow Brother Luo's orders, keep dilly-dallying, and you'll all be done for. Get your asses moving to pick up stuff. No, to buy things. Got it?" The suited thugs immediately became submissive upon seeing the newcomer, nodding obediently. The big guy who had been teasing Wang Luyao earlier reluctantly handed her a note. "Hey, girl, this is my WeChat. Let's get in touch another day." Wang Luyao shivered all over, watching the group of people frantically grabbing items off the shelves, then glanced at the half-dead Li Yuan, feeling nothing but disappointment. She realized that, at this moment, Li Yuan was nowhere near Chen Mo in comparison. On the other hand, with a good amount of money left in hand, Chen Mo indulged himself in an extremely luxurious dinner. The meal cost over 40,000 yuan, and he even treated himself to a prestigious SAP massage service for an additional 18,888 yuan. Feeling extremely relaxed, Chen Mo returned home and carefully arranged the newly purchased items. The entire rental house now appeared even more cramped and crowded. The orange cat in the cage seemed to sense an impending change and became unusually restless, constantly meowing and rubbing its claws against the cage, making a harsh noise. Chen Mo tore open a bag of cat food and poured it into a bowl to feed the cat. As the cage opened and Chen Mo's hand reached in, the orange cat suddenly let out a sharp cry and tried to scratch his hand. Chen Mo narrowed his eyes, and with a few clicks, the surrounding iron cage twisted and deformed in an instant, trapping the orange cat tightly. If you don't behave, you won't get to eat the cat food. Chen Mo coldly glanced at it. Surprisingly, the big orange cat arrogantly raised its head, meowing a few times, clearly disdainful of the mere cat food. Oh, Chen Mo remembered its voracious appetite for duck leg rice yesterday and became interested. He opened the fridge, took out a full bag of frozen beef, and threw it into the cage. How about this? Do you want it? The big orange cat stared at the beef in the cage, drooling uncontrollably and meowing. Chen Mo smiled, restored the twisted cage, and the cat hesitantly sniffed the beef before looking back at Chen Mo. Go ahead. I would have harmed you if I wanted to, Chen Mo said indifferently. Since the frozen meat wouldn't last long anyway, he decided to let the little guy enjoy it. The cat's eyes softened a bit, as if understanding Chen Mo's words. It no longer bristled and began to devour the beef greedily. The sound of crunching surprised Chen Mo as the frozen beef, as hard as a popsicle, was easily crushed by its sharp teeth. Chen Mo looked at it in amazement, his gaze falling on the deep bite marks on the iron cage. These cages were reinforced with his dominant ability and were solid steel inside and out. This Qilin, destined to be the overlord of Qiongqi City, was truly extraordinary. Even before the apocalypse arrived, it had already shown remarkable prowess. Chen Mo tore off a piece of bread, eating as he asked, "Can you understand me?" The big orange cat, still eating voraciously, paused. Chen Mo continued, "They say animals can predict danger earlier than humans. I believe you must have sensed something. Do you want to come out of the cage?" The big orange cat raised its head, its one remaining eye shimmering with a sinister light in the moonlight. Meow. It meowed. Chen Mo said concisely, "Follow me, and I'll let you out. If not, you're doomed tomorrow." The cat remained motionless, its eyes seemingly human-like, contemplating something. After a while, it finally lowered its proud head, prostrated its front paws, and meowed submissively. Chen Mo nodded slightly, raising his right hand. The iron cage liquefied instantly, like a shattered glass bottle, flowing towards the cat's neck. The molten iron unexpectedly solidified into an indestructible collar, firmly wrapped around its neck. "Don't even think about escaping. I think you should understand that," Chen Mo said calmly. Meow tilde sensing the foreign object on its neck, the orange cat obediently whimpered, raised its tail, leapt onto Chen Mo's bed, affectionately rubbed against his body. Chen Mo revealed a satisfied smile, unable to contain his excitement. "You see, the achievements of this orange cat in the future are extraordinary. It tore apart the deity Qiongqi Shen of Qiongqi City, and took its place. With his own rebirth, everything was rewritten." Chen Mo gently stroked the orange cat beside him, murmuring to himself, "Tomorrow is the time of the apocalypse. Follow me, and I will help you regain the name of Qiongqi." He slowly opened his phone, his eyes burning with the flames of revenge. "Lin Shu, your good days are over." On the phone screen, there was a handsome young man. His face was unruly, and his eyes were arrogant and bold. The introduction below the photo read, "Lin Shu, President of the New Emperor Group in Qiongqi City, 23 years old, male. Father Lin Kanhai, Jingyuan Military Region, position unknown. Mother Shu Fengsang, President of the Tianyu Group, XX Committee member. Grandfather Lin Wanli, former head of the Jingyuan Military Region." Lin Shu's background is extremely prominent. Before the apocalypse, Chen Mo could not possibly have any connection with such a person. That's why he saved his revenge on Lin Shu for the last day. This day has finally arrived. The past hatred will come to an end tomorrow. And this is just the beginning of Chen Mo's path of revenge. The distorted deity that truly killed everyone is his ultimate target to slaughter. One day later, November 23, 2049, 10 o'clock. Chen Mo set out with the orange cat and the sword he took from Luo Tianshong. Before leaving, he had his last simple breakfast of soy milk and fried breadsticks. Then he took a taxi and headed towards the direction of the New Emperor Group. Qiongqi City Center, New Emperor Group headquarters. Skyscrapers stood tall, and all kinds of luxury cars were coming and going. A taxi stopped on the side of the road, and Chen Mo got out of the car, surveying everything around him. Due to the workday, most of the passers-by were white-collar and blue-collar workers. Only Chen Mo, wearing a faded gray coat, and the orange cat with the iron collar, looked out of place. Chen Mo walked straight to the entrance of the new Emperor group. Ding dong, the door opened. Who are you? As soon as Chen Mo stepped in, a reprimand came from behind. It turned out that the security personnel stationed here had spotted him. The loud questioning attracted the attention of many office workers, but they just glanced indifferently and hurried away. What are you doing? This is the new Emperor group. Unauthorized personnel are not allowed in. The security guard with a baton said in a displeased tone. Meow. The orange cat let out a sharp cry, baring its teeth and glaring at the security guard. You even brought a cat? The security guard became even more displeased. Chen Mo remained calm, paying no attention to the surrounding gazes. He calmly asked, Is Lin Shu here? The security guard frowned. Mr. Lin? What do you want with Mr. Lin? Chen Mo smiled, showing a bright smile. Just a little matter, need to discuss with him. The security guard looked Chen Mo up and down in his shabby attire, sneered, I don't care who you are. If you want to enter the new Emperor group, you must have an employee badge. Mr. Lin is not someone that people from all walks of life like you can meet just by wanting to. Chen Mo narrowed his eyes and glanced at the ID detection device. With a slight movement, his dominator ability burst out. Bang! The equipment at the entrance made a loud noise, and blue smoke rose, as if some internal parts were damaged. Chen Mo and the orange cat swaggered in. What the hell is going on? The security personnel were startled by the sudden commotion and angrily shouted at Chen Mo, Stop right there. Don't force us to get physical. This time, it truly alarmed the employees of the new Emperor group. The situation was at a standstill. Chen Mo remained calm and walked straight towards the front desk. Seeing the lack of face given by the other party, the security personnel felt humiliated. If they let him in like this, they would lose their jobs. He looked at the other security guards beside him and shouted, Stop this man. Intruding into the new Emperor group and causing trouble in public. Take him to the police station. Swish swish swish. 5 or 6 security guards around brandished their batons and surrounded Chen Mo. Who is this guy? Quite bold, isn't he? I don't know, probably a troublemaker sent by the neighboring company. It seems like he said he's looking for General Lin. Can you believe it? General Lin knows this kind of person? The white-collar workers around whispered as they watched. Stop right there. One more step forward. And don't blame us for being impolite. A security guard shouted loudly. Chen Mo looked around and took out his phone. It was already 11 hours 3 minutes and 32 seconds on November 23, 2049. It was already 11 o'clock. He glanced at them, unwilling to waste any more time. Just as he was about to act, meow. The orange cat next to him screamed and leapt several meters high in the air. It clawed and bit towards a security guard's face. The action was so fast that the other party hadn't even reacted yet. Several deep blood marks appeared before the guard realized. The orange cat landed and licked its paws. Suddenly, ah! A scream echoed through the sky. The security guard curled up on the ground in extreme pain, hands covering his face, blood gushing out. The whole scene turned pale. Am I seeing things right? That orange cat jumped more than 2 meters high. I know felines have amazing jumping abilities, but 2 meters is too much. The situation escalated. Seeing blood, this was no small matter. Everyone felt that this seemingly shabby guy was in big trouble. Beast! Another security guard suddenly raised his baton high and struck towards the orange cat. Seeing this, Chen Mo's index finger moved slightly. Bang! 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 All the metal devices around him exploded. The baton instantly bent and deformed. Even the communication devices and phones on the security guards also suddenly exploded. Countless fragments flew in all directions. The scene was terrifying. What's going on? What's happening? Those batons? The crowd instantly became chaotic. The entire first floor of the building also flashed red alarms and buzzed. Look at that guy's side. What is that? Someone's pupils dilated, staring incredulously at Chen Mo in the center of the scene. They saw several silver steel beads hovering and dancing in the air beside him, to the disbelief of everyone present. Chirp, chirp. Those steel balls seemed to be controlled by his mind, suddenly shooting towards the security guards. With just a nail-sized steel ball, it hit the guards and burst out with a terrifying impact. They flew out like kites with broken strings. Boom! Hiss! Everyone's faces showed a ghostly horror, inhaling sharply. A white-collar worker widened his eyes, tightly gripping his glasses, pale-faced, muttering to himself, "Is that kid manipulating those steel balls? Am I dreaming?" Those few beads returned to Chen Mo's side, hovering around him like an invisible magnetic field. Chen Mo looked indifferent, calmly surveying the people present. Flicking his finger, boom! A bead actually pierced through the wall of the new Emperor group, leaving a hole emitting white vapor. In an instant, everyone held their breath, and not a sound could be heard. Witnessing this scene, everyone was inexplicably shocked, as if witnessing a miracle, staring complexly at Chen Mo. "Anyone else who tries to stop me will end up like this wall." His voice was not loud, but in the dead silence, it spread to everyone's ears. Everyone's hearts trembled, stunned and dumbfounded by this astonishing scene. Chen Mo approached the front desk. Two beautiful young women in uniforms were sitting at the front desk. "Where is Lin Shu?" The two women were still in shock and hadn't come to their senses. When they met Chen Mo's deep, sharp, and menacing gaze, they trembled all over, unable to speak properly. Lin is in the office on the 23rd floor." Chen Mo left without looking back. The big orange cat strutted proudly, its furry tail held high, closely following. After saying these words, the two young women were panting heavily, their backs already soaked with sweat. Everyone present looked at each other. Today's scene completely overturned their worldview of decades. It was truly astonishing and shocking. Is this magic? Some people, looking at the pierced hole, felt that their limbs were not under control. "No, I don't know. Should we call the police?" Yes, let's call the police." Chen Mo and the orange cat entered the elevator. The elevator swiftly ascended, with a whole piece of transparent glass in front. As the elevator climbed, you could clearly see the bustling and magnificent high-rise buildings outside. Where Lin Shu was located was in the CEO's office on the 23rd floor of the new Emperor Group building. Ding! The elevator stopped at the 16th floor. The door opened slowly. A group of young, slender women in OL uniforms stood at the elevator entrance, holding coffee in their hands. They were chatting and laughing, having a good time. When they saw Chen Mo in the elevator, one of them, with big wavy hair and a voluptuous figure, frowned and said unhappily, "Are the security guards at New Emperor all useless? How did they let this kind of person in? And with a cat?" The girls in front looked Chen Mo up and down, each showing a disdainful expression. "Forget it, Ran. The supervisor is still urging us. Let's go up." At this moment, another girl reminded. Qiongqi nodded, furrowing her brows, pinching her nose, and walked into the elevator, as if facing something dirty. She said, "I must have been unlucky for 8 lifetimes." Suddenly, a piercing scream exploded. Meow! The big orange cat is baring its teeth at everyone. The fierce expression scared the group of white-collar girls, making some of them spill their coffee on the floor. "Security! Where is the security?" Qiongqi stomped his foot angrily and loudly reprimanded, "Who allowed pets to be brought into the company?" "Quiet down." Chen Mo calmly spoke up. The one-eyed cat glanced at him, lazily walked over, and rubbed against his pants. "Up?" Chen Mo calmly looked at the group of female white-collar workers. Qiongqi looked at the one-eyed wildcat with some apprehension and disgust, saying, "Forget it, we'll wait for the next elevator." "How unfortunate." Chen Mo shrugged it off, nodded, and closed the elevator door with a bang. The elevator started ascending again, leaving a group of indignant white-collar workers discussing animatedly in place. Chen Mo glanced at his phone. November 23, 2049. 11 hours 30 minutes and 12 seconds. Half an hour before doomsday. Enough time. Ding! The elevator opened again, revealing the sign for the 23rd floor. Chen Mo stepped out of the elevator, expressionless. Under his sleeve, a metal armband quietly turned into liquid and solidified into a sharp long knife, firmly held in his right hand. "Who are you?" There weren't many people on the 23rd floor, and Chen Mo holding a weapon was quite conspicuous. "Knife. He's holding a knife. Run!" The crowd panicked and scattered in all directions. Chen Mo's eyes filled with killing intent as he walked straight to the CEO's office. At this moment, the atmosphere in the new Emperor Group's CEO office was romantic. A stunningly beautiful woman was snuggling in Lin Shu's arms, her voice coquettish. "Mr. Lin, you were so fierce just now." This internet celebrity with a million fans behaved like a docile kitten in front of Lin Shu. Doing it here, aren't you afraid of being discovered? Lin Shu leisurely smoked, crossed his legs, and proudly said, haha, I call the shots in the new emperor group. Even if we were caught, so what? As he spoke, he lecherously reached out and grabbed the woman's ample chest. Stop it, Tilda. The internet celebrity blushed and moaned softly, not resisting. Just then, with a loud bang, the office door was kicked open. Lin Shu and the woman in his arms were startled, and the woman hastily put on her clothes. Losing interest, Lin Shu became furious, glaring at the intruder and sternly asking, which department are you from? Don't you know how much I hate being disturbed? His eyes glinted with hostility, as if he wanted to swallow Chen Mo alive. But when he saw the sword in Chen Mo's hand, his pupils suddenly shrank. Lin Shu. Chen Mo walked in slowly, closed the door behind him, and spoke with a chilling tone, long time no see. The overwhelming killing intent made Lin Shu shiver, a sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. What are you going to do? Where is security? How did you get in here? Lin Shu kept retreating. The nearby internet celebrity kept asking, Mr. Lin, who is this guy? I have no idea. Terrified, Lin Shu jumped up from his chair and discreetly reached for the drawer where a self-defense pistol was kept. You may not remember me. Chen Mo stared at Lin Shu, smiling ominously, but I remember everything clearly. 15 years after the apocalypse, you sent us on a mission to eradicate Ur, a mission impossible to complete. Ur was slowly devoured by the gods, and I barely survived, only to be used as a scapegoat by you. Have you forgotten all of this? Chen Mo's eyes were filled with hatred and fury, vividly remembering the scene of Ur's tragic death in front of him. After returning to the 6th war zone, Lin Shu turned him into the scapegoat, drove him out, and let the beasts feast on his flesh. What nonsense are you talking about? What apocalypse, what divine beings? Lin Shu gasped for breath, cold sweat dripping down his back. Chen Mo glanced outside the window, and a daytime meteor appeared in the sky at some point. Countless passers-by raised their phones in amazement, capturing this rare spectacle. You will soon understand. Chen Mo chuckled, but before that, let's settle the old scores first. He dragged his saber, step by step approaching. The tip of the blade scraped the ground, emitting a teeth-gritting, ear-piercing sound. Thump, thump, Lin Shu felt his heart pounding, and the internet celebrity beside him screamed and fainted directly. Don't come any closer. Lin Shu stepped back with fear written all over his face. I am the CEO of the new Emperor Group, and my grandfather used to be the head of the former military district. I can give you whatever you want. He roared in his mind. Why can't he see a single figure now? Are the security guards downstairs just decoration? Rest assured, I won't let you die easily. At this moment, Chen Mo seemed like Ashura crawling out of hell, approaching step by step, intending to make you taste the pain I've endured. Don't come any closer. Under such a terrifying aura, Lin Shu had already lost his courage. He pulled out a handgun and fired several shots. Ding! Sparks flew, and all the bullets were deflected, turning into small iron balls that fell to the ground. Lin Shu was dumbfounded, his legs weakened, constantly retreating. What kind of monster are you? He gritted his teeth and fired a barrage until the magazine was empty. Lin Shu knelt down exhausted, panting heavily. When he looked up, Chen Mo was close at hand, his hand like a vice grip around his throat. Impossible, how are you not dead? Lin Shu's eyes widened in disbelief. You mean, this? Chen Mo sneered. The bullets on the ground suddenly trembled, floating up and stopping in front of Lin Shu. Lin Shu's pupils dilated, lamenting in his heart, what kind of ghost is this? Even bullets can be controlled at will. Pressed against the wall, he could hardly breathe, his legs twitching uncontrollably. Chen Mo frowned, looking at the wet stain spreading in his pants. This guy actually wet himself out of fear. Please spare me. What have I done to offend you? I have money. I can give you whatever you want. Lin Shu's face flushed, his voice hoarse and unpleasant. This behavior is nothing like you, Lin Xiao. Chen Mo smirked. Before he could finish his sentence, the floating bullets pierced into Lin Shu's limbs. Blood splattered, intense pain accompanied by a sense of weightlessness. Lin Shu collapsed on the ground, gasping heavily. But as he lifted his head, He found Chen Mo right in front of him at that moment. His pupils shrank. A huge sense of suffocation suddenly came over him. This is impossible? How are you not dead? A piercing scream of extreme pain rang out. Lin Shu curled up on the ground, sweating profusely from the intense pain, grimacing and rolling in agony. Chen Mo, with half of his face stained with blood, touched the hot blood and his expression became more frenzied. Ha ha, Lin Shu, do you know that those people you killed in the past are suffering 100 times more than you are now? Chen Mo hysterically roared. Their intestines and internal organs were pulled out by the gods, watching themselves die slowly in full consciousness. And you said with the most contemptuous expression. Do you want to know what it was? Chen Mo asked softly as he caressed the dagger in his hand. Lin Shu clenched his teeth, weakly opened his eyes filled with fear and pleading. No, I don't know. Spare me. I don't want to die. He was born as a privileged child, always getting what he wanted. Even if he really killed someone, his parents and grandfather would help him settle it, just paying a few million to make it go away. Chen Mo crouched down, a sinister smile on his face, and whispered in Lin Shu's ear in a low voice, it was just the lives of some lowly people. How many the young master loses, he doesn't care. Lin Shu's breath stopped, and now, those vengeful spirits of the dead have come back from hell to seek revenge on him. With a chilling gleam in his eyes, Chen Mo's silver blade flashed. Oh! Lin Shu's eyes widened, bloodshot, emitting a heart-wrenching scream. His limbs were cleanly severed, blood gushing from the stumps. The intense pain made him instantly pass out. At that moment, hurried footsteps were suddenly heard outside the door. Stop! You are surrounded. Snipers have locked onto your position. Surrender now, it's not too late. A voice amplified through a megaphone echoed loud and clear. Outside the Xinhuang group, police cars and special forces had already surrounded the area, sirens blaring non-stop. That was fast. Chen Mo glanced at Lin Shu's fallen phone on the ground, the screen showing an ongoing call. If he had killed Lin Shu a few days ago without awakening his abilities, he would probably have faced the siege of hundreds or even thousands of people. But now, none of it mattered. Chen Mo looked at the time on his phone. 11 hours 57 minutes and 32 seconds, less than 3 minutes left. With a wave of his hand, his dominion ability reached its peak. Objects around him violently trembled, transforming into countless streams of metal liquid rushing towards the door, solidifying into an indestructible metal barrier. With a loud bang, the special forces broke in through the door, stunned by the scene before them. When did this door appear? Inside the president's office, Chen Mo stood up and glanced at the barely conscious Lin Shu. He wrapped Lin Shu's severed limbs in metal liquid to prevent him from bleeding to death. Chen Mo lifted him from the ground and delivered a fierce punch to his abdomen. The excruciating pain instantly sobered Lin Shu up, his face as pale as paper. He looked around, completely engulfed by fear. This is not a dream. This is all real. Spare me, I beg you. Lin Shu couldn't remember how many times he had begged. Chen Mo, expressionless, pressed him against the window, looking at the sniper on the opposite high-rise building. Through the earpiece came a furious roar. That's the boss's grandson. I authorize you to shoot and kill that criminal. Fire! Bang! The deafening gunshot echoed, shattering the surrounding glass. Just as the sniper thought he had successfully taken a life with one shot, the bullet unexpectedly stopped in midair upon reaching Chen Mo. Chen Mo's pupils constricted, and with a loud bang, the bullet grazed his cheek and hit heavily on the iron door behind him, emitting a sizzling white smoke. The sniper on the opposite side shuddered all over, inexplicably horrified, feeling a sense of failure. How is this possible? Did I just see things? That bullet, it actually stopped in midair. Falcon, did it succeed? The urgent inquiry from the team leader came through the earpiece. Report to the captain. It failed. You fool. Why didn't you eliminate the target? You also exposed your position. Get down from there. A bloodstain slowly appeared on Chen Mo's cheek. The power of a sniper bullet is not something a pistol can compare to. The Dominator's supernatural power has just awakened. If it reaches the second stage, not even a sniper bullet can get close. He glanced at the time passing on his phone, his expression increasingly manic. The glass shattered under the gunfire, and one more step forward would lead to an abyss. Chen Mo held Lin Shu and dangled him outside the 23rd floor high-rise. Lin Shu trembled all over, his pupils dilated, shouting in fear, "Don't kill me! Please don't kill me!" Downstairs, countless people witnessed this horrifying scene. A burly man in military uniform raised a telescope, gasping in shock. "Damn it! Put down your guns! That's Mr. Lin's grandson. Prepare the life-saving airbags." The burly man's face turned pale. What is that guy trying to do? Before they arrived, they had thoroughly investigated Chen Mo. Chen Mo and Lin Shu had no connection at all. Chen Mo's resume was as ordinary as it could be. How did he end up like this? What was even more terrifying for him was that a single person could stop an entire armed special forces team. Lin Shu was terrified, his whole body trembling, while Chen Mo looked at the time and laughed. "Open your eyes wide and take a good look." As the second hand moved rapidly, Chen Mo silently counted down in his mind, 3, 2, 1. At the moment when the clock struck 12, on November 23, 2049, a buzzing noise filled everyone's ears around the world. Boom! A deafening roar shook the earth, and countless bottomless cracks appeared on the ground. The previously cloudless sky turned a eerie blood red in an instant, torn apart to reveal a huge void in the sky. Daytime meteors turned into red meteorites of death, crashing down one after another. Roaring loudly, towering waves rose in the Yangtze and Yellow River basins. The ancient rivers transformed into black and white dragons capable of swallowing the sky, roaring deafeningly to the sky. In the center of Qiongqi City, a massive hand emerged, awakening countless dormant deities in the ancient sacred place. Flash floods, tsunamis, earthquakes, skyscrapers collapsing. The wrath of the heavens, the judgment of the gods, descended upon the earth at that moment. The world collapsed, and the apocalypse began. Lin Shu trembled violently, witnessing majestic buildings reduced to ruins. Explosions continued, smoke filled the air, and alarm bells rang incessantly. The eerie redness enveloped his eyes, his teeth and lips trembling uncontrollably. What on earth is happening? On the other hand, Chen Mo was also trembling all over. However, unlike Lin Shu's fear and despair, he was filled with excitement. With a loud thud, Lin Shu was heavily thrown to the ground. Chen Mo turned around. In the dim light, his pupils shimmered with a captivating light. Behind him was a blood-red sky, countless burning meteorites falling, the sky collapsing. In his ears, there were continuous screams and gunshots. "Oh, what the hell happened to you guys? Wake up quickly, Captain! What's happening to them?" Bang! Bang! Chen Mo opened his arms, his face fierce and mad, showing a sinister smile, and slowly said, "Lin Shu. Welcome to the end of the world." The heavens and the earth changed color. The doomsday arrived. This world can never go back. No one would have thought that the shooting stars representing good wishes would turn into meteorites that would take away their lives. Natural disasters, man-made calamities, and geological catastrophes are all playing out in every corner of Qiongqi City. Formerly cheerful friends have turned into bloodthirsty zombies in the blink of an eye, spitting sticky saliva and lunging menacingly at those around them. Stray cats, dogs, and rats have rapidly grown to the size of small cars, becoming ferocious and ruthless. Within just 10 minutes, the traffic is completely paralyzed, and corpses are everywhere. In the face of this eerie and horrifying post-apocalyptic disaster, everything seems so insignificant and powerless. At this moment, Chen Mo, on the top floor of the new Emperor Group, is crazily staring at the horrific scene outside the window. Finally, it has arrived. We have been waiting for this day for too long. Lin Shu is terrified, trembling uncontrollably, convulsing all over, eyes bloodshot, hysterically roaring, "Is this all you're doing?" Why? He knows that the end is near, his face contorted in a grimace, glaring angrily at Chen Mo. In the face of the apocalypse, those who survive are all madmen. No, Chen Mo slowly turns his head, a sly gleam in his eyes, sneering, "I don't have that ability." Lin Shu, do you know why I am here? Those are the souls of the unjust dead under that deformed king's rule, piled up like mountains, pushing me back from the depths of hell. Lin Shu's pupils contract. Intense pain surges through him again, his face twisted in agony, emitting a shrill scream, "Oh! What are you going to do? Let me go." At this moment, the once charming female internet celebrity is riding on Lin Shu, tearing into his flesh. Her face and body are rotten, bones exposed, eyes glowing with eerie red light, a demon disguised in human skin. Lin Shu, now limbless, is powerless to resist, watching helplessly as he is disemboweled. Oh? Chen Mo is somewhat surprised, then tauntingly says, "It seems your luck is not so good. Enjoy being slowly devoured by these filthy creatures." To prevent Lin Shu from dying too quickly, he deliberately poured molten iron on his neck, forcing him to witness his own gruesome fate. "No! Kill me! Please, kill me!" Lin Shu has completely lost his mind, watching his entrails being devoured, desperately pleading. Chen Mo, however, remains indifferent, turning away coldly. The dried blood adds a hint of cruelty. He approaches the motionless big orange cat and says calmly, "Stop pretending to be dead, Qiongqi. I know you are still alive." As soon as he finishes speaking, the cat suddenly opens its eyes. In the midst of the apocalypse, with blood and gore pervading the world, its formerly blind eyes miraculously regain sight. Meow. In its newly sighted eyes, there is a fierce and bloodthirsty look. The cat's flesh and blood churn and its body visibly expands, several times its original size. With a snap, the iron ring around its neck breaks, and it now stands half the height of a human, resembling a majestic tiger. Roar. A low growl that is deafening, more like the roar of a wild beast than a cat's meow. Chen Mo calmly watches the broken iron ring, asking quietly, "Qiongqi, do you want to rebel?" The golden-haired monster in front of him eyes Chen Mo, its eyes rolling, assessing him. It strides heavily, muscles knotted, claws sharp, and a fierce expression on its face, approaching Chen Mo's side step by step, sniffing his scent. Chen Mo remains motionless. Surprisingly, the unchained Qiongqi not only does not retaliate but instead cowers and crawls at Chen Mo's feet, nuzzling his body affectionately, emitting a muffled whimper. "No wonder you could become the king of the Sea of Heaven. Just your perception of danger alone is enough to help you avoid many risks in the apocalypse." Chen Mo smiles and strokes the golden fur of the Qiongqi. There are many powerful beasts in the zoo and the mountains, but only it stands out, transforming into the fierce Qiongqi, devouring the guardian god of the Sea of Heaven. If it dared to bite back, Chen Mo could easily kill it. Chen Mo looks towards the metal gate, activates his supreme level ability, and instantly dissolves the copper walls and iron barriers. A strong smell of blood mixed with roars rushes towards him, revealing a ferocious zombie behind the door. It is dressed in military attire, with bloodshot eyes, charging straight at Chen Mo. Roar! The Qiongqi leaps up and swiftly bites off the zombie's head, crunching away at it. Chen Mo does not intervene. Beasts like the Qiongqi, with self-awareness, prefer to eat their own kind, even gods, to strengthen themselves. Chen Mo steps out of the room, the outside dim and dilapidated, walls riddled with bullet holes, and corpses scattered everywhere, indicating that the Special Forces guards have already retreated. Help! On the 23rd floor, a man with glasses, covered in blood, flees in panic, closely followed by a large group of zombies. Seeing Chen Mo, he ecstatically rushes towards him, thanking the heavens for another living person. As he speaks, he sprints towards Chen Mo. Chen Mo squints his eyes and sees the horrifying scars on the man's body. His supreme ability surges, with a buzzing sound, countless silver droplets transforming into blades, piercing the zombies' foreheads, even adding one to the man with glasses. A stream of blood flows down the lens, and the man stands frozen, staring at Chen Mo in disbelief. Why? Then, he collapses to the ground, dead. Several shadows emerge from behind him, eagerly devouring his body. On the other side, the remaining 5 or 6 zombies emit terrifying roars and swiftly lunge towards Chen Mo. Just as he is about to activate his ability again, he suddenly shudders. Thud! Chen Mo's eyes narrow. He notices the conspicuous scars on the man's body. His supreme ability surges. Buzz! A large silver liquid instantly transforms into extremely sharp knife handles, plunging into the center of each zombie's forehead crisply and cleanly. Even the man with glasses has one on his forehead. Chen Mo's eyes changed as he lowered his head to examine his hands, muttering to himself, "Have I reached the limit of my abilities? I've definitely used my dominator powers too many times today." For a newly awakened individual, being able to use their abilities 4 or 5 times is already the limit, but Chen Mo has far exceeded that number. Fortunately, he carried a sharp sword with him. Even if his abilities were temporarily unavailable, his extraordinary physical strength was enough to deal with the current crisis. Gripping the blade tightly, Chen Mo swung it down, beheading a zombie that lunged towards him. Blood gushed out, filling the air with a strong smell of blood. More zombies swarmed in, with Qiongqi roaring deafeningly, leaping forward and slamming its giant claws down, cutting a zombie in half at the waist. However, the incomplete zombie, dragging its intestines, continued to crawl towards Chen Mo. With a swift flash of his blade, Chen Mo struck again, beheading the zombie. It seemed that only by completely destroying their brains could these creatures be stopped. He said coldly, not caring whether Qiongqi understood or not. Wielding his sword, Chen Mo carved a path through the horde of zombies. With a thud, the last zombie on the 23rd floor fell, and Chen Mo shook off the blood from his blade. It took so much effort just to deal with the 23rd floor, not to mention what awaited outside in Qiongqi City. Fortunately, those people could handle some of the trouble for themselves. Through the blood and flesh-covered glass window, Chen Mo saw flames rising and gunshots below. The thousands of soldiers surrounding the new emperor group were definitely not ordinary. Among these special forces, there were even mutants transformed into zombies. With their physique, the mutated threats were even greater than ordinary zombies. Fortunately, the soldiers below promptly eliminated the infected individuals in the ranks. The remaining people formed a human wall, constantly shooting to stop the swarming hordes of zombies from all directions. Chen Mo's eyes flickered as he murmured softly, "We need to act quickly." At the onset of the disaster, with mutants running rampant, it is undoubtedly the most dangerous moment before the survivors and the military organize large-scale extermination operations. But on the other hand, it is also a great opportunity to enhance abilities. Chen Mo surveyed the zombie corpses on the ground and said to Qiongqi, "Eat them all." Qiongqi tilted its head, looking puzzled. "Trust me, it will benefit you greatly," Chen Mo explained calmly. "In 10 days, a special crystal will appear in the brains of these zombie mutants, which will help advance your abilities and strengthen your power. Even though it's not there yet, it's still a rare supplement for a mutant like you." Although Qiongqi seemed to understand vaguely, it still followed the instruction, opening its mouth wide to swallow the bodies one by one. It seemed to have an endless appetite. "Just focus on the key parts. No need to eat too much," Chen Mo chuckled, cutting off a zombie's head and kicking it to Qiongqi. After a meal for both man and beast, they took a brief rest. Chen Mo felt his abilities recovering slightly. As they descended through the escape route, a large number of zombies rushed towards them on each floor. Whether it was due to consuming enough flesh and blood or the frenzy of the zombies triggering its ferocity, as an advanced mutant, Qiongqi completely overwhelmed these lower-level zombies in both combat power and intelligence. Crunching and munching, Qiongqi feasted heartily, and its size seemed to have grown even larger. Evolution into a different species is just around the corner at this rate. Chen Mo's gaze fell on the back of the Qiongqi. The information in his memory mentioned that the Qiongqi had a pair of flesh wings, not only fierce and fast, but also capable of aerial combat. At this moment, a door slammed shut in the corridor on the 13th floor of the Xinhuang building. From below the stairwell, came the sound of suppressed sobbing. Why me of all people? This must be a dream. Stop talking nonsense. What's the use of crying? Come over here and help hold the door, or we'll all be doomed." Several men were hysterically yelling, their bodies covered in blood, using all their strength to brace the door against the swarming zombie army outside. The banging sounds were relentless and ferocious. These men, grim-faced, were struggling to support the door, but years of overtime and socializing had already depleted their bodies. Before long, a bloody hand reached in through the broken door crack. Oh, another piercing scream. In the corner of the corridor, Xie Ziran, holding a coffee cup, was disheveled and trembling uncontrollably. One of the men couldn't contain his anger and shouted at Xie Ziran, "We're barely holding on. Get over here and lend a hand, damn it. Otherwise, we'll all die here." At this point, who cared about the difference between men and women? They watched as their colleagues died one by one. Who wouldn't want to survive? But Xie Ziran was trembling all over, ashen-faced, staring at the zombies with bared teeth and claws behind the door. She screamed, "No. I don't want to die." With that, She didn't even bother to take off her high heels, turned around, and ran downstairs. This scene made the men furious. Who would have thought that at a critical moment, Xie Ziran would choose to escape alone? The group cursed angrily. Xie Ziran, you traitorous woman, you wretched whore. With a loud bang, the door was finally breached by the zombies, instantly engulfing the men. As they screamed in their dying moments, Xie Ziran, you'll have a miserable death. I don't want to die. Hearing the angry curses behind her, Xie Ziran fled in panic, muttering, I'm sorry, I had no choice. I just want to survive. Suddenly, she slipped and tumbled down several flights of stairs, all the way to the 8th floor. This commotion immediately attracted the attention of a large group of zombies. When Xie Ziran looked up and saw the open door beside her, countless ghostly zombies were slowly turning around. Her face pale, body limp, she could only huddle in the corner, sobbing and pleading, please, don't come any closer. Who will save me? I don't want to die. Roar! The zombies paid no attention and crazily lunged towards Xie Ziran. Despairingly, she screamed and tightly shut her eyes. At this critical moment, a fierce beast roar echoed through the corridor, a silver light flashed, and countless iron water gushed out, sealing the open door. The Qiongqi rushed into the zombie horde with thunderous force, unleashing a massacre, blood splattering everywhere, splashing Xie Ziran's face. Have I been saved? When Xie Ziran opened her eyes again and saw the horrifying monster in front of her, she couldn't help but shudder, feeling as if she had fallen into an icy abyss. Xie Ziran involuntarily shrank back, her teeth chattering, but her instinct for survival kept her alert. Roar! The Qiongqi devoured all the zombies, then turned around, its fierce eyes fixed on Xie Ziran. Tears streaming down her face, she pleaded incoherently, please, spare my life. Just then, a cold and stern voice rang out, Qiongqi, come to me. Accompanied by the sound of unhurried footsteps, a figure descended the stairs. The Qiongqi obediently spat out the bones in its mouth and approached the newcomer. As Xie Ziran caught sight of the person's face, she trembled, a look of disbelief and joy flashing in her eyes. She exclaimed, is it you? Indeed, the newcomer was none other than Chen Mo. In this dire situation, he was like the only light in the darkness, instantly igniting hope in Xie Ziran's heart. Hey, what are you doing here? Xie Ziran was pleasantly surprised. She thought she was doomed for sure, but unexpectedly ran into the strange man from the elevator here. And from the looks of it, he doesn't seem to have turned into a zombie? Chen Mo glanced at her, indifferent, patted the Qiongqi beside him, saying, eat these, they're good stuff. Don't waste them. The Qiongqi nodded, stepped forward and swallowed a zombie's brain in one gulp. Sticky blood and brain matter kept flowing out of its mouth, making a horrifying sound. Yuck! Xie Ziran's face turned pale. Seeing this gruesome scene, she couldn't help but vomit. For some reason, the more she looked at this fierce beast, the more familiar it seemed. Suppressing the nausea in her heart, she hesitantly asked Chen Mo, is this, your pet? Chen Mo didn't pay attention to her, but instead looked towards the large door blocked by iron liquid. Bang! Bang! Obviously, the zombies on the other side were still banging on it. But with their current strength, it would probably take quite a while. Seeing Chen Mo completely ignoring her, Xie Ziran frowned, very displeased. She, Xie Ziran, had been a goddess in the Shenhuan group, adored by many. She considered herself pretty good looking, but she couldn't see a hint of pity in Chen Mo's eyes. The brief tranquility made her feel superior again. Hey, I'm talking to you. Xie Ziran was quite dissatisfied. How did you end up here? Did you make this wall too? Chen Mo turned around, his eyes coldly fixed on her. You better be quiet. When Xie Ziran saw the look in his eyes, she felt chills all over, as if she had fallen into an ice cave. She dared to swear that this was the coldest gaze she had ever seen in her life. Xie Ziran was scared speechless for a moment. But soon, she came to her senses. There were only the two of them here. Being a weak woman and having sprained her foot, if no one helped her, she might really die here. Looking at the machete in Chen Mo's hand, Xie Ziran thought to herself that this guy must be very capable to come down from upstairs unharmed. Her face suddenly turned pitiful. Like a delicate flower, she plaintively said, I'm injured, can you help me? She had long forgotten her previous haughty demeanor. Chen Mo glanced at her. It must be said that Xie Ziran had a hot figure, with curves on full display. The OL uniform on her body was also tattered for some reason, revealing a seductive charm. But Chen Mo had seen too many of these kinds of seductive women in the apocalypse. In this world, women with outstanding looks but no skills either became playthings of the powerful or traded their bodies for food to survive. No, Chen Mo said decisively. Xie Ziran widened her beautiful eyes, then felt a mix of embarrassment and anger. Are you even a man? I'm injured. Aren't you going to help me? Ding! The machete was deeply inserted into the wall next to Xie Ziran. Her pupils contracted as she looked at the machete, her delicate body trembling uncontrollably. Shut up, Chen Mo grinned, and said slowly, have you forgotten that everyone who helped you before is dead? Chen Mo silently pulled out the machete and looked at the Qiongqi beside him. Seeing that it had already eaten its fill, he said calmly, let's go. Don't go. The instinct to survive ultimately overwhelmed reason. Xie Ziran tightly grasped Chen Mo's sleeve, tears in her beautiful eyes as she pleaded, take me with you. I don't want to die. Please. Chen Mo frowned. Why should I bring along a burden like you? Xie Ziran's eyes flashed with madness, and she directly tore open the top half of her uniform. With a rip, her full bosom burst out, 2 points of rosy red. Her alluring white skin was fully exposed, adorned with patches of bloodstains, exuding a strange and enchanting beauty. As long as you take me with you, you can do whatever you want to me. Even though she was once an unattainable goddess among ordinary people before the apocalypse, now she was willing to do such disgraceful things just to survive. Your body? Chen Mo sneered. Sure. Xie Ziran bit her lip in humiliation and said, my body. She couldn't believe that anyone could remain indifferent after seeing her in such a state. Chen Mo's face was cold and indifferent, a mocking chip on his shoulder. Without giving Xie Ziran any room for retreat, he walked down the stairs with the poor girl. Hissing sounds filled the air as the iron door beside them gradually melted away. As their figures faded into the distance, fear filled Xie Ziran's eyes. She crawled forward hysterically, screaming, don't leave me. I can do anything. Anything. Roars echoed closer and closer. Xie Ziran's eyes widened in despair and disbelief. The door that blocked the zombies had disappeared. No, you bastard. I curse you. Xie Ziran struggled frantically as more and more zombies pounced on her. Her beautiful body was slowly torn apart and devoured by the zombies. In the end, she met the same tragic fate as the 4 men before her. Chen Mo listened to the screams and curses echoing in the hallway, his heart unmoved. In this dog-eat-dog world of the apocalypse, sometimes the most terrifying thing is not the mutated zombies, but the comrades who stab you in the back. Food, women, crystal nuclei, status, all could become a huge threat. Arriving on the first floor of the new Emperor group, most of the zombies had been attracted outside by the gunfire from the external forces, so there were not many left inside. Chen Mo wielded his machete and decisively killed the last zombie before leaving the new Emperor building. Looking up at the deep red sky, a terrifying blood moon hung high in the sky. In the apocalypse, there was no distinction between day and night. This meant that before establishing major war zones, no one could settle down and be self-sufficient. Before the food ran out, one had to go out to forage and find non-rotten food. Fortunately, Chen Mo had already stockpiled a large amount of food at home, enough to last until his next power awakening and the advancement of his 2 powers to the second stage. The zombies outside the new Emperor group had been mostly cleared out. Not far away, 30 or so remaining Special Forces soldiers stood as a human wall, continuously fending off zombies from all directions. Fire! Open fire on these damn creatures and kill them all, wailed the soldiers. I don't want to die. Will we die? I have a wife and children at home. Let me go back. Under the protection of this group of special forces, there were also 2 or 3 dozen employees from the Xin Huang group squatting in the central area. Zheng Haifeng, furious at the sight, kicked the middle-aged man who was about to retreat. Do you want to kill everyone? Let him go and die. Don't stop him. He was the overall commander of this operation, originally intended to rescue Lin's grandson, but unexpectedly encountered such a shocking turn of events. Looking at the collapsed buildings around, the sky dyed a horrifying deep red, and a dense army of zombies surged forward like a tide. Zheng Haifeng furrowed his brows, unable to even contact the military district with the satellite communicator, cursing in frustration. What the hell is wrong with this world? If this continues, we will all die here. Suddenly, a scream came from the front of the Special Forces team. "Oh! Someone else is hit," followed by a few gunshots. A soldier in military uniform ran over in a panic, reporting in a deep voice, "Captain, we're out of ammunition. We must retreat." Zheng Haifeng took a deep breath, looking around at the 30 or 40 survivors, countless thoughts flashing in his eyes. The number of usable vehicles now could be counted on one hand, unable to accommodate everyone, let alone rescue the remaining soldiers. "Oh!" Another shrill cry rang out. Zheng Haifeng broke out in a cold sweat. Just then, someone in the crowd shouted, "Look over there. That person is so strong. Wait, isn't he the guy who broke into the Xin Huang group before? Could he be a superhero?" "Huh?" Zheng Haifeng followed the direction the other person pointed, only to see Chen Mo fighting side by side with a fierce big cat on another road of the Xin Huang building, crazily slaughtering the zombies. The golden beast's eyes were ferocious, agile and powerful like a leopard, able to tear apart the living dead with a single claw. And Chen Mo himself was fighting bloody, surrounded by hordes of zombies, but not panicking at all, his long knife flying back and forth in his hands, unstoppable, beheading one after another. This scene was too shocking, contrasting sharply with the struggling special forces. Even Zheng Haifeng, who had been in the military for many years, was amazed, unable to close his mouth, swearing, "Damn, isn't that the criminal who killed Lin?" "Should we shoot?" asked a soldier beside him. "Shoot your sister." Zheng Haifeng glared at the man, cursing, "What time is it now? You have only a few bullets left in your gun. It's not good to waste them on your own people. Save them for the zombies. Keep an eye on the people behind us." He glanced at the group of civilians cowering and huddling, knowing that if they continued like this, the number of zombies would only increase, and the whole army would be wiped out sooner or later. And Chen Mo's appearance undoubtedly gave him a glimmer of hope. In other words, even if that person killed Lin, as long as he could save the lives of these hundreds of people, then he would be a great hero. In special times, special measures are needed. Zheng Haifeng has always been a decisive person. Without hesitation, he ordered loudly, "All civilians immediately get on the vehicles, we will cover the rear. Those who have run out of bullets, take out your military knives and chop these monsters." Everyone immediately got busy. Nearly 100 people followed Chen Mo in a mighty retreat along the bloody path he had cut. Chen Mo naturally sensed something unusual behind him and glanced back at the group that was keeping a distance from him, but he didn't say anything and continued to push forward. Zheng Haifeng, seeing this, breathed a sigh of relief and muttered to himself, "Looks like he agrees. Get me the gun, cover him." He put down the binoculars. The more he looked at Chen Mo, the more alarmed he became. These zombies were truly terrifying. They had experienced it firsthand. Shooting at their bodies was useless. Only a headshot could take them down, wasting a lot of ammunition. But this man, with an unknown background, was able to fight so vigorously in the sea of zombies, as if in a realm of his own. Could it be that Lin's grandson had a grudge against him? Zheng Haifeng stared at the file containing information about Chen Mo, lost in thought. As more and more zombies gathered, Chen Mo was bathed in blood. Even with his awakened abilities, he began to feel overwhelmed. Rushing into the city on the first day of the apocalypse was a sure way to a dead end. But there was only one chance to kill Lin Shu. Any later would be too late. With Lin Shu's status, after today there would definitely be martial forces coming directly to move him to a safe zone. Roar! Another zombie pounced. Bang! A gunshot rang out, the bullet hitting its head accurately. It turned out that Zheng Haifeng from behind was providing support. Chen Mo glanced at him, and the other responded with a friendly smile. Nodding in thanks, Chen Mo continued to advance and fight the enemies. Along the way, more and more survivors joined, and there was no more room in the vehicles. Zheng Haifeng looked at the crowded scene with a headache and complained, "Why hasn't the reinforcements from the military district arrived yet? This is going to be a big problem." Before he could finish speaking, the ground beneath their feet suddenly trembled violently. The surrounding tall buildings collapsed, and giant rocks fell towards the crowd. The fierce beast next to Chen Mo's side stood up with its fur bristling, roaring in extreme unease. Chen Mo seemed to realize something and looked sharply at the crowd behind him. The ground cracked beneath their feet, and a huge chasm opened up, from which an incredibly fat giant hand emerged. With a gentle sweep, it grabbed a large group of people along with armored vehicles. Help! Help! The desperate screams echoed one after another. Zheng Haifeng gasped in shock, staring at the baby-like thick arm reaching out from underground, which was tens of meters long. Even the military vehicles in its grasp looked like toys. The captured crowd struggled in fear. Some were so frightened that they jumped directly from high altitude, landing with a loud thud, their bones shattered. What the hell? Is this another monster? Zheng Haifeng was too shocked to speak. From the bottomless crevice, there came an eerie and baby-like cry, hee hee, hee hee. Someone's asking for updates. Give me some motivation, pretty please. QAQ. When Chen Mo heard that voice, his pupils constricted, and his eyes flickered incessantly. Shou Shi Shen? How could he wake up so quickly? He turned back and looked at the crowd not far behind him, then decisively said, Qiongqi. Let's go. 15 years of surviving in the apocalypse had taught him that the initial power of a god was at least equivalent to that of a fourth-order esper, far from something ordinary people could contend with. Just as Chen Mo was about to leave without hesitation with Qiongqi, a violent earthquake suddenly stopped. So sleepy, so sleepy. A voice like that of a baby in swaddling clothes suddenly sounded in Chen Mo's ear. Chen Mo was shocked and looked incredulously at the ground, even doubting if he had heard it wrong. Was that the voice of Shou Shi Shen? How could I understand the language of the gods? Apart from the special and incomprehensible language of certain gods in the apocalypse, ordinary people couldn't understand what other gods said. So sleepy, sleepy, the voice sounded again. Chen Mo frowned and immediately looked at his left hand. The awakening dark lines on his left hand were shimmering with a faint purple light. Esper? The earthquake stopped, and the immensely fat giant hand slowly retreated into the depths of the crack. The group of ordinary people had never seen such a terrifying scene before, and panic spread through the crowd. Wow, I want to go home. I don't want to die in this place. What on earth is happening in this world? Zheng Haifeng was also in shock and couldn't calm down for a long time. He opened his mouth to say something, but just one hand shattered his worldview. Zheng Haifeng looked at the ground, his face showing immense fear. What kind of monster was hidden underground in Tianhai City? Suddenly, as if he had realized something, Zheng Haifeng looked towards Chen Mo in the distance. A chilling conjecture appeared in his mind. Could this young man have deliberately chosen to kill Lin Shu here? Did he anticipate that something like this would happen? Zheng Haifeng shook his head vigorously, trying to keep himself alert, and shouted, "Stay calm. We have contacted the military, and help will arrive soon. If you keep shouting so loudly, you'll attract those ghostly things." Roars that shook the earth and sky rang out. Zheng Haifeng's expression stiffened as he turned around stiffly. Behind the crowd, a dense horde of zombies surged forward. In the billions, countless zombies gathered here, each one bloody and flesh-like, low growls echoing as they charged forward like locusts. Many zombies fell into the huge abyss, but that didn't stop their advance. It's over, was the only thought in Zheng Haifeng's mind at that moment. Bang! Bang! Gunshots rang out once again. Even he couldn't help but feel a sense of despair. No, I don't want to die. Quick, run! The survivors who had finally gathered together, upon seeing the terrifying sight of a sea of corpses, instantly broke into chaos and desperately fled backwards. And at that moment, the distant horizon suddenly echoed with the roar of engines. Black, heavily armed helicopters arrived, pouring down a dense barrage of attacks. Boom! Boom! Large swaths of zombies perished in the intense bombardment. Hey, can you hear me? Zheng Haifeng. Please respond if you can hear me. Respond if you can hear me. The radio communicator on the side crackled. Zheng Haifeng's face lit up with joy as he grabbed the device and shouted loudly. Hang in there. Help is on the way. I'm Zheng Haifeng. I can hear you. Zheng Haifeng responded excitedly. There are hundreds of survivors here who need help. The communicator on the other end immediately replied, Roger. We are special personnel from the 13th Military Zone, providing support. Is Lin Shu, the grandson of Lin Lao, among your team? Lin Shu? Zheng Haifeng's face darkened as he looked at the armed helicopters in the sky, suddenly understanding why such a massive firepower had been dispatched by the military district. Lin Shu is already deceased. What did you say? The communicator on the other end was shocked and surprised. Zheng Haifeng shouted, "Don't worry about that now. I still have hundreds of survivors here. Now that you're here, protect these survivors and take them to a safe place first." After a moment of silence, the communicator replied, "Understood. We also have a very special person here." At this point, Zheng Haifeng looked in the direction of Chen Mo. He found that Chen Mo and the fierce beast in front had disappeared. Zheng Haifeng was taken aback. The bullets in his gun were all used up. He simply picked up a police standard knife and roared as he charged into the chaotic crowd ahead. "Protect these survivors. Support is here. Retreat." Boom. Bang. At this moment, Chen Mo was already riding on the Qiongqi. Countless explosions and gunfire could be heard behind them, with flames soaring and smoke filling the air. Chen Mo looked back at the armed helicopters in the sky and sneered. Lin Shu's treatment is indeed different. They actually mobilized such a large force to come here. Fortunately, Lin Shu is already beyond death. If he were to enter the military district, it would be even harder to kill him. However, Qiongqi, I didn't expect you to be so fast. Chen Mo patted the Qiongqi running under him. The Qiongqi growled discontentedly. In the post-apocalyptic world, there were ruins of high-rise buildings everywhere, and vehicles couldn't go far before being obstructed by collapsed buildings. The Qiongqi was agile, constantly shuttling and jumping on the collapsed buildings, swiftly advancing forward. The brains of the zombies it had eaten before were now effective, and the Qiongqi's size was now huge, no less powerful than an adult tiger, even stronger. Chen Mo rode on the Qiongqi, wielding a machete, killing the zombies that pounced on them one by one. At their current level of evolution, the zombies couldn't catch up with their speed. In the old city area, away from the city center, the zombies began to become scarce. Most of the surrounding zombies were elderly, with much slower speed and aggression. Chen Mo rode the Qiongqi around, roughly clearing the zombies near the residence. Another zombie's head was chopped off. Chen Mo murmured as he arrived at the entrance of his building, "That's about it." He looked at the Qiongqi beside him and smiled. "The current size is barely manageable. If you grow any bigger, I'm afraid I won't be able to accommodate you." The Qiongqi growled discontentedly. Just as they entered the corridor, roar! A zombie rushed towards Chen Mo. With a calm expression, Chen Mo raised his knife and watched as the head of the zombie rolled to the ground. He recognized the face. It was his landlord, who had come to collect rent just a few days ago. "Don't worry, I won't forget about the rent. I'll burn it for you on Qingming Festival," Chen Mo muttered to himself. One must have principles in life. He continued up the stairs, leaving a trail of blood behind, each step stained crimson. "Qiongqi, as usual, make sure to clean up properly," Chen Mo instructed. Qiongqi would devour the bodies entirely without a trace. Reaching the security door, Chen Mo unlocked it with a key. With a creak, the door opened, revealing a room filled with food and supplies piled up like mountains. Chen Mo breathed a sigh of relief, feeling the satisfaction of having stocked up before the apocalypse. He was already famished, so he grabbed a pack of compressed biscuits and started chewing on them with water. Qiongqi licked its fur discontentedly and growled, "Meat, meat. All right, you greedy cat," Chen Mo said helplessly, throwing out a few frozen beef chunks from the fridge. "Not enough after all that? Different." Chen Mo froze, staring wide-eyed at Qiongqi, looking puzzled. "Wait, was that you talking just now?" Me? The intermittent voice sounded again. Chen Mo's expression became even more incredulous. Looking at the faintly glowing awakening mark on his left hand, he suddenly realized. Just like when he encountered Shushishin before, he seemed to understand what the other party was saying. Now facing Qiongqi, the same situation occurred. However, the second ability mark had not fully awakened yet, as he had not heard any murmurs during the awakening. This meant that the second ability was still dormant, not completely awakened. He stared at Qiongqi for a long time and asked, "Can you communicate with me?" Qiongqi nodded. Chen Mo grinned. "Interesting. It seems my new ability is somewhat unique. In the later stages of the apocalypse, humans finally had the capital to resist. Some proposed to communicate with the gods, explore their origins. However, since no one understood the language of the gods, and most deities killed upon sight, this matter eventually came to nothing. If we could communicate, perhaps we could unravel all these mysteries. Without thinking further, Chen Mo stretched and felt drowsy. Time for a bath and sleep. In his small apartment, the one thing that was never lacking was clean water. In the apocalypse, clean water sources were a luxury. To stock up on water, Chen Mo had emptied all the tables and chairs, turning the living room into a giant reservoir. After a simple wash, Chen Mo used his dominant ability to seal the surroundings tightly and fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, Chen Mo was awakened by a noisy broadcast, "Global unidentified anomalies. Please wait patiently in the safe zones. The military will soon begin rescue operations." A special reminder: if someone around you is unfortunately bitten by a zombie, please move away immediately. Pushing open the iron window, he was greeted by the familiar blood-red sky, like dusk. A few zombies wandered sporadically downstairs, resembling lost spirits. The ruins were everywhere, filled with the pungent smell of gunpowder and blood. The broadcast repeated, bringing the first message after the apocalypse. So, this wasn't a dream. Chen Mo muttered to himself, his eyes flickering. After a night of rest and with an abundance of food and water, his spirits and abilities had recovered significantly. At the beginning of the apocalypse, even the survivors who were short of drinking water could still hold on, mostly suffering mentally. However, Chen Mo knew very well that as time passed, the zombies and mutant beasts would become stronger, and the living space for humans would be increasingly compressed. The most deadly thing was actually the inner despair. At that time, there would inevitably be a surge of people going insane and committing suicide. Sitting calmly on the edge of the bed, he surveyed the piles of supplies, secretly calculating that in another week, the zombies would have condensed nuclei in their brains. As a first-order Esper, to advance further, the nucleus was indispensable. While it could enhance Esper abilities, it didn't stop Chen Mo from practicing daily and strengthening himself. On the 9th day of the apocalypse, Chen Mo and Qiongqi almost hunted down zombies and mutant beasts near them every day. Through continuous combat, his range of Dominion Esper expanded from 3 meters to 5 meters. In the 15 years of the apocalypse, memories of dancing with the god of death were gradually awakening. The only downside was that the second Esper ability still did not awaken. However, the imprint became clearer and more complete. On an abandoned street, a fierce roar suddenly exploded. After feasting on mutant beasts for several days, Qiongqi's size had expanded several times, comparable to a tiger. It leapt into the air, pouncing on the groups of zombies, and with its sharp claws, blood splattered as it cut the living dead in half. On the other side, facing around 30 zombies, Chen Mo activated his Dominion Esper, manipulating the wreckage of cars and debris around him. They twisted and deformed, instantly crushing from both sides, crashing together, firmly trapping the zombies in between. Chen Mo waved his hand, and countless sharp metal pieces shot out from the car bodies, piercing the zombies' bodies all over. He stepped forward and chopped off the last zombie's head, blood splattering, the scene extremely bloody. In the decaying brain tissue, a translucent purple crystal caught Chen Mo's eye. Delighted, he reached in and pulled out this quail-egg-sized crystal. Although it was only the most common grade, not even first order, it was a timely help for him now. He glanced at the covetous Qiongqi beside him and ordered, "You used to hate eating brains the most, right? You won't need to anymore. See this? Pick them out for me in the future." Qiongqi nodded as if understanding, picked up a headless body, and chomped it down, spitting out a crystal covered in saliva and blood at the end. Chen Mo was speechless for a moment, took a deep breath. "Forget it, you eat this one, I'll do it myself." He transformed his Dominion Esper into a surgical knife, skillfully dissected the zombie's skull, and precisely extracted those shiny purple crystals. Suddenly, a strange cracking sound came from behind. Chen Mo's face changed, and a blade abruptly slashed towards his back. "Who's there?" Bang! A muffled sound came from not far away, followed by a scream, Don't kill me." Creak! A sound of something breaking behind him. Chen Mo's face changed. A blade shot out towards his back. "Who's there?" Chen Mo squinted his eyes, staring intensely at the car across from him that had turned into scrap metal. "Is there anyone there?" he asked cautiously. "Don't kill me. It's me, Chen Mo." A young man slowly crawled out from behind the car, His face gaunt, cheeks covered in blood, and his clothes stained with blood. His hair was a mess, and he looked extremely flustered. Recognizing him, Chen Mo couldn't help but furrow his brow. It turned out to be Li Yuan. Li Yuan's face was as pale as paper, devoid of any color. He had originally intended to search for food, but unfortunately stumbled upon the horrifying scene of Chen Mo slaughtering zombies. I've had conflicts with Chen Mo. Li Yuan's heart pounded. Is he going to kill me to silence me? With this thought, he quickly pleaded, Chen Mo. I really was just passing by, truly just passing by. Chen Mo glanced him up and down, with a hint of sarcasm in his tone. What a coincidence. These days exploring this place, Chen Mo noticed the traces left by many survivors. In order to avoid unnecessary entanglements, he deliberately avoided those people. Unexpectedly, he ran into Li Yuan here. The Qiongqi let out a low roar, scaring Li Yuan to take a sharp breath and quickly kneel in front of Chen Mo. Please don't kill me, Chen Mo. Li Yuan trembled as he pleaded. I was wrong before, I shouldn't have taken your girlfriend. But I really didn't know. It was Wang Luyao, that slut, who betrayed you first. Li Yuan tightly clutched Chen Mo's pants, pleading incessantly. Chen Mo narrowed his eyes, looking down at Li Yuan, who was kneeling on the ground, and a cold smile suddenly appeared at the corner of his mouth. I think, Chen Mo slowly spoke, if you don't pull out that knife, perhaps these words would be more convincing. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Yuan on the ground shook violently. He suddenly raised his head, showing a fierce expression, and shouted, Go to hell. If it weren't for you, how could that bitch Wang Luyao betray me? Li Yuan pulled out a small knife from his pocket and lunged straight for Chen Mo's heart. His eyes were bloodshot, and he looked frantic. Since the apocalypse, he hadn't had a decent meal in a long time. This enemy in front of him happened to fall into his lap. I heard clearly what Chen Mo said just now. Li Yuan thought crazily, it's either you die, or I perish. He decided to strike first. Just as the knife was about to pierce Chen Mo's chest, something strange happened. The knife in Li Yuan's hand seemed to hit an invisible wall. No matter how hard he tried, it couldn't move an inch forward. Chen Mo smiled disdainfully. This thing, it's useless against me. Li Yuan widened his eyes, shocked, speechless. His face twisted, using all his strength, but the knife was as immovable as Mount Tai. Monster! Li Yuan trembled all over, suddenly collapsed on the ground, continuously kowtowing for mercy. I was wrong, Chen Mo. I really was wrong. Spare me. I'm willing to give Wang Luyao to you. Please spare my life. Chen Mo shook his head helplessly, sighed, Li Yuan, you may not know, I never intended to kill you. What does your affair with Wang Luyao have to do with me? Li Yuan's face froze instantly. Roar! Just then, the Qiongqi beside them suddenly opened its blood-stained mouth and bit off Li Yuan's head. Blood gushed out like a spring, and the headless body fell to the ground with a thud. Chen Mo remained calm, with no ripples in his heart. The end of the world is enough to erode a person's will. Even without turning into a zombie, under the dual torment of fear and hunger, the already weak Li Yuan was on the brink of madness. The moment he took action, he sealed his fate. Chen Mo coldly glanced at Li Yuan's body, then turned to continue collecting the crystal cores. After thoroughly searching the brains of all the zombies, he said to the Qiongqi, let's go. They left without looking back. After some time, another person arrived and, seeing the familiar headless body on the ground, their pupils suddenly contracted, backing away in fear. Li Yuan is dead? Not until dusk did Chen Mo return home. He counted the crystal cores he had harvested on this trip, a total of 30 pieces. In the early days of the apocalypse, not all zombies could produce crystal cores. Moreover, the zombies in the old city area were generally weak, which was an important reason. However, for a first-tier esper like Chen Mo, 30 new crystal cores were more than enough. There are two ways to absorb crystal cores. One is to hold them in the palm of your hand and use esper to sense the energy within. The other is to crush and swallow them directly. The effects of both methods are similar, but it is important to note that there is a limit to the number of crystal cores a first-tier esper can use each day, varying according to the strength of the esper, mostly between 3 and 10 cores. The stronger the esper, the more crystal cores they can absorb. Excessive use can lead to loss of sanity, ultimately transforming into a non-human monster. Chen Mo picked up a crystal core the size of a quail egg, closed his eyes, and began to absorb it. The iron gates and windows around him trembled slightly. The Qiongqi beside him curiously tilted its head, staring intently at Chen Mo. Clack, clack, crystal cores fell to the ground one after another. 1, 2, 3, until the 10th. Chen Mo did not stop at the safest 10 crystal cores. As he continued to absorb the 11th, fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. In an instant, thoughts of crazy slaughter flooded his mind with the painful memories of the 15 years of the apocalypse. Just then, a strange purple light flashed across Chen Mo's left hand, and the chaotic thoughts in his mind disappeared instantly. He opened his eyes, staring in disbelief at his left hand. Chen Mo felt the power in the crystal core was completely absorbed by his left hand. Doubtfully, he tried 2 more cores, eyes shining brightly. 13. Chen Mo muttered to himself, I actually broke through the usual limit? You see, in the apocalypse, these valuable experiences about crystal core usage have been paid for with countless lives. Even the top SSS level first-tier Esper can only absorb 10 cores at most. But now, as Chen Mo drained the last crystal core, he felt far from his limit. Could it be because I awakened a second Esper ability? In the subsequent absorption process, the previous anomalies did not reappear. The 20th, the 30th. With a buzz, the dominant Esper ability began to operate. The metal in the house seemed to come alive, establishing a mysterious connection with Chen Mo, turning into a liquid floating in the air. The Qiongqi widened its eyes, emitting a curious growl. Chen Mo walked to the balcony, squinted his eyes, and a steel ball shot out, landing dozens of meters away. 10 meters. Second-order Esper. Chen Mo's heart was surging with excitement. He knew he had taken another crucial step towards the path of becoming a stronger individual. The destiny of this post-apocalyptic world was now a bit closer to his grasp. However, at the same time, an unknown storm was brewing on the horizon. The mastery of metal has become more and more adept. Chen Mo was pleased to find that if he were to encounter a threat like a sniper rifle again, he would have plenty of time to react. Within the coverage of the dominant supernatural power, the lethality of sniper bullets was no longer a concern. Recalling the thrilling scene of killing Lin Shu, Chen Mo secretly rejoiced. He cast his gaze on the awakening mark on his left hand, which was becoming clearer, muttering to himself, so you've absorbed the power of the other crystals. It seems that this second supernatural power may be even more extraordinary than the dominant one. At this moment, in an abandoned factory in the old city area, a tragic human tragedy was unfolding. Please, give me some food. Those were originally mine. My daughter is on the brink of death. Get out of here. A burly man in a vest rudely pushed away the middle-aged man who was pleading desperately. Dozens of indifferent eyes around stood by, indifferent. Want food? Go find it yourself. But it depends on whether Wuge agrees, sneered Wang Hu. The middle-aged man finally couldn't bear it anymore, yelling, You can rob me, but I just want to save my daughter. Beasts. If Chen Mo were present, he would have recognized that the middle-aged man was Lu Jiangmo, who ran a small restaurant. Dare to fight back? You're looking for death. Enraged, Wang Hu kicked Lu Jiangmo to the ground and started punching and kicking him. Under the fierce beating, Lu Jiangmo's head was covered in blood, unable to fight back, only able to endure the pain. Suddenly, Wang Hu snatched the watch from Lu Jiangmo's wrist as if he had found a treasure. This watch is not bad, it's mine now. He spat at Lu Jiangmo, who was covered in blood and looked fierce, sneering, You don't agree, do you? Wang Hu looked around at the trembling crowd and said sinisterly, Who wants to eat? I'll give you a chance. Beat him up, but don't kill him. The one who hits the hardest will get a piece of bread. With that, he threw out a palm-sized packaged bread. That's mine. Lu Jiangmo screamed in despair. The hungry crowd's eyes flashed with greed, rushing forward to punch and kick Lu Jiangmo. Wang Hu watched the scene and laughed even more wildly. Very good. Beat him up nicely. Once despised by everyone, now one by one they kowtowed to him, serving him like a lord. Just as he was feeling smug, the door creaked open. A little henchman with yellow hair came in to report, Brother Hu, Wuge is calling you, there's something urgent. Wang Hu frowned and walked into the inner room. There, A fat man in a suit was crying in pain, with the headless body of a man lying next to him. "That's Li Yuan," the little henchman whispered. Wang Hu was shocked and quickly went forward to comfort him. "Wuj, my condolences. Times have changed, it's better for people to die." Although he said so, he secretly cursed in his heart. If you really cared about this nephew, why did you watch him starve to death before? Clearly, you intended to kill him. Wang Hu knew that Li Yuan's father was a sworn enemy of Wu Qigong. Wu Qigong nodded, and in the blink of an eye, he regained his composure, saying, "Wang Hu, although the dead cannot be brought back to life, this grudge must be settled. Tomorrow, you take a few brothers out to find food, see if there are any survivors left, and bring them back to me. Strength in numbers, right? Ha! Exploiting more people is your real intention, isn't it? That's your true thought, isn't it?" Wuj is wise. Wang Hu smiled and flattered. Wu Qigong stretched lazily and ordered, "All right, didn't we just catch a new female college student? Bring her in to serve me. Oh, and get rid of Li Yuan's body. Everyone is starving. Let them taste some meat." Wang Hu's face froze, staring incredulously at Wu Qigong. On this day, Chen Mo and Qiongqi, as usual, were hunting zombies on the outskirts of the old city. Since his Dominator ability had reached the second level, these small fry's crystal cores could hardly bring much improvement to himself. Most of their energy had been absorbed by the yet-to-awaken second ability. "What a never-satisfied glutton, when will you finally show yourself?" Chen Mo muttered to himself. Suddenly, he noticed something unusual. "Strange, where are the zombies around here? There should be more of them around here. When will I be able to awaken?" Chen Mo looked at his left hand and said, "Strange, I remember there were still many zombies around here. Why have they all suddenly disappeared?" In this area, the zombies are deliberately kept by Chen Mo to produce crystal cores. He frowned, didn't think much, and decided to go to the city center to take a look. To be honest, he didn't want to go to the place where the god of longevity was stationed. With his current strength, encountering a god-level existence would almost certainly mean death. Too slow. Chen Mo's eyes flickered as he absorbed the 5 crystal cores he had just collected. In another 2 months, the year beast would appear. He swore to find Yuer before that. Just then, the Qiongqi beside him suddenly raised its fur and let out a vigilant growl. After devouring alien beasts for several days, its size had increased by a full circle, reaching the level of a first-tier mutant. In theory, the combat power of a first-tier mutant was enough to contend with a second-tier mutant. Chen Mo followed its gaze and gently patted its back, asking, "What's wrong? Is there something over there?" Although the second ability had not fully awakened yet, communication with the Qiongqi had become smoother as it continued to evolve. "Huh?" Chen Mo gazed into the depths of the ruins, only to hear rustling noises coming from there. Suddenly, a sharp and piercing scream rang out. A giant rat, as black as ink and the size of a house cat, darted out from a crevice, squeaking wildly. Following closely behind, countless fat black rats surged out like a tide, their red eyes fixed on Chen Mo and the Qiongqi, creating an extremely terrifying scene. Just then, a massive black shadow pounced directly towards Chen Mo. His pupils constricted, and he swung his long knife, with a bang that felt like hitting steel, only causing a tingling vibration. Boom! The ground trembled, and dust rose. In the vast sea of rats, stood a giant black rat towering beside the Qiongqi. Every hair on its body stood on end, as hard as iron, with dense blood holes all over its skin, some places even bald. Its claws were covered in blood, and its large mouth kept chewing on the remains of zombies, making a cracking sound. Roar! The Qiongqi roared angrily at the giant rat. Chen Mo furrowed his brow, looked at the katana in his hand, and saw several dents on the blade from that one strike earlier. A group of corpse rats? One of the most terrifying disasters in the early days of the apocalypse, almost certainly leading to death. These cat-sized corpse rats were now orderly surrounding Chen Mo, awaiting orders. Only a second-tier rat king could command such a huge group of rats. It seemed that all the zombies he carefully raised here had ended up in this guy's belly. Chen Mo secretly rejoiced. A second-tier mutant, which meant that the Rat King's head must be hiding at least one second-tier crystal core. "Qiongqi," he spoke up. The Qiongqi understood instantly and pounced towards the Rat King. At the same time, Chen Mo activated his dominant ability, manipulating metal objects within dozens of meters around him, vehicles, iron plates, equipment, all crushing towards the Rat King. Boom! The giant rat was heavily sandwiched, letting out a sorrowful scream. Thousands of corpse rats, hearing the commotion, surged towards Chen Mo like a tsunami. He took a deep breath, summoning countless metal needles to rain down on the rat horde. Squeak, squeak, the corpse rats screamed in agony, but their numbers were simply too many, and their attacks showed no sign of abating. Chen Mo had to build a metal wall in front of him to block the rat tide, while they continued to penetrate and attack through various gaps. He had to take down the Rat King first. Once it died, these small fries would scatter and flee. He looked at the Qiongqi tearing at the Rat King. With a roar, the Qiongqi tore off large chunks of flesh with each bite. The Rat King let out a sharp scream, and the surrounding corpse rats seemed to have received an order, rushing towards the Qiongqi. Chen Mo squinted his eyes, using his special ability to condense two steel balls and shot them towards the Rat King's eyes. This hit was as powerful as a self-guided sniper bullet, incredibly strong. Splurt, splurt, two streams of blood gushed out. The Rat King, in pain, went mad and started tearing at the debris around it, fleeing in the opposite direction. The Qiongqi looked at Chen Mo in confusion. He leapt up, flipped and rode on its back, patting it, saying, "Chase. There's no time to waste with them now. The second-order crystal core, I must get it." On the other side, Li Hu was leading a few guys out to search for supplies. "Damn it. We can't eat anything that those damn zombies have touched. If we don't find anything to eat, we'll be scolded when we go back." One of the guys chuckled, "Brother Hu, why don't we try our luck at the supermarket?" "Go to hell." Li Hu glared at him, scolding, "There must be hundreds of zombies there. Are you trying to get me killed? I really have no choice. I haven't eaten anything for days, and my stomach is empty." Another guy said palely. During this time, the food they snatched from Lu Zhongmo had long run out, and everyone had been hungry for days. What's even more frightening is that those starving living people outside have started to feed on the corpses of the starved ghosts. Li Hu smashed a rock on the side of the road. For some reason, his physique was getting stronger day by day, and facing 2 or 3 zombies was no longer a problem. Every time he thought of that Wu Qigong, he got angry. The bastard was eating well himself and still had to share food with those bastards. His brothers followed him and worked hard but couldn't eat enough, and he had to go out and find things for him. "That's right, Brother Hu, you're so capable, why do you have to endure his nonsense? Why don't we set up our own place? Everyone is following you." Li Hu shook his head, a touch of cunning in his eyes. "No, that old guy has connections in the military district, and he can get us in within a week. If he dares to deceive me, I'll kill him. Are we enduring that bastard's nonsense just to get into the shelter?" Just then, one of the guys suddenly turned pale, his voice trembling as he shouted, Hu Jie, look over there. What's that pitch black thing? And that giant beast?" Li Hu followed his finger and felt a chill down his spine, his eyes widening in horror. Not far away, a large dark cloud was surging towards them, with a terrifyingly large rat leading the way, followed by a countless horde of rats. "You, look over there. And that huge creature," Li Hu shouted in shock. Li Hu's heart raced as he looked ahead and saw a massive, steel-furred giant black rat leading a horde of black rats rushing towards them. Behind them was a black tide. Li Hu was stunned, exclaiming in his mind, "Oh my God! So many rats! What should we do? We should run." The onlookers were all petrified by this sudden scene. They had never seen such huge rats, bigger than house cats. Without hesitation, a few of them frantically fled in the opposite direction, wishing their feet could move faster. The sharp squeals echoed in their ears, sweating profusely, but how could they outrun such a massive group of rats? Soon, a scream pierced the air. One of the followers behind was engulfed by the rat corpses, and in an instant, not even a trace of flesh and bones could be seen. Li Hu looked back, his face pale, unable to escape anymore, roaring, "What kind of ghostly thing is this? Where did all these rats come from?" He wielded his weapon, knocking down a large number of rat corpses with a single strike. The other followers were trapped on the ground when suddenly, a giant black rat dashed out from the crowd. The Rat King, blindly enraged, became even angrier upon sensing the scent of living beings, baring its fangs and claws, lunging towards them. Two followers beside Li Hu were unable to dodge in time, their pupils dilated, awe. Another piercing scream, torn into pieces by the Rat King. Blood splattered, a horrifying scene. The remaining few were terrified, kneeling down in fear, begging, "Don't kill me. Brother Hu, save us." Li Hu was also struggling to survive, trying to escape, but found himself surrounded on all sides by a sea of rat corpses. He stood frozen in place, trembling, gripping his staff, his face dark, glaring fiercely at the Rat King, shouting loudly, "Come on. I'll fight you." In a fit of rage, he swung his blade towards the Rat King. But when the blade touched the Rat King, it was deeply dented. The staff snapped instantly. The fur of the Rat King was harder than steel. Li Hu was dumbfounded, muttering softly, "Such strength, truly formidable." Even though blind, the Rat King sensed Li Hu's provocation, swinging its sharp claws towards him. Li Hu was petrified, closing his eyes, thinking, "It's over." Just then, a deafening roar rang out. Roar! The rat corpses began to restlessly stir, a large mass of black dots surging, and the Rat King ceased its attack. Fear spread in his heart. Even Li Hu was frightened and at a loss. He hurriedly prepared to escape, but suddenly, an extremely sharp broadsword flew from behind and stabbed the back of the Rat King's head. The Rat King let out a painful groan and fell to the ground. Dead? His underlings stood in shock, unable to believe it. Li Hu, on the other hand, looked in astonishment at the fallen Rat King, his face full of disbelief. After the Rat King fell, the surrounding rats retreated like a tide, disappearing into the cracks. Chen Mo and Qiongqi arrived at the scene. Chen Mo walked to the side of the Rat King, pulled out the broadsword, and took out a crystal core. Looking at the crystal core in his hand, a gleam of light flashed in Chen Mo's eyes. It was indeed a second-order crystal core. Chen Mo put away the crystal core, then looked at the others and asked calmly, "Who are you?" His underlings rubbed their eyes, finding it hard to believe that this person had single-handedly dealt with such a terrifying Rat King. After a long time, Li Hu came back to his senses and said, "We are the survivors here, looking for some food. Did you kill this monster?" Chen Mo nodded, suddenly noticing the watch on Li Hu's hand, furrowing his brow and asking, "Survivors?" Li Hu smiled and said, "Yes, we are the survivors here. Are you alone? Your strength is impressive. Do you want to join us?" His underlings quietly reminded Li Hu, who looked warily at Chen Mo, knowing that this person was not to be messed with. Although they often raided the survivors for food, they were not foolish and knew they were no match for Chen Mo. Especially with Qiongqi beside him, gnawing on the Rat King, sending shivers down their spines. Chen Mo suddenly mentioned a name, Lu Zhongmo. Li Hu was stunned. "Lu Zhongmo, do you know him?" The underling beside him muttered, "Lu Zhongmo? Is that the one you beat up before?" Li Hu was suddenly enraged, ready to retaliate, but Chen Mo had already appeared in front of him, grabbing his neck and lifting him up. "Do you know Lu Zhongmo?" In the old industrial building in the old city area, Wu Qigong coldly stared at Lu Zhongmo, who was tied up on the ground. He calmly said, "Who let him out?" The few henchmen beside him looked at each other and hesitantly replied, "It was Hu Zhe who led him out to look for food." Wu Qigong's eyes flashed with a hint of killing intent as he coldly said, "He was caught by zombies, doomed to die. All this food belongs to me." Next to Lu Zhongmo, there was a bottle of water and a few packs of compressed biscuits. Some of the henchmen looked at the starving little girl and felt a pang of compassion, suggesting that Lu Zhongmo should keep the food. Wu Qigong glared at them, shouting loudly, "I've already said, the food belongs to me. Are you all deaf?" He looked around coldly, reminding them that they had feasted on meat just a few days ago. His words were nauseating, leaving everyone speechless. Wu Qigong sneered and continued, "He's not willing to give food to his daughter, so it's his own fault. In a week, the military will come to pick me up. Do you want to stay in this terrifying place?" Wu Qigong's words filled everyone with fear. Lu Zhongmo was tied up tightly, his eyes bloodshot, and his expression extremely painful. He shouted angrily, Give food to my daughter." Wu Qigong. Veins popped on Lu Zhongmo's face, his eyes fierce and no different from a zombie. Wu Qigong was startled by his sudden resistance. Feeling embarrassed, he picked up the stick in his hand and ruthlessly beat Lu Zhongmo. He said angrily, "You want to scream? You want to become a zombie? Want food? I'll make you watch your daughter die in front of you." Wu Qigong vented his anger. The scene was horrifying, and everyone around couldn't bear to watch. Even the henchmen found it hard to accept. After half a month of surviving in the post-apocalyptic world, although most people have turned into cold-blooded zombies, there are still some who retain a shred of humanity. Wu Qigong listened expressionlessly to the murmurs around him, when suddenly, a bespectacled, well-mannered college student stood up, trying to dissuade him. Wu Qigong turned slowly, his gaze sharp. He ordered his men to throw the college student outside, to face hundreds of zombies. Without hesitation, his men dragged the college student out, and soon, screams could be heard from outside. Li Hu, a person with extraordinary physical abilities on the verge of awakening his special powers, led a team outside to search for supplies. The others shuddered at the screams outside, afraid to look up. Wu Qigong coldly rebuked them for their cowardice, then turned to look at the bloody mess that was Lu Zhongmo on the ground. Just then, Lu Zhongmo's daughter, Lu Ziki, suddenly woke up. She was dressed in tattered clothes, her frail body looking pale and weak, her eyes empty. Trembling, she reached out to touch her father's face, tears streaming down as she called out to him, her voice trembling. Lu Zhongmo's hazy consciousness gradually cleared, and he struggled to speak, blood and flesh mixing in his mouth. He tried to comfort his daughter as best as he could, but Lu Ziki kept shaking her head, tearfully rejecting her father's care. Wu Qigong's men felt a deep pain, but Wu Qigong, still smiling, knelt down gently to comfort Lu Ziki. However, she refused his comfort outright. Wu Qigong's face darkened, and he harshly slapped Lu Ziki, cursing at her. Bound and unable to resist, Lu Zhongmo was indifferently ordered by Wu Qigong to end his life, as if killing him was just a mundane task. Watching Lu Zhongmo's grotesque appearance, Wu Qigong smirked, as if waiting for him to turn into a zombie. His men stood by, hands at their sides, making no move. Several young people exchanged glances, and one of them tremblingly took out a knife. Their hearts were pounding with tension as he stammered, Lu Zhe, please don't blame me." Lu Zhongmo was filled with anger and regret. Trapped in the midst of zombies, he felt like death would be a relief, especially with the guilt he felt towards his daughter. Why didn't he listen to Chen Mo's advice? Why did he bring his daughter to this dangerous place? He shared his food out of kindness, only to have it snatched away by the zombies, which pained him deeply. Tears streamed down uncontrollably as he felt he had let his daughter down. Suddenly, a henchman brandishing a knife approached Lu Zhongmo, threatening him. Lu Zhongmo clenched his teeth, his face stern, and without hesitation, he wielded his knife towards him. Just then, a steel ball accurately hit the henchman's hand, creating a bloody hole, blood gushing out. The screams filled the air, chaos ensued. Wu Qigong, burning with anger, shouted, "What's happening now?" Suddenly, a low growl sounded, followed by a massive tremor. The factory gate was rammed open, and a Qiongqi dragged a trembling Li Hu inside, with Chen Mo riding on its back. Everyone was dumbfounded, astonished by the mutation of Li Hu and the presence of Lu Zhongmo beside Chen Mo. Chen Mo's heart trembled as he exclaimed, "Uncle Zhongmo?" The factory shook violently, metal twisting and deforming. Chen Mo rushed to Lu Zhongmo's side, looking at his injured body with a heavy heart. After untying the ropes from Lu Zhongmo's body, Chen Mo discovered signs of infection. He urgently called out to Lu Zhongmo, but Lu Zhongmo, spitting blood, struggled to open his eyes and recognized Chen Mo. In disbelief, he murmured, "Xiao Mo, is that you?" Chen Mo held Lu Zhongmo's hand, inquiring about his condition. Trembling, Lu Zhongmo told Chen Mo that he regretted not listening to his advice. After the apocalypse struck, Lu Zhongmo had been hiding with his daughter and some supplies until he met Li Hu, Wu Qigong, and others. Suddenly, Wu Qigong, filled with rage, ordered his men to subdue Lu Zhongmo. The henchmen raised their weapons and bravely charged forward. The Qiongqi roared, slapped down, tearing apart a person's body, blood spewing out. This scene left everyone present in shock, with one person's arm accidentally hitting Wu Qigong's face, leaving him in a sorry state in an instant. Wu Qigong felt difficulty breathing, His legs began to tremble uncontrollably. He anxiously shouted, "Xiao Mo! Cough, I can't hold on much longer. My daughter, please. Guoshi, I have never asked for help in my life. Xiao Mo! Take my daughter away. They took away my food. They're like beasts." "Oh!" Lu Zhongmo said this, shouting in pain, his eyes rolling back, gasping for breath. He held Chen Mo's hand tightly, pleading, "Kill me. I don't want to become that kind of ghost." Chen Mo remained silent for a long time. Suddenly, Lu Zhongmo started convulsing, opening his mouth to bite at Chen Mo. Plop! A steel bead pierced through his forehead. Lu Zhongmo widened his eyes, his hands weakly falling down. Chen Mo said softly, "Uncle Zhongmo, I can't promise you, but I will make sure your daughter is safe." He stood up slowly, carefully placing Lu Zhongmo's body. The scene at this moment became extremely chilling, with a terrifying aura filling the air. The Qiongqi seemed to sense something, began growling lowly, causing more than 20 people present to step back one after another. Chen Mo glared at everyone, questioning, "Who did it? Tell me, why is no one speaking up?" His voice suddenly became loud. No one dared to speak, so Chen Mo turned to Wu Qigong on the other side. Wu Qigong had never seen such terrifying eyes. He was stunned, quickly grabbing an iron rod and tremblingly said, "Don't come over, it wasn't me." Click, click, the iron rod instantly bent, uncontrollably tightening around his neck. Wu Qigong's mouth was drooling, his fat body trembling uncontrollably, his eyes rolling back. Chen Mo walked slowly closer, a machete appearing in his hand, fearlessly stabbing into Wu Qigong's shoulder. Oh! Wu Qigong was in unbearable pain, beads of sweat dripping from his forehead. The surrounding metal tools even floated uncontrollably. A henchman holding a knife trembled and said to Chen Mo, "Let Wu Zhe go." Chen Mo waved his left hand. Plop! A floating iron rod directly knocked off the henchman's head. Blood splattered like a fountain. Everyone present was shocked. "Monster! Monster!" The survivors stared in shock, unable to move, wanting to escape. Chen Mo coldly said, "Qiongqi is here. Anyone who dares to run will be eaten by Qiongqi." Qiongqi immediately pounced on the crowd, screams echoing continuously, incessant. After Qiongqi bit 4 or 5 people, this group finally obediently stayed in place. Li Hu in the distance felt suffocated. Chen Mo pulled out the knife stuck in Wu Qigong, flicked off the blood, and calmly looked at the people present, saying, "I'll ask again, Zhongmo, why did it come to this? Do you understand? It's the end of the world now. Even if I kill you all, no one will care." Under the immense pressure, they felt that Chen Mo in front of them was even more terrifying than the zombies outside. Finally, someone couldn't help but speak up. "I'll talk. I'll tell you everything. We're not the ones who committed these crimes, it's all them." Wu Qigong and Li Hu. Li Hu suddenly fainted on the ground. After all the survivors at the scene confessed the truth, Chen Mo's face became even colder. He turned to Wu Qigong and said coldly, "You took all of Zhongwo's food, didn't you?" Wu Qigong was terrified, fear filling his mind. "And no, it wasn't me." A flash of silver, and Chen Mo directly chopped off his right hand. Oh! Wu Qigong was in so much pain that he almost fainted, pleading for mercy continuously. "Please spare me. Spare me. I know people in the military district. If you kill me, the military district won't let you off." Chen Mo sneered, a cold smile on his face. "The military district? Wu Qigong, do you know? He's already dead." Wu Qigong's breath hitched. HMPH. Another arm was chopped off. Wu Qigong was in so much pain that he almost fainted, convulsing and foaming at the mouth. Zhongmo is a good man, but it's also because of his kindness that he ended up like this. In the apocalypse, strength allows one to do as they please. Now, it's my turn to be the master. Chen Mo stared at him, slowly slashing his belly with a machete. The scene was extremely brutal, and some people couldn't bear to watch and fainted directly. You'll have a bad death." Wu Qigong's eyes were filled with fear as he roared. Chen Mo's eyes were full of killing intent. "But you won't live to see that day again." Wu Qigong stared wide-eyed as the machete slowly pierced his heart. In just a few seconds that felt like an eternity, he weakly fell to the ground, on the brink of death. Wu Qigong is dead. Chen Mo looked at the body of Lu Zhongmo beside him, standing still, speechless for a long time. In this life, he had the ability to protect himself and change Liu Zhongwo's fate. However, not everyone can survive in the apocalypse. He also had a soft spot, and all he could do for Qiongqi was to personally send those perpetrators to hell. The scene fell silent, with survivors watching in silence. Chen Mo calmly said, "Where is Qiongqi's daughter?" The crowd pointed in a direction. Chen Mo walked to Liu Ziqi's side, looking at her weak and unconscious state. He picked her up. Liu Ziqi wore a princess dress, Qiongqi's beloved daughter. Chen Mo remembered Qiongqi's focus and tenderness when talking about his daughter during that duck leg meal. He gave a deep look at the indifferent survivors present. They chose silence for their own survival. Chen Mo didn't say much, turned and walked towards Qiongqi. Placing Liu Ziqi on Qiongqi's back, he instructed, "Take care of her." "Let's go." The man and the beast left the place. Passing by the unconscious Li Hu, Chen Mo raised his knife. Li Hu suddenly opened his eyes, filled with confusion and disbelief. The watch on his wrist quietly floated up and eventually landed in Chen Mo's hand. The survivors remained silent, their emotions hard to calm. Someone couldn't hold back their tears. Their voice choked as they said, "I don't want to die. Wu Qigong is already gone. Who else can lead us out?" In panic, some began to blame the guy who was seen as a demon. Suddenly, a low roar came from outside, followed by a group of zombies with fierce eyes full of desire, drooling continuously, surging towards the factory. "Zombies, run!" In the old city area, Chen Mo and Qiongqi walked towards home. At this moment, Chen Mo exuded a strong killing intent. Even Qiongqi felt fear. Wherever they passed, metal kept trembling, emitting a low groaning sound. Whenever a zombie pounced, the blade immediately severed the head. Blood flowed like a river until they reached the doorstep. Chen Mo opened the iron gate, feeling dizzy, and sat down weakly on the ground. Qiongqi stood in front of him. Chen Mo panting heavily, feeling exhausted in his heart. He couldn't remember how many zombies he had killed today, his whole body covered in blood, a mixture of zombie and human blood. Chen Mo picked up the little girl on Qiongqi's back, gently placed her on the bed, fed her water and porridge, then took a shower. The cold water slightly calmed Chen Mo's angry and excited heart. Uncle Qiongqi had turned into this in less than half a month. What kind of fate would Yuer in the North China district face? Chen Mo's eyes flashed with a fierce light as he muttered to himself. But before he left, he kept looking at the little girl lying on the bed, his eyes constantly flickering. Chen Mo took out the spoils of the day, a second-order crystal nucleus and 32 inferior crystal nuclei. These inferior crystal nuclei were not even first-order, all absorbed by his second ability. When he started absorbing the crystal nucleus of the second-order Rat King, his heart suddenly shook, and the dark patterns of his second ability on his left hand shimmered with a dazzling purple light. Now, Chen Mo was startled and immediately said to Qiongqi, "Protect this place, don't let anyone get close." Then, he felt dizzy and fell into a deep sleep. After an unknown period, a sob broke the silence. "Dad, do we have to leave Qiqi behind?" Chen Mo slowly opened his blurry eyes, feeling extremely hungry. The voice from the first awakening rang in his ears. Power. He suddenly realized the function of his second ability. He looked around in astonishment and saw Qiongqi comforting the little girl. Chen Mo didn't know how long this awakening had taken, walked to Liu Ziqi's side, and whispered. Liu Ziqi looked at Chen Mo in astonishment, tears shimmering in her eyes. "Uncle Chen, are you awake? Where's my dad?" she asked softly, with a hint of unease. Chen Mo hugged her, gently patting her back, trying to soothe her emotions. "Qiqi, your dad has gone to a faraway place. He asked Uncle to take care of you for the time being. Are you willing?" However, Liu Ziqi bluntly refused, crying out loudly for her dad. Chen Mo patiently comforted her for a while, until she gradually calmed down and fell asleep peacefully with her doll in her arms. Watching her peaceful sleeping face, Chen Mo breathed a sigh of relief, then opened a few packets of snacks and gobbled them up hungrily. After eating his fill, he looked up, gazing at his left hand, lost in his thoughts. The second superpower, Tian Quan. The mysterious ability made Chen Mo feel unprecedented excitement and curiosity. He stared at the Qiongqi beside him and gently reached out his hand. Buzz! A purple light flashed, and the Qiongqi suddenly began to restlessly move. Chen Mo, encouraged, accepted. The pupils of the Qiongqi dilated slightly, and a mysterious mark appeared on its forehead, establishing an extraordinary connection. Chen Mo tried to communicate with the Qiongqi. Qiongqi? Master. Master. This time, the Qiongqi didn't even need to speak. Chen Mo could sense the thoughts it conveyed. Excitement sparkled in Chen Mo's eyes as he realized the power of the Tianquan ability was far more than he thought. He tried to activate this ability, and a purple light flashed in his left hand. The huge Qiongqi gradually began to disappear, eventually vanishing without a trace. Chen Mo looked at his left hand in disbelief, rolled up his sleeve, and found a tattoo similar to the Qiongqi on his left arm, fierce and mysterious. Tianquan could actually integrate the Qiongqi into his body. Chen Mo felt his senses and body becoming more acute and robust, able to share the abilities of the Qiongqi. All of this left Chen Mo shocked, muttering to himself, Tianquan. This ability, even more terrifying than being a master. This ability could at least rank among the top in the divine category. Excitement flickered in Chen Mo's eyes as he began to imagine being able to subdue more different species or even deities. The first one he thought of was Qiongqi Shen, maybe worth a try. Chen Mo released the Qiongqi again. The tattoo disappeared. The puzzled Qiongqi shook its head, while Chen Mo trembled with excitement, repeatedly muttering, Tianquan, an ability he had never heard of before. Due to the uniqueness of this ability, Chen Mo spent half a day getting familiar with the Qiongqi ability. It wasn't until evening that he turned to the Qiongqi and asked, Qiongqi, how long have I been asleep? The Qiongqi looked puzzled, evidently beyond its comprehension. At this moment, Qiqi next to him made a soft whimper, sat up from the bed, and fell into contemplation. Chen Mo took out a bag of candy and handed it to her, smiling, Qiqi, awake? Hungry? Uncle gives you candy. Qiqi looked at Chen Mo, tears welling up in her eyes, almost crying. Fortunately, Chen Mo promptly handed her a candy, and she started chewing on it. As a 7-year-old child with quick emotional fluctuations, Chen Mo watched her eat the candy, feeling somewhat relieved. Qiqi blinked her eyes, feeling better after finishing the candy, and asked, Uncle Chen, when will my dad come back? Chen Mo smiled and replied, soon, when you grow up, he will come back. Qiqi lowered her head, lost in thought. It was Chen Mo's first time taking care of a child, feeling a bit at a loss. To divert Qiqi's attention, he quickly asked, Qiqi, is this candy tasty? Qiqi nodded. Qiqi absent-mindedly nodded. Uncle, you should have some too. Chen Mo smiled and nodded, and also ate one. It's really good, but do I look that old? Just call me brother. Chen Mo rubbed her slightly thin cheeks. Are you starving? Eat more. Qiqi shook her head and coquettishly said, I'm not hungry, I've already eaten a lot. With that, she even patted her little belly. Chen Mo was slightly stunned, then softly said, Qiqi, how long have I been asleep? Qiqi thought for a moment, tapped her finger, and then said, 3 days. No, 4 days. Maybe 5 days. In the end, even she was a bit confused. That long? Chen Mo's eyes flickered with contemplation, feeling even more anxious. Looking at the innocent Qiqi in front of him, Chen Mo didn't plan to take her to North China City. It's more dangerous there than Tianhai City. The deities there are not comparable to Qiongqi Shen. Each region has special deities or dominant alien rulers, and the more powerful the ruler, the more dangerous the area. Now that the second supernatural power Tianquan has awakened, even if he reaches the second order of dominant ability, he has enough self-defense ability in North China City to go there. Before the year beast arrives, he must find Yu. Time is pressing, it's impossible to take care of a child all the way. Chen Mo felt a bit conflicted. How about sending Qiqi to the military district? It's the safest place after all, and a safe zone will be established in the future. But soon, Chen Mo vetoed this idea. The people in the military district now are all high-ranking officials, and he has already killed Lin Shu, becoming the #1 wanted criminal. And leaving Qiqi there, helpless, he also couldn't rest assured. Looking at Qiqi eating candy, Chen Mo fell into contemplation. Suddenly, he thought of someone. Luo Tianqiong. Even without his reminder, Luo Tianqiong survived in the apocalypse and became the leader of the largest survivor team in Tianhai City, relying on his own equipment. Chen Mo had stayed in his team for a long time and knew that Luo Tianxiong's armed forces were very powerful. And this life, he didn't know if Luo Tianxiong had listened to his advice. Chen Mo made up his mind to temporarily place Qiongqi with Luo Tianxiong. It's not too late to come back and deal with it after finding you were. At this moment, on Anhe Road, Tianhai City, there are guards armed with firearms all around. Luo Tianxiong's #1 subordinate, Zhang Dong, is armed to the teeth. Wearing a bulletproof vest, a Nepalese military knife on his waist, and a rifle in his hand, he swaggered over with dozens of people behind him. Seeing the newcomers, the surrounding guards flattered, "Brother Dong, how much supplies did you collect today? Brother Dong, you gained weight again. Are these new survivors? They're so lucky, they've come to the right place." Zhang Dong took a puff of his cigar, grinned, and said, "Not much, just went to Wodima, and on the way back, I got some good stuff from the police station." Wodima, the largest supermarket in Tianhai City. Zhang Dong stood at the doorway, asking Luo Lao Da for information. Luo Lao Da was in the basement, sparking Zhang Dong's curiosity. He descended the stairs and heard laughter and music, finding several lively female students gathered in the basement. Watching their joyful expressions, Zhang Dong couldn't help but feel a sense of liveliness himself. The festive atmosphere made him feel relaxed and uplifted, as if he had been infected by their joy. Zhang Dong chuckled and said with a happy mood, "Only the boss deserves such a life. We are living so comfortably." Turning around, he looked at the survivors behind him, who looked weary, ragged, and hesitant. He laughed heartily. "Don't be afraid. Our lion team is not like those ruthless people." The boss said, "As long as you are a survivor and come to us, you will enjoy fine food and wine. Join our lion team, and you will have a daily life of feasting and drinking. You there, take someone to have a bath, and bring out my bottle of 1982 vintage Sprite to treat them well. Whatever you want to eat, just say it. We have everything you can think of, and even what you can't think of." "Ha ha." Zhang Dong laughed and walked towards the underground passage. The survivors behind him trembled. Someone couldn't believe it and said, "Is it true? Is there really food?" They were all famished. At this moment, a carefree man with a rifle slung over his shoulder walked over, grinned and said, "Don't worry, enjoy boldly. Just don't eat too much. Look at us, all strong and healthy. Do we look like we lack food? All thanks to our wise boss." The members of the lion team admire and fear Luo Tianxiong immensely. Because before the apocalypse, Luo Tianxiong spent 30 million on nearly emptying the entire Wodima supermarket. The stored resources were enough to fill several warehouses. It is with these resources that Luo Tianxiong continuously expanded his influence and attracted survivors. With an abundance of food and a batch of firearms support, the members of the lion team can establish themselves in this world. Whether it's ordinary zombies or stronger opponents, they are hard to resist such a huge force. There is no one in the lion team who fears zombies. It can be said to be very glorious, almost like the emperor of the post-apocalyptic world. At this moment, Luo Tianxiong was comfortably lying on a chair, smoking. Two beautiful young student girls were massaging him. Various firearms and cold weapons were placed around. The door creaked open. Zhang Dong walked in. "Boss, you're back." Luo Tianxiong opened one eye and said indifferently, "How was the trip this time? Any gains?" "Brought back a carload of supplies, and found 6 survivors, all brought back. Also found a batch of strange things that look like stones. They are also in the warehouse." Luo Tianxiong nodded and said, "Arrange good food and drinks to entertain them, meet their needs." Zhang Dong asked somewhat puzzled, "Brother Luo, I heard that other survivor teams distribute supplies according to abilities. Will we?" Luo Tianxiong suddenly widened his eyes, sharp gaze staring at him. "The warehouse is already piled up like a mountain. Take it to eat, even if it's the next life, you won't finish eating it. In this chaotic world, our lion team must treat people with respect, so they will willingly join us, understand?" Luo Tianxiong's eyes shimmered with ambition, and his words revealed his unruly nature. Luotian is determined to let the survivors know that in his lion team, they will enjoy generous hospitality with abundant food and wine. No longer will they have to endure hunger and cold. No longer will they live in tattered clothes. In this chaotic world, he will showcase his skills. Zhang Dong's face showed a hint of shock. Then he knelt down excitedly and said, I am willing to follow the leader to the death. Luotian nodded in satisfaction. Suddenly, he remembered the senior he had sent someone to find. He asked, have you found him? He could never forget the mysterious and extraordinary skills of that young man. If it weren't for him reminding him to prepare supplies in advance and giving him time to gather his subordinates, he might have died outside for food long ago. That senior is simply a legend. The more Luotian enjoys his current life, the more awe he feels towards Chen Mo. This mysterious figure who could predict the coming of the apocalypse is definitely not to be missed. Zhang Dong hesitated and said, we haven't found him yet. Maybe he has already left Qiongqi City? Luotian hesitated for a moment and said softly, it's possible. Go and ask other survivors to see if there are any clues. I remember seeing a name when we made the payment before. It seemed to be called Chen Mo. Payment? Zhang Dong was puzzled. Luotian's face darkened as he scolded, just go and ask, get out. After Zhang Dong left, Luotian comfortably lay back in his chair, enjoying the massage from two beautiful young women. I've been feeling a bit tired recently. Luotian muttered under his breath. A mark of awakening suddenly appeared on his right hand. After a few days of rest, Chen Mo and Qiongqi cleared the zombies around them. Qiqi stayed in the room obediently, playing with the rag dolls Chen Mo had specially found for her. At this time, the several mountaineering backpacks purchased at the supermarket came in handy. Chen Mo packed all the food and water in the house into the backpacks. Qiqi hugged Qiongqi and blinked her eyes, asking, Big brother, what are you doing? Chen Mo stopped and turned around, smiling, Qiqi, we're going to a safe place where you can rest well. Chen Mo stood up slowly, looked at the luggage in front of him, clapped his hands and said, we're ready, we can set off now. Just after Qiongqi Mo left, to soothe Qiqi's emotions, Chen Mo had been with her almost every day. But he knew he couldn't stay in Qiongqi City for long, there were more important things to do. Qiongqi, Chen Mo shouted. Qiongqi stood up from the ground, its size becoming even larger, its golden fur shining brightly, without a trace of blood. In this resource-scarce apocalypse, water resources are particularly precious. But because Qiqi likes to sleep with it, Chen Mo washes the bloodstains off its body every day. After tying the luggage to Qiongqi, Chen Mo looked at Qiqi on the bed and said gently. Qiqi was ready to set off. Although she was a bit confused, she obediently climbed onto the back of Qiongqi. Holding the tattered teddy bear, her heart was filled with anticipation and unease. Chen Mo looked at Qiqi and Qiongqi, gently saying, you two go ahead, I'll catch up soon. Qiongqi nodded, using his celestial power to communicate tacitly with Chen Mo. Their tacit understanding made communication smoother. As Qiongqi left, Chen Mo looked around the cramped rental house, looking at the piled-up food and supplies, most of which stayed behind. He walked to the calendar hanging on the wall by the door, with some dates circled densely on it. Chen Mo tore off the page for November, determination and resolve evident in his eyes, murmuring softly, the apocalypse has changed everything. Wait for me. On December 15, 2049, they embarked on a new journey. After these few days, Chen Mo decided to safely send Qiqi to Luo Tianshang and immediately set off for North China City, never looking back. He didn't close the door or destroy the food left there. The zombies in the old city area had been almost completely cleared by him and Qiongqi, although it couldn't be guaranteed that zombies wouldn't appear again in the future. However, this place had an abundant supply of food and water, making it a good shelter. Perhaps, after he left, the next survivor would appear. In this apocalyptic world where humanity was in chaos, this place was the last pure land in Chen Mo's heart. His journey began, and after bidding a soft farewell, Chen Mo picked up his machete and left the place without hesitation, heading downstairs. Qiongqi and Qiqi were waiting outside. Qiqi gazed at the ruins, the blood-red dim sky, and the messy ground, revealing a maturity beyond her age. Under Chen Mo's guidance, she had gained some understanding of the outside environment. She believed when Chen Jie said that Daddy was fine, then Daddy must be fine. Seeing Chen Mo coming down, Qiqi spoke, brother. Chen Mo nodded, looked around, took out the map of Qiongqi City, and found that Luo Tianshang was located on Enhe Road in Qiongqi City, more than 60 kilometers away from here. With Qiqi with them, he and Qiongqi couldn't act recklessly. For safety reasons, Chen Mo decided to choose a relatively secluded and safe route to walk. With the speed of the two superhumans, Qi could ride on Qiongqi's back and arrive at Luo Tianxiong's place in about 4 or 5 days. Chen Mo looked into the distance and said, "Let's go." In the old city area, hardly any zombies could be found. After walking 2 or 3 kilometers, they hadn't encountered any zombies or seen any survivors. Suddenly, Qi, who was eating candy, noticed something and said crisply, "Brother." Chen Mo turned around and asked, "Qi, what's wrong?" Qi pointed to a place on the left and said, "Brother, there seems to be something there." Chen Mo frowned and looked in the direction Qi pointed to. It was a shop blocked by vehicles, pitch black inside, nothing visible. Suddenly, a roar sounded, alerting Qiongqi immediately. Through the vehicles blocking the shop's entrance, Chen Mo saw 2 zombies with half-bloody flesh, one even with a bloody eyeball hanging on a thread. Looking at their tattered clothes, Chen Mo guessed they might have been the owners of this shop. He glanced at Qi in surprise and reminded her, "Qi, don't look." Qi closed her eyes. With a sound of breaking air, Chen Mo used his domination ability to control the abandoned vehicles and crush the 2 zombies inside the shop. The shop collapsed, burying the zombies within. Chen Mo walked to Qi's side and said softly, "It's okay, Qi." Qi opened her eyes, with a pure light shining in them. She blinked gently, staring at Chen Mo. Chen Mo touched her hair and asked softly, "Qi, tell me, how did you sense there was movement over there?" Qi tilted her head, pondered for a moment, and then said, I can't explain it. I just suddenly felt like there was something there." Chen Mo fell into thought, then grabbed Qi's hands. A faint awakening mark appeared on Qi's right hand. Chen Mo looked at Qi with a complex expression. Having an ability meant having self-protection in the apocalypse, but it also came with dangers. Qi may have a mental ability, able to sense the presence of zombies. Chen Mo caressed Qi's head and said, "Well done, Qi. If you discover anything in the future, please be sure to tell me." Qi obediently nodded, chewing on candy, saying, "Brother, I'm a bit sleepy." She was just a child after all. Chen Mo smiled and said, "Then go and have a nap." "Okay." Qi nodded. After Qi fell asleep, Chen Mo began to think about whether he should teach her something in the limited time they had. Despite having Luo Tianxiong's protection, he could send Qi to North China, the safest war zone. But once she became an ability holder, things would be different. Chen Mo felt a bit of a headache. Taking care of a child indeed required a lot of effort and energy. Keep moving forward. Chen Mo dealt with the encountered zombie mutants alone. His Dominator ability was about to reach the 2nd level, with a range of up to 12 meters. The number of metal beads he could perfectly control had increased to 5. At this moment, night fell. The sky turned blood-red like fire, becoming even more gloomy, as if it were about to collapse. Chen Mo was like a ghost in the dark, leading the way. He looked at the aimless group of zombies in front of him, and before they noticed, his broadsword had already swung down. The 5 steel beads beside him shot out like bullets. Peefed, peefed. The metal beads pierced through the zombies' heads, blood splattering. Peefed. Efficient and decisive. Flesh and blood flew. Thud. A head was chopped off, without causing much of a ripple or sound. Chen Mo looked at the sleeping Qi in the distance and felt the enhancement of his senses after awakening his ability. Even in the dark night, his gaze was still sharp. He skillfully harvested the zombies' crystals, realizing that the crystals here were a size larger than those in the old city area. His eyes lit up, confirming that the zombies here would soon evolve to the 1st level. Suddenly, a roar came from afar. Chen Mo's face changed, and he quickly moved towards the direction of the sound with his knife raised. That day, a first-order zombie unexpectedly appeared. It was the first time Chen Mo encountered a first-order zombie during this period. Perhaps a few days ago, this situation might have caused him a lot of trouble. But for the current Chen Mo, it was just a crystal core that could walk. Suddenly, a campfire rose, and the faint fire flickered in the dark night. Chen Mo took out some food from the bag on the Qiongqi. Eggs, bread, biscuits, candies, and milk. Although the food was simple, in this post-apocalyptic world where people could kill for a piece of bread, it was already a luxurious feast. He nibbled on the bread, watching Qiongqi across from him still eating candies. He reached out and took the candy from her hand, persuading, "Eat less candy, you are still growing, have more eggs and milk." Qiongqi looked at Chen Mo, then glanced at the Qiongqi beside her. The Qiongqi was lying on the ground, panting, carrying something heavy on its back, and still carrying a little girl. Chen Mo looked at this scene, shook his head, gave the candy back to Qiongqi, and said, "Okay, just eat this pack, drink the milk, and then go to sleep obediently." Qiongqi took the candy, smiling gratefully. She said, "Thank you, big brother." The faint firelight illuminated the surroundings, and Chen Mo used his dominating ability to connect the abandoned vehicles around him, building a barrier. Looking up at the deep red sky, compared to this earthly hull-like post-apocalyptic world, the sky was exceptionally beautiful, with stars twinkling. As Qiongqi drank the milk, she suddenly asked in a low voice, "Big brother, will my dad come back?" Chen Mo was stunned, not knowing how to answer for a moment. In the post-apocalyptic world, even powerful gods couldn't bring the dead back to life. After a while, Chen Mo said softly, "He will, but the premise is, Qiongqi, you have to live well." He asked again, "Qiongqi, can Big Brother teach you something tomorrow?" Qiongqi was a little dazed and asked, "What?" Chen Mo's eyes sparkled, and he slowly said, "The survival rules to live in this post-apocalyptic world." Suddenly, a steady breathing sound came. Chen Mo looked over and found that Qiongqi had fallen asleep leaning on the Qiongqi at some point. He smiled, gently picked up Qiongqi, and placed her on the soft belly of the Qiongqi. Chen Mo stroked her hair and whispered, "Sleep tight, good night." After placing Qiongqi down, Chen Mo took out the first-order crystal core and 14 inferior crystal cores he had harvested that day from his arms. This was no longer within the range of the old city, closer to the place of Shoshi God, where the zombies were stronger. The appearance of a first-order crystal core in this area meant that the zombies encountered later might be even stronger. Holding the first-order crystal core tightly, Chen Mo closed his eyes and started absorbing energy. The next morning, Chen Mo opened his eyes early. His rest time was short. Even when resting, it was shallow sleep, always staying vigilant. The Qiongqi also woke up, its huge eyes scanning the surroundings. Chen Mo looked at Qiongqi beside him, walked over and gently patted her, calling out, "Qiongqi, wake up." When he touched Qiongqi, Chen Mo frowned. Qiongqi felt her cheeks burning, her breath quickening. She kept mumbling, "Dad, Dad." Chen Mo reached out and touched Qiongqi's hot forehead, his face changing instantly. "Fever?" He looked at the awakening dark lines shimmering on Qiongqi's right hand, which were faint yesterday but clear today. Chen Mo's heart sank, quickly taking out a water bottle and using a wet tissue to cool Qiongqi's forehead. Qiongqi was panting, lying on the ground, her chest rising and falling irregularly. "Oh no," Chen Mo thought. Usually, people with abilities are strong and don't get sick. The only supplies he had were bandages and disinfectant, no medicine at all. Chen Mo's eyes flashed with determination as he picked up Qiongqi. He looked around and waved his hand. The protective wall made of abandoned cars collapsed, revealing a passageway. He looked at the desolate surroundings, not even recognizing where in Qiongqi City this was if they hadn't set out from the old town. "Qiongqi, let's go," Chen Mo said. At the entrance of a deserted large supermarket, 5 or 6 survivors managed to escape. A handsome young man grabbed a pillar, veins bulging on his forehead, roaring in anger. The pillar actually collapsed, followed by the entire supermarket collapsing like an avalanche, with smoke and dust billowing, the ground shaking and making a loud noise. A fierce roar came from deep within the supermarket. The survivors were excited to see this scene, watching food scattered all over the ground, rushing up to grab it. "Food! It's food! I haven't had decent food in so long," someone shouted loudly, starting to fight for the food. A woman in a police uniform scolded angrily, "Get out of here! Don't take my food." She held a gun vigilantly, looking around, with a sexy figure and delicate features. "Joe Horan, are you out of your mind? Doing this will endanger the lives of other survivors." The woman's name was In Mingyue, and she and Joe Horan were criminal police officers from the Public Security Bureau. After the apocalypse, they had been relying on weapons to survive. Due to the shortage of food, they had to take risks to enter the supermarket. "Angie, Joe did this for our own good. If it weren't for him, we might have been devoured by zombies long ago. Someone defended, and Mingyue glared at him and asked, what if there are still people trapped inside? What then? Zhou Horan patted on Mingyu's shoulder and reassured her, don't worry, we will rescue them in time. In this unfamiliar and challenging environment, Yu felt confused and anxious. However, when she saw the food supplies in front of her, a warm feeling flooded her heart. These provisions may only be material support, but they gave her a sense of comfort and hope. She knew that at least in the days ahead, she didn't have to worry about food shortages. As Yu thought back to the survivors who had been here before, she remembered they used to rule this wasteland, but now she was the only one left. She couldn't help but imagine that if the other survivors were to return, these supplies would never be enough for everyone. In this lonely yet hopeful land, Yu would face unprecedented challenges and tests. But she held a strong belief in her heart, believing that she could overcome all difficulties and meet the challenges of the future. After experiencing the baptism of the apocalypse, even the police officer Zhou Horan couldn't help but change his mind. The surrounding survivors all expressed the same sentiment. Suddenly, Mingyue slapped his hand away and coldly said, don't call me, you make me sick. Zhou Horan, you weren't like this before. If we hold on a little longer, the military will come to rescue us. Keep these foods for yourself to eat. And Mingyue looked disappointedly at Zhou Horan, then left angrily. Zhou Horan was stunned for a moment, then his face darkened, his eyes flickering with unclear emotions. At this moment, a seductive woman approached, softly saying, Officer Zhou, officer and doesn't understand your intentions. Everything you've done is for everyone's good. This woman used to be a masseuse and was very eloquent. Bro Zhou, what does officer and think? Isn't it better with one less person? Everyone has a share of these foods. A young man with blue hair spoke loudly, enjoying the delicious food he hadn't tasted in a long time. Rescue? They probably can't even save themselves. By the time they arrive, we'll have starved to death. Seeing the survivors around him standing on his side, Zhou Horan felt a little comforted. He watched Mingyu's departing figure, a hint of coldness flashing in his eyes, fleeting. He packed up the food, eat sparingly. Let's go, Bro Zhou. Are we not going to find officer and? The young man with blue hair asked. Zhou Horan waved his hand, saying, it's okay, she'll come back when she calms down. As colleagues, Zhou Horan knew Mingyu's personality well. At this moment, she was angry, but she would come back when she calmed down. On the other side, Mingyue chose to leave the group alone, not knowing where she was. Surrounded by ruins, she nervously pulled out her pistol from her waist. Suddenly, a zombie lunged at her. Gunshots rang out. Her marksmanship was impeccable, scoring every time. The gunshots attracted the surrounding zombies, and Mingyue calmly killed the zombie in front of her. She quickly ran onto the ruins, aiming at the zombies below and shooting continuously. Even without any special abilities, she was more than capable of facing the numerous zombies. As the zombies fell, a low growl came from behind, and Mingyue immediately turned around, pointing her gun at the zombie's forehead, only to find the bullets had run out. Facing a stronger zombie, Mingyue felt incredulous. She shot, the bullet hitting the zombie's forehead, but it only paused briefly before continuing to charge. Mingyue was surprised to find, how is this possible? I clearly hit its head. Oh no, Mingyue felt her mind starting to get fuzzy, and for a moment she felt a chilling sensation all over her body, as if she had fallen into an ice cellar. She began to tremble uncontrollably. Oh dear, the zombie was getting closer, reaching out its hand to grab her. Just as the zombie was about to touch Mingyu's towering figure, it suddenly stopped. For a while, it stood motionless, and Mingyue slowly opened her eyes. The zombie in front of her stood stiffly in place, then fell straight towards her. Oh! She screamed and quickly dodged. Thud! The zombie fell to the ground, its head pierced by a sharp metal blade. Just then, Chen Mo walked over, carrying the unconscious Qiongqi. Qiongqi followed beside him, and Mingyue looked at the people in front of her, her beautiful eyes filled with confusion. Is it you? Who saved me? When she saw the terrifying Qiongqi, her heart raced. Are you a human or a ghost? And Mingyu's lips trembled as she managed to speak. Chen Mo, eyeing Mingyu's hot figure, warned, this is a level 1 zombie, it takes multiple shots to kill. He picked up the metal blade, easily extracted the zombie's crystal core, then turned to look at the astonished and Mingyue, asking, "Is there a supermarket or pharmacy nearby?" And Mingyue, dazed, pointed in the direction she came from, saying, "There's a big supermarket over there." Chen Mo nodded. "Thank you. Wait," and Mingyue remembered something and hurriedly turned to Chen Mo, who was about to leave, saying, "Don't go there." Chen Mo stopped, and Mingyue explained, "I just came out of that supermarket. There are at least hundreds of zombies." And, "Huh? Where are you going?" And Mingyue panted as she caught up. Her twin peaks were high and firm, her pretty face flushed, looking very alluring. And Mingyue said, "Didn't you hear what I said?" Chen Mo calmly replied, "I heard. It's okay." And Mingyue furrowed her brow, wondering why this person was so stubborn. He clearly knew it was dangerous there, so why go to his death? That place has already collapsed more than half. It's impossible to get in. And Mingyue glanced at the little girl in Chen Mo's arms, a hint of understanding flashing in her eyes. She said, "You asked me about the pharmacy earlier, is it for this little girl?" "What's wrong with her?" Chen Mo replied, "She has a fever. I need to get some fever-reducing medicine." And Mingyue was stunned, then said, "Let me take a look. I've studied some nursing. Maybe I can help." Chen Mo gave her a deep look, making an Mingyue feel a bit embarrassed. She urged, "Hurry." Chen Mo nodded, setting down Qiongqi, and Mingyue walked over, crouched down, her curves on full display. She gently touched Qiqi's forehead and was shocked. "Her fever is so severe? It's too serious." And Mingyue looked up, her face serious, and said to Chen Mo, "Do you have water? If she continues to have such a high fever, it could be life-threatening." Upon hearing An Mingyu's words, Chen Mo immediately took out a large bottle of water from the Qiongqi. And Mingyue looked at the scene of the bag filled with food, surprised. Although she didn't say much, her action of taking the water was decisive. She picked up Qiqi, sat her up straight, and handed the water bottle to her mouth. And Mingyue said anxiously, with a hint of worry in her eyes. She looked around and tore off a piece of cloth from her blue skirt without hesitation. With this tear, the skirt became even shorter, revealing her snow-white thighs. Despite feeling a bit embarrassed, and Mingyue soaked the cloth strip and tied it around Qiqi's forehead. Chen Mo hesitated slightly, then said, "I have bandages." And Mingyu's body trembled, a blush appearing on her face. She said in a coquettish voice, "Why are you only saying this now?" She stood up, holding Qiqi, and gazed at Chen Mo, saying, "She has a high fever, and such a young child has weak resistance. She needs fever-reducing medicine, or fever-reducing patches." And Mingyue frowned, her eyes flickering with contemplation. She was thinking if there was a pharmacy nearby. Chen Mo stared at her in silence for a moment. He couldn't help but wonder why An Mingyue acted this way. In this post-apocalyptic world, kind-hearted people like An Mingyue were rare. Clearly just a stranger, but Chen Mo felt she was different. He had felt this way before with Yuer. If he hadn't met Yuer, he might have died long ago. And Mingyue hesitated slightly, frowned, and said, "Isn't this what I should do? It's not safe here. I know a safe place, come with me." Chen Mo shook his head, "No need. Qiongqi, watch over them." With that, he turned and left. And Mingyue was stunned. "Where are you going?" Chen Mo replied, "To the large supermarket you mentioned." And Mingyue exclaimed in surprise, "Are you crazy? There are hundreds of zombies in that supermarket. There's even one with extremely fast speed, difficult to kill even with bullets. Is it a first order or second order?" Chen Mo held a machete in his hand and continued forward without hesitation. Beside him, metallic liquid appeared out of thin air, constantly changing. And Mingyue saw this scene, extremely astonished. Is it a superpower? Her heart raced. She had seen this unbelievable ability in Zhou Horan before. Zhou Horan had inexplicably fallen into a coma for 3 days a week ago and woke up claiming to have been strengthened, his strength becoming infinite. It was because of this that he could destroy the pillars of that large supermarket. And Mingyue felt her understanding being overturned time and time again. She held Qiqi and hurriedly followed behind Chen Mo. She shouted, "Wait for me. Half of that supermarket has been destroyed. It's all ruins. Let me lead the way." Outside a large supermarket in ruins, Chen Mo gazed at the scene before him, his eyes flickering. and Mingyue spoke beside him. She found herself trapped in a dead end, unable to move forward at all. However, in the moment she finished speaking, an unbelievable scene unfolded before her eyes. The collapsed steel pipes and metal supports in the buildings turned into liquid one by one and surged towards Chen Mo. Chen Mo resolutely stepped forward, and the bricks and debris around him made a rumbling sound. Suddenly, a loud noise rang out. The liquid metal in front pushed the rubble, creating a passage. The rubble fell and smashed on the liquid metal, instantly shattering. And Mingyue incredulously covered her mouth, staring at Chen Mo with wide eyes. "Did you do all this? Wait for me here," Chen Mo said as silver liquid surrounded him, melting the metal debris and opening a path. Finally, they arrived at a place where only half of the supermarket remained, covered by collapsed buildings. Chen Mo coldly activated his dominant ability, dissolving the metal material mixed in it. The building collapsed with a rumble, revealing an entrance that could fit one person. Stepping on the rubble, Chen Mo said to Mingyue, "Stay here." And Mingyue's heart chilled as she looked at Chen Mo's eyes full of killing intent and nodded involuntarily. Chen Mo successfully entered the supermarket, and the silver liquid solidified on the ground, exceptionally heavy. Metal? Watching the wave like metal solidify, and Mingyue's heart was in turmoil. Who on earth is he? At this moment, in the large supermarket, it was extremely dark, with the low growls of zombies all around. After Chen Mo appeared, the sound of the zombies grew closer and closer. A shelf full of food suddenly trembled. Suddenly, a roar. Chen Mo held the knife backhand and cut the zombie in half. Blood splattered and flowed on the ground. This angered the surrounding zombies, and their roars shook the earth. Chen Mo continued to use his dominant ability, like a merciless killing machine, harvesting the lives of the zombies. 5 steel beads pierced through the zombie's head, the machete swung non-stop. Flesh and blood flew, and the area was soaked in blood. Half of the supermarket's activity space was destroyed, with dense zombies, leaving Chen Mo no time to catch his breath. The sheer number of zombies made Chen Mo feel physically exhausted. This is definitely not just a few hundred. Chen Mo gasped for breath, raising his hand and cutting down the zombies. Even though Mingyue was just a novice esper, he could still sense the danger he faced, even if these were just ordinary zombies. The sheer number of zombies was enough to spell his doom. Suddenly, from deep within the supermarket, came an extremely terrifying, high-pitched howl. The shrill sound was so piercing that even Mingyue outside could hear it. And Mingyue trembled all over, as if his very soul was quaking. Fear enveloped him. That was the sound of a monster? Oh no! And Mingyue's face turned as pale as death. The sound was deafening, and Mingyue could even hear it from outside. She trembled all over, as if her soul had been stirred. A sense of fear surged in her heart. Could that be the roar of a monster? And Mingyue's eyes stared intently at the narrow, pitch-black hole, her body involuntarily wanting to flee. However, she took a deep breath, suppressed her inner fear, and resolved to wait. She silently prayed in her heart, hoping nothing would happen. Her daughter was still here, she thought. Inside the supermarket, when the terrifying and eerie sound echoed all around, the surrounding zombies mysteriously froze in place. Then, one by one, these zombies stood still as if they were zombies, their heads hanging low. Chen Mo's face lit up with joy. Could this be the legendary Corpse King? Unexpectedly, such a powerful presence appeared in the early days of the apocalypse. In certain areas, a very small number of special zombies would appear, just like a group of corpse rats, and the most powerful zombie could command the weaker ones. Chen Mo gazed at the motionless zombies around him, frowned, and muttered to himself. Why did these zombies suddenly stop moving? Could the Corpse King not have noticed my presence? Although feeling strange, Chen Mo did not dwell on it. The most urgent task at hand was to find fever-reducing medication. He carefully made his way through the zombie horde to the living area. Eventually, on a shelf in the distance, he found the medicine. Finally found it. Chen Mo's eyes flashed with joy as he put the fever patch and medication into his pocket without drawing attention. Outside the supermarket, and Mingyue paced anxiously back and forth. It's been so long, what's going on? Has that guy already? The poor Qilin beside her lazily lay on the ground, able to clearly sense its owner's safety through the mental connection established with Chen Mo. If Chen Mo was in trouble, it would rush in first. And Mingyue furrowed her brows, looked at the burning hot Qiongqi in her arms, as if holding a furnace. She sighed, "Little one, you must hold on. Your father risked going into such a dangerous place for you." She gently placed Qiongqi on the ground and gave her a few sips of water. Suddenly, the sound of falling rubble came from the rubble pile, and in Mingyu's heart tightened as she quickly picked up a stick and remained vigilant. At that moment, Chen Mo slowly walked out of the rubble entrance. He was covered in blood, looking incredibly miserable, and Mingyu's face lit up with joy as she asked somewhat incredulously, "Are you okay?" Chen Mo shook his head, took out the fever patch and medication from his pocket, and gasped, "For Qiongqi." And Mingyu's eyes were filled with awe. "You actually found it?" Chen Mo was scrutinized by Mingyue from top to bottom, and after a long while, she whispered, "Are you human?" She remembered clearly that the living area of this supermarket was located in the innermost part, which was also the most dangerous place. Chen Mo calmly replied, "Yes, I am human." Even Chen Mo himself found it somewhat unbelievable. This woman's speech was somewhat unclear. In this supermarket, there were not just hundreds of zombies. Just in the area she had passed through, there were 400 to 500. If it weren't for the roar of the zombie king that made these zombies stop moving, the situation might have been worse. Although the Qiongqi eventually came to help, the fever-reducing medicine was definitely not obtainable. And Mingyue took the fever-reducing patch and pills, comforting, "Don't worry, with these two things, it should be fine." She tore open a fever-reducing patch, carefully placed it on Qiqi's forehead, and then gave her the fever-reducing medicine. Chen Mo looked at the ruins behind him, filled the gap with his ability, and said, "Thank you." And Mingyue was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, "Thank me for what? It's all your own ability. I, an ordinary person, am not as powerful as you." And Mingyue looked at Qiqi in her arms, saw her complexion easing, stood up and said, "Your daughter needs to rest for a few days. Wait for the medicine to take effect. I know a safe place, come with me." Chen Mo frowned, "She is not my daughter." And Mingyue asked in confusion, "Not your daughter?" "She is my uncle's daughter. He is now." Chen Mo shook his head as he spoke, "I'm sorry, I don't have much time, I can't stay long." And Mingyue stared at him for a while, ultimately did not ask further, sighed and said, "At least a day is needed. Wait for her fever to subside." "Okay." Chen Mo nodded, and Mingyue, "I still don't know your name." "I am called An Mingyue." Chen Mo picked up Qiqi and whispered, "Chen Mo." And Mingyue recalled, "Chen Mo? In this Tianhai city, such a powerful person should not be unknown." And Mingyue said, "Let me take you there. I have been there for a long time, very quiet, safe enough for you to rest." After the few of them left, the filled gap by Chen Mo was suddenly blown away. A zombie with a fierce face and long sticky hair walked out from the gap. The left half of the zombie's face flesh had fallen off, revealing white bones. Sharp thorns grew on its shoulders and spine. The zombie's crimson eyeballs rotated, staring in the direction the two had left. And Mingyue hesitated for a moment, and finally couldn't help but ask, "Chen Mo, the ability you just used, is that a superpower?" Chen Mo calmly replied, "You could say that." And Mingyue, surprised, said, "Really? Can you show me again?" Chen Mo nodded, took out a steel ball from his pocket. The steel ball miraculously turned into a puddle of silver liquid, hovering in his hand. "In this apocalypse, some people can awaken special abilities. And I can control metal." Anna's beautiful eyes widened in anticipation as she asked, "Can I also awaken special abilities?" Chen Mo glanced at her hands and replied calmly, "Perhaps awakening abilities requires a specific trigger, and many people go their whole lives without awakening." Despite feeling a bit disappointed, Anna didn't give up hope. She remembered Chen Mo's power and couldn't help but feel a longing for abilities of her own. Suddenly, she recalled meeting someone with a special power at the survivor base, something called enhancement, or the like. Chen Mo explained that it was a common type of ability used to enhance the senses and strength. Curious, Anna bombarded Chen Mo with questions, and he patiently imparted knowledge about first-order abilities, deities, and different species to her. Whispering these new terms, Anna's eyes sparkled with wonder. "Who are you really? How do you know so much?" Anna couldn't help but ask, but Chen Mo just gave her a faint glance without speaking. They arrived at an old dilapidated building, where the ground floor passage was blocked by debris and wood. With a smile, Anna moved a wooden board aside to reveal a passage big enough for an adult to enter. Pointing at the passage, she said, "We've been here for over 10 days, and the nearby zombies have all been cleared out. It's safe here. You and your niece can rest here undisturbed." Chen Mo nodded and followed Anna into the passage. Suddenly, a low growl came from behind them. Turning around, they saw Qiongqi stuck in the passage due to its large size. Chen Mo couldn't help but chuckle. Looks like Qiongqi needs to lose some weight. Qiongqi grumbled unhappily before squeezing out of the passage and standing outside. Anna suggested widening the passage, but Chen Mo declined, saying, "No need, Qiongqi, you can go up on your own." Obediently, Qiongqi nodded and leapt to the second floor with astonishing agility. Anna was starting to feel numb to everything before her. This man and Qiongqi's abilities had completely overturned her worldview. "Let's go, Chen Mo," Anna nodded, suggesting they continue on. They reached the spacious fourth floor and saw Zhou Horan and other survivors enjoying the gathered food. Zhou Horan frowned as he watched everyone devouring the food voraciously, advising them to conserve it. The survivors invited Zhou Horan to join them in the meal, praising the delicious food. Seeing the empty bags on the floor, Zhou Horan's frown deepened. These people are all like greedy children, eager to swallow the food as if they were afraid of not having enough to eat. The food was originally enough to sustain them for over 10 days, but just after the first day, half of it was already gone. If Moon was still here, this would never happen. No way. Zhou Horan finally couldn't hold back and shouted, "You all only care about the present, planning to go to the supermarket when all the food is gone. Let me manage the remaining food." As soon as he spoke, the other survivors quieted down. Someone murmured softly, "Although that's true, Zhou, you eat the most." Zhou Horan felt a bit embarrassed. Honestly, he didn't understand why he always felt hungry now, especially after using that special ability. Repay kindness with kindness, and repay enmity with enmity. At this moment, Zhou Horan finally understood the hardships and Mingyue faced on a daily basis. There were still 16 people present at the time. Zhou Horan took a deep breath, controlling the anger in his heart, and remained silent. His rationality told him that he could survive by abandoning these people, but his sense of responsibility made it difficult for him to give up. Several people present saw that Zhou Horan seemed about to explode, and one of the charming massage girls was the most sensitive. She immediately smiled and said, "What are we all doing? Officer Zhou's strength is obvious to all. If it weren't for him, we would probably be done for. Officer Zhou is right. Before the rescue arrives, we need to save food." Everyone suddenly realized and changed their attitudes, flattering, "Yes, I'm already full, I'll save it for next time. I'm not hungry anymore, I'll eat next time. I won't eat anymore, I won't eat anymore." They all knew that only Zhou Horan had the ability to protect them. Zhou Horan's expression softened slightly, nodding, "I will manage the food, and each person will receive a daily quota." After that, he took the food away and placed it beside him. Some clever people immediately approached to please Zhou Horan. After all, the food was now in his hands, and no one dared to compete with him. By pleasing him now, maybe they could get more food. A massage girl smiled and said, "Officer Zhou, are you tired? Let me give you a massage, I'm very good at it." Another person quickly added, "Zhou, you were really brave today. Without you, we might all be done for. Rest well today, I'll take care of things." Listening to these flattering words, Zhou Horan's expression couldn't help but improve. They also knew that everything he did was for everyone's good. If he didn't do this, more people might die next time they went to search for food. His mindset had quietly changed in this post-apocalyptic world. Yes, he had strength, he had food. Why should he be bound by his identity? The more he thought about it, the more he felt how ridiculous his previous self was. The sense of justice that had been suppressed by An Mingyue in the past, now that An Mingyue had left, he finally felt liberated. Zhou Horan felt that this kind of mood seemed pretty good. Suddenly, there was a huge commotion below. "Huh? What's happening?" Zhou Horan, who was enjoying a massage, opened his eyes. The young man with blue hair beside him immediately stood up and said, "Zhou, I'll go check it out. You just rest here." He hurriedly ran towards the edge without a wall. He looked down. Whoosh! A huge yellow figure rushed out from below. Thud! It landed steadily on the ground. The young man with blue hair was so scared that he fell to the ground, screaming, "Oh my God! Joe! Joe!" The Qiongqi jumped to the fourth floor of this abandoned building. Its huge eyes scanned the surroundings. The survivors around were also shocked. What kind of monster is this? A tiger? Officer Joe. Everyone turned to Joe Horan. Joe Horan's eyes lit up as he looked at the giant beast in front of him. Instinctively putting his hand on the gun at his waist and loudly said, "Everyone, be careful. Step over to my side." The current Qiongqi is huge and sturdy, with 4 pairs of claws as strong as pillars. Covered in yellow fur, its tail swishes, and in the center of its forehead, a purple awakening mark emits a faint light. It exudes a majestic and fierce aura like a tiger, yet also carries the imposing presence of a powerful lion. Even Joe Horan couldn't help but feel a bit numb when faced with such a fierce beast. Joe Jay, what kind of monster is this? A survivor behind him's legs went weak. "Officer Joe, you must protect us," Joe Horan muttered angrily under his breath. Quiet. After facing off with the Qiongqi for a while, he cautiously took out his gun from his pocket. At this point, no one cared where this fierce beast came from. The Qiongqi lazily let out a yawn and slowly lay down on the ground. This action startled everyone present. "What is it doing?" someone whispered. "I don't know. Why isn't it moving?" "Keep your voice down. Don't wake this guy up." Just as everyone's heart was in their throats, a puzzled voice rang out. "What are you all doing here?" When they heard this voice, everyone held their breath. They turned to see Mingyue and Chen Mo slowly walking up the stairs. Chen Mo was carrying the feverish Qiqi in his arms, and Mingyue looked at the cautious group of people huddled together. What's going on? When they saw the newcomers, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. "NG, Officer N, you're back? There's a fierce beast here." "Fierce beast?" And Mingyue paused, then looked at the Qiongqi lying on the ground across from her, squinting. She chuckled. It's okay. That's my friend's pet, don't be afraid." "Pet?" The survivors present widened their eyes in disbelief. Chen Mo looked at the Qiongqi across from him and said, "Qiongqi, come here." Upon hearing Chen Mo's call, the Qiongqi slowly got up and walked over. With each step, everyone's hearts trembled, unable to stop shivering, afraid that this abnormally huge beast would suddenly attack. Joe Horan, seeing this, kept blinking. Looking at Chen Mo next to Mingyue, a sense of hostility inexplicably rose in his heart. Frowning, he asked, "Who is he?" "He's Chen Mo, another survivor I met nearby." "Chen Mo, let me introduce you. This is my colleague, Joe Horan." Chen Mo nodded. The several survivors present lit up upon learning Chen Mo was on their side and rushed over. "Wow, dude, that's your pet? Are you an animal tamer? This guy is amazing, right? This size is even bigger than the Lion King the first saw on TV." Chen Mo and the Qiongqi's appearance instantly became the center of attention. The space next to Joe Horan suddenly emptied. His face turned somewhat unpleasant as he snorted and found a place to sit. "Just an animal, isn't it? I'm an esper." Chen Mo frowned, obviously not used to this. At this moment, Mingyue spoke up. "All right, make way. Please do not disturb the sleeping little girl. Chen Mo's niece has a fever, so she came here to rest for a day. She will leave tomorrow." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present was shocked. Who wouldn't want to stay here in this safe place forever? However, the guests brought by the security officer in front of them only intended to stay for a day and then leave. "Friends, aren't you afraid of the zombies outside? Where do you plan to go?" And Mingyue suddenly coughed twice. The people present seemed a bit afraid of her and quickly made way for her. And Mingyue apologized, saying, "Sorry, it's just that your little pet is so special, everyone is very curious." Chen Mo calmly replied, "It's okay." And Mingyue nodded, then walked to Qiqi in Chen Mo's arms, reached out and touched her forehead. Her eyes gleamed as she said, "Feeling better, rest well here, I'll go take care of things." Chen Mo also nodded. On the other side, Chen Mo's sudden visit made Joe Horan somewhat displeased. The young man with blue hair beside him whispered, "Brother Joe, I support you. He's just a stranger. I believe he's not your match." Joe Horan was somewhat surprised. glanced at him, and felt much better. The young man with blue hair thought to himself, these guys don't even know who the real boss is. After all, the food is in Brother Joe's hands. They haven't seen the situation clearly yet. Brother Joe, Sister In is here. Joe Horan was stunned, looked up, and saw An Mingyue walking straight towards them. She had a sexy figure, and her blue skirt revealed her long and shapely thighs due to tearing. Joe Horan was momentarily mesmerized and gently called out, Moon. What happened before was my fault, I shouldn't have. And Mingyue interrupted him, urgently asking, Joe Horan, where's the food? Joe Horan paused for a moment, then smiled, picked up the bag of food beside him, and said, Are you hungry, Moon? And Mingyue shook her head and said, No, I'm planning to give some to Chen Mo and that little girl. Joe Horan's smile froze slightly upon hearing this. The young man with blue hair beside him widened his eyes and said, Sister In. This food is hard-earned by us. Are you going to give it to a stranger who will leave tomorrow? His voice was loud, and the surrounding survivors immediately gathered when they heard the word, food. Joe Horan coldly refused, no. The few survivors who had been friendly to Chen Mo also changed their faces and said, Officer In, we don't even have enough food for ourselves. You want to give it to an outsider, isn't that inappropriate? Yeah, don't you know how many people we lost for this little bit of food? And Mingyue frowned at them, looking displeased, and said, When Joe Horan and I met you, we were strangers too, and I was willing to share my food with you. Are you also considered outsiders? The survivors present were somewhat speechless. After all, almost everyone was rescued by Joe Horan and An Mingyue. Regardless of who it was, An Mingyue treated everyone equally, without favoritism. Joe Horan, I've already said no. If he plans to stay with us, then it's fine. But he's leaving tomorrow. And Mingyue frowned, looked at the hostile and resistant survivors, sighed, and said, Then give me back my food, is that okay? The faces of the survivors present finally looked a bit better. When it came to food distribution, An Mingyue and Joe Horan were obviously the most deserving candidates. Everyone knew it, and no one had any objections. After a moment of silence, Joe Horan took out the last bucket of instant noodles, along with some water and biscuits, and handed them to An Mingyue. She accepted the food, opened a pack of biscuits and started to taste them. Then she walked over to Chen Mo, handing him the food gently and asking, Are you hungry? Have some. Witnessing this scene, some of the other survivors couldn't help but sigh. Officer In is truly kind-hearted. In this post-apocalyptic world, who knows what those cunning individuals might do if they knew we had food? Officer Joe, you wouldn't just stand by and watch, would you? A group of people surrounded Joe Horan, continuously provoking him. Joe Horan remained silent, his gaze shifting uncertainly in Chen Mo's direction. Chen Mo gazed at the food in front of him, filled with emotion. He deeply appreciated everything An Mingyue had done. And Mingyue spoke up, saying, Don't be polite, these are all food I brought myself. Chen Mo shook his head and modestly replied, Thank you, I'm all set. With that, he opened the backpack on the Qiongqi's back and took out a few sausages and a bottle of water. Surprisingly, he also took out 2 self-heating meals from the bag, a bowl of braised beef rice and a bowl of braised pork rice. And Mingyue widened her eyes, her mouth slightly agape, her beautiful eyes filled with astonishment. She exclaimed in surprise, You have self-heating meals in your bag? She was completely stunned, and the other survivors in the distance were even more dumbfounded. They all stood on tiptoe, gazing at Chen Mo's backpack. When they saw it was filled with all kinds of food and supplies, they were so excited that they almost couldn't catch their breath. His bag was full of food. All food. Could it be that all these bags were filled with food? The survivors present looked greedily at Chen Mo as he opened the self-heating meals, adding water to heat them up. They couldn't help but salivate. And Mingyue was filled with mixed emotions at this moment, feeling extremely shocked by Chen Mo's strength. He had actually managed to break into a large supermarket alone and return unscathed with fever-reducing medicine and fever patches. Perhaps for him, the food we had to work hard to obtain was just a piece of cake. The 2 bowls of self-heating rice, steaming hot, were not something he had brought a lot of. Although self-heating meals took up a lot of space and weight, the taste was much different from compressed biscuits and bread. In the 15 years of the apocalypse, He had at least eaten 4 or 5 years' worth of nutrient supplements. For Chen Mo, as long as he could fill his stomach, it didn't matter what he ate. But sometimes, life needed a bit of ritual, like enjoying a steaming hot and fragrant rice bowl in the apocalypse. After a while, the boiling sound of water gradually subsided. Chen Mo picked up a bowl and handed it to En Mingyue, saying, "Here, for you." En Mingyue asked somewhat unexpectedly, "Is this for me?" Chen Mo nodded, smiling as he replied, "Yes, thank you for today." En Mingyue felt pleasantly surprised, looking at the braised pork rice in her hand, suddenly feeling that the biscuits in her mouth were not as tasty. Her stomach grumbled, and En Mingyue shyly sat down, murmuring, Thank you." Chen Mo smiled, opened the lunchbox, and a fragrant aroma filled the air. The sauce soaked the rice grains, with a few pieces of beef on top, the aroma wafting in the air. Even Zhou Horan couldn't help but glance at it a few more times. The surrounding survivors were all stunned, their eyes slightly red from staring. After enjoying a hearty meal, they didn't feel satisfied, but instead drooled all over the place. The tempting aroma of the beef rice bowl made them itch, and Mingyue held the braised pork rice carefully as if it were a treasure, opening the box with great care. This bite of braised pork rice was a luxurious indulgence in the post-apocalyptic world, something people dreamt of. He looked at the rice covered in rich sauce and braised pork, trembling with excitement as he picked up the spoon and took a bite. The familiar taste hit his soul, bringing a sense of happiness. So he began to eat heartily, his eyes misting over. The other survivors were also infected by his excitement and began to enjoy the delicious meal. Meanwhile, Chen Mo had already finished eating and looked at En Mingyu's excited expression with some amusement. He walked over to Qiongqi and fed her some porridge. After receiving treatment with fever-reducing medicine and patches, Qiongqi's condition had clearly improved, as if she were sleeping soundly. Chen Mo watched as the awakening dark patterns on her hands gradually became complete, feeling relieved as he gently stroked her hair. Zhou Horan seemed to have some resistance towards Chen Mo. Ever since Chen Mo arrived, the two had maintained silence. As night fell, the survivors felt exhausted after a day of hard work. After eating their fill, they began to think about more things. Many people cried with their faces covered, expressing their inner pain. Soon, everyone gradually quieted down to rest. Chen Mo leaned against Pochi, surrounded only by dim candlelight. His eyes flickered, his thoughts drifting. Chen Mo took out the crystals harvested that day, knowing that fortune favors the bold. When he left the large supermarket, he decisively took out the crystals obtained from killing zombies. 3 first-order crystals and 46 inferior crystals. This was a very rich harvest. This also indicated the strength of the zombies in the large supermarket. Even the roar of the zombie king couldn't make them attack Chen Mo. Chen Mo shook his head with a bitter smile, thinking to himself that the zombies in the large supermarket were at least second-order beings, and might even be close to advancing to third order. Compared to humans, zombies and other mutants evolve much faster. In many areas, zombies had already developed to the fourth order before humans had second-order ability users and a chance to fight back. After absorbing these crystals, his dominant ability should also be able to advance to the second order. Just as he was about to absorb them, a voice suddenly rang out. "Aren't you going to sleep yet?" And Mingyue had appeared by his side at some point, casually sitting down and softly saying, "We take turns to stand guard every night." And Mingyue nodded gently, looking at the exhausted people who were already asleep, feeling a deep sense of weariness in her heart. She whispered to herself, "Me? Since the apocalypse came, I have hardly had a good rest. Yesterday there were 16 survivors, but today, only 6 of us remain." Chen Mo's expression was calm as he said lightly, "This is the cruelty of the apocalypse, we must learn to accept it." And Mingyue smiled bitterly and continued, "Chen Mo, do you know, when I found out that there were only 6 survivors left, I felt a sense of relief. Maybe I'm not as strong as I thought I was. Taking care of 16 people has made me feel utterly exhausted." Chen Mo fell silent for a moment, staring at the campfire, and then slowly spoke, "Don't dwell too much on it, just be honest with your own feelings. In the apocalypse, few can remain unchanged forever. At least, and Mingyue, you're one of the few people I've seen who still holds onto their original intentions. Tell me, and Mingyue, what is it that you truly hold onto?" Chen Mo fell silent. And Mingyue smiled as she got up from the ground, stretched her body, revealing a perfect and enticing figure. Forget it. We should set off early tomorrow morning. Take a good rest. And Mingyue turned to leave. But Chen Mo suddenly spoke from behind. I need to find someone. She is very important to me. And Mingyue paused for a moment, then smiled and wished him success, good luck. After Mingyue left, Chen Mo began to absorb the energy of the crystal nucleus alone. As the night deepened, the blue-haired youth near the fourth floor began to doze off. Oh, if I had known, I wouldn't have been so stubborn. I'm so tired. Xie Yu yawned, his eyes involuntarily falling on the backpack beside Chen Mo. He couldn't help but think of the self-heating meal he saw during the day, saliva unconsciously flowing down, his eyes flickering with desire. There should be plenty of food in the bag, right? Xie Yu muttered, greedily scanning the survivors who had already fallen asleep around him, quietly approaching. I'll just take a little bit, just a little bit. Xie Yu comforted himself, carefully passing by Chen Mo. Chen Mo slowly opened his eyes, with a calm and indifferent gaze in the dark night. Xie Yu opened the backpack and saw it was full of food, his eyes lit up. So much? Just then, the fierce beast suddenly turned around. Xie Yu trembled all over, his eyes meeting with the Qiongqi, his heart almost stopping. Oh! The scream pierced the night sky, and everyone woke up instantly. What's happening? His pet wants to eat me. Xie Yu shivered, hiding behind Zhou Horan, pointing at Chen Mo. The survivors looked at each other in terror. This guy's origins are unknown, very dangerous. His pet wants to eat us at night. Zhou Horan stared at Chen Mo hostilely, and Mingyue coldly ordered, come here. Chen Mo couldn't possibly do such a thing. She demonstrated great strength during the day. If she wanted to harm us, she could have done it already. And Mingyue asked Chen Mo, what's going on? The Qiongqi growled softly, frightening everyone. Chen Mo calmly said, he wanted to steal something. Xie Yu's face changed, hurriedly explaining, you're wrong. We have food. Why would we steal from you? Chen Mo looked at him calmly and said slowly. And Mingyue looked at Xie Yu's trembling figure with a surge of compassion in her heart. She knew that Xie Yu was not malicious, but driven to madness by hunger. She calmly turned to Zhou Horan and said, Zhou Horan, we cannot judge a person's entire life based on a momentary mistake. Although Xie Yu has erred, he also has the right to repent. Zhou Horan furrowed his brows, pondered for a moment, then slowly lowered the gun in his hand and turned his gaze towards Xie Yu. By this time, Xie Yu was already kneeling on the ground, tears and sweat mingling on his face, appearing extremely disheveled. And Mingyue approached Xie Yu, gently placing her hand on his shoulder, her voice filled with compassion. Xie Yu, you know you were wrong. To recognize one's mistake and make amends is the greatest virtue. We will give you a chance to start anew. Xie Yu lifted his head, tears of gratitude and remorse shimmering in his eyes, his voice trembling as he said, thank you, I will change for the better. And Mingyue smiled slightly, helping him up, her eyes conveying trust and encouragement. Faced with the threat of the Qiongqi, everyone united as one, confronting it together. This unity and trust would be the strength that helps them overcome the difficulties. Joe, please help me. I really didn't mean to. I know everyone wanted to try the self-heating meal. I just thought we could all share. Suddenly, a steel ball mercilessly pierced Xie Yu's forehead, causing his body to stiffen, blood gushing from the wound. His vision blurred, his face filled with shock. Then he collapsed heavily to the ground, blood staining the floor red. The steel ball returned to Chen Mo's side. He coldly watched everything unfold. The whole scene fell into silence. Murder? Officer Zhou, he killed someone. Help! The other survivors were terrified, hiding behind Zhou Horan. Zhou Horan's eyes narrowed, looking at the fallen Xie Yu, then turned to the expressionless Chen Mo. Are you also a supernatural being? Why did you kill him? And Mingyue also turned, eyes filled with confusion. Chen Mo remained silent, his eyes calm as if he had just crushed an ant. In the apocalypse, losing food meant facing the threat of zombies or waiting for death. It was a life-threatening act. After 15 years in the apocalypse, Chen Mo had become ruthless, seeking revenge whenever necessary. Zhou Horan questioned loudly, come here, be careful, he might hurt you. But Mingyue stood firm, Even though she had always been on Chen Mo's side, she was speechless now. She turned, her face full of puzzlement, and asked, "Chen Mo, why?" These three simple words shocked and frightened everyone present. "Chen Mo, don't you feel guilty at all?" And Mingyue bit her lip, remaining silent. "I understand, but you shouldn't have killed him." This statement made Chen Mo's eyes even more distant and cold. In the apocalypse, he had encountered many people, thinking an Mingyue was the delicate type, but he was wrong. At least, Yuer would never tolerate such a person. And Mingyue, in the apocalypse, the most useless thing is mercy. You better stay away from such people. Your identity should not be restricted. With that, Chen Mo turned, picked up Qiongqi from the ground, and said lightly, "Qiongqi, let's go." And Mingyue watched as Chen Mo's figure disappeared into the night, feeling a sense of inexplicable loss welling up in her heart. She wanted to call out to him, but Chen Mo paid no attention and simply vanished into the darkness. In the early days of the apocalypse, many people were still bound by the rules and morals of the past, and Mingyue was no exception. However, as time passed, only those who were ruthless and willing to do whatever it takes to survive could make it in this cruel world. And Mingyue realized that she still had many unfinished tasks and had no time to let others understand this. As they watched Chen Mo leave, the onlookers breathed a sigh of relief, as if finally released from something. Someone suddenly mentioned Chen Mo's pet, sparking panic and discussion. Xie Yu's death was not a big deal to those present, as death had become commonplace in the apocalypse. However, Xie Yu's passing meant a few more days of food for most people, which brought a hint of joy to their hearts. And Mingyue could no longer bear it and turned to face the crowd, questioning, "What would you do if someone stole our food?" She tried to make everyone understand that in the apocalypse, food was crucial for survival. She had wanted to invite Chen Mo to join their group to provide better security for everyone. "Do you all remember that large supermarket?" Chen Mo went in alone, found the necessary medicine, and left safely. "He has exceptional abilities. Do you really think he would steal food here?" And Mingyue glared angrily at the crowd, and several survivors' faces turned pale. Zhou Horan also incredulously said, "That's impossible. The supermarket collapsed long ago, and it's full of zombies. He wouldn't stand a chance alone." Many expressed doubt, believing that Chen Mo couldn't have accomplished all that. Some even speculated that he might be a military personnel. And Mingyue coldly looked at Zhou Horan and retorted, "Zhou Horan, your failure doesn't mean others will fail too. I witnessed everything with my own eyes. You can keep the food for yourselves." With that, she left, ignoring Zhou Horan's calls. Zhou Horan anxiously asked where Mingyue was going, while other survivors tried to dissuade her. And Mingyue, however, remained indifferent, stating that instead of waiting to die, it was better to go out and seek help from the military. She proposed that those willing to accompany her should join her on the journey. Zhou Horan's pupils constricted upon hearing this, and he fell into silence. And Mingyue stopped in front of everyone's gaze, a hint of disappointment and confusion in her eyes. She felt the constraints of her identity, as if trapped in a cage. Taking a deep breath, she made up her mind and walked downstairs with determination. The survivors around her remained silent, while Zhou Horan kept his head down, filled with conflicting emotions and helplessness. In this relatively safe place, they could stay, but once they stepped out, they would face greater challenges and dangers. On the other side, under the cover of night, Chen Mo and Qiongqi walked side by side. Qiongqi crushed a zombie's head, making a swallowing sound. Chen Mo looked at Qiongqi and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. This companion not only had strong combat abilities but was also easy to feed. Qiongqi turned his head, expressing discontent, as if preferring to eat normal meat. Chen Mo looked around, took out a map, and realized they were close to Heihui Road, not far from Anhe Road where Luo Tianshong was located. However, the city center was approaching, and Chen Mo's heart raced, as if warning of some huge horror lurking deep underground. Chen Mo looked around vigilantly, realizing that even as a superpower, precautions were necessary against such potential dangers. Chen Mo decided to unleash his dominator ability, and metal objects around him began to move under his control, forming a natural barrier to keep the zombies outside. He lit a wooden board, and the bonfire cast a red glow around them, flickering and crackling. Chen Mo set down Qiongqi, started absorbing the energy from the last crystal core in his hand, feeling the power surging within him. As the Dominator ability expanded, Chen Mo felt the metal objects trembling, his range exceeding that of a first-tier superpower and reaching the range of a second-tier superpower. This breakthrough excited him immensely, realizing that the quantitative change had led to a qualitative leap in his strength. Chen Mo gazed at the abandoned vehicles and scattered metal scraps that were surrounded, a sense of determination rising in his heart. The metal materials before him seemed to be under some kind of mystical summons under his control, quickly melting into a pool of molten metal. With the continuous condensation of his Dominion ability, these metal liquids gradually solidified, becoming even more sturdy. Chen Mo began to use his Dominion ability to solidify these metals into an indestructible metal wall, isolating the Qiongqi ahead. He turned to the Qiongqi beside him, his gaze firm and calm, as if challenging the other party. Come and try, see if you can break through this wall. Chen Mo showed his resolute and decisive side, fearlessly welcoming the upcoming challenge. The Qiongqi, as a different species, awakened the dark patterns early on. Although it is currently only a first-order different species, it showed no fear when facing the second-order corpse rat king, even gaining the upper hand and effortlessly tearing through the tough fur of the corpse rat king, revealing its terrifying power. The Qiongqi leisurely extended its claws. For it, common metals were as fragile as paper. With a gentle swipe, it was surprised to find that the metal wall condensed by the dominant ability remained intact. Confusion flashed in the huge pupils of the Qiongqi as it scrutinized its own claws, then stood up, raised its sturdy forelimbs, and clawed with force. Crack, sparks flew on the metal wall, leaving only a scratch, without tearing it apart. And this was just a metal wall less than 3 millimeters thick. Chen Mo saw this scene, a hint of excitement flashing in his eyes. What would happen if these metals enhanced by the dominant ability were attached to a broadsword? He took out the broadsword and lightly touched it on the metal wall. Instantly, the metal wall turned into silver liquid, slowly enveloping the broadsword, continuously merging into it. The broadsword suddenly became much heavier, sharper, and gleaming with a silver light. Chen Mo swung the sword forward, effortlessly tearing through everything in front of him. Due to the increased weight, the power of this strike became more intense. Boom! A deep crack opened in the ground. Chen Mo's heartbeat accelerated, muttering softly to himself. He began to miss the instruments in the war zone that could detect the level of power of the dominant abilities. The dominant ability should have reached the second order by now, right? He could only roughly judge based on the range and power of the abilities. With the enhancement of the abilities, the difference might not be visible in the early stages. But once it reaches the fourth order, the ability will undergo a qualitative change, bringing about earth-shattering changes. And those who possess the SSS-level dominant ability of the Divine Spirit are extremely powerful. The 9th-order ability holder Shi Yuan, who once possessed the dominant ability, was almost immortal when standing on the earth. At the 7th order, he slaughtered an 8th-order deity, shocking the world. It is said that when he used his abilities, the land for miles around obeyed him. Countless rock pillars rose from the ground, and the scene was spectacular. What kind of power will the Dominator of Gold exhibit? Chen Mo began to look forward to it. He looked at the remaining inferior crystal cores. After the dominant ability reaches the second order, the power of the inferior crystal cores can no longer support the enhancement and advancement of the abilities. His second ability, Qiongqi, is exceptionally special, and even a first-order crystal core cannot enhance it. Nevertheless, Chen Mo still carefully preserved these inferior crystal cores. When people from various major forces realize the role of crystal cores in the future post-apocalyptic world, before establishing a crystal coin system in the major war zones, these crystal cores will become the most precious currency. In addition, now that crystal cores are commonly produced in zombie heads, many large survivor forces have discovered their value. No matter how powerful a person is, the number of crystal cores they can obtain is limited. If one can use this information advantage before the widespread use of crystal cores, exchanging a large number of crystal cores with those large survivor groups would be a huge fortune. Even though he was in the end of the world, Chen Mo still harbored the dream of becoming a tycoon. His eyes sparkled with hope as he gazed at Qi sleeping. Chen Mo whispered softly, finally promoted to a second-tier supernatural being, "Wait for me." After sending Qi to find Luo Tianchong, Chen Mo could confidently head to the North China region. The next morning, Qiongqi frowned in Chen Mo's arms, whimpering softly as she slowly opened her eyes. She looked up at Chen Mo, who had his eyes closed, and asked in confusion, "Where is this?" "Brother?" Chen Mo woke up, seeing Qiongqi awake, and a smile lit up his face. He quickly reached out to push aside Qiongqi's bangs, gently touching her forehead, and said, "Much better." Qiongqi asked in a daze, "Brother, have I been sleeping for a long time? What's wrong with me?" Chen Mo comforted her softly. "It's okay, Qiongqi, how do you feel? Is there anywhere uncomfortable?" Qiongqi thought for a moment, touched her head, and said, My head seems to hurt a bit. Brother, is Qiongqi going to grow a brain?" Chen Mo chuckled, took out fever medicine and a bottle of water from his backpack, and said softly, "Be good, take this medicine." When Qiongqi heard the word, medicine, her expression immediately turned reluctant. After Chen Mo persuaded her, she finally obediently took the fever medicine. Chen Mo noticed that the awakening dark pattern on Qiongqi's right hand had become very complete. He asked softly, "Qiongqi, did you hear any sounds when you woke up? Did you feel anything different?" Usually, first-time awakened supernatural beings would hear that sound and even understand its meaning, as if they had gained information about their own abilities in an instant. After pondering for a moment, Qiongqi said, "Brother, things here seem to have become very clear, and the sound, seems like there really was one." Chen Mo's heart stirred when he heard this, looking at her expectantly, and asked, "What kind of sound?" This feeling made Qiongqi feel like she was listening to a parent reading a child's test scores. Before, Qiongqi could sense the hidden presence of zombies. Her ability might be mental in nature, or it could just be a common ability that enhances the five senses. Qiongqi pondered, biting her finger. "It seems like someone said something to me while I was sleeping. Induction. F-level ability, induction?" This common ability, although small in effect, was classified as F-level. Chen Mo was somewhat disappointed, but he knew that there weren't many people who could awaken abilities in the end of the world, and having a B-level ability was already very good. He was grateful that Qiongqi's ability wasn't too powerful, allowing her to live peacefully in this world. Just as Chen Mo felt relieved about Qiongqi's future, she shook her head, looking troubled, and said. Qiongqi's eyes were filled with confusion and helplessness as she looked desolately at Chen Mo. "Brother, I can't remember." Chen Mo furrowed his brow slightly, feeling a wave of emotions inside. He tried to recall his own past, but couldn't find any memories related to the ability of vision. After a moment of silence, Chen Mo decided to try to guide Qiongqi to awaken her own ability. He gently said to Qiongqi, "Qiongqi, try to focus on the awakening mark on your right hand and see what happens." Qiongqi nodded slightly, looking puzzled, raised her right hand, closed her eyes, with a naive and cute expression. Suddenly, a large number of images flashed in her mind like a bolt from the blue. "Oh!" Qiongqi let out a painful scream, as if experiencing endless torture. The scene was chilling. Under the blood-red sky, crows circled overhead as a giant monster let out a long howl. Blood, gunfire, screams, and countless bodies. Qiongqi, at that moment, contorted in extreme pain. Beads of sweat streamed down her forehead, and she muttered to herself incessantly, as if she had encountered something extremely ominous. "No, no, stay away. Oh, Qiongqi, Qiongqi." Chen Mo was startled by Qiongqi's terror. Seeing the strange glow on Qiongqi's right hand that had awakened, he couldn't help but call out, "Qiongqi, are you okay?" Qiongqi suddenly opened her eyes wide, looking terrified as if she had been greatly frightened. Upon seeing Chen Mo's face, she rushed into his arms, holding him tightly. With tear-filled eyes, she said, "Brother, it's so scary, I'm so scared." Chen Mo, seeing her in this state, quickly stroked her head and softly comforted her. "It's okay, Qiongqi, everything's fine now." "What happened? Can you tell, brother?" Normally, using psychic abilities shouldn't lead to this situation. Where does this precognitive ability come from? After a while, Qiongqi gradually calmed down in Chen Mo's arms. With a slightly frightened face, she revealed her inner fear. "Brother, I want to eat candy." Chen Mo was slightly surprised, then smiled and patted her head. Without refusal, he took out a pack of soft candy from his pocket, opened it, and handed it to her. "Chew, chew." The sweet taste brought a smile to her face. After a moment of contemplation, Qiongqi said, "Brother, I saw many terrifying images just now." Images? Chen Mo furrowed his brows. Could it be related to Qiongqi's psychic abilities? Can you tell brother what you saw? Qiongqi nodded and recalled. I saw a giant mountain and many people. They were firing guns at the mountain. There were hands on the mountain. With just one clap, many people died, and Qiongqi could only watch helplessly. As she spoke, fear flashed in Qiongqi's eyes, clinging tightly to Chen Mo in fear. Chen Mo fell into contemplation. A mountain. Suddenly, he remembered something, and his pupils contracted slightly. He asked, Qiongqi, did you see the mountain clearly? Can you describe what it looked like? Qiongqi raised her head, gazing intensely at Chen Mo and said, yes. It seems so, brother. Chen Mo's expression gradually turned serious. He understood what Qiongqi had witnessed. The deity of Qiongqi City, Qiongqi Shen. In his past life, he had not stayed in the organization of Luo Tianchong in Qiongqi City for too long. When he sought refuge in other areas, rumors spread that Qiongqi Shen had appeared in Qiongqi City. According to records, Qiongqi Shen's strength at that time was about 6th rank, appearing as a baby with a body as tall as a small mountain. In this world, there is a giant creature with a single leg. Due to its massive size, it moves slowly and spends most of its time lying still. Meanwhile, in Qiongqi City, many powerful mutants have emerged, with a lion named Luo Tianchong becoming a force to be reckoned with. In order to rule Qiongqi City, Luo Tianchong sent over 2,000 people and over 20 mutants to attack the creature with a single leg. However, tragedy struck as the entire army was wiped out. It wasn't until another overlord, Qiongqi, appeared that the problem was resolved. Chen Mo, a man who has been reborn, could see the figure of Qiongqi. He was filled with various questions and thoughts. Suddenly, he remembered a mysterious mutant in the 9th district known as the Prophet. Although this prophet's identity was mysterious, he always predicted the future accurately and helped the 9th district through crises multiple times. The most astonishing prediction was when he foresaw an attack by a 7th-level mutant overlord 10 days in advance. Chen Mo looked at Qiongqi in his arms, feeling puzzled. Perhaps Qiongqi's ability was not just a mere summoning power, but something similar to the prophet's foresight ability. He took a deep breath and earnestly said to Qiongqi, Qiongqi, don't easily reveal your ability to others. If someone asks, say your ability is a summoning power. Although Qiongqi was a bit puzzled, she obediently nodded, indicating her understanding. She innocently said, brother, Qiongqi understands. Qiongqi promises. Chen Mo smiled and ruffled her hair, praising her, Qiongqi is so good. Let me reward you with a candy. Qiongqi tentatively asked, can I have a whole pack? As the sky gradually brightened, Chen Mo set off again with Qiongqi. Qiongqi sat on Qiongqi's back, full of energy and curiosity, looking around. Chen Mo walked beside her, his eyes flashing, seemingly pondering something. If Qiongqi's foresight ability was truly effective, it could cause trouble if discovered by the military or other forces. The former prophet of the 9th district mysteriously disappeared one day, never to be heard from again. Chen Mo stopped dwelling on it, took out a map, and though Qiongqi City looked completely different after Doomsday, he could still identify some familiar landmarks and knew his current location. He muttered to himself, just 10 kilometers more, and we'll reach Luo Tianchong's territory. After walking for a while, Chen Mo avoided the city center where the god of longevity was located, and found many survivors' footprints, as well as zombie bodies and bullet marks. He stopped and observed the fresh bloodstains on the ground. All the zombies had their heads split open, and their crystal cores were taken. He noticed a sharp dagger on the ground and thought to himself, this knife. The Nepalese kukri? This weapon was once beloved by Luo Tianchong, who personally went to Nepal to seek it out. Just then, deafening gunshots suddenly rang out ahead. Bang! 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 Chen Mo's eyes lit up with excitement, and without hesitation, he said, let's set off. On the street, the scent of zombies filled the air. Suddenly, gunshots shattered the silence. A strong, muscular man in a black jacket, wielding a rifle, kept firing at the surrounding zombies. Lu Ming's face was fierce, glaring at the approaching zombies, roaring, damn it! Zhang always makes me bring these newbies. Sooner or later they'll get us killed. These students are all cowards. talking big but helpless when facing zombies. The older members beside him looked grim and urged, "Meng, the situation is dire. There are too many zombies. We can't hold on much longer." The new students stood dumbfounded on the side, already petrified, forgetting their earlier bravado. Lu Meng glared at the panicking students with trembling guns, shouting sternly, "When the bullets run out, use your knives. Aren't you men? Go deal with these zombies." His words sobered up the students a bit. One of the handsome young men immediately dropped his gun and tried to pull out his knife. However, when he reached for his empty waist, he exclaimed, "Where's my knife?" Upon hearing this, the older members almost fainted as 4 or 5 zombies lunged towards them. The students screamed in terror, expressing their fear of death and despair of becoming zombies. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Meng opened fire ahead, but found the zombies too dense for the newbies to save themselves. In the moment of despair, beams of silver light shot through the air, steel balls flying and shattering zombie skulls. The zombies halted, one by one falling to the ground. The students stood in astonishment, Lu Meng and others gaping in disbelief. As Lu Meng witnessed the thrilling scene before him, his pupils suddenly contracted. All these zombies were actually killed? And it was all done by these steel beads? Shock and incredulity intertwined on his sweaty face as he stared at the steel beads floating in the air. He began to doubt if he was drunk and having a bizarre dream. Suddenly, a first-order zombie that had been hit by several bullets but not yet dead burst open on the ground. Even its viscera splattered all over the floor, entangled on a broken wooden board and dragged out. It charged straight towards the astonished Lu Meng. Lu Meng immediately reacted. Just as he was about to raise his gun, a tiger like Qiongqi rushed over from a distance and slapped it to death on the ground. Then it lowered its head to devour the first-order zombie. Crunch, crunch. This terrifying and ferocious monster's appearance caused Lu Meng's breath to pause. The crowd gathered nervously, staring intently at the Qiongqi. Even the seasoned members, who were used to big scenes, couldn't help but tremble at this moment. They thought they were safe, but another, even larger and more terrifying monster appeared. "Meng brother, what should we do now?" one person said with a terrified face, teeth chattering. "Lu Meng, my friend, what do you think? Should we make a run for it?" another person suggested. "Don't panic, this is one of my pets." Chen Mo walked over with Qiqi, who looked curious. The steel beads floating in the air also gathered around Chen Mo. "There are others?" Lu Meng's mind raised a hint of caution, pointing his gun at Chen Mo, saying, "Don't come closer. Are you a superpower? Did you do all this?" "Oh?" Chen Mo lazily glanced at him, casually scanning the people present. He didn't expect them to know about superpowers. "Yes, and who are you? Are you also a survivor in this area?" Lu Meng asked warily. He knew the power of superpowers. Under Luo's command, several powerful superpowers had recently appeared. Ordinary zombies were no match for them. But the strength of this unfamiliar young man in front of him was definitely not to be underestimated. In just an instant, he had dealt with the zombies here. It was unbelievable. If the other party wanted to deal with them, the consequences would be unimaginable. "Don't come closer. Keep your distance," Lu Meng said in a deep voice, and several old team members also raised their rifles. Chen Mo remained calm, walking towards them slowly, completely ignoring Lu Meng's warning. "If I wanted to kill you, you would have been like those zombies long ago," he said indifferently. After that, he gently raised his right hand. The steel beads beside him instantly flew towards the 4 people, so fast that they couldn't even see the moment they were shot out. The steel beads had already stopped steadily in front of them. The huge impact made the people present feel a stinging sensation on their cheeks. Lu Meng's forehead oozed cold sweat, subconsciously swallowing saliva, staring wide-eyed at the floating steel beads in front of him. "What kind of ability is this? Chen Mo, did you see that? I could easily kill you all without breaking a sweat," Lu Meng said uneasily, his voice stern. When they heard the command, "Put down your guns," from the side, several old Lion Team members seemed to be ignited by a flame, and they all put down their weapons. Lu Meng forced a faint smile, and asked softly, "What do you want to do?" Chen Mo stared at the weapons flashing on them, with complex emotions surging in his heart. Before his rebirth, he had also worn such equipment and had been a member of the Lion Team. Slowly, he asked, "Chen Mo, You guys must be from the lion team, right? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat, nodding gently, yes. After confirming their identity, a glint of excitement flashed in Chen Mo's eyes as he exclaimed, finally. Finally found Luo Tianxiong's people. Previously, Chen Mo was a bit worried that his presence might have an impact on Luo Tianxiong, and wondered if it would make him consider moving elsewhere for development. But since they were all under Luo Tianxiong, this problem was easily resolved. After all, isn't their leader Luo Tianxiong? When this was mentioned, Lu Meng and the others immediately became alert. You see, now in Tianhai City, there is not only the Lion Team Survivor team. Do you know our boss? Chen Mo nodded. Take me to see him. I need to find Luo Tianxiong. Lu Meng furrowed his brows, lost in thought. What are your plans in meeting our boss? Chen Mo, you don't need to know. Lu Meng remained silent, but considering Chen Mo's formidable strength, he eventually nodded. If he didn't agree, they might end up in a dangerous situation. Well then, follow us, I'll take you to meet our boss. Just wait a moment, Chen Mo calmly said, okay. Lu Meng turned and left, with several senior Lion Team members following. They whispered to each other, Meng Jie, are we really taking this guy of unknown origin to see the boss? His strength is so powerful, I'm a bit worried. Lu Meng glared at them. Is there another way? Do you want them to be shot down like zombies? They didn't even dare to easily test fire. The previous battle happened too fast. It was not even like human behavior. Zombies fell one after another. Bodies piled up like mountains, blocking the road. The team members couldn't help feeling a bit scared. Lu Meng took a deep breath and said, he doesn't seem hostile, otherwise he wouldn't have helped us. Let's take a step back and see how it goes. You guys go clean up the heads of these zombies. After that, Lu Meng walked up to a group of students lying on the ground, angrily said, damn it, a bunch of useless cowards. Just now you were so good at fighting, but look at you now, not even killing a zombie, shooting bullets randomly afraid that your own people might die too slowly. Lu Meng vowed to apologize to Zhang Dong when he returned, and never bring new recruits again, otherwise he would eventually harm himself. Stand up, all of you. Lu Meng shouted loudly. The students shivered and struggled to get up, almost scared to pee by the scene just now. One of the students who had lost his military knife pointed at Chen Mo in fear and asked softly, Lu Jie, is that guy one of us? Lu Meng was furious at the sight of him. He immediately kicked forward. Damn it, where is your knife? The student replied somewhat fearfully, it seems to be lost. Suddenly, a silver light flashed. A brand new Nepalese military knife floated over and hung in front of the student. Is this the one? Chen Mo said lightly from a distance, picking it up casually. The knife, floating in the air. The student saw this scene. His face paled, his eyes widened staring at the floating knife. Then his vision went black, and he fainted. This is too unbelievable. Lu Meng took a deep breath, speechless with anger, took the floating knife and put it away. Then he turned to Chen Mo and said, brother, thank you. Chen Mo nodded, scrutinizing the lion members who were searching the battlefield beside him. They faced the bodies of these zombies, using knives to split their heads open and extract the crystal cores. Chen Mo covered Qi's eyes with his hand, but Qi used her small hands to pry them open, fearlessly watching the bloody scene. Her heart had long been numb, having witnessed even more terrifying scenes than this before. Chen Mo looked at Qi somewhat surprised, not expecting her to be so calm, but he didn't say much. Perhaps it was better to adapt to this environment sooner. He collected these crystal cores, then used a knife to extract the crystal core of the only first-order zombie. Lu Meng walked over, solemnly saying, bro, although I don't know what your purpose is in finding our boss, you have saved our lives. As an Esper, these crystal cores should be useful to you. Keep them safe. Chen Mo looked at the crystal core in Lu Meng's hand, somewhat surprised by his generosity. He took the crystal core and said, don't worry, I have no ill intentions towards Qiongqi. Lu Meng's face turned serious, nodding in understanding. He turned to the others and shouted, check your magazines. Whoever loses their equipment again, I won't go easy on them when we get back. Let's go. On the way, Chen Mo learned from Lu Meng the purpose of their coming here. To find a person, while also searching for survivors. For Qiongqi, the supplies they had were enough to support hundreds, even more. Luo Tianxiang had great ambitions, hoping to bring all the survivors into the Qiongqi camp. Lu Meng said with awe, "Our boss is a wise leader. Do you know where his most remarkable feat lies?" Before the doomsday arrived, he moved 30 million supplies from the city center mall. The scene was unforgettable, with large trucks shuttling back and forth, dozens of times. Lu Meng excitedly described Luo Tianxiang's feat, but when he looked at Chen Mo, he found him calm and unmoved, causing him to pause slightly. Others were shocked to hear this story, but Chen Mo saw the key point: Luo Tianxiang's decisiveness and courage. Chen Mo had originally thought that Luo Tianxiang would be as ordinary as other leaders, but he didn't expect him to be so dominant, which made him greatly admire Luo Tianxiang's abilities. Despite being seriously injured in the battle with Shou Shishen and his reputation gradually fading, Luo Tianxiang was still a figure who could change the situation. Lu Meng, seeing Chen Mo uninterested in the topic, changed the subject. "We're almost at the Qiongqi territory. Boss Luo plans to bring this area into the Qiongqi's sphere of influence. The nearby zombies have been almost completely cleared out. You, alone with a child, are so powerful." Suddenly, the Qiongqi growled lowly beside them, startling everyone present. Lu Meng's expression suddenly turned serious, then he awkwardly smiled. He looked at the young man in front of him, his eyes revealing a hint of anticipation and sincerity. "Brother, have you ever considered joining our lion team?" He tentatively extended the invitation, his voice tinged with warmth and expectation. "If you are willing to join, I can recommend you to Boss Luo. I believe he will definitely take notice of you. Strong individuals are always admirable. Just like Chen Mo, he is a true survivor, able to easily kill over 30 zombies by himself." He couldn't help but sigh, full of admiration for Chen Mo's abilities. "And what about those newbies behind us? They are so scared at the sight of zombies, they are completely terrified." Lu Meng sighed deeply, feeling somewhat worried about the new members of the team. Lu Meng was burning with anger and cursing in his heart. Chen Mo glanced at him and said softly, "It's okay. Is your lion team also looking for crystal cores?" Lu Meng asked in confusion. "Crystal cores?" he repeated with some confusion. "Like this one." Chen Mo took out a crystal core. "Oh, you mean these small stones?" Lu Meng suddenly realized, these were discovered by a doctor during dissection. It is said to be very useful for ability users. Although we don't have many in the lion team, we have several thousand. If we had known earlier, we might have had more. Several thousand. Chen Mo's eyes flashed with excitement. As time goes on, all surviving factions and armies will realize the importance of crystal cores. This will become an indispensable trading currency in the post-apocalyptic world. Considering the speed of collection, I alone definitely can't keep up with a team of hundreds or thousands. Maybe these crystal cores are not of the best quality. When I see Luo Tianxiang, I'll just ask him for some. Chen Mo thought to himself. In this life, he killed Lin Shu and incurred the wrath of the military. Luo Tianxiang is ambitious and would never be content to be subservient to the military. Perhaps, in the future, his interactions with the lion team will increase. Just then, Lu Meng noticed the mark they left behind. This was the outskirts of Qiongqi City, sparsely populated. The surrounding ruins and abandoned vehicles had obviously been specially treated. Lu Meng's face lit up. "Brother, we're almost there. It's very safe here." All lion members. Although most of the villa area in Qiongqi City had turned into ruins, there were still one or two relatively intact villas. Surrounding them were fully armed lion members. Seeing Lu Meng and his group arrive, the patrolling members respectfully greeted them. Meng Jie. Meng Jie. Lu Meng held a prominent position in the lion team. Chi-Chi curiously looked around in Chen Mo's arms. "Wow, such a big house, brother." Lu Meng smiled and said, "This used to be the wealthy area of Qiongqi, something we never dared to dream of before. But now, in the apocalypse, we've cleared this place out, making space for survivors and our own people. Within Qiongqi City, this is the safest place." Perhaps because Chen Mo had not joined any organization before, Lu Meng was particularly enthusiastic, constantly introducing the advantages of the lion team to him. Chen Mo looked around and asked, "Is Luo Tianxiang here? Wasn't he always in Anhe district?" Lu Meng answered in shock, "Not many people know this. Boss Luo moved here, it's safer." A hint of surprise flashed in Chen Mo's eyes. Luo Tianxiang had actually moved here, 10 kilometers away from the underground base. This was an unexpected surprise. Lu Meng looked at Chen Mo with concern and said, "Brother, are you hungry after the journey? Let me take you to rest first, have some food prepared, and then I'll go find Boss Luo. What do you think?" Chen Mo held Qiongqi in his arms, looked at her with emotion, thinking about how the little girl still needed to grow and how tough it was for her to come here. He nodded in agreement, saying, "Thank you." Lu Meng's face lit up with joy and he laughed loudly, "Haha. No trouble at all, grr." At this moment, a few new recruits behind them awkwardly said, "Lu Zhe, we're hungry." Lu Meng's expression instantly turned serious. Unlike his previous warmth towards Chen Mo, he glared at them and scolded loudly, "Get lost. You can do anything, but eating comes first. No matter how much you eat, it's meaningless. I'll have Lao Yu take you for special training. Don't think that just because you're students, you can enjoy special treatment." If it weren't for Chen Mo, this group of people would probably have died at the hands of zombies long ago. Despite being well equipped and well supplied, members of the Lion Squad still sacrifice every day. Lu Meng looked at a senior member of the Lion Squad and ordered, "Lao Yu, take them over there. The rest of you continue with your tasks." Yes, Chen Mo watched this scene. Although the Lion Squad did not have the strict discipline of the military, under Luo Tianxiang's organization, it appeared orderly and commendable. Lu Meng smiled and led Chen Mo into a villa. Ordinary survivors lived in tents set up in the underground garage, while experienced old members lived in several large houses. Poor Qi lazily found a spot to lie down. Chen Mo and Qiongqi entered the house, which was well equipped, but with some dim bloodstains and bullet holes on the walls. There are 7 rooms here, and most people have gone to find survivors, so there's basically no one living here. You can choose any room you like to stay in. I'll go find Boss Luo, and someone will bring food later. By the way, brother, I'm Lu Meng, what's your name? Before Chen Mo could answer, Qiongqi grabbed Lu Meng's clothes and cutely said, "Uncle. My last name is Lu too. I'm Lu Ziki." Lu Meng was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. He squatted down and said, "Haha, good, little one, I didn't expect us to be family. Tell uncle what you want to eat, we have everything here." He found the little girl too cute on one hand, and on the other hand, he wanted to use her to get closer to Chen Mo. After thinking for a moment, Qiongqi tapped her little finger and said, "I want candy, chips, cola." Chen Mo frowned gently, rubbed her head tenderly, and said, "You can't always eat these, it's not good for your health." Huh? Qiongqi's face showed a pitiful expression, looking at Chen Mo with puppy eyes. Chen Mo looked at Lu Meng and said, "I'm Chen Mo." "Thank you." Lu Meng nodded and said, "In that case, wait a minute." Lu Meng suddenly stopped, as if he had remembered something. "Wait, Chen Mo?" Lu Meng's eyes widened, his face showing an incredulous expression. Looking shocked, as if he had seen a ghost, he stared at Chen Mo in amazement and exclaimed, "Are you saying, you're Chen Mo? The legendary figure boss has been looking for?" Lu Meng stared at Chen Mo eagerly and asked, "Brother, are you Chen Mo?" Chen Mo furrowed his brow and asked, puzzled, "What's going on?" Lu Meng trembled with excitement, his eyes shining with excitement. "No, brother Chen, you just rest here, I'll go find big brother Luo. I'll send someone to take care of all your needs." Lu Meng ran out excitedly, feeling extremely thrilled. He realized that Chen Mo was the person big brother Luo was looking for, able to easily handle over 30 zombies, definitely a remarkable talent. During this time, the Lion team had sent out many members to search for survivors, and the most important task was to find a young man named Chen Mo. Lu Meng was overjoyed, with a big smile on his face. He went outside the villa and stopped a patrolling survivor, instructing, "Prepare a big meal and send it in. Are the chefs who came before still here? Serve our host well." Meanwhile, in the underground parking lot, Luo Tianxiang gazed at the person in front of him and calmly asked, "Do you know Chen Mo?" Many survivors had gathered in the underground parking lot, brought back by Lion team members. Facing Luo Tianxiang, they all respectfully lowered their heads. Several tall, well-equipped men stood beside Luo Tianxiang. He looked at a young woman in tattered clothes, fear evident on her face, and asked calmly, "Tell me, Wang Luyao was startled. She had never experienced such a scene before. In the early days of the apocalypse, she had survived by chance, staying with other survivors until they were contacted by someone. With the help of the lion team, they had come here. Wang Luyao felt uneasy and unsure whether the middle-aged man in a black coat and stubble was Chen Mo's enemy. A lion team member beside him whispered, "Boss Luo, this girl is said to be Chen Mo's ex-girlfriend." Luo Tianxiang's eyes lit up after hearing this. He stared at Wang Luyao and asked, "Is it true?" Wang Luyao nodded slightly, a bit afraid. Luo Tianxiang said excitedly, "Don't be afraid, we won't harm you. You are Chen's ex-girlfriend. Can you still contact him?" Wang Luyao shook her head. Then Luo Tianxiang asked, "Where was the last place you saw him?" Wang Luyao answered softly, "On the 22nd, I saw him at the Wodima supermarket, then the lion team came." Luo Tianxiang's eyes showed a hint of contemplation. Then he laughed heartily, "How foolish of us, not realizing she is a friend of Chen. How could you leave her waiting here? Arrange for them to meet immediately." Since there was an intersection with that mysterious person, time did not allow any delay. Even the ex-girlfriend of that mysterious person was involved. Wang Luyao was somewhat surprised to hear this. She had been here for a few days, and although food was delivered every day, the survivors in the underground garage did not see any value in the male lions. Those chosen by the male lions had long been absorbed into the organization. She knew all this must be because of her relationship with Chen Mo. Only the leader of the male lions in front of her would treat her with such courtesy. However, in her memory, Chen Mo had always been an ordinary and backgroundless person. Wang Luyao asked in confusion, "Do you know Chen Mo?" Luo Tianxiang smiled and replied, "How could I dare? Brother Chen is a remarkable person. I just happened to meet him once." Just then, an anxious Lu Meng ran over. Luo Tianxiang turned to face Lu Meng, frowning at his gasping and eager appearance, and asked, "What's wrong? Didn't I say not to panic?" Lu Meng gasped and said that he had looked for Luo Tianxiang for a long time, only to find him not in the house. He asked a few people and found out that he was in the underground garage. Lu Meng gasped and said, "Boss, I found the person you were looking for." Luo Tianxiang asked puzzledly, "A survivor?" Lu Meng shook his head and said, "No, it's Chen Mo." When Luo Tianxiang heard this, his eyes lit up instantly, and he said in shock, "What?" The other male lion members beside him were also shocked. Wang Luyao was even more shocked when she heard this name. Zhang Dong immediately asked, "Lu Meng, are you joking? Are you sure?" Lu Meng said seriously, "Absolutely true. I found him when I was out exercising with the new recruits." Luo Tianxiang immediately asked loudly, "Where?" Lu Meng replied immediately, "He's in the third villa now." Luo Tianxiang was extremely excited to hear this, never expecting to see this remarkable person again. If it weren't for Chen Mo, the members of the male lions would not have been able to live so smoothly in the apocalypse. He excitedly said, "Quick, take me there." Suddenly, he remembered Wang Luyao standing beside him and said to her, "You come too." Everyone hurriedly left the scene. Inside the villa, Chen Mo looked at the table full of steaming food, feeling a bit emotional. In the apocalypse, he could still taste the delicious stir-fry. Beside him, Qiongqi was enjoying the food, her eyes shining as she said, "Delicious. Brother, come and eat." A young man smiled and said, "These are all made by Lao Li. He was a 5-star chef before the apocalypse." Another young man curiously asked, "What's your relationship with Lu Zhe?" Only members of the male lions can enjoy this food. Suddenly, there were a few exclamations from outside. "Oh my God, why are there tigers outside? That scary sound." The door was suddenly kicked open. Suddenly, a burst of angry curses was heard. "This is just terrible. I almost danced with death today. Old Wu is gone. How am I going to explain this to Brother Zhang Dong when I get back? Who would have thought that besides zombies, there would be a giant hand suddenly reaching out in that place? This situation is really unexpected. I'll go back and tell Brother Zhang Dong, see what he can do." Suddenly, a fragrance wafted over, catching their attention. A group of fierce-looking men, covered in blood and carrying guns, walked in. They looked at Chen Mo and Qiongqi on the table, their expressions somewhat displeased. One of them asked impatiently, "Where are you survivors from? Don't you know this is the gathering place of the Lion Gang's old members?" A young man beside them quickly explained, Brother Cao, these are friends brought by Lu Meng. Cao Feng raised his eyebrows and said, Lu Meng? This guy is really something. Enjoying himself with a newcomer while we're risking our lives here. And now bringing outsiders in? Whoever you are, I'm not in a good mood right now, get out. Chen Mo remained calm, glanced at them, and Qiongqi timidly said, Brother, they don't seem to welcome us. Chen Mo smiled at Qiongqi and said, It's okay, have you eaten? Qiongqi nodded, gently replying, I've eaten, brother. Then Chen Mo picked up Qiongqi and walked out. Watching Chen Mo's actions, the men sneered disdainfully. Cao Feng sneered, looking for Luo Tianxiong? They're simply asking for trouble. This trip has already cost several brothers, leaving them very frustrated. They began to eat, and Cao Feng said, The Lion Gang's resources are limited. Not everyone can enjoy them like Lu Meng. Only old members deserve it. Everyone started to eat heartily, and the young man could only watch helplessly, not daring to intervene. Outside, Chen Mo walked over to Qiongqi while carrying Qiongqi, followed by the young man. He hesitantly said, Those are all old members at the same level as Lu Meng. Even if Lu Meng comes, it won't help. Chen Mo replied calmly, It's okay. He asked, Where does Luo Tianxiong live? The young man explained, Boss Luo is not someone ordinary can meet. He lives in that standalone building over there. Chen Mo nodded, thanked him, patted Qiongqi lying on the ground, and said, Let's go, Qiongqi. On the other side, Luo Tianxiong and the others hurriedly arrived from the underground garage. Zhang Dong asked in confusion, Boss, isn't that Chen Mo just an ordinary person? What's there to care about? Luo Tianxiong glared at him, his anger soaring as he said. Chen Mo turned around, his anger soaring as he rebuked the people next to him. They all have to show me respect. Anyone who dares to upset Brother Chen, I'll take care of them immediately. Did you hear me? Yes, we heard. Several people responded one after another. Luo Tianxiong quickly walked towards the front, recalling the scene when he met Chen Mo before the apocalypse. That mysterious figure who could control bullets and even penetrate alloy walls. He gradually realized Chen Mo's special ability. Leading hundreds of people under his command, he was a hero before the apocalypse. However, at this moment, there was some unease in his heart. And standing at the back, Wang Luyao was shocked to see this scene. Chen Mo, what secrets are you hiding? Do I not know you well enough? In her eyes, this ex-boyfriend was becoming more and more mysterious. Just then, Lu Meng suddenly stopped in his tracks, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Is that Chen Mo? What? Everyone present looked curiously at Chen Mo. They all wanted to see what kind of person was so highly praised by Luo Tianxiong. When Chen Mo appeared in their sight, Luo Tianxiong couldn't help but tremble involuntarily. This familiar face. This unique aura. It's really him. Excitedly, Luo Tianxiong walked up to him. Chen Jie. Luo Tianxiong called out with a smile. Hearing this address, the old members beside him couldn't believe their eyes. Did Luo boss just call this young man Chen Jie? Chen Mo was also surprised by Luo Tianxiong's actions. Didn't expect to meet him here. Luo Tianxiong warmly approached and greeted him with a bow. Chen Jie, long time no see. I knew you must still be alive. Heard you were looking for me. Didn't have to wait long, right? After a month of not seeing each other, the current Luo Tianxiong appeared even more imposing. It seemed like he had also awakened his special ability. Chen Mo noticed the awakening dark patterns on his hands, and Wang Luyao behind him was even more surprised to see Chen Mo. It's really him. Damn it. Lu Meng, come here. Luo Tianxiong said angrily. Didn't I tell you? When you see Brother Chen, you must entertain him properly. Why wasn't Chen Ji's accommodation arranged? Lu Meng looked puzzled and said, not understanding. Chen Jie, weren't you in the villa? Why are you out here? Qiongqi coquettishly said in Chen Mo's arms. A group of people came and kicked me and my brother out. Luo Tianxiong was stunned after hearing this, then he became furious. This is too much. I want to see who dares to drive away Brother Chen. I clearly instructed that when meeting Chen Mo, he should be treated like an honored guest. Whether it's food, supplies, or beautiful women, fulfill all his needs. How dare someone not take my words seriously? Luo Tianxiong's eyes burned with anger. He tried to calm himself down and turned to the little girl in Chen Mo's arms, asking, Chen Jie, who is this? Chen Mo smiled and explained, she is the daughter of an old friend. Just call me Chen Mo, no need for Chen Jie. Luo Tianxiong chuckled and jokingly called him, Chen Buddy. Chen Mo nodded in understanding. Luo Tianxiong had many questions for Chen Mo, but first, he needed to find out who dared to offend this mysterious figure. If Chen Mo was truly offended, Luo Tianxiong swore to give severe punishment. As the leader of the Lion Clan, he was not one to show mercy, especially now that his powers had awakened, making him even stronger. Chen Buddy, let's go and see who has offended you, Luo Tianxiong said boldly, showing his leadership style. Zhang Dong also smiled in agreement, having been in charge of procurement and knowing a bit about the situation. Although he didn't dare to call Chen Mo Buddy, like Luo Boss, he politely said, Chen Jie, we have always regarded you as a deity, and Boss has asked us to find you several times. Surprised, Chen Mo asked, find me? Luo Tianxiong put his arm around Chen Mo's shoulder, saying loudly, Chen Buddy, you are our Lion Clan's benefactor. We'll talk about this later, let's first go see who has offended you. He then pointed to Wang Luyao behind him and introduced, Chen Buddy, look at the guest I brought you. Chen Mo looked at Wang Luyao, frowned, while Wang Luyao looked complex, not expecting to meet Chen Mo here. Chen Mo and Chi-Chi curiously looked at Wang Luyao, who remained silent, her heart filled with mixed emotions. The reunion between Chen Mo and Wang Luyao made her feel inferior and estranged. In this post-apocalyptic era, the Lion Clan, as a powerful survivor force, made her feel incredibly small. Chen Mo remained calm and composed in front of Wang Luyao, showing no mercy. Wang Luyao felt like they were living in different worlds, filled with helplessness. After Chen Mo left, Wang Luyao was deeply moved, standing alone in place. Luo Tianxiong walked up to Chen Mo and asked, Chen Buddy, how do you feel? Chen Mo said calmly, don't worry, we will make sure to arrange the best place for your girlfriend to stay, and she won't lack anything to eat or drink. Although his voice was calm, his heart was filled with concern and worry for Wang Luyao. He knew that he had no relationship with her anymore, but he was still unwilling to let her be treated differently because of his identity. Even though he no longer cared, he would not allow Wang Luyao to use his name to gain special treatment. After listening to Chen Mo's words, Luo Tianxiong narrowed his eyes slightly, pondering to himself. He understood that Wang Luyao must have done something wrong to make Chen Mo react this way. With a chuckle, he said, it seems like this woman has done something bad. Then he turned to the people beside him and said, since even Brother Chen said so, there's no need to treat her differently. Let her go back to the underground parking lot. Luo Tianxiong was always decisive and ruthless. He looked at the person beside him and said coldly, survivors without value should stay in the underground parking lot, responsible for moving supplies, that's their only use. Meanwhile, in the third villa, Cao Fengyuan and his men had eaten and rested, lying back on the chairs. Cao Fengyuan picked up a toothpick to clean his teeth, a hint of fierceness flashing across his face as he said, this is important news. Boss Luo has always wanted to expand his territory to the area in the city center, but there are too many zombies there, impossible to clear out. Now that ghostly thing has appeared, if we want to occupy that prime area, have Zhang Dong send people down to help exterminate it, to avenge Brother Wu. The people around nodded in agreement, their emotions stirred up. Suddenly, the door was kicked open with a heavy blow. A deep voice rang out, avenge who? Everyone present felt a shiver and stood up. They saw Luo Tianxiong and his group walking in with a powerful momentum. Cao Fengyuan and his men were startled and hurried forward. Cao Fengyuan frowned and asked, Lu Meng, you're here too, and you, kid? Luo Tianxiong was furious, rebuking loudly, blind fools. Who told you to drive Brother Chen away? Didn't I tell you that you must show respect when you meet Brother Chen? Cao Fengyuan and the others apologized in fear, expressing their misunderstanding and not daring to show any disrespect. Luo Tianxiong looked at the leftovers behind them, his brow furrowed, anger rising as he said, Lu Meng told me that this was the food he prepared for Brother Chen, and you all ate it all. You deserve it. His voice was cold and severe, sending a chill through everyone present. After awakening his superpowers, Luo Tianxiang's kick was undoubtedly ruthless. However, within the lion team, his position was extremely authoritative, and no one dared to disobey him. Cao Fengyuan and others turned pale, remained silent, and felt fear in their hearts. Chen Mo watched coldly from the side, knowing that Luo Tianxiang's actions were meant to please him. Enraged, Luo Tianxiang ordered loudly, "All of you kneel down and apologize to Brother Chen." The senior members of the lion team all know the importance of Chen Mo to the team. Hearing Luo Tianxiang's command, everyone immediately knelt down to beg for forgiveness. They apologized to Chen Mo in a low voice, expressing regret. These people were all senior members of the lion team who had followed Luo Tianxiang even before the outbreak of the apocalypse. Unexpectedly, in front of everyone, Luo Tianxiang showed no mercy. The deputy leader of the lion team, Zhang Dong, looked at Chen Mo with puzzlement, wondering what was so special about him. Chen Mo's position in everyone's hearts became even more prominent. All the brothers present surrendered, except Cao Fengyuan, who remained unmoved. Seeing this, Luo Tianxiang's face darkened, and he coldly questioned, "Cao Fengyuan, what do you want?" Cao Fengyuan stared at the calm Chen Mo and replied loudly, "Boss Luo, I refuse to comply." The crowd was shocked that Cao Fengyuan dared to openly defy Boss Luo's orders. "You're asking for death." Luo Tianxiang instantly raised his gun towards Cao Fengyuan's head, seething with anger. "You want me to apologize to Brother Chen? Are you looking to die?" Cao Fengyuan closed his eyes and firmly stated, "Boss, go ahead and shoot. We brothers have worked hard and sacrificed. Why should we let outsiders share our achievements? Lao Wu and Lao Lu have both sacrificed." "What?" Zhang Dong's pupils constricted as he looked at the people present in shock. "Cao Fengyuan, what do you mean? Lao Wu and Lao Lu have sacrificed?" Luo Tianxiang's eyes revealed a killing intent as he stared coldly at Cao Fengyuan. "Tell me, what happened?" The lion team was currently powerful, and even going to the city center was not considered dangerous, especially since Cao Fengyuan and the others were experienced thugs. Cao Fengyuan opened his eyes, anger evident in his gaze, and said, "Boss, Lao Wu and Lao Lu went to the city center," and suddenly a huge hand emerged from the ground, snatching away all 5 members of our team. Enraged, Luo Tianxiang questioned even more angrily, "Are you sure you're telling the truth?" At this moment, Chen Mo, who had been observing silently, furrowed his brow and walked up to Cao Fengyuan, asking, "Are you sure you saw that hand?" Surprised, Luo Tianxiang asked, "Brother Chen, do you know something?" Chen Mo nodded and asked Cao Fengyuan with concern, "Do you remember the situation clearly?" Luo Tianxiang slowly lowered his gun and snorted, "Since Brother Chen is asking you, speak up." After listening to Chen Mo's account, Cao Fengyuan nodded and took a deep breath before saying, "We can't say for sure about the specifics, but we do remember that the earth suddenly shook, and then a crack appeared on the ground. 2 huge arms emerged from that crack and knocked down Lao Wu and Lao Lu, as if there was a great force trying to break free. We also heard a sound similar to a baby crying." Chen Mo's eyes flickered with doubt upon hearing this. Why would this happen? It's only been a month since the apocalypse began. Normally, even if the gods awaken, they should still be in a dormant state and shouldn't be making any moves so early. And the true awakening of the gods should wait until after the attack of the Nian beast. Cao Fengyuan's description reminded people of the scene when Qiongqi Shen woke up. Could it be that Qiongqi Shen is about to crawl out from the underground of Tianhai City? Luo Tianxiang furrowed his brows, also filled with doubt. Did a 6 to 7 meter long baby arm really emerge from the ground? Are there other unknown beings hidden in the apocalypse besides zombies? Chen Mo slowly said, "And there is a god, Qiongqi Shen, beneath Tianhai City." At the mention of the god, everyone felt a chill. Luo Tianxiang was also shocked. Could it be that in the apocalypse, the most powerful being is not the zombies, but the gods? Lu Meng also felt a chill and said, "Chen Jie, this is not a time for jokes." Chen Mo's words were like a depth charge, making everyone present feel a heavy pressure. The word, God, alone was enough to indicate its power, and now, the lions in the apocalypse, who had been walking on solid ground, were told that the most powerful being was not the zombies, but the gods. Cao Fengyuan didn't believe it. God? That's simply impossible. Chen Mo looked at him indifferently, then asked Luo Tianxiang for a firearm. As the leader of the lions, Luo Tianxiong remained calm and handed the gun to Chen Mo. Chen Mo took the gun, released the safety, and aimed at Cao Fengyuan. Everyone's heart skipped a beat, especially Cao Fengyuan, who was startled and asked, "What? What are you trying to do?" The gunshot rang out. Cao Fengyuan closed his eyes as if he had already left this world. However, when he opened his eyes and saw the bullet suspended in front of him, his heart trembled violently. Chen Mo waved his hand lightly, and the bullet instantly released a power stronger than a sniper rifle, piercing through the villa's wall, leaving behind a black hole. Cao Fengyuan was stunned, and the other lion members were also shocked. Chen Mo handed the gun back to Luo Tianxiong and said calmly, "You see, nothing is impossible." Cao Fengyuan went through a life-threatening experience, leaving him collapsed on the ground, panting heavily. His face was filled with fear as he looked at Chen Mo, his expression one of shock. He then slowly knelt down and whispered, "Brother Chen, I was wrong." In the lion team, everyone knew that some individuals possessed special abilities, but they had always thought these individuals were just slightly stronger physically than normal people. However, when Chen Mo displayed such immense power, Cao Fengyuan finally understood the terrifying nature of these abilities. He exclaimed, "Bullets can't even harm him. This is beyond the realm of what humans can achieve." In the lion team, strength is the most respected quality, and Cao Fengyuan deeply felt this. Initially, many people didn't understand why Boss Luo showed such reverence to a young man. However, when Chen Mo demonstrated his strength, everyone was won over. Cao Fengyuan immediately said, "Brother Chen, I was narrow-minded before. I take full responsibility for my actions. If there's punishment to be meted out, come to me." Looking at the people kneeling before him, Chen Mo couldn't help but say helplessly, "Why does it seem like they're all seeking death? They just kicked me and Qiongqi out of this villa." However, Luo Tianxiong expressed gratitude to Chen Mo, saying, "Chen, I'm really sorry. I'll arrange for some food to be sent over." Chen Mo declined, saying, "No need, I won't stay here for long." Luo Tianxiong was shocked to hear this and hurriedly asked, "Chen, are you planning to?" Chen Mo gestured for everyone around to leave, and Luo Tianxiong immediately understood his intention and instructed the others to depart. Chen Mo released Qiongqi, gently ruffled her hair, and softly said, "Qiongqi, go out with Uncle Lu." Qiongqi, somewhat unwillingly, asked, "Why, brother?" Chen Mo patiently explained, "Just listen to me, Qiongqi." Qiongqi nodded, and Uncle Lu smiled, saying, "Qiongqi, would you like to come and play with Uncle? There are many fun things here." Qiongqi's eyes immediately lit up. As the door closed, Cao Fengyuan still looked at Zhang Dong with lingering fear and asked softly, "Dong, who exactly is Brother Chen? How can he be an ability user who isn't even afraid of bullets?" Zhang Dong glanced at him impatiently and said, "You have the nerve to ask? If it weren't for Brother Chen's mercy, you would have been done for. Those valued by Brother Chen are no ordinary people." Despite this, the scene just now also left Zhang Dong feeling shocked. He couldn't help but wonder. That young man, no, the god that Brother Chen mentioned, could it really exist in Tianhai City? Someone nearby whispered, "Could there really be divine beings among us?" Zhang Dong snorted coldly, not giving an answer. In the villa, Luo Tianxiong and Chen Mo sat on the sofa, creating a relaxed and pleasant atmosphere. Luo Tianxiong took out a pack of cigarettes, lit one, and took a deep drag, enjoying the swirling smoke. In the apocalypse, even a piece of bread has become extremely precious, with a scarcity of material necessities, let alone spiritual satisfaction. However, as the leader of the lion, Luo Tianxiong was fortunate enough to enjoy the pleasure of smoking to relax. He unconsciously handed a cigarette to Chen Mo, but suddenly stopped. With a smile, he said, "Chen, want a smoke?" "Oh, wait, I almost forgot you don't smoke." Luo Tianxiong laughed heartily. Chen Mo looked at him and slowly said, "I'm planning to go to North China City." Hearing this, Luo Tianxiong's pupils contracted, quickly advising, "Brother, North China City is not a good place. Recently, a military force went to rescue, but ended up being wiped out." Chen Mo furrowed his brow, deepening his understanding of the danger in North China City. In his memory, only ferocious creatures existed there. If even the military couldn't resist, it could only be an ancient fierce beast awakening. Luo Tianxiong looked at Chen Mo and couldn't help asking, "Are you going there to find someone?" Chen Mo replied calmly. Luo Tianxiong shook his head, feeling a myriad of emotions. If Chen Mo joined the lion, it would undoubtedly make the lion stronger. Although fate had not yet arrived, their friendship would not change. Luo Tianxiong took a deep drag of his cigarette and said seriously, "Chen, I will send someone to accompany you." Chen Mo waved his hand and said, "No need, I am enough on my own. I came to you this time to ask for a favor." Hearing this, Luo Tianxiong eagerly said, "Oh, whatever it is, just tell me, I will do my best to help you." Chen Mo stared into his eyes and said in a deep voice, "Did you see the little girl I was holding? Her name is Qiongqi." Upon hearing this, Luo Tianxiong immediately understood Chen Mo's intention. He solemnly promised, "Don't worry, I will take care of her as if she were my own daughter, and never let her be harmed." He did not expect that Chen Mo had come to protect the little girl. This made him admire the mysterious and powerful Chen Mo even more. It also built a bridge of communication between the lion and Chen Mo. Luo Tianxiong's eyes were sharp and full of spirit. He smiled brightly at Chen Mo and said, "Don't worry, Chen, as long as it involves Qiongqi, it's touching my bottom line as Luo Tianxiong." Chen Mo nodded solemnly and said, "Actually, I'm not worried about Qiongqi's safety. Luo Tianxiong, the Qiongqi god you mentioned may soon be revived." Luo Tianxiong was taken aback. His face turned serious. If even Chen was so wary, then this Qiongqi god must be extraordinary. "Chen, as the leader of the Lion Alliance, what do you think are my chances of defeating that deity?" Chen Mo looked at him and answered without hesitation, 0. "What?" Luo Tianxiong's breathing paused. His pupils dilated suddenly. He felt a chill down his spine. The Lion Alliance had 200 to 300 well-equipped members, yet the chances of winning were 0? He had no doubt about Chen's words. Such a divine person, even if they could foresee the coming of doomsday, would not lie. Chen Mo calmly said, "Don't worry, before I leave, I will take care of the final trouble in Tianhai City. As long as the Lion Alliance is careful, they should be able to resist the spread of zombies and mutants." Dealing with the Qiongqi god is just a side task. Chen Mo also wanted to test if his Tianquan ability could control deities. If he could make the Qiongqi god submit, his strength would greatly increase. Luo Tianxiong was ecstatic and respectfully said, "Chen, thank you so much. Feel free to ask for anything. The Lion Alliance will do its best." Hearing Chen's words, he felt relieved. Chen Mo pondered for a moment. The current Qiongqi god may only be at the level of the 3rd or 4th order. With the existence of the Qiongqi, the former Qiongqi had torn apart deities before rebirth. There must be a way to restrain them. When the Qiongqi advanced to the 2nd order, and his Tianquan ability reached the 2nd order, he should be able to defeat the Qiongqi god. "Luo Tianxiong, I heard that you have collected a lot of crystal cores. I need some." "Crystal cores?" Luo Tianxiong was puzzled. "It's this." Chen Mo took out a 1st order crystal core from his pocket. Seeing this, Luo Tianxiong suddenly understood. "Haha, Chen, so you were talking about these things inside the zombies' heads. We Lion Alliance have indeed collected a lot. I'll give them all to you. About 3,000 or so. Consider these as a thank you gift from me. Feel free to come and take more whenever you need." Chen Mo's eyes flashed with joy, and he thank you. Luo Tianxiong said, "Chen, let's go to the warehouse and take a look." The two went to a small warehouse where Lion Alliance's supplies were stored. Luo Tianxiong nodded and had the guard open the warehouse door. "Follow me." They entered the warehouse, facing a mountain of crystal cores, along with boxes filled with supplies. Chen Mo looked at these crystal cores and noticed that there were not only low-quality crystal cores but also high-quality ones. Chen Mo unexpectedly discovered a rare 2nd-order crystal nucleus, a light purple crystal nucleus larger than the others. He hesitated, wondering if possessing the strength of a lion could counter the 2nd-order zombies and mutants. Luo Tianxiong led Chen Mo to the crystal nucleus and sighed softly, saying, "These were all obtained from those detestable zombies and monsters. Chen, my friend, the crystal nucleus in your hand was discovered by our lion members by chance. It's almost the same size as your pet, resembling a canine monster. We sacrificed more than 20 brothers to barely kill it. Chen Mo stared at the second-order crystal nucleus in his hand, realizing that zombies and mutants below the third order could withstand firepower damage, but it would be difficult to harm them further unless using some special weapons. Curiously, Luo Tianchong asked, Chen, what are these crystal nuclei used for? Do you need them so badly? Chen Mo looked at him and replied slowly, psychics can use crystal nuclei to enhance their abilities or restore their physical strength, but they should not absorb too much, or they will lose their sanity, no different from zombies and mutants. Luo Tianchong nodded, pondered for a moment, and said, I see. I once toyed with a crystal nucleus, and it somehow disappeared from my hand. Don't worry, we lions can handle things even without these. Feel free to take them if you need. Chen Mo glanced at the crystal nuclei on the ground, shook his head, only took a second-order crystal nucleus and more than 41st-order crystal nuclei, saying, these are enough. Luo Tianchong was somewhat surprised, thinking Chen Mo was being polite, and asked, won't you take more? Chen Mo explained, low-quality crystal nuclei don't have much effect on me anymore. These are sufficient. Luo Tianchong inquired about when Chen Mo would set off, and Chen Mo decided to depart early the next morning. Luo Tianchong exclaimed, so soon? Chen Mo nodded, indicating his plan to use these crystal nuclei to advance his abilities and pet to the second order, then head to the city center to solve issues. He instructed Luo Tianchong not to tell Qiongqi about this. Luo Tianchong agreed and suggested staying a little longer, so Chen Mo decided to stay tonight to tell him some important matters. He didn't want the lions to be destroyed after finding Ur. Luo Tianchong's expression turned serious upon hearing this, speculating that Chen Mo must have something important to tell him. The tacit cooperation between Chen Mo and Luo Tianchong is admirable. Chen Mo always manages to accurately convey his needs, and Luo Tianchong is always able to meet them perfectly. When Luo Tianchong left, Chen Mo walked up to the Qiongqi and generously tossed 10 first-order crystal cores to it. He whispered, enjoy, this time is special. The Qiongqi, unlike humans, absorbs crystal cores without any restrictions, and even undergoes transformation. Opening its big mouth, the Qiongqi swallowed all the crystal cores in one breath, emitting a chilling chewing sound. Then, it closed its eyes, calmly breathing as its fur became more glossy and a light purple ripple emerged on its body. Wisely, Luo Tianchong evacuated the people around to a safe distance to avoid disturbing Chen Mo and the Qiongqi. He trusted Chen Mo immensely, letting him act freely without any guard. Chen Mo took out a second-order crystal core, intending to enhance his Tianquan ability. The Tianquan ability is unique and precious. Only a second-order crystal core can bring about enhancement. Closing his eyes, Chen Mo began to absorb the power of the crystal core. Each enhancement not only strengthened his abilities but also improved his physique, which is why ability users are held in high regard over ordinary people. In the evening, Luo Tianchong and Zhang Dong arrived at Chen Mo's location, only to find him absent. Zhang Dong inquired about Chen Ji's whereabouts, and the gatekeeper informed them that Chen Mo had not yet emerged. To prepare for tomorrow's departure, Luo Tianchong arranged a sumptuous dinner and prepared crystal cores from zombie brains as a gesture of goodwill. He decided to wait for Chen Mo's appearance, unwilling to disturb him. Zhang Dong found this unbelievable, as he had never seen Luo Tianchong waiting for someone before. Curious about the existence of gods, Zhang Dong asked Luo Tianchong for his opinion on them. Luo Tianchong glanced at him and coldly snorted, how could gods possibly exist in this world? His attitude was firm, showing disbelief in the existence of gods. Before the apocalypse arrived, who could have imagined what is happening now? If it wasn't for Chen Mo's timely reminder, Zhang Dong would have probably become a sacrifice for his girlfriend long ago. As expected, the several mistresses Zhang Dong kept all turned into zombies. Just imagine, working hard and suddenly seeing these mistresses turning into zombies. A nightmare scenario that is beyond imagination. Zhang Dong felt a chill down his spine and awkwardly said, yeah. It was at that moment that a voice suddenly came. Long time no see, the newcomer said. Seeing the person, Luo Tianchong's eyes lit up with a glint as he smiled and said, Old Chen, are you ready? The person was none other than Chen Mo. Chen Mo nodded slightly, a rare smile appearing on his face. He was in a good mood. The resources possessed by the lion group were indeed abundant, even in the early stages of the apocalypse. These crystal nuclei could completely cultivate a powerful warrior. Unexpectedly, after Luo Tianxiang learned of the value of the crystal nuclei, he decisively handed them over to Chen Mo. "Thank you for these crystal nuclei," Chen Mo said. Luo Tianxiang looked at Chen Mo, feeling pleased, and said with a smile, "Old Chen, you are too polite. It seems that your strength has increased again, congratulations." Zhang Dong also congratulated happily. Luo Tianxiang looked around Chen Mo and seemed to remember something, asking in confusion, "Old Chen, where is your pet?" Chen Mo smiled faintly and said, "Maybe it's too hungry, so it went out to hunt for food." Chen Mo didn't want too many people to know about his second ability, the poor Qi. Fortunately, awakening the dark mark could be hidden. After hearing this, Luo Tianxiang exclaimed, "Your pet is even more majestic and domineering than the lions I have seen before. If it were not restricted, I would also like to raise one to play with. But let's not talk about that for now. The banquet is ready, and the only thing missing is you, the protagonist." Chen Mo nodded. "Let's go." Inside the villa, which was Luo Tianxiang's residence and the only place that remained intact and impeccably clean in this area, there were no less than 7 or 8 lion group members patrolling here every day. Luo Tianxiang slowly pushed open the door. The hall was extremely bright, with candles lit everywhere. A long table was filled with a sumptuous feast. It felt like going back to the time before the apocalypse, enjoying a meal in an expensive restaurant. In the hall, Qiongqi, Lu Meng, and a few trusted aides were present. Seeing Chen Mo, Qiqi's eyes sparkled, and she jumped off her chair and threw herself into Chen Mo's arms. "Brother." Chen Mo smiled and stroked her head. Looking at the scene before him, he couldn't help but marvel at the huge gap between the lion group and the survivors he had encountered before. Even as the world came to an end, Luo Tianxiang still lived a carefree life. The absence of laws did not constrain him, but rather allowed him to indulge in his desires without restraint. In this lawless era, he could fully enjoy women, food, and respect. However, beyond all this, what he truly longed for deep down was. Luo Tianxiang laughed loudly and patted Chen Mo's shoulder, suggesting the dinner prepared for him. Although there was no music and electric lights, the flickering candlelight added a mysterious atmosphere to the whole scene. Chen Mo was in a good mood and felt the warm hospitality of the host. Zhang Dong suddenly shouted loudly, reminding everyone at the table to come and meet Brother Chen. Members like Cao Fengyuan and Lu Meng, the old lions, came forward one after another to greet Brother Chen. They retained their pre-apocalyptic etiquette habits, as if time had not changed their attitude towards others. However, Chen Mo knew very well that with the changes in the apocalypse, especially the appearance of the Fourth-Order mutants, everything would undergo earth-shaking changes. Without enough strength, the beauty in front of him was just a fleeting moment, as fragile as a dream. Luo Tianxiang and Chen Mo sat down together, with Luo Tianxiang giving up the seat of honor, politely letting Chen Mo take the seat. Seeing this, the members of the lion group sat down and looked at the table full of delicious food, unable to help but salivate. These foods were not common to them, and Luo Tianxiang anxiously asked Chen Mo if he was satisfied. Chen Mo smiled and shook his head, expressing his gratitude for the lavish treatment. Luo Tianxiang laughed heartily, saying that as long as he was in the lion group, Chen Mo would enjoy sumptuous food. Qiqi picked up a piece of braised pork, happily saying that she also liked this dish. Chen Mo took a few bites before the other lion members started to eat. They ate heartily but restrained themselves, afraid of offending the host. After a while, Qiqi had eaten her fill and requested to go out and play for a while. Chen Mo agreed, reminding her not to come back too late. Qiqi cheerfully agreed and ran out without a care in the world. Luo Tianxiang asked Lu Meng to accompany her and stay behind to talk with Chen Mo about important matters as Chen Mo put down his chopsticks and looked at Luo Tianxiang seriously. When the representative of the military district came to request resources and weapons from Luo Tianxiang to help others and join their ranks, Luo Tianxiang's irritable teammates immediately slammed the table in anger, their voices thundering. They couldn't believe such a request was unreasonable. The members of their lion team had worked tirelessly to find a safe refuge. They had already done things that other survivors couldn't do, they had sacrificed so much. How could they be easily conscripted in this post-apocalyptic era? Luo Tianxiong frowned and sternly rebuked. Did I ask you for resources? Sit down. The team member was intimidated by Luo Tianxiong's attitude, looked awkwardly at his companions, and remained silent. Luo Tianxiong's eyes flickered with vigilance. He realized soberly that this was exactly what he feared the most. In the early days of the apocalypse, the military would prioritize protecting leaders, then begin integrating surrounding survivors. With his past reputation, all it would take was one command from the other side, and the lion team they had worked so hard to build would crumble. Whether it was equipment or strength, large forces formed by survivors would ultimately be absorbed. Luo Tianxiong couldn't abandon his hard-earned achievements, let alone hand them over. That's why he wanted to train survivors and build his own power. Luo Tianxiong looked at Chen Mo seriously and said, "Brother Chen, what if I refuse?" Chen Mo squinted his eyes and stared at him in silence for a long time. Luo Tianxiong realized he had found the right person. This question might be a bit tricky. Chen Mo said lightly. Luo Tianxiong was not a fool. He knew there must be a solution behind Chen Mo's words. Luo Tianxiong sighed and said, "Brother Chen, according to your suggestion, are you saying?" The surrounding lion team members also showed expressions of concern. Luo Tianxiong consulted Chen Mo, expressing his trust. "Brother Chen, rest assured, everyone here is my brother in life and death." Chen Mo nodded in support. In fact, Chen Mo's idea was not unfeasible. Before the apocalypse, there were several forces composed of people with special abilities that were no less powerful than the military district. Of course, there were contradictions within the military district. Otherwise there wouldn't be multiple war zones. Chen Mo told Luo Tianxiong, "In terms of resources and firepower, you can't compare to the military district, but the power of people with special abilities will far exceed your imagination." Luo Tianxiong immediately understood Chen Mo's intention and said with respect, "You mean, we should start with the people with special abilities?" Chen Mo smiled and shrugged. "I didn't say anything specific." He indicated that before he left, he would deal with the biggest threat in Qiongqi City, the god of longevity. Although Qiongqi City was vast, the number of survivors was limited. In the early stages of the establishment of major forces, survivors would spontaneously seek shelter. Starting from other aspects might be more effective than searching for survivors. Chen Mo handed Luo Tianxiong a note, which was his plan written in the old house. Luo Tianxiong took the note, glanced at it, and his pupils suddenly contracted. His hands trembled, eyes flickering with excited flames, murmuring to himself. The older members of the Lion clan gathered around, their faces filled with curiosity and anticipation, as they peered at the paper in Chen Mo's hand. Luo Tianxiong couldn't help but squeeze into the crowd, trying to get a glimpse of the contents of the paper. Finally, he stuck the paper into his pocket, excitedly casting a grateful look at Chen Mo and earnestly saying, "My dear Chen, I will never forget this kindness. In the future, whenever you call, the Lion clan will surely offer our full support." Chen Mo filled a piece of paper with the names of famous supernatural beings in various war zones and survivor forces, including Shi Yuan. He had a preliminary understanding of these people and roughly knew where they might show up. Thinking about the specific locations, Chen Mo smiled slightly, feeling a hint of joy in his heart. Some of the names on this list were people Chen Mo cared about privately. The specific locations were mostly close teammates of Chen Mo before his rebirth, who also suffered a tragic fate in that punitive battle. Chen Mo felt inadequate to search for each one individually, so he asked Luo Tianxiong to do it, which was also a comfort to himself. Luo Tianxiong eagerly expressed willingness to help. He gratefully said, "Chen, your help means a lot to me. I will remember this favor and surely repay you in the future." The people on the list possessed unimaginable supernatural powers, which excited Luo Tianxiong immensely. He decided to find these people and have them join the Lion team. Curious Lion members asked Chen Mo, "Chen, what did you give the boss?" "Let us see." Luo Tianxiong jokingly scolded them to leave, then poured a glass of wine for Chen Mo, respectfully saying, "Chen, I toast to you." Chen Mo initially wanted to decline but eventually accepted the glass, enjoying the drink with everyone. Luo Tianxiong downed a glass of wine boldly, saying with a smile, "Chen, although I may not have your abilities, drinking is not child's play." You have to leave early tomorrow morning, so we must get you drunk tonight. This was the rule of the apocalypse, where only strength could earn the respect of others. Amidst laughter and joy, Chen Mo gradually integrated into this rough group of lion members. Without the previous restraint, everyone enjoyed food and wine to their heart's content. After a while, Luo Tianxiong and the others drunkenly bid farewell and left. He arranged accommodation and tentatively asked Chen Mo if he needed a few female students to accompany him. Despite being politely declined by Chen Mo, Luo Tianxiong promised to give him a surprise the next day before leaving. Lu Ming returned with Qiongqi, and they lay down on the soft and comfortable big bed. Qiongqi peeked out and smiled, saying to Chen Mo, "Not sleeping yet. Had a great time today." Chen Mo made new friends in the villa area, and everyone was very friendly to him. One time, a little boy tried to snatch his toy, but ended up getting scolded by his mother, the screams echoing in the air. Chen Mo wondered why they didn't live in the villas but instead set up tents in the underground garage. Qiongqi held a special position in the lion team, and the other members knew better than to upset her, let alone the survivors. Chen Mo softly explained that maybe the underground garage was more lively. Curiously, he asked Qiongqi if she liked it here, and Qiongqi blinked her eyes, looked at the soft bed, and sweetly said she liked it because the bed was comfortable, and her brother was here. Chen Mo smiled reassuringly, telling her not to worry with her brother by her side. Qiongqi closed her eyes, tossing and turning on the bed, then softly expressed missing her dad. Chen Mo hesitated a bit, comforted her, and then softly offered to tell her a story. It wasn't until late at night, seeing Qiongqi peacefully asleep, that Chen Mo got up and left the room to rest in another. He found Luo Tianxiong's residence indeed comfortable, the soft big bed allowing him to relax. Perhaps this would be the last time he could enjoy such an environment. Chen Mo vividly remembered that Wabe City was more dangerous than Tianhai City, and the 6th military region was where Lin Shu's grandfather and parents were. The next morning, Luo Tianxiong and Chen Mo walked out of the villa area together. Luo Tianxiong, somewhat reluctantly, asked if Chen Mo could stay a few more days. Chen Mo shook his head, indicating the mission was completed, and asked Luo Tianxiong to take care of Qiongqi. Luo Tianxiong promised to look after Qiongqi and looked forward to seeing a lovely little princess when Chen Mo returned. They returned to the entrance together, where the lion team members were waiting, and various supplies neatly arranged on the side. Everyone cheered together, but Luo Tianxiong scolded them for being too loud as Qiongqi was still asleep. Finally, Luo Tianxiong showed Chen Mo the supplies prepared for him, and Chen Mo looked a bit embarrassed. Luo Tianxiong smiled and introduced each item to him. Chen received several blue packages containing various instant foods, which would allow him to comfortably get through the next week and a half. The food looked fresh and delicious, making anyone's appetite open up just by looking at it. In addition, there were also several packages containing daily necessities, seemingly prepared for his upcoming trip to North China City. Chen gratefully looked at these thoughtful items, feeling full of gratitude and warmth. Furthermore, there was a map of North China City, apparently to help him navigate the unfamiliar city and avoid getting lost. This thoughtful preparation made Chen feel incredibly cared for and loved, filling him with anticipation and excitement for this trip. The package was filled with food, daily necessities, and miscellaneous items, totaling 12 in all. Chen Mo felt a bit burdened carrying so much stuff. He fell silent, contemplating the upcoming journey. Suddenly, Luo Tianxiong burst out laughing, "Haha. Chen, what's wrong with you? The best part is yet to come." He excitedly clapped his hands, drawing the attention of the nearby crowd. Just then, the sound of an engine starting roared, and Zhang Dong drove up in a SUV. Luo Tianxiong walked over and opened the trunk, revealing an array of various blades and firearms. "Magnificent," Luo Tianxiong said proudly. "Chen, see this? I've marked the route to North China on the map. This car will definitely come in handy." Chen Mo was at a loss for words, sighing, "This is too extravagant." Luo Tianxiong mistakenly thought Chen Mo was thrilled and said even more excitedly, "Ready. Cao Zi, come here and apologize to Chen." Cao Fengyuan stepped forward humbly. "Chen, I'm sorry for yesterday. These crystal cores are a token of my sincerity." He opened his waist pouch, filled with first-order crystal cores, about 20 to 30 in total. This surprised Chen Mo greatly, knowing that Cao Fengyuan must have gone through intense battles to acquire so many crystal cores. Cao Fengyuan's face looked somewhat anxious as he described the appearance of the god of longevity, causing Chen Mo's heart to sink. Chen Mo decided to give up the SUV and supplies. I will leave Qiongqi behind and only take one portion of food with me. He knew the journey to North China would be challenging, and the SUV was not the best choice. Luo Tianxiong was shocked, never expecting his preparations to be easily defeated by crystal cores. Turning to Luo Tianxiong, Chen Mo said, "Crystal cores are very useful, remember to keep more. Also, if a mysterious merchant appears in Qiongqi City, 1 meter tall, wearing a black robe, be sure to bring a large number of crystal cores to him. He will definitely have what you need." Before leaving, he told everyone, "Take good care of Qiongqi." Chen Mo said no more, heading straight for the city center of Qiongqi City. Under the influence of the celestial power, Qiongqi transformed into tattoos on his body, greatly enhancing Chen Mo's physical strength and speed to an unpredictable level. In the blink of an eye, his figure had disappeared from sight, leaving Luo Tianxiong astonished. He gazed at Chen Mo's graceful departure, silent for a long time, filled with a sense of inexplicable loss and confusion. Impressed and trusting in Chen Mo's mysterious and unpredictable abilities, Luo Tianxiong couldn't help but admire him, firmly believing that Chen Mo would never deceive him. Meanwhile, Zhang Dong, standing aside, couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, Chen Bro is truly remarkable, swift in action, speaks and acts right away." Only someone as powerful as Chen Mo could navigate the apocalypse with ease. Before their lion team set off, everyone had to double-check their equipment and make thorough preparations. Luo Tianxiong nodded in agreement, feeling, "Yes, it's a pity that we are not ultimately under Chen Bro's command." Zhang Dong asked anxiously, "Boss, do you think Chen Bro really has the ability to defeat Shushishan?" When Cao Feng heard the name Shushishan, his expression changed suddenly, seemingly triggering unpleasant memories. The others present also kept a safe distance from Shushishan, not daring to approach. Luo Tianxiong reassured, "Don't worry, we just need to trust Chen Bro. His mysterious power far exceeds our imagination. Next, our lion team has many things to do," he excitedly continued, saying that Chen Mo's appearance had given him a new direction, to find the people on the list and the mysterious merchant. The mysterious merchant appeared in the apocalypse 3 months later, or even earlier. Unlike ordinary wandering merchants in the apocalypse, the mysterious merchant was a very special existence, seemingly possessing magical abilities to quietly appear anywhere. He didn't harbor hostility towards humans and could exchange many valuable items, including supplies, weapons, information, and power. However, he always demanded a certain price. Due to his mysterious nature, many speculated about the true identity of the mysterious merchant, some even wondering if he was also a deity. The reason the mysterious merchant helped the lion team was that his appearance had caught the attention of those who came to rescue Lin Shu. If he killed Lin Shu, he would no longer be able to join the 6th Special Zone as in his previous life, but would become an enemy. For him, the lion team was a means to oppose the 6th Special Zone. In the center of Qiongqi City, Chen Mo planned to familiarize himself with the use of celestial power before taking down Shushishan. The silver rays pierced through the approaching zombies, blood flowing like a river, attracting more zombie attacks. After over a month of evolution, the remaining zombies in the city center were no longer the easy targets they used to be, no longer easily knocked down by pistol bullets. Chen Mo wielded his broadsword, sweeping through, causing heads to fly and blood to gush like a fountain. The power granted by the celestial ability and the Qiongqi tattoos made Chen Mo feel like his stamina would never deplete, brimming with boundless strength and vitality. After slaying multiple zombie heads in a row, Chen Mo felt exhausted but still fearlessly faced dozens of zombies. He resolutely dropped his machete and used his own physical strength to punch forward. Surprisingly, the shadow of the Qiongqi's claws appeared on his right fist. This brutal blow left a long bloodstain, causing the zombies to fall one by one. Chen Mo looked joyful, staring incredulously at his hands. With a light wave, he smashed the giant rock beside him. Could this be the power of the Qiongqi? The Tianquan ability not only controls exotic creatures but also allows oneself to harness their power? Chen Mo's eyes flashed with astonishment. He then released the Qiongqi, letting it quickly grasp the second stage of power to prepare for the battle with Qiongqi Shen. The current Qiongqi has increased in size, majestic and powerful, with its deep orange fur even more profound, and small horns growing on both sides of its forehead. Apart from the fur, there was no trace of an orange cat. The Qiongqi roared to the sky, unbelievably fast, effortlessly turning several zombies into pulp with a slap. Stones splintered, deep pits appeared on the ground, and the zombies' crystal cores were also shattered. The Qiongqi's roar was full of majesty, causing the surrounding zombies to be momentarily stunned. Chen Mo looked at this scene, grinned, and said, "Your strength has also improved after devouring those crystal cores." Full of confidence, Chen Mo, about to reach the location of Qiongqi Shen, recalled the horrific scene he witnessed at the new emperor group and felt a hint of challenging determination. Qiongqi Shen should only have the strength of the fourth stage in the early days of the apocalypse, with a huge body and slow movements. He believed that with his dominator ability and the power of the Qiongqi, he should be able to easily defeat Qiongqi Shen. Excitedly, Chen Mo thought, "God-slaying. This is a scene I never imagined in my past life. Now, I can actually experience it firsthand." He felt an unprecedented excitement and thrill. Meanwhile, inside the Lion Villa, Luo Tianxiong was contemplating the contents of the yellow paper. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Luo Tianxiong gestured for them to come in, and Lu Meng, Cao Fengyuan, and Zhang Dong walked in. Seeing them, Luo Tianxiong asked with a headache, "Is that little girl still crying?" Lu Meng sighed and helplessly said, "Qiqi keeps crying and asking for Brother Chen. I've tried all kinds of methods, but it's no use." Rubbing his temples, Luo Tianxiong smiled bitterly, "I'm not good at dealing with kids either." "Where is she now?" Lu Meng replied. "After crying for a while, she fell asleep again." Luo Tianxiong nodded, feeling helpless as well. In a villa area, Luo Tianxiong was anxious and asked Lu Meng to gather all of Qiqi's little friends around her, hoping they could accompany Qiqi and make her happy. He even prepared some delicious snacks. Lu Meng left somewhat reluctantly. Meanwhile, Luo Tianxiong asked Cao Fengyuan and Zhang Dong about the whereabouts of the others. Cao Fengyuan told him that they headed to the west side of the city center to hunt for crystal cores separately from Chen Mo, to see who could hunt down more. Hearing this, Luo Tianxiong frowned. He had sent them to hunt for crystal cores in the city center before, but it was full of danger, especially with the presence of the god of longevity and a large number of zombies. Zhang Dong expressed concern that they had not returned yet, making Luo Tianxiong start to worry. Cao Fengyuan mentioned that they went to the west side of the city center, which made Luo Tianxiong even more anxious. Would they encounter the god of longevity? After hesitating for a moment, Luo Tianxiong said it should be fine because the god of longevity was in another place. Just then, an anxious person burst into the room, claiming that Li Fengyun had returned injured. Luo Tianxiong immediately asked for his specific location. Outside the villa area, he saw Li Fengyun covered in blood, missing an arm. A sense of foreboding rose in his heart because he knew Li Fengyun had originally set out with the others. But now, only he had returned. Cao Fengyuan also quickly approached to inquire, but Li Fengyun accused him of deceiving them, as they had encountered the god of longevity, leading to the deaths of the others. Hearing this news, everyone present was shocked. Cao Fengyuan tried to explain that the monster should be in another place, but Li Fengyun angrily accused him of misleading them. This made the people present start to doubt, could the monster teleport as well? All of this left Cao Fengyuan feeling flustered, as he couldn't explain this huge mistake. No way, this is simply unbelievable. The distance between the new emperor group and Wodima is several kilometers. After returning to the base, our team specifically went to investigate the new emperor group. Our team members can all attest to this. In just one night, considering the size of that monster, how could it possibly appear in two places back and forth? Nathan is extremely grateful, kowtowing to everyone. Bang, bang, bang. Li Yunfeng's eyes were bloodshot. He coughed violently a few times, and fresh blood surged from his mouth. Luo Tianxiong roared, "What's going on? Where is the god of longevity?" Hearing the voice of the boss, the two immediately stopped in their tracks and recounted their experiences from last night. They described how both teams sent out had seen the god of longevity at the same time. Luo Tianxiong frowned, feeling even more restless. At this moment, Zhang Dong, who had been silent all along, suddenly said, "Boss, could there be more than one god of longevity?" This statement made Luo Tianxiong's pupils shrink, and a layer of goosebumps involuntarily rose all over his body. Even Cao Fengyuan and Li Yunfeng looked at them unanimously. Oh no! Luo Tianxiong's face changed abruptly. If that's the case, Chen Laodi is in danger. Luo Tianxiong, how long has Chen Laodi been gone? Zhang Dong asked. About 4 or 5 hours, I guess. Damn it! Luo Tianxiong's face kept changing, cursing angrily. Zhang Dong asked, "Bear? What bear?" Luo Tianxiong immediately ordered. Zhang Dong, quickly. Gather all the brothers and prepare the equipment. If there really are 2 gods of longevity, then it's trouble. On the other side, in the city center of Tianhai, once a place where elites and white-collar workers worked. Skyscrapers stood tall, making people look up in awe. But now, these skyscrapers have all been destroyed, collapsed on the ruins. A group of zombies walked forward, roaring. Suddenly, a dark figure leapt from the zombie group, towering 4 to 5 meters high. It was actually a second-tier zombie with only half a brain, crawling with maggots all over its body. It moved at an extremely fast speed, spewing out a foul smell from its mouth, pouncing towards Chen Mo. Chen Mo frowned, waved his right hand, and the steel beads around him shot out like bullets towards the zombie. But the zombie dodged, and the steel beads hit its shoulder. This advanced zombie's speed had clearly increased. Oh, Chen Mo felt slightly surprised and said, "So what?" The ruins suddenly shook violently, and metal objects pressed against the zombies, making crisp impact sounds. Chen Mo swung his knife and chopped off the zombie's head. Faced with the zombies all over the ground and the enemies constantly pouring in, Chen Mo said, "Hurry, Qiongqi, be careful. The closer you get to where the gods live, the more dangerous the zombies become. With so many of them, no wonder even the lions dare not venture deeper." Qiongqi replied in a low voice. Suddenly, a piercing roar and a sharp cry came from the front, and the earth trembled. The surrounding zombies stopped in their tracks, eerily turned around, and left. Chen Mo was taken aback. The voice in his ear made him feel familiar. Was it the god of longevity? Chen Mo frowned slightly, feeling a bit surprised. He looked at the poor strange creature beside him, devouring the zombie's brain without hesitation, and then ordered, "Qiongqi, let's go." Chen Mo leapt onto Qiongqi's back without hesitation. Qiongqi squatted down slowly, then leapt up and agilely moved through the ruins. Qiongqi brought Chen Mo to a collapsed building, and Chen Mo's pupils suddenly shrank. The scene in front of him was shocking. The sound of the building collapsing was deafening. Under the blood-red sky, dust filled the air, flames flickered, and the horde of zombies surged like a tide. In front of him lay a huge creature, over 20 meters tall, resembling a giant baby with pale skin, full of fat, no facial features, and its legs seemed to be sewn together, constantly wriggling. Chen Mo felt the terrifying oppression emanating from the god of longevity, shivering involuntarily, and Qiongqi beside him bristled, roaring constantly. This was Chen Mo's first close encounter with the true face of the god of longevity. In front of this giant creature, everything seemed insignificant, and Chen Mo felt goosebumps all over his body. His eyes flickered with fanaticism and excitement. Was this the legendary god of longevity? And who was the other one? Chen Mo noticed a strange-looking female zombie, disheveled hair, covered in scabs, with bone-like spines growing on her back, emitting a hoarse roar. Chen Mo sensed a great sense of danger from the female zombie, speculating that she might be a third-tier existence. The female zombie howled to the sky, and the surrounding zombies rushed towards the god of longevity. Each swing of the god of longevity's arms brought catastrophic destruction, leaving Chen Mo puzzled. He suddenly remembered the zombie king. Could these 2 monsters have some connection? Chen Mo fell into contemplation. This scene was beyond his expectations. It turned out that when the mutated zombies evolved to a certain extent, they would possess a lord's consciousness, and the zombies in front of him were challenging the dominant god of longevity in Tianhai City. Chen Mo's eyes glittered, never expecting someone to challenge the god of longevity first. Qiongqi growled softly on the side, seeming to want to join the battle, but Chen Mo stopped him. Wait, we can take this opportunity to observe the strength of the god of longevity. Chen Mo had briefly studied the information about the god of longevity, knowing that it had skin as tough as iron, immense strength, and its most deadly ability was the scream, which could even cause instant death. Chen Mo and Qiongqi quietly hid on the side, ready to observe every move of the god of longevity. A female zombie with sharp thorns all over her body is bravely challenging the god of longevity, but she doesn't seem to have the upper hand. The zombies are densely packed around the huge figure of the god of longevity, like a gathering of countless black dots. However, their attacks cannot cause any harm to the god of longevity, not even able to penetrate the skin. This scene makes one can't help but admire the power of the god of longevity. The god of longevity stands majestically there, seemingly indifferent to everything around, displaying unparalleled strength and majesty. The female zombies, on the other hand, appear small and fragile, their challenge seeming like a futile struggle against the unshakable status of the god of longevity. In this intense confrontation, the god of longevity demonstrates unmatched power and an unassailable dominant position. The rumbling sound echoed in my ears as Qiongqi Shen slightly shifted his massive body, instantly crushing hundreds of zombies surrounding him. The scene was extremely bloody, as easy as crushing ants. A female zombie let out a long howl, suddenly leaping several meters high, directly onto Qiongqi Shen's huge body. Her sharp nails pierced Qiongqi Shen's skin and quickly climbed upwards. When she reached the peak, the female zombie actually used the spikes on her hands to deeply pierce Qiongqi Shen's massive body. Then she slid down, tearing open two bloody, continuously gushing green-blooded wounds. This blow clearly caused pain to Qiongqi Shen. Qiongqi Shen let out a painfully ear-piercing howl, sounding like a buzzing bee. He began to struggle violently, and the dilapidated buildings around him collapsed one after another. Amidst the echoing screams and rumbling, Chen Mo clearly felt the impact, his whole body trembling, his head throbbing. Chen Mo's face changed slightly, and under the influence of the Qiongqi ability, he seemed to be able to hear what Qiongqi Shen was saying. It hurts, it hurts. Is it injured? Qiongqi Shen's huge arms kept swinging, each time grabbing hundreds of zombies and tossing them into his mouth, making a chilling chewing sound. Crack, crack, as if regaining strength. In this intense battle between zombies and Qiongqi Shen, almost all of the thousands of zombies around were wiped out in a short time. The female zombie was powerful, constantly causing harm to Qiongqi Shen. Another long howl. At this moment, Qiongqi Shen directly swung his fat and bloated arm, sweeping the surrounding ruins towards the female zombie. Boom! Dust filled the air, and all the spikes on the female zombie's body were swept out, falling heavily beside Chen Mo, with broken bones and a sunken chest. If not for being a Tier 3 zombie king, she would have been turned into pulp. Qiongqi growled softly, watching vigilantly. The female zombie was covered in Qiongqi Shen's blood, looked up at Chen Mo, trembled, then roared, hurriedly lowered her head and fled. Escape! Escape! A faint message was conveyed through the Qiongqi ability. Chen Mo frowned, silently watching the female zombie's fleeing figure, without saying a word. Was it the Qiongqi ability at work? Or was it communicating? Before he could think too much, the injured Qiongqi Shen behind him seemed to rage wildly. The rumbling sound, the terrifying scene, the earth cracked, rocks rolled, dust flew, and explosions continued. Chen Mo squinted, looking at Qiongqi, and said to it, "It's our turn, Qiongqi." Buzz! The Dominator ability was activated, and countless iron liquids surged around, and a few steel beads in his pocket also floated up. Qiongqi was extremely excited and immediately pounced forward. Chen Mo held a machete, quickly climbed onto the ruins, staring at the constantly moving behemoth ahead, his face showing calmness. Is this the destructive power of Qiongqi Shen? Although not as powerful as the gods of destruction before the apocalypse, in the early days of the apocalypse, it was definitely an existence that would make everyone despair. Chen Mo waved his right hand, manipulating his dominion ability to turn the surrounding iron into steel beads, which shot out with a loud explosion. At this moment, his dominion ability had become extraordinarily powerful. Although these steel beads had great power, they only left small wounds on the massive body of Qiongqi Shen, unable to cause substantial damage. Qiongqi Shen let out an angry roar, grabbing a huge rock and throwing it towards Chen Mo, but Chen Mo easily dodged it. The huge monster in front of him made Chen Mo feel challenged. Despite Qiongqi Shen's slow movements, its vitality was extremely tenacious. Qiongqi Shen plunged its hands into the ground and slowly crawled towards Chen Mo, its rage intensifying. Chen Mo sneered and took on the challenge, manipulating metal objects to condense into a several-meter-long metal blade, ready to confront Qiongqi Shen. He excitedly urged the metal blade to stab at Qiongqi Shen, piercing through its palm and splattering green blood. Qiongqi Shen let out a piercing scream, the sound waves affecting the surrounding Dominion abilities. At the same time, Qiongqi also joined the battle, effortlessly tearing through Qiongqi Shen's defenses, causing a sense of terror in onlookers. The fierce Qiongqi tore at the body of Qiongqi Shen, causing him to twist in agony as if the whole world was trembling. The pain drove Qiongqi Shen into a frenzied struggle, his swollen body rippling with waves of flesh as he desperately tried to fend off Qiongqi with his other hand, only to be easily evaded by the agile Qiongqi each time. Chen Mo looked on with pity at the tormented Qiongqi Shen. The reason Qiongqi Shen was defeated by Qiongqi was because of his power that even the lion feared. Ordinary people couldn't withstand his screams, let alone other supernatural beings. Qiongqi's nimble movements left this massive monster powerless, slowly bleeding out, but ultimately able to defeat it. After enduring long torment, Qiongqi Shen was covered in scars, the green blood stains on his fair skin looking particularly vivid. He frantically pounded the ground, consumed by a violent rage. Chen Mo watched it all, but a hint of contemplation stirred in his heart. He began to doubt if his Qiongqi ability could tame this deity. So, Chen Mo stood on a high pile of rubble, gazing at the colossal creature before him, and coldly declared, "Qiongqi Shen, submit to me." Chen Mo felt a sharp pain but continued forward without fear. The Qiongqi god let out a painful howl, trembling uncontrollably. When Chen Mo communicated with it, the Qiongqi god stopped howling, turned its massive body, as if staring at Chen Mo with a puzzled expression. It had no face, yet seemed to be contemplating. How could this human converse with me? Chen Mo squinted his eyes and commanded, "Obey me, or be destroyed." This made the Qiongqi, wreaking havoc on the Qiongqi god, pause. The Qiongqi immediately understood, leapt forward, swiftly approaching Chen Mo, emitting a deafening roar. Chen Mo and the Qiongqi were simultaneously communicating with the Qiongqi god, creating a quiet atmosphere around them. Even Chen Mo felt uneasy at this moment, heart racing, facing the divine presence in this post-apocalyptic world. Though the Qiongqi god was not a powerful deity, taming it in the apocalypse posed an unprecedented challenge, surprising everyone. The Qiongqi god's enormous body exuded a sense of oppression, like a terrifying siege beast. If it continued to grow, Chen Mo believed it could easily demolish city walls. Despite the Qiongqi god being at the 4th-tier strength, its intelligence seemed low, inferior to the Qiongqi. Through the communication with Chen Mo and the Qiongqi, it seemed to vaguely grasp some meanings, slowly moving its body, crushing the surrounding debris, extending its bloody, fat right hand, emitting a deep murmur. Chen Mo suddenly realized its intention, pondering with a hint of doubt. To eat? Suddenly, the Qiongqi god's hand slammed down on Chen Mo's location, triggering a massive explosion, turning the surrounding boulders into dust. The Qiongqi god let out a mocking laugh, while the Qiongqi burst out of the dust, taking Chen Mo with it. The Qiongqi brought Chen Mo to a ruin. Looking at its ferocious expression and roaring, Chen Mo felt exceptionally heavy-hearted. He finally understood the Qiongqi god's intention, to devour him. Faced with such disrespect, Chen Mo coldly snorted and ordered the Qiongqi, eliminated. The Qiongqi charged towards the Qiongqi god like a falling star, and Chen Mo unleashed his dominion ability, transforming the surrounding debris into a silver liquid, forming a huge spear. With the power of dominion over supernatural abilities tightly clenched in both hands, Chen Mo mercilessly launched an attack on the giant beast in front of him. Qiongqi Shen had already been seriously injured in the fierce battle with the female zombie before, and this time, Chen Mo was determined to defeat it completely. The spear plunged deeply into Qiongqi Shen's swollen body, accompanied by a sharp and intense scream. A large amount of green blood gushed out as if a green rain had been spilled in the world. Qiongqi tightly bit into the fat flesh on Shuxi Shen's neck, revealing its beastly nature, with crimson eyes emitting a terrifying light, constantly tearing and biting the flesh. No matter how Shuxi Shen struggled, it could not break free from Qiongqi's chokehold. Flesh and blood were torn apart, claws tightly gripping the body, creating a scene of brutal carnage. Chen Mo coldly observed the struggling Shuxi Shen, secretly amazed at the tenacity of life. The continuous condensation of huge weapons had consumed a lot of his physical strength. Although the dominion over supernatural abilities was powerful, as a second-tier ability user, the physical exertion was still enormous. With a fierce gleam in his eyes, Chen Mo condensed the dominion over supernatural abilities again and said coldly, "Let's see how long you can hold on." Just then, the earth suddenly shook violently. Dust and mist in the distance rolled towards them like a sandstorm. Tall buildings collapsed, and the ground cracked. Chen Mo furrowed his brow, looking puzzledly towards the distance. Suddenly, he saw a shocking scene. A giant beast identical to Shuxi Shen was rolling towards them with momentum. The two Shuxi Shen roared, their voices echoing throughout the city of Tianhai, causing panic among the survivors. Luo Tianxiang stood at the front of the car, facing this sudden situation with great fear, incredulously saying, "What on earth is this?" He picked up binoculars, looking at the approaching giant beast and sandstorm in the city center, his face pale, filled with fear. Suddenly, a shout came from the front, "Boss! There's a collapse of a high-rise building ahead, we can't pass." Luo Tianxiang was startled. The ground under his feet started to collapse. He leapt several meters high, arriving at the forefront, determined to continue forward, facing the crisis in front of him. When Luo Tianxiang saw the giant rock blocking the road, standing at a towering 5 to 6 meters tall, he roared lowly, his muscles tensed as if they were about to burst. His eyes turned crimson, blazing like fire, leaving the surrounding lion members in awe. Nevertheless, he showed no fear, and with a thunderous roar, he unleashed a double-fisted attack. Amidst the rumbling sound, his A-level common elemental ability exerted 100-fold power. As a first-tier Esper, he now possessed a 10-fold amplification of strength. Driven by this power, he charged towards the giant rock, determined to shatter it. On the other side, Chen Mo stared at the dying Shuxi Shen in front of him, covered in green blood, and the other Shuxi Shen slowly crawling towards him, stirring up a terrifying sandstorm. The Shuxi Shen was icy cold all over, and Chen Mo's voice was hoarse as he muttered to himself, "Why would a second Shuxi Shen appear? There's no record of this in the military district before my rebirth." Chen Mo's eyes kept flickering, and all the information about Shuxi Shen in Tianhai City flashed through his mind. According to the archives in the military district, Shuxi Shen once ravaged Tianhai City, and when survivors organized under Lion faction leader Luo Tianxiang went to defeat it with a fully armed team, they were all wiped out. The 6th Special Zone sent a team of Espers later to defeat the Qiongqi, but Luo Tianxiang and the Lion faction mysteriously disappeared, presumably evacuating Tianhai City. Later, the Qiongqi engaged in a fierce battle with Shuxi Shen, and eventually the Qiongqi killed and devoured it, but the Esper team also suffered heavy losses. Evacuation, Chen Mo murmured. Although this Shuxi Shen was as powerful as a fourth-order being, it could not resist against both himself and the Qiongqi, both at the second order. Even when he had advanced to the 6th order at that time, Lion faction was also growing continuously. They couldn't have been helpless. Chen Mo's pupils shrank, as if he had realized something terrible. A dreadful possibility emerged in his mind. Could it be that Luo Tianxiang and the others back then had no idea that there would be a second Shuxi Shen? So in the face of heavy losses and helplessness, they ultimately chose to leave Tianhai City. And what the Qiongqi devoured was precisely this second Shuxi Shen. Boom! Suddenly, a deafening roar came from the front. The Shuxi Shen rolling in from a distance violently collided with the dying Shuxi Shen in front of them. The impact between the two flesh mountains splattered thick layers of flesh, and the horrifying airflow swept over, almost lifting people off the ground. Without thinking too much, Chen Mo's face turned serious, shouting loudly, "Qiongqi!" The Qiongqi pounced from the air to the ground, displaying the power of the Heavenly Authority ability, and disappeared in an instant. At the same time, a Qiongqi tattoo appeared on Chen Mo's left arm. The heavenly authority ability allowed him to share the power of the Qiongqi, instantly feeling energetic and agile. He leapt up, quickly distancing himself tens of meters from the dying Qiongqi Shen. Facing the raging airflow, Chen Mo condensed metal out of thin air to create a wall-less protection. Ding ding! The second Qiongqi Shen let out a scream, opening its mouth and gnawing on the dying Qiongqi Shen. The scene was thrilling. Amidst the scorched earth and ruins, one flesh mountain was devouring another. The airflow brought by the Qiongqi Shen destroyed everything, turning Qiongqi City into ruins. The dying Qiongqi Shen struggled and let out extremely painful howls, while the second Qiongqi Shen kept tearing flesh and blood, making terrifying chewing sounds. Delicious. Even Chen Mo couldn't help but shudder at the sight. The dirty green blood was thick and smelly, seeping into every crevice of the ruins. A surge of strange calling rose in his heart. Chen Mo muttered to himself softly. He knew what to do. During this time, he took out several first-order crystal nuclei to restore his strength. Squinting his eyes slightly, he found that the military personnel who came here did not find the first Shushishin. It turned out that it had been eaten up long ago, and this Shushishin seemed to be smarter than before. It appeared at just the right moment. Empowered by the strange power, Chen Mo wielded his saber and charged towards the target like a fierce beast. Skillfully avoiding obstacles, he leapt onto the barely breathing Shushishin. Perhaps because compared to it, Chen Mo was too small, just as insignificant as an ant. The second Shushishin seemed to have completely ignored Chen Mo's existence, opening its mouth to attack again. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Mo squatted down and leapt directly onto its body, coldly saying, "Don't mess with other people's things." The saber instantly pierced into the flesh. The Dominion ability was activated, and countless silvery iron liquids surged out of the surrounding ruins, converging into the saber, forming a vortex. Empowered by the strange, Chen Mo's Dominion ability expanded to 60 meters, enough to threaten a third-order esper. Gripping the saber tightly, his eyes gleamed with a chilling light. It seemed that a strange shadow was assisting him from behind. Chen Mo roared in anger, pushing his Dominion ability to the extreme. The iron liquid around him rose like streams merging into rivers and seas, pouring into the saber. The saber became heavier and heavier, deeply piercing into the Shushishin's body. Green blood gushed out, and the Shushishin under his feet felt incredibly heavy, still trying to tear at his flesh. The body of a god is a precious thing. After defeating a god, the legendary mysterious merchant will appear and exchange for the body. Seeing this shameless Shushishin flaunting its spoils, Chen Mo became furious. His eyes turned red, and he shouted loudly, "Are you still eating?" A terrifying aura emanated from Chen Mo. 80 meters, 100 meters. All the metal converged into a sharp long blade, dozens of meters long and wide, like the sword of Damocles hanging in the air, slashing towards the spine of the Shushishin. The piercing screams echoed through the land. Chen Mo was drenched in the gushing green blood, resembling a fierce ghost. The massive metal sword firmly pinned the Shushishin to the ground, forming a 100-meter deep crater, with the slain end-time god at the center. No matter how the Shushishin struggled, it couldn't break free from the binding of the metal sword. Chen Mo gasped heavily, panting. A Qiong suddenly descended from the sky, attracting the attention of Qiongqi's supernatural power, and continuously roared deeply. Chen Mo's eyes were bloodshot. He waved his hand and said, "I'm fine." He trembled as he stood up from the ground, looking at the metal giant sword inserted in the body of Shuzhigung. This blow had exhausted all his strength. With the help of a Qiong, he unleashed a power far beyond that of a second-order supernatural being. A second-order supernatural being, defeating a fourth-order deity. Looking around, everywhere was a mess and ruins. Smoke filled the air, nothing was intact. Under the blood-red sky, two huge creatures lay dying. Chen Mo did not bask in the satisfaction of killing a deity alone, but glanced at Shuzhigung, whose body had been half-eaten. He viciously stomped on Shuzhigung beneath his feet. "I'll make you taste it." The spine pierced by the giant sword seemed to be its lifeline. Shuzhigung was extremely weak under his feet, barely breathing, and uttered a faint plea, "Spare me." A massive metal sword pierced through the dying Shushishin, emitting a chilling cry. Chen Mo's gaze suddenly became profound. He realized that this Shushishin still had a desire to survive. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Mo finally decided to crouch down. Gently, he covered Shushishin with his left hand and said in a deep voice, Tianquan's power, now obey my command. You will submit to me. This Shushishin seemed even smarter than before. Sensing Chen Mo's controlling intent, it weakly reached out its hands and let out a faint groan. As Chen Mo received this consciousness, a dazzling purple light burst out from his left palm. Starlight appeared on Shushishin's body, transforming into purple energy, gradually merging into Chen Mo's left hand. Suddenly, a sharp pain struck Chen Mo, his brain feeling as if hit by a heavy object. A mysterious tattoo appeared on his left arm, extending from the arm to the chest, emitting a strange and beautiful light. Chen Mo gritted his teeth, enduring the intense pain. He realized that Tianquan's power could actually conquer spirits. However, as a second-order Tianquan user, controlling this fourth-order Shushishin was obviously extremely difficult. Shushishin's body trembled incessantly, the metal sword turning into liquid, and Chen Mo suddenly let out a fierce roar. He established a peculiar connection with Shushishin, as it turned into purple mist and merged into his left hand. Qiongqi brought the suffering Chen Mo to the ruins, licking his cheek. Chen Mo gradually opened his eyes, seeing the desolate surroundings with Shushishin lying motionless. He murmured somewhat bewilderedly, "Did I succeed?" Rolling up his sleeve, Chen Mo discovered a fierce tattoo on his left arm. A glint flashed in his eyes as a weak voice echoed in his mind. Shushishin? Chen Mo released Shushishin, and a huge creature appeared in the pit, covered in massive wounds. Qiongqi growled softly, while Shushishin let out a low hum. Chen Mo questioned it, but Shushishin could only understand basic commands. Turning around, Shushishin faced Chen Mo with its single mouth, making a longing sound. Furrowing his brow, Chen Mo realized Shushishin wanted to eat. He promptly stopped that thought, as half of Shushishin had already been devoured before. The body of Shushishin still had great use for Chen Mo, but he must not let it be devoured. Chen Mo looked at the wound on Shushishin's body, pierced through the spine by a giant metal sword, with green blood flowing continuously. With a determined glint in his eyes, he decided to use the bodies of the first-order zombies around him to heal Shushishin's injuries. Previously, the Corpse King came to challenge, resulting in a large number of zombies dying here, which should be enough. Shushishin repeated the word, pain. Chen Mo explained repeatedly but was not understood, until Qiongqi brought a zombie, indicating that it wanted to eat. Shushishin finally understood and began to crawl forward, making a huge commotion. Chen Mo let Shushishin act while starting to feel a headache. Harnessing the abilities of Shushishin brought him a huge burden, and harnessing Qiongqi again would probably make his head explode. The second-order ability was still a bit of a stretch for him. He looked at Qiongqi beside him, grateful that it was easy to communicate with, making the journey much more convenient with its help. As long as he didn't harness the abilities of both Qiongqi and Shushishin at the same time, there shouldn't be a problem. This made him realize that the Tianquan ability could not only conquer different species but even beings like Shushishin, the end-time deity, could also be conquered. Chen Mo took out several first-order crystal cores, threw them to Qiongqi, praised it for doing a good job, and then began to absorb to restore his strength. Looking out over the smoke-filled ruins, Chen Mo walked up to the body of Shushishin. With only half of the huge body left, and Shushishin constantly fishing zombies from afar and putting them in its mouth, Chen Mo couldn't help but smile bitterly. Whether this half of a body was enough to attract the mysterious merchant was still unknown. According to his memory, the mysterious merchant could appear at any time but would also disappear quickly. It was almost impossible to actively find him, but there was a way to make the mysterious merchant come to him. Chen Mo took a deep breath, found a place to sit at the edge of the ruins, and waited. Although he was not sure if half a corpse was enough to attract the mysterious merchant, he hoped he would show up. The treasures of the mysterious merchant contained countless treasures, and whatever you wanted, he could fulfill your needs. Although he was a sixth-order ability user before his rebirth, he had never seen the mysterious merchant with his own eyes, only heard of him. Chen Mo gazed into the distance, watching the sky gradually darken, his thoughts unknown. In this wasteland, a gust of wind blew through, followed by the sound of footsteps crunching on the sand. Under the crimson sky, A figure in a black robe, small in stature and less than a meter tall, slowly walked through the ruins. The poor strange beast by his side sensed the movement behind him keenly, suddenly turned around, and growled with bristling fur. Chen Mo, surprised, opened his eyes and turned to look. Seeing the mysterious figure in black, his pupils contracted sharply in disbelief. The mysterious merchant? He actually came? Chen Mo felt a surge of complex emotions. Before his rebirth, countless people had tried their best to find him. Apart from the high-ranking military officials, only a few peak supernaturals had the privilege of seeing the mysterious merchant. The black-robed figure, like a ghost, strolled through the ruins, slowly approaching Chen Mo and standing quietly in front of him without speaking. After a moment, he spoke in a low, astonished voice, "Are you the one who killed the god of longevity?" Chen Mo nodded expressionlessly, indicating his agreement. The mysterious merchant paused for a moment, seemingly scrutinizing Chen Mo. Then, in a soft voice, he said, "I want to exchange that corpse with you." Chen Mo replied without hesitation, "Okay." The mysterious merchant straightforwardly asked, "What do you want in exchange?" Chen Mo pondered for a moment and tentatively said, "I need a boundary crystal core and a blade that can kill gods." The boundary crystal core can help superhumans break through limitations and enhance their abilities. The mysterious merchant was shocked to hear this, and before he could speak, Chen Mo already knew the value of the boundary crystal core. "How did you find out about the boundary crystal core?" the mysterious merchant asked. Chen Mo replied nonchalantly, "Is this part of the exchange?" The mysterious merchant shook his head and looked at the remains of the Qiongqi god, saying, "This is not enough. It's only half a body." Chen Mo frowned slightly. "What is not enough? The boundary crystal core or the god-killing blade?" The mysterious merchant firmly stated, "Neither is enough. Since you understand the value of the boundary crystal core, you should know its rarity. The boundary crystal core can make superhuman abilities surpass the same level." Chen Mo knew that even with a complete Qiongqi god corpse, it might not be enough to exchange for the boundary crystal core, but he still wanted to give it a try. "Your abilities are already very powerful. Maybe you don't need these," Chen Mo ventured. However, the mysterious merchant proposed a condition: "If you add a complete corpse, I can give you a C-grade boundary crystal core." Chen Mo rejected this proposal. "Please tell me your conditions." The mysterious merchant nodded, and although he made no movement, ripples appeared in the space beside him, revealing a dark and sharp sword hovering in the air. This sword, called Goosh, could absorb blood to restore strength, with its blade covered in mottled bloodstains, emitting a sinister aura. "This sword should be enough for you to use," the mysterious merchant said in a flat tone. Chen Mo hesitated as he examined the Goosh in front of him. The mysterious merchant was known for fair trades, and he had never heard of anyone being deceived. In the end, Chen Mo decided, "Okay, I agree to the exchange." The Goosh floated in front of Chen Mo, who released his dominant ability, causing the Goosh to transform into a dark iron liquid before solidifying once more. Excitement flickered in Chen Mo's eyes. "It really works. I also want something else." Chen Mo continued to make requests. "I need F-grade healing potions." The mysterious merchant remained silent for a moment. 5 first-order crystal nuclei for 1 bottle. Chen Mo nodded and exchanged the remaining first-order crystal nuclei for 20 bottles of healing potions, thanks to the Corpse King attracting thousands of zombies. In their leisure time, Chen Mo and Qiongqi easily collected over 100 first-order crystal cores, and even picked up dozens of second-order crystal cores. Although most of them were devoured by Qiongqi Shen to restore his strength, there was a daily limit to the absorption of crystal cores. The F-grade healing potion not only can cure zombie infections but also quickly restore stamina. Before the rebirth, the military district had developed many miraculous potions, all simplified versions of items exchanged with the mysterious merchant. As all items were exchanged, the mysterious merchant's figure gradually disappeared, leaving Chen Mo alone in awe. After the mysterious merchant disappeared, Chen Mo suddenly asked, "How many gods have I slaughtered?" The mysterious merchant did not answer, only saying faintly at the last moment, "If we meet again, I will tell you." Then he disappeared without a trace. On the other side, the body of Qiongqi Shen also mysteriously disappeared, as if it had never appeared. With passion in his heart, Chen Mo said, "I believe we will meet again." After the mysterious merchant left, Chen Mo took out a bottle of healing potion, swallowed it in one gulp, and instantly restored his stamina, completely relieving the exhaustion from the fierce battle with the two Qiongqi Shen. Chen Mo's eyes sparkled with light as he held Gush, amazed that he could defeat Qiongqi Shen alone and subdue both Qiongqi and Qiongqi Shen. This strange feeling made him feel as if he had traveled through a tunnel of time. Clutching Gush tightly, Chen Mo swung it forward, effortlessly splitting a huge rock wall in half with the blade of Gush. Its sharpness and material were beyond imagination, able to easily penetrate the huge body of Qiongqi Shen without embedding like a steel ball in flesh. After putting away Gush, Chen Mo's gaze was firm as he said in a low voice, "Next, I should go to Wabe City. Wait for me. And the 6th battle zone where Lin Shu is. If they don't know their place." Chen Mo's eyes flashed with killing intent, his gaze falling on Qiongqi Shen, who was restoring stamina by searching for zombie bodies. Suddenly, fierce gunshots came from a distance. Chen Mo's face changed slightly as he saw hundreds of members of the Lion Alliance approaching with weapons, fully armed, causing him to furrow his brows. Lion Alliance members? How did they end up here? The situation had suddenly become tense. A group of male lions gazed up in shock at the giant monster in front of them, feeling a chilling sensation creeping up their spines. Their legs trembled uncontrollably as they tightly gripped their firearms, bravely launching an attack. They were facing a monster. What kind of terrifying being was this? Gunshots rang out incessantly, striking the massive body of the Shushishin like raindrops. Compared to the previous confrontation with two Shushishin, the attacks from these hundreds of male lion members were as fierce as a storm. However, it seemed that these bullets could not penetrate the Shushishin's flesh. All their pupils dilated instantly, revealing a look of horror. Instead, this kind of attack only agitated the Shushishin, causing it to scream. The hundreds of male lion members present instantly felt excruciating headaches, unbearable pain, as if they were about to explode. Some covered their ears directly, some even had nosebleeds, and fainted on the ground. The leader, Luo Tianxiong, roared in response to Zhang Dong's suggestion, "Nonsense. As long as we are still alive, we cannot fear firearms. Continue the attack. Find Brother Chen. Whether alive or dead, we must find him, or we won't be able to go back." Even though Luo Tianxiong saw that the opponent's defense could not be penetrated, he felt hopeless and helpless. Faced with such a monster, "Brother Chen, has something happened? The situation is critical, almost at the breaking point, about to collapse at any moment." Dear readers, please leave comments and support. Urge for more updates and read on. There are free gifts available. Thank you all for coming every day for a bang bang bang. Luo Tianxiong's face turned pale with fear. He had no doubt about Chen Mo's strength, but the monster in front of him was terrifying, as if it had come straight out of a nightmare. Anxiously looking around, he kept searching for Chen Mo's figure. Suddenly, Zhang Dong's voice rang out in panic. "Boss, the monster is about to attack." Luo Tianxiong's eyes widened in anger, determined not to let his lion brothers die here. The members of the lion clan roared madly, shooting their guns. With his A-level ability multiplied 100-fold, Luo Tianxiong possessed immense power in this post-apocalyptic world. His body expanded, reaching a towering 2 meters in height, and he lifted a huge rock, hurling it towards Qiongqi Shen with all his might. The rock was easily shattered by Qiongqi Shen, and the situation became critical. Just as Qiongqi Shen's giant palm was about to strike, its right hand suddenly stopped in midair and disappeared. The members of the Lion Clan stood dumbfounded, looking around in confusion. How could that massive creature suddenly vanish? Luo Tianxiong was also stunned, leaving only a deep pit and shell casings as evidence of the recent battle. Rubbing his eyes, Zhang Dong cautiously approached Luo Tianxiong and whispered, "Boss, what just happened?" The members of the Lion Clan also asked in bewilderment, grateful to have survived the chaos. Taking a deep breath, Luo Tianxiong scanned the empty surroundings and ordered without hesitation, "Stop thinking about it, that monster could reappear at any moment. Quickly, go find Brother Chen Mo." The members of the Lion Clan immediately obeyed, but at that moment, a faint voice came from afar. "No need to look, I am already here." Everyone turned to see Chen Mo walking slowly with Qiongqi. Chen Mo did not want the Lion Clan to know that he still had a second ability to control gods, as it was too incredible and would bring endless trouble if it got out. Seeing Chen Mo, Luo Tianxiong was overjoyed, and everyone greeted him, Brother Chen. Chen Ge. Chen Mo nodded and asked Luo Tianxiong, "What do you need from me?" Luo Tianxiong looked around warily, fearing the return of Shuxi Shen, and replied in a low voice. Chen Mo waved to them, signaling them to catch up. They had just battled with a Shuxi god, but the monster suddenly disappeared. Luo Tianxiong even brought a male lion to help, which surprised Chen Mo. He calmly said, "Don't worry, I've taken care of the Shuxi god, there's only one here." Zhang Dong frowned and said in confusion, but Li Yunfeng clearly said he encountered another Shuxi god. "We just fought with one, so what was that?" He was filled with confusion. Just then, Luo Tianxiong's eyes sparkled, and he said seriously, "Don't overthink it, if Chen Bro says the Shuxi god is resolved, then it's resolved. Why ask so many questions?" He smiled and then exclaimed, "As long as Chen Bro is safe, this matter is over. From now on, Qiongqi City is our lion's territory." After the Shuxi god disappeared, Chen Mo appeared, and Luo Tianxiong could almost confirm that this was related to Chen Mo. But Luo Tianxiong was not stupid, he knew everyone had secrets. Uncovering the truth might upset Chen Mo. Chen Mo also understood that Luo Tianxiong might have guessed some things. Luo Tianxiong was a smart person, and dealing with him was comfortable. Chen Mo smiled and said, "Don't worry, there won't be any more Shuxi gods appearing in the future. Also, there's a special female corpse king in Qiongqi City, so everyone needs to be careful." Luo Tianxiong nodded in appreciation. "I got it, thanks for the reminder." "Chen Bro, are you planning to go to North China City?" Chen Mo nodded. "Yes, I will pass through the expressway." Luo Tianxiong then said, "I'll take care of Qiqi, tell her to behave and stay here. I will come to pick her up later." He looked serious, with a hint of reluctance, and said, "Have a safe journey, Chen Bro." Chen Mo didn't say much, mounted the Qiongqi and with a low roar, leapt into the air, agilely weaving through the ruins and disappearing into the distance. The onlookers from the Lion members watched Chen Mo's departing figure with envy. They all wanted to have the strength and freedom to travel between worlds like Chen Mo. Zhang Dong asked with lingering fear, "Where did that Shuxi god go earlier?" Chen Bro said, "It's been taken care of. Will it really not appear again?" Luo Tianxiong stopped him with a hand gesture. "This isn't something you should ask, don't mention it again. If Chen Mo can make the Shuxi god disappear, we believe him." In the competition, Luo Tianxiong was excited as he looked at his team members, feeling proud. Despite some unexpected events that had just occurred, he showed no fear or hesitation. On the contrary, he decided to train the team members more strictly to make them stronger. He knew deep down that only through tougher training could the team become more excellent. At this moment, his belief became even stronger, believing that as long as they were united, they could overcome any difficulties. So, Luo Tianxiong led the team forward, striving for future victory. Qiongqi, a lone hero on his journey. At this moment, Qiongqi was galloping towards the high-speed entrance of Qiongqi City. Every place he passed through confirmed his speculation. The zombies in front of him had evolved to at least the first stage. Chen Mo unleashed his dominant ability, wielding the pitch-black ghost cutter like the merciless scythe of the Grim Reaper, beheading the surrounding zombies. Poochie, Poochie. Every time the ghost cutter severed a zombie's head, to everyone's shock, faint black energy emerged on the blade. His stamina was actually rapidly recovering. Joy flickered in Chen Mo's eyes. It was rumored that the weapons exchanged from the mysterious merchant possessed extraordinary power, and now, it seemed the rumors were true. Chen Mo felt a hint of joy. Although the ghost cutter could only slightly restore stamina each time, with continuous zombie kills, this small accumulation became crucial. He extracted the crystal core from the zombie's brain, tightly grasping the map to Wabe City given to him by Luo Tianxiong, riding on Qiongqi to get here. The high-speed entrance of Qiongqi City. The once bustling highway had collapsed into an impassable ruin, blocking the other half where zombies roamed. Qiongqi leapt to the highest point of the rubble, Chen Mo overlooking the ruins, hundreds of zombies moving among the abandoned vehicles, each car suffering varying degrees of damage. Some zombies heard the commotion and lunged towards them, attempting to dismantle the boulder under Chen Mo's feet. The sheer number of zombies on the highway was unbelievable. In the early days of the apocalypse, survivors tried to flee this terrifying place by car, causing traffic jams, and now, this place was cut off from Qiongqi City by rubble. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Mo thought to himself, no wonder there are so many zombies here. If they were to flood in, the number of zombies in Qiongqi City would skyrocket. Although these zombies were at most second stage, to Chen Mo, they were nothing short of a treasure trove of crystal cores. The advancement of the Qiongqi ability required a large number of crystal cores, coupled with taking care of Qiongqi and Shuxi Shen. How could Chen Mo miss such an opportunity? Come out, Shuxi Shen. Chen Mo's eyes sparkled. The Qiongqi ability activated. Boom! In the ruins, a huge monster suddenly appeared. Its figure almost obscured the entire field of vision. Shuxi Shen had devoured the corpses of the zombies in the city center before, and the wounds on its body caused by the giant metal sword were healing, leaving a deep scar. Seeing such a rich food source in front of it, Shuxi Shen made a joyful sound. Eat, eat. Chen Mo smiled and said to Shuxi Shen, there's no one here. Enjoy yourself, Shuxi. Qiongqi, you can eat too. Eat as much as you want. Following its master's command, Shuxi Shen let out a roar. The zombies within a few miles were all startled by a deafening roar, as if an overwhelming evil spirit was approaching. The god of longevity extended his fat and fair arm, sweeping past. The sedan in his hand was crushed into pieces, and dozens of zombies were grabbed up. He opened his blood-filled mouth, swallowing them one by one, making a chilling chewing sound. Fighting alongside him, the Qiongqi showed no weakness, roaring low as it turned into a meteor and plunged into the zombie horde, constantly tearing and killing. The bloody scene was horrifying, with blood splattering everywhere, as the two terrifying monsters ruthlessly slaughtered. In the early days of the apocalypse, mutants and gods were already several times stronger than ordinary zombies. Not to mention the fourth-order god of the apocalypse, the god of longevity, here. Completely dominant. With a rumble, the god of longevity sat on the ground, grabbing a group of zombies with both hands and devouring them left and right. Miraculously, tiny bits of flesh sprouted and wriggled on the deep wound on its spine. Chen Mo's face was expressionless as he directly sliced open the abdomen of a second-order zombie with his ghost cutter in hand. Ripples emanated from the ghost cutter, and a drop of black liquid gushed out, heading straight for the zombie's head. Easily piercing through it, rendering the zombie unable to struggle, and finally falling to the ground. Zombies kept pouring onto the highway because no one had ever cleared them. Without the help of the ghost cutter and the god of longevity Qiongqi, even a third-order esper would find it hard to persist in front of countless zombies. Chen Mo gazed into the distance as another wave of zombies approached, realizing that the zombies within a few miles would all swarm towards them. A hint of determination flashed in his eyes. After breaking through to the third-order esper, he decisively set off, using his Heaven's Authority ability. The god of longevity received the command, let out a deafening roar, then collapsed with a thunderous crash, having devoured over 1,000 zombies. After the wounds had healed, it lay motionless on the ground, like an immovable Mount Tai. Chen Mo stared at the bodies and bloodstains before him, saying to the Qiongqi, it's time to act. These crystal cores should be enough to elevate my abilities to the third order. At this moment, inside the 6th military region in Wabe City, disciplined and fully armed soldiers were patrolling. In the meeting room, Zheng Haifeng lowered his head in awe, not daring to look directly at the middle-aged man in front of him. Across from him, a neatly dressed middle-aged man with calm demeanor, wearing glasses, bore some resemblance to Lin Shu. A middle-aged man walked into the room, coming all the way from the secure center, holding a file in his hand. He looked down at the documents with an uncertain expression. The old man had already been informed of the situation. He calmly asked, "You all went out that day, and yet couldn't subdue an ordinary person? What exactly happened?" The middle-aged man seemed to feel a bit guilty. Perhaps there was some issue with their operation. Facing the middle-aged man in front of him, Zheng Haifeng felt incredibly heavy, unsure of what to say. His face was solemn, and after a moment of silence, he cautiously spoke, "Mayor Lin, We deeply regret the unfortunate passing of your son. However, the deceased cannot be brought back. Currently, with the apocalypse upon us, the perpetrator who caused your son's death, even if resurrected, may not bring you satisfaction. Although they went to capture Chen Mo at the time, in the aftermath of the apocalypse, without Chen Mo's presence, those hundreds of people and other survivors would likely face death. From another perspective, we also successfully saved many civilians. Mayor Lin, isn't this considered a kind of achievement? Zheng Haifeng spoke softly, his face showing a hint of concern. Upon hearing this, Lin Anhe's face twisted in anger, slamming the table and shouting, "What use is achievement? The ones who died are not your loved ones. Are the lives of these survivors more precious than mine and my sons? Zheng Haifeng, you should know who supports me behind the scenes." Lin Anhe's eyes were wild and angry, his words intense. Zheng Haifeng felt a bit uneasy, knowing that the forces supporting the Lin family behind the scenes were far more powerful than the current mayor. Although the old man had retired from the front lines, his influence was unmatched, even able to freely mobilize their military personnel. At this moment, Lin Anhe seemed like a vengeful ghost, disheveled, hands on the table, eyes filled with anger and pain. He was on the verge of collapsing. In the early days of the apocalypse, he lost his son, his wife turned into a zombie, and now he was imprisoned. Despite being in a relatively safe place, he felt extreme despair and pain. Lin Anhe had seen his son's body, the cruel image haunting his mind every day. He couldn't understand why his son was treated this way. He was even willing to trade countless lives for his son's return. After a period of silence, Lin Anhe finally sat down, his voice hoarse as he said, "Regardless of who Chen Mo is, whether he is a supernatural being or a hero who saved many, I will make him pay. In 2 days, the central government will send 2 supernaturals to assist you, Zheng Haifeng. With their help, even if that guy is already dead, we will find him." Lin Anhe's expression was filled with fierceness and determination. Zheng Haifeng sighed, and Lin Anhe calmly said, "The old man has recently awakened his powers and his body has somewhat recovered, planning to make a comeback. There are a few vacancies in the central government, and the old man is ready to fill them. Do you understand what I mean, Zheng Haifeng?" Sweat beaded on Zheng Haifeng's forehead, feeling a sense of panic. He knew the methods of the Lin family's old man, a prominent figure who led a faction during peacetime, unexpectedly re-emerging from seclusion. The situation was urgent. "I understand." Zheng Haifeng nodded hastily, filled with worry. Lin Anhe nodded in satisfaction and said lightly, "In extraordinary times, we must take extraordinary measures." Zheng Haifeng found himself in a special moment, with various battle zones showing signs of division, and the inconvenience in transportation making the situation even more complex. He knew deep down that he had been struggling here for over 20 years, yet never managed to get promoted. However, now was the time for change. Leader Lin clearly understood Zheng Haifeng's strengths, so the opportunity for Zheng Haifeng had finally arrived. The interaction between them was filled with a mix of kindness and authority, leaving Zheng Haifeng feeling a wave of shock. After Lin left, Zheng Haifeng stared fixedly at the file on the table about Chen Mo, his eyes flickering with various thoughts. On the other side, late at night, Chen Mo and Qiongqi had barely finished the inventory of crystal nuclei. At this moment, his waste bag was filled with 19 bottles of F recovery potions, 23 second-order crystal nuclei, and 131st order crystal nuclei. The harvest on the highway this time was quite rich, but most of the zombies and crystal nuclei were digested by Qiongqi and Shushishin. Chen Mo examined the neatly arranged crystal nuclei in his waste bag, feeling the supernatural power in his body, knowing that he was about to enter the 3rd stage. Taking out a second-order crystal nucleus, he tightly held it in the palm of his hand, silently absorbing the energy from the crystal nucleus. 1, 2, 3. Until the 7th second-order crystal nucleus, his dominator ability finally had a breakthrough. 40 meters. As the absorption process continued, Chen Mo felt the strengthening of the supernatural power in his body, which not only enhanced the supernatural effect and power but also continuously strengthened his physical qualities. According to the range of supernatural abilities to assess the level, 100 meters is the standard for 3rd-order supernatural beings, and after the 4th order, the supernatural power will make a huge leap, displaying a mysterious and powerful force. In order to more accurately assess his supernatural power, Chen Mo began to use a specially made device from the military region. Previously, when using the Qiongqi supernatural ability, his dominator ability had already broken through the limit once, reaching a range of 100 meters. Closing his eyes, Chen Mo continued to absorb the energy from the crystal nucleus, gradually reaching a range of 90 meters for his dominator ability. However, a massive amount of crystal nuclei was still needed to continue to improve. He then proceeded to absorb first-order crystal nuclei. Despite having a dual supernatural ability and absorbing far more than the average person every day, he also had a limit to his absorption. After absorbing dozens of crystal nuclei, sweat beads appeared on Chen Mo's forehead. 100 meters. Suddenly, a terrifying ripple of supernatural power surged through his body, causing metal objects around him to float, reaching a range of 100 meters. Chen Mo was ecstatic, finally breaking through the limitations of a third-order supernatural being. Drenched in sweat on his back, he tried to feel the difference between the third-order dominator ability and the previous one. Chen Mo stood quietly there, gently clenching his right hand, a hint of confidence and determination showing in his expression. He had not yet unleashed his ability to control the world, but his mind was already resonating. Suddenly, the surrounding metal materials surged towards him, like summoned messengers. Chen Mo effortlessly reshaped and reorganized these metals, as if playing a beautiful symphony. This time, he let these iron liquids float densely in the air, displaying an unparalleled sense of control. And the energy consumed was only half of before. All of this, like a magnificent dance, showcased Chen Mo's unparalleled charm of extraordinary abilities. After reaching the third tier, Chen Mo felt that he had more opportunities to utilize his large-scale abilities. This ability made him feel extremely excited, as if a strong sense of hunger had struck him. Subconsciously, he wanted to find something to eat from the Qiongqi, but he found that the backpack on his back had disappeared at some point. Inside were the food given by Luo Tiansheng, which made Chen Mo somewhat helpless. Watching the Qiongqi Shen and Qiongqi sleeping peacefully, as beings of a different species and deities, they did not need to eat like ordinary humans. Chen Mo felt around his body and finally found a few crystal cores and a pack of bear biscuits, presumably stuffed into his pocket by Qiqi. He didn't mind and started to enjoy them directly. Chewing on the bear biscuits, he picked up a piece of rebar from the ground and began to write down a series of provincial and municipal names on the ground. From Li Bin City to Hubei City, Chuanyuan City, and then to Tianhai City. His eyes flickered. The earliest location where supernatural phenomena appeared could not be traced, but according to military intelligence, the earliest place where the news spread was Li Bin City. Then came North China, Chuanyuan, and Tianhai City. These supernatural phenomena were different from any deities in the apocalypse. Regardless of mountaintops, snow-capped mountains, heavy fog, or lava, the deities of the apocalypse rarely left their territory. These phenomena would occur once a year, devouring a large number of living beings. Even the zombie mutants could not escape. Their actions were unpredictable and unrestrained, appearing anywhere and ravaging for up to half a month. In these 10 days, the vibrant land became desolate, all living beings perished. With more than a month left, Chen Mo believed that his strength was enough to elevate his dominator ability to the 4th tier, enough to confront these anomalies. At least, survival should not be a problem. As far as he knew, the strength of these phenomena should be around the 5th or 6th tier, while at that time, the most powerful supernaturalists in the major war zones were only at the 3rd tier. He had taken too many steps ahead of them, as most supernaturalists had just awakened, and the highest would not exceed the 2nd tier. If it weren't for the zombies needing to evolve gradually, Chen Mo might now be a 6th or 7th tier supernaturalist. Finding a comfortable place, Chen Mo gradually fell asleep. The next morning, he felt sticky in the corners of his eyes, as if a thorny tongue was licking him. Frowning, he slowly opened his eyes. The big face of Qiongqi came into view, constantly growling softly. He helplessly rubbed his eyes, looked around, and found Qiongqi Shen lying on the ground, the white fleshy mountain shocking him. So, Chen Mo rode on the Qiongqi, leapt onto the Qiongqi Shen. On the other end of Qiongqi body, a dense crowd of zombies is constantly wandering. These zombies are blocked outside by Qiongqi, forming a protective barrier. If it weren't for Qiongqi's presence, more zombies would probably surge in. Chen Mo hoped that Shushishan would come back soon. He absorbed this huge flesh mountain into his Tianquan ability and set off to Wabe City on a Qiongqi. Without Shushishan's obstruction, groups of fierce zombies began to rush towards Chen Mo, emitting low growls from their mouths. Qiongqi roared, using its powerful claws to knock down the approaching zombies. It agilely shuttled among the zombies, its speed so fast that it seemed to turn into a yellow shadow. Chen Mo rode on Qiongqi's back, his eyes flashing with excitement. These zombies all have crystal nuclei, which are good materials for enhancing strength. Although a first-order crystal nucleus has little effect on his enhancement, only second-order zombies can pique his interest. Among the zombie horde, the zombie king is extremely powerful. To find food, Chen Mo decided not to stay here for too long. Qiongqi moved quickly, skillfully avoiding various obstacles. Soon, they arrived at a service station. Chen Mo looked at the sign in front of him, signaling Qiongqi to stop. He hoped to find some food here. Inside a deserted small supermarket at the service station, a man poked his head out from a hole in the ground. He had a sly look on his face and appeared somewhat haggard. The man carefully climbed out, fearfully looking at the wandering zombies around him. He could only search for food on the shelves, afraid of alerting the nearby zombies. Finally, in a corner, he found a bag of bread. Joy flickered in the man's eyes, secretly grateful in his heart. Suddenly, a loud roar tore through the silence as the grand gate was forcefully flung open in a highly ostentatious manner, ripping through the tranquility. The unexpected bang made Qiongqi tremble all over, causing him to instantly collapse weakly on the ground, as if merging directly into the soil. "Oh my goodness," he exclaimed in a trembling voice, filled with terror. Qiongqi possesses the Earth attribute ability, although it is only a D-level ability called Drill Earth, with a single function of drilling holes in the ground. However, after the apocalypse, he and his girlfriend managed to survive using this ability. Suddenly, the zombies in the supermarket were alarmed by some kind of sound and rushed towards the entrance. A low growl echoed, and a fierce beast resembling a tiger burst in, tearing apart the zombies in front of it. Chen Mo wielded the ghost cutter, slashing down the zombies in front of him. Splatter! Seeing the holes dug on the ground, Chen Mo frowned, his eyes filled with doubt. Could there be different creatures here? It's beyond the ability of ordinary zombies to dig so many holes. Zombie rats? Chen Mo, slightly wary, did not dwell on it, swinging the ghost cutter to decisively end the battle. The roaring and booming sounds caught the attention of Qiongqi hiding in the hole. Qiongqi's face turned pale with fear, trembling all over, wondering if the roar was from a more powerful zombie. He just wanted to escape to safety through the hole he dug, but he had made a promise to his girlfriend. This time, if he didn't bring back food, he would really be ashamed to face his girlfriend. Qiongqi, with a brave face, cautiously stuck out half of his head. Seeing the bloody scene in front of him, with Chen Mo and Qiongqi ruthlessly dealing with the zombies, Qiongqi was almost scared out of his wits and quickly retreated like a tortoise. Chen Mo and Qiongqi swiftly dealt with more than 21st-tier zombies, eliminating them all in no time. Chen Mo had Qiongqi extract the crystal cores from the zombies' brains, then began searching for food inside the supermarket. Although food touched by zombies would be contaminated, this was still a fairly large supermarket. After a search, Chen Mo finally found some edible items. 4 cans, 6 packs of instant noodles, 2 bags of sausages, and a few bottles of uncontaminated walnut milk. Besides these, other foods had been affected to some extent. Chen Mo was puzzled by the fact that the packaging of these foods looked very familiar, the only difference being 8 walnuts, white instant noodles, sausages. Gas stations, train station shops. These places, except for humans, are real, everything else is fake. But it was already the apocalypse, as long as it could fill the stomach, it was fine. Chen Mo didn't mind and continued to search for anything useful. Suddenly, in a secluded corner, Chen Mo found a dusty but relatively intact loaf of bread next to a collapsed shelf. And in that position, a hand reached out from a hole, secretly grabbing the bread on the ground. Someone? Chen Mo furrowed his brows slightly. Qiongqi's supernatural ability allows him to directly communicate with the heavens and the earth, like a deity. When Qiongqi transformed into lightning and rushed into the cave, capturing a man, the man let out a desperate scream and struggled desperately. Despite his tough talk, he quickly became weak and powerless, groaning in pain, begging for mercy. Chen Mo frowned as he watched the man being grabbed by Qiongqi and shouted, "Yuan Kai?" Qiongqi unceremoniously threw Yuan Kai out, causing him to sit up in pain, groggily opening his eyes and looking at Chen Mo with a bewildered expression, as if recalling something. Suddenly, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, and he shouted loudly, "Chen Mo!" It turned out they were children from the same year at the Fuyong orphanage. Yuan Kai's pressure seemed to disappear all at once, never expecting to encounter an acquaintance here. Chen Mo remained expressionless, remembering how Yuan Kai used to bully him and then was adopted and taken away, causing their relationship to become distant. Yuan Kai breathed a sigh of relief, laughing and saying, "You scared me to death, Chen Mo." As he stood up from the ground, he absent-mindedly continued, "You gave me quite a scare." As Yuan Kai got up, he casually picked up a piece of bread from the ground. Qiongqi let out a low growl, and Yuan Kai stiffly smiled, saying, "Chen Mo, long time no see. Have you killed those zombies?" Recalling Chen Mo's formidable strength, those zombies were no match for him at all. Chen Mo continued to scavenge for food in the dangerous area, casually replying, "Yes." Yuan Kai watched as Chen Mo scavenged in the dangerous area, feeling a bit uneasy. Dozens of zombies used to roam these places. Yuan Kai approached, smiling and saying, "Chen Mo, after all these years, you've changed a lot. Have you been in Qiongqi City this whole time?" Although the two were not close, Chen Mo didn't want to engage with him. Yuan Kai sensed Chen Mo's displeasure but also knew that Chen Mo was no longer the weakling who could be bullied at will. He apologetically rubbed his head, showing respect and deference. "Oh, Chen Mo, they haven't seen each other for over a decade. It's unexpected that they meet again in this desolate place. Time flies, everything has changed so much. Chen Mo, are you also planning to head to the safe zone? If we don't leave now, we'll be starving by tomorrow. Only one chapter was updated today. I'll make up for the missing chapters of Qiongqi, please forgive me." As Yuan Kai spoke, Chen Mo couldn't help but feel a touch of emotion. Wabe City, a safe zone? In this chaotic post-apocalyptic world, having a relatively safe place was indeed a relief. The presence of the military made it a shelter, providing food, water, and security. 5 or 6 days ago, Chen Mo had already heard this news in Qiongqi City, so he decisively embarked on the journey to Wabe with his girlfriend. Chen Mo nodded slightly, his anticipation for the safe zone growing. 2 months ago, he had left the old city area, but he had never paid attention to the broadcast information during this journey. No wonder the major military regions had established safe zones so quickly, the efficiency was somewhat surprising. Compared to his previous life, the speed was almost the same. Wabe was undoubtedly the most resource-rich, heavily armed place, and the safest refuge. Yuan Kai's eyes flickered, noticing the food in Chen Mo's hands, trying to strike up a conversation. He said, "Chen Mo, it's been so many years, where have you been? Our group back then has basically disbanded, and quite a few people are doing well now. Do you remember Meow Meow? I heard she was adopted by a wealthy family in Qiongqi City and even went abroad. If you had taken the initiative back then, maybe you would have been adopted too." Chen Mo replied indifferently, "Living alone is also good." Yuan Kai felt a bit awkward, looking at Chen Mo's cold expression. He changed the subject and didn't mention the past anymore. He asked, "Chen Mo, are you also going to Wabe? Do you want to travel together? After all, we are old friends and haven't seen each other for a long time. Traveling together will also increase the safety factor." Chen Mo paused, glanced deeply at Yuan Kai, making him feel uneasy. In the post-apocalyptic world, avoiding meddling in others' affairs was the way to survive. Chen Mo felt that bringing Yuan Kai along would only drag him down. Chen Mo declined Yuan Kai's invitation, citing important matters to attend to. He gathered his food and prepared to leave. Yuan Kai tried to persuade him to stay, but Chen Mo had already left on a Qiongqi. Yuan Kai could only stay there alone, filled with fear and despair. He realized that without food, he and his girlfriend were destined to starve here. Yuan Kai began frantically searching for any remaining food, only finding limbs and bloodstains everywhere. In the end, he broke down in a fit of rage. Qiongqi was so angry that he pounded his chest and stomped his feet, resenting why Chen Mo didn't leave any food behind when he left. What a bastard! He's just like an animal. How could he not leave any food for me, knowing that Xiao Ya and I haven't eaten for days? So heartless, Qiongqi thought angrily. In his eyes, no matter how many zombies Chen Mo killed, he was still a human being. Being human, there's nothing to be afraid of. Just because he's lucky to have a stronger ability, what's so great about that? Qiongqi angrily crawled back into the hole. On the highway, Qiongqi was galloping. Leaving the area near the city, there were no people around. Only sporadic zombies were encountered. Chen Mo couldn't help but recall what Qiongqi had said. When he was very young, his parents passed away. He had spent 4 or 5 years in a welfare institution. It wasn't until all his friends were taken away one by one that he left the welfare institution to find work. And in the welfare institution, there was a little girl who always followed him around. But those memories were too distant. Now, Chen Mo had already blurred them. If it weren't for meeting Qiongqi today, he might not remember many things. Chen Mo put away his wandering thoughts and took out the map. Looking up at the highway sign, he said, "Qiongqi, go in that direction." Qiongqi, sitting down, growled softly and ran even faster. Over the next few days, Chen Mo and Qiongqi traveled almost day and night. Alone, they only stopped to rest briefly at the high-speed service stations and get some food. It wasn't until this day that Chen Mo and Qiongqi were on the road as usual. Suddenly, as if noticing something, about 300 meters ahead, several huge trucks blocked the way like a checkpoint. And outside the trucks, there were about 20 to 30 people. In the 15th year of the apocalypse, Chen Mo naturally understood what kind of people they were. Chen Mo murmured. These people were very famous in the early stages of the apocalypse. Gatekeepers. After the safety zones in various regions were established, they called on survivors who were still outside to come. And most survivors outside could only come to the military area via the highway. These desperados deliberately blocked the passage at the checkpoint during this period to collect a large number of crystal cores. They were ruthless and did all sorts of evil deeds. It wasn't until a long time passed and the military area noticed that fewer and fewer survivors were coming that they paid attention to the existence of these people. Sending people to drive them away, these opportunistic gatekeepers gradually disappeared. And the most ridiculous thing was that in the lawless world of the apocalypse, these people often survived the best. Chen Mo's eyes flickered. Before he was reborn and went to the military area, he had been harassed by these people because he didn't have the ability. It took him more than a month to leave after digging up a lot of crystal cores. However, since he saw these people here, it meant that he was not far from Wabe City. Several large trucks were parked on the highway, with a group of armed men standing outside, looking like thugs. They brought small stools and lounged with their legs crossed, smoking leisurely. The survivors on the opposite side, with their hands tied, looked fearful and ragged. In the crowd, a bald man respectfully lit a cigarette for a fierce scar-faced man. Feng Tianyu took a deep breath, savoring the moment. He leisurely asked, "How many survivors do we have today?" The bald man replied, "Feng, this is the 6th one." Feng Tianyu stood up and walked towards the survivors. He noticed a beautiful woman and squatted down. His greedy hands shamelessly reached out and took advantage of her, groping incessantly. The woman, humiliated, bravely bit Feng Tianyu's hand. Unfazed, Feng Tianyu sneered and viciously slapped her. "Let go of my wife." A man beside the woman growled with red eyes. One of the henchmen picked up a club and struck the man hard on the back of his head. The man fell to the ground, his fate uncertain. The henchman was surprised, not expecting the man to be so fragile. He tentatively touched him and awkwardly reported to Feng Tianyu, "Feng, he's dead." The survivors were horrified by the news, and the woman fainted. Feng Tianyu paused for a moment, not blaming anyone, but jokingly scolded, "Xiaowu, be gentler next time. I'll give you a turn too." He laughed. "In the apocalypse, we are the rulers here. I don't blame those who die. I've had my fill of the women here, and everyone gets a share." The surrounding people laughed along. Feng Tianyu excitedly shouted, "Feng is mighty. In the eyes of these outlaws, a human life was worthless. A survivor who looked like a student hoarsely warned, "You will face retribution." Feng Tianyu's eyes flashed with a hint of killing intent upon hearing this. He walked over to the student, lifted him up, and viciously struck his abdomen. The student painfully spat out blood and was thrown aside by Feng Tianyu, as if discarding trash. Feng Tianyu disdainfully spat out, feeling indignant towards those who only sought refuge in the military district. He knew in his heart that he and his brothers had their own principles, and to pass through here, they had to pay a price. Male survivors needed to offer 100 first-tier crystal cores to leave, while females had to serve the brothers for a week. Even if the Jade Emperor himself came, he couldn't escape this rule. Feng Tianyu grinned menacingly as he warned, "If you don't have these things, then I'll have to send you to the Western Heaven." He looked meaningfully at the terrified survivors around him, their faces pale, realizing fully that in this apocalypse, human nature was more frightening than the zombies. Feng Tianyu extinguished the cigarette in his hand, sat back in his seat, and leisurely swung his legs, squinting his eyes to savor the surrounding air. He comfortably sighed, remarking that even the air here was so sweet. He conversed with his brothers, discussing the survivor they captured yesterday, a former internet celebrity. In this chaotic post-apocalyptic world, such individuals held great value. Feng Tianyu remained calm, promising that after they were done playing, they would hand her over to the brothers to have their fun, a hint understood by all. Before the apocalypse, most of these survivors were just a bunch of hooligans, and Feng Tianyu himself had a past unknown to others. Originally destined to spend over 20 years in prison, he awakened his abilities in the apocalypse, making him feel right at home. He sighed, saying that this kind of freedom was a paradise for the strong, where only strength allowed one to do as they pleased. Feng Tianyu ordered for these survivors to be sent back while he prepared to rest for a moment. However, at that moment, a henchman suddenly exclaimed that another survivor had appeared. Feng Tianyu furrowed his brows, signaling for everyone to quiet down. But when he saw the impoverished Qiongqi and Chen Mo rushing towards them from a distance, he was also taken aback. The survivors looked on in surprise at the astonishing speed of the Qiongqi and Chen Mo on its back, wondering if they were here to rescue them. The brothers around them also anxiously picked up their weapons, questioning Chen Mo's identity. Feng Tianyu couldn't hide his shock, loudly demanding that Chen Mo stop as he approached. However, Chen Mo only replied calmly, "Qiongqi." Then, the Qiongqi leapt up, setting off a earth-shattering action. This time the jump reached 6 to 7 meters high, even higher than a truck, truly amazing. Feng Tianyu couldn't help but stare in awe. He realized something was wrong. This guy was planning to break through the checkpoint. He quickly stopped him. After a few days of liquid diet, he could finally eat normally. He decided to make up for the missed chapters all at once, hoping readers would continue to support, urge updates, follow along, and send some free gifts, for which he was truly grateful. "Stop him." Feng Tianyu's face instantly turned cold when he saw the young man on the back of the fierce beast, who seemed indifferent. No one dares to challenge Feng Tianyu under his nose. "If I let you pass today, where would I put my face? Get down." Feng Tianyu waved his hand, and suddenly, the magnetic field within tens of meters around seemed to change. The heavy pressure made the truck behind him groan softly. His men beside him changed their expressions and quickly gathered around Feng Tianyu. "Oh no, is Feng Jie really going to get serious?" Sea-level ability, gravity magnetic field. It can instantly change the gravity of the surrounding magnetic field. As a first-order ability user, Feng Tianyu can increase the gravity of the surrounding magnetic field several times in an instant. Just as he was about to cross over the truck, Qiongqi suddenly felt an increase in gravity around him. Falling down, Chen Mo saw this scene, squinted his eyes, and looked somewhat surprised at Feng Tianyu below. An ability user? But Qiongqi is already a second-order mutant now. This weak gravity can only slightly slow down Qiongqi's speed, unable to change anything. Qiongqi leapt high again. Seeing his ability failed, Feng Tianyu felt a bit embarrassed. With a more icy tone, he said, "I told you, no money, no pass. Even if the God of Heaven comes, it's the same." He clapped his hands directly, turning into a heavy fist smashing down. Boom! The surrounding magnetic field became even heavier, Cracks even appeared on the ground beneath his feet. The survivors in the gravitational field were even more miserable, falling heavily to the ground, unable to move, as if they were locked in place. The tremendous oppression made their faces pale, trembling all over. Some people fainted under such intense pressure. Feng Tianyu stared at Qiongqi in the air, using all his abilities to exert pressure on Qiongqi. Like a giant hammer striking it, Qiongqi adjusted its posture but still fell under the strong gravity. It glared at the crowd ferociously, roaring like thunder. When they saw such a huge and ferocious Qiongqi, they felt unprecedented fear. Feng Tianyu's men beside him trembled, some even expressing their fear openly. Someone whispered, "Feng Jie, what kind of beast is this? Like a tiger? Why does it have a pair of horns?" Since the apocalypse, they had seen many mutants, but never such a terrifying beast. Of course, not everyone was afraid of Qiongqi's appearance. Someone loudly said, "What's to fear? With Feng Jie here, what are we afraid of?" Feng Tianyu stared at Chen Mo on the opposite side, coldly saying, "Hey, kid, you're also an ability user, right? Was I talking to a deaf person just now?" Chen Mo looked expressionless at the interceptors in front of him, frowning. Someone loudly reminded, "The boss is talking to you." Feng Tianyu's face darkened as he spoke. "Young man, in order to pass this checkpoint, you must first offer some crystal cores. For ordinary people, 100 first-order crystal cores are enough, but if you are a supernatural being, the price is not that simple. The checkpoint team has encountered many supernatural beings, as only they are qualified to become small leaders and dare to block the way here. The surrounding magnetic field gravity still lingers." Chen Mo calmly said, "Please step aside. Do you want to die?" "What?" Feng Tianyu scratched his ear, as if he had heard a joke, and laughed heartily. "Kid, do you think supernatural beings are invincible? Let me tell you, in front of me, whether you are a dragon or a tiger, you have to bow your head, or you won't leave here alive. If you don't hand over 300 crystal cores, then don't blame me for being rude." Suddenly, a drop of black water shot towards him, surprising everyone with its speed and accuracy. Feng Tianyu's pupils contracted sharply, feeling a strong killing intent, and thought to himself that it was not good, quickly raising his right hand to block, releasing the magnetic field gravity. The immense gravity pressed down, but Chen Mo was a third-order supernatural being, wielding incredibly powerful forces that ordinary supernatural beings couldn't compare with. The black water droplet directly pierced Feng Tianyu's right hand, leaving a bloody hole with blood gushing out. Chen Mo said indifferently, "Next time it will be your life." Feng Tianyu trembled all over, and everyone around stared in disbelief at the scene before them. Feng Tianyu was injured? This was simply inconceivable. The intense pain quickly struck, sweat beading on Feng Tianyu's forehead, his face becoming extremely fierce. He covered his bleeding right hand in pain, emitting a mournful howl. "Oh, damn it! I'll kill you! Who are you exactly?" The powerful skill left him extremely shocked. Even his magnetic field gravity was helpless. The black water droplet, untouched by a trace of blood, returned to Chen Mo's side. Chen Mo coldly watched the scene, not wanting to get entangled with them, but these roadblocks were really annoying. He warned, "I've given you a chance. Say it again. If you don't want to die, step aside." The Qiongqi beside him roared, opening its bloodthirsty mouth, releasing a strong killing intent. Feng Tianyu, sweating profusely from the pain, his face fierce, shouted in agony, "Attack! Kill him!" Feng Tianyu led his men on the highway recklessly, never encountering such a big setback. There was still a bloody wound on his right hand, and even a strong supernatural being would find it difficult to bear such immense pain. He gritted his teeth through the pain, bandaging his right hand with a white cloth from his pocket, staring at Chen Mo with bloodshot eyes, fiercely saying. Feng Tianyu stood in the street, his anger soaring. He looked at the crowd in front of him, filled with anger and defiance. These people, who were once his trusted friends, had betrayed him in his time of need. He felt the flames burning in his chest, scorching his heart. If it weren't for today, I, Feng Tianyu, wouldn't be so ruthless. His voice was full of anger and determination. His eyes revealed an unbeatable determination, as if he would crush anyone who stood in his way. In this moment, Feng Tianyu felt his own power. He was no longer the person passively accepting fate, but a warrior willing to challenge destiny. He was determined to make those who betrayed him pay the price and understand how heavy the cost of betrayal could be. Feng Tianyu took a deep breath, containing the anger in his heart and turning it into a resolute strength. He knew the road ahead would be difficult, but he was prepared. Today's anger was just a trigger point, making him more determined to pursue his goals. No matter how many difficulties and challenges lay ahead, Feng Tianyu would march forward courageously, never backing down. A group of henchmen looked at each other, holding weapons but hesitant to step forward. Feng Tianyu was furious, shouting angrily with burning rage. However, they were uneasy in their hearts because Feng Ji's supernatural powers were too powerful. One of the henchmen trembled and said in a shaky voice, "Even Feng Jie was pierced through the palm. How could they be opponents?" Feng Tianyu's eyes widened with a fierce glare, a chilling killing intent in his eyes as he roared at them to move forward. "I have them under control. What are you waiting for? Useless cowards." The gravitational magnetic field ability was released again. Feng Tianyu reduced the gravitational magnetic field around him, affecting only Chen Mo. As a result, the gravity applied to Chen Mo multiplied, making it almost unbearable for him. Chen Mo saw through Feng Tianyu's sea-level ability and understood it. The opportunity had been given to them, but they chose to challenge. Facing this group of roadblocks, Chen Mo decided not to show mercy. Faced with Feng Tianyu's henchmen, they hesitated, but still charged towards Chen Mo. These roadblocks were not organized strong individuals, mostly desperados with simple weapons. Chen Mo looked at the Qiongqi beside him, coldly gesturing. The Qiongqi rushed towards the enemies on the opposite side, instilling fear in them, making them unable to resist. A piercing scream rang out, and the Qiongqi's strike was fatal. In fear, they all fled. Feng Tianyu was sweating profusely, staring intently at Chen Mo and the Qiongqi, filled with uncertainty and astonishment. They were not affected by the gravitational magnetic field? This was beyond his imagination. Feng Tianyu felt an unprecedented sense of defeat, shouting in unease. "Brother, my friend, we were a bit impulsive before, but now we realize it. You can go, and we won't give you a hard time about the customs clearance this time." Chen Mo sneered, with a hint of teasing in his eyes. "Do you understand now? It's a pity it's too late. If these road blockers intercept us, we are destined to suffer. Originally, I didn't intend to get involved in this matter, and those survivors left behind have nothing to do with me. But since the matter involves me, then blame their bad luck." Chen Mo slightly raised his right hand and activated his dominant ability. A suffocating scene unfolded. The trucks behind Feng Tianyu and others began to lose control, gradually converging towards them. Even the iron boxes on the trucks were twisted and moved, emitting a harsh friction noise. In the end, the trucks violently collided, blocking their retreat. Feng Tianyu's breathing paused, his face instantly becoming extremely ugly. He looked at Chen Mo, took a deep breath, and said, "Brother, we were wrong this time. Leave a way out. We'll meet again in the future. You also know that there are many of our people nearby." This was his confidence. Such a big movement must have already attracted the attention of other interceptors at the checkpoints. Chen Mo remained calm, saying softly, "Come as many as you want, kill as many as you want." Feng Tianyu's pupils suddenly contracted, seemingly unable to believe the seemingly young but more ruthless guy in front of him. The roar of a beast sounded again. The speed of the Qiongqi was extremely fast, ferocious, shuttling through the crowd. A palm shattered the abdomen of one person, blood and intestines flying, a gruesome sight. The screams of another person almost sounded at the same time. Slaughter, cruel slaughter. Even a first-order mutant would find it difficult to resist, let alone a second-order Qiongqi. The magnetic field gravity here was of no use to its actions. Feng Tianyu trembled all over, his heart pounding. What kind of monster is this? He took out a first-order crystal core, absorbing energy, enduring severe pain, his hands interlaced to release a gravity magnetic field, trying to fight for a chance to escape. His eyes turned red, shouting, "Gravity magnetic field." At the critical moment of life and death, the gravity magnetic field of his first-order ability erupted with extraordinary power. The ground began to crack, spreading towards the Qiongqi and Chen Mo, as if it were about to collapse. The huge body of the Qiongqi sank several meters underground. Feng Tianyu was ecstatic, hurriedly crawling towards the twisted truck, trying to escape from this place. Chen Mo squinted slightly. A sharp black drop of decatetsu flowed from his waist, heading straight for Feng Tianyu. Swish! The sound of air being torn apart rang out. At that moment, a soft shout came from behind, "Stop!" A woman in a black leather jacket with curly wavy hair appeared in sight. A plump and alluring female rider was riding a black motorcycle, the engine roaring in the night. However, fate had already been sealed. A black droplet pierced through Feng Tianyu's forehead, shattering his skull with a muffled sound. Feng Tianyu was climbing the truck when he suddenly felt a sharp pain and then fell heavily to the ground. The small wound on his forehead kept oozing white brain matter and thick, sticky blood, his life rapidly fading away. Chen Mo heard the voice behind him but remained unfazed, casting a cold glance. In the distance, a group of people riding off-road vehicles and pickups, some even standing outside the vehicles, brandishing weapons, aggressively heading towards this direction as if seeking revenge on Feng Tianyu's killer. Liao Ruyu saw Feng Tianyu fall, a hint of anger flashing in her beautiful eyes. She immediately rode her black motorcycle over, executing a stunning sharp turn to a stop. The engine roared as she launched an attack without hesitation, creating ripples around her and a strong wind assaulting Chen Mo. Frowning, Chen Mo looked at Liao Ruyu, wondering, is she also a superpower? The Qiongqi let out a low roar, dispersing the strong wind with a wave of its hand, revealing the opponent's A-level superpower, Storm. Liao Ruyu coldly questioned Chen Mo about killing Feng Tianyu, to which Chen Mo calmly replied. Liao Ruyu frowned at the body on the ground, showing her disapproval. She felt that Chen Mo's displayed strength was extraordinary, possibly a second-tier superpower. She tried to recall Chen Mo's face, feeling like she had seen it somewhere before. Chen Mo then boarded the Qiongqi, expressing his intention to head to North China City, warning not to intercept, or else it would end up like Feng Tianyu and his gang. The burly man was filled with rage, demanding revenge, but was stopped by Liao Ruyu. She sternly ordered everyone to drop their weapons, displaying a ruthless demeanor. The crowd could only reluctantly comply. Liao Ruyu stared at Chen Mo and suddenly said, "Friend, please listen to me for a moment. Rest assured, I will not investigate the cause of Feng Tianyu's death. But if you are planning to go to the military district, I advise you not to go there." She knew Chen Mo's true identity. In the rumors of the 6th military district, this person was actually the murderer of Lin and his son, listed as the #1 wanted criminal. Liao Ruyu smiled at Chen Mo, not revealing his true identity, and suggested, "Why not come to my Dragon Steel as a guest? It's safer than going to the military district." The situation changes quickly. Just a moment ago we were mortal enemies. Miss? People around felt incredulous. A burly man sighed, thinking to himself, perhaps the miss has taken a liking to someone again. Feng Tianyu was originally recruited by Liao Ruyu, now she was ready to abandon him. Chen Mo coldly said, "Don't you realize how fake your smile looks?" Liao Ruyu's smile froze. "Chen Mo, Qiongqi, let's go." Though he didn't understand why she knew him, Chen Mo didn't want to get entangled with this woman, as long as she showed no intention of attack. The most important thing now was to go to Wabe City and strip Feng Tianyu and others of their crystal cores. Just as Chen Mo and Qiongqi were about to leave, they heard Liao Ruyu speak again. 2 kilometers ahead are our people, and 4 kilometers further, still our people. All the way to Wabe City, they are all our people. What do you plan to do? Chen Mo stopped, grinned, and turned to look at her. If your people don't make way, their fate will be the same as those here. Liao Ruyu's expression changed, standing tall. Chen Mo didn't give her any chance. Qiongqi growled low, crouched down, then leapt up, leaving 2 deep pits on the ground, and quickly departed. "Miss, are we just going to let him go like this?" The burly man beside couldn't understand. Perhaps by nature indifferent, or perhaps already accustomed, facing the deaths of Feng Tianyu and his group, Chen Mo didn't have much emotion, his heart calm as water. Liao Ruyu's eyes flashed with a cold light, her long hair waving like waves, coldly saying, "Is there any other choice? Feng Tianyu is no ordinary person, able to single-handedly wipe out the people here. What else can we do? I've already discussed with my uncle. Those who come today must be extraordinary ability users. Even if Feng Tianyu didn't die today, This debt will have to be settled sooner or later. Refusing to hand over the firearms, cooperating with them is digging our own grave. Liao Ruyu's face was filled with coldness. Such a losing proposition, only my uncle would do. Before the apocalypse, their Dragon Steel Group was the giant in heavy industry and steelmaking in Wabe City. Those involved in heavy industry must have both black and white means. And Liao Ruyu is the niece of the chairman of the Dragon Steel Group. The burly man frowned and explained, "But miss, this is all the chairman's decision." Liao Ruyu raised her hand and impatiently said, "I know that uncle has come this far thanks to that person's help. But have we not sent gifts to that person over the years? In the current post-apocalyptic world, our Longgong Group is such a powerful force, with control over several major steel plants in Wabe City. We have the advantage of timing, location, and people. We no longer need to act according to their whims. In the current situation, the idea of independence is not just limited to the likes of the Lion King Luo Tianshong. For ordinary people, this is a crisis-ridden post-apocalyptic world. But for those who were already in high positions before the end of the world, as long as not everyone is dead, it's still business as usual. It's actually a rare opportunity." Liao Ruyu glanced at the bodies on the ground and the few survivors nearby, saying lightly, "Deal with the bodies here. I'll go over there." "Miss, what are you planning to do? Go after them, or else the people ahead of us will end up like Feng Tianyu." Chen Mo. Liao Ruyu's lips curled into a charming smile. The enemy of the enemy is a friend. She directly rode on the black motorcycle, using her storm ability. A gust of fierce wind swept through the area. The motorcycle under her soared with the wind and landed directly on top of the several large trucks. The engine roared as it pursued Chen Mo's departure. The burly man sighed, looking at Feng Tianyu's body with some pity. Miss is indifferent and ruthless. Seeing this enmity will probably be left unresolved. But he's not the first one anyway. What are you all standing around for? Get to work. The speed of the Qiongqi was extremely fast. In no time, it had moved 1 or 2 kilometers. And as the woman said, not far ahead, there was indeed a group of checkpoint guards stationed. Chen Mo couldn't help but feel annoyed. These checkpoint guards were almost everywhere at the entrance to Wabe City. No matter which entrance they came from, they couldn't avoid them. "Qiongqi, charge forward," Chen Mo said coldly. He didn't have time to waste with them here. "Roar!" Qiongqi roared lowly and charged forward recklessly. This huge and majestic tiger directly scared the group of people in front of them silly. Even the first-level Esper hadn't started using his abilities yet. He watched as the large trucks behind them were pierced by a huge hole. Boom! What the hell is that? Damn, I didn't even see it clearly. Immediately after, an engine roar sounded from behind. Liao Ruyu followed closely. Seeing the glamorous and sexy figure on the black motorcycle not far away, the people guarding the area widened their eyes one by one. "Miss Liao, what are you doing here? Get out of my way." Liao Ruyu didn't stay here for too long. Her whole body lay flat on the black motorcycle, her well-rounded peaks compressed against it. Her shapely figure and meaty thighs pressed tightly against the motorcycle. Her head of big wavy hair fluttered. At high speed, she rushed towards the large hole broken by Qiongqi. Many people stared wide-eyed, unable to help but swallow their saliva. Miss Lao's figure is truly admirable. She effortlessly overcame another obstacle and continued on without hesitation. Just then, a soft scolding voice suddenly sounded, causing Chen Mo to slightly pause and turn around to look back, his eyes filled with surprise. He saw Liao Ruyu riding a motorcycle, accelerating to 400 miles per hour like a black lightning bolt speeding down the highway, leaving people stunned. Chen Mo was secretly amazed, wondering what this lady was up to. Liao Ruyu drove straight to the side of Qiongqi, wearing a helmet and loudly reprimanded, "Wait! I have something to say to you." Chen Mo felt a bit speechless at this scene, but still waited quietly. Liao Ruyu continued, "I am Liao Ruyu, the niece of the chairman of Longgong Group." "Nice to meet you," Chen Mo replied expressionlessly. "If there is something, please speak directly. I am in a hurry." Liao Ruyu felt slightly surprised. Thinking highly of her appearance and temperament, she didn't expect Chen Mo to be so indifferent. But she didn't mind, and continued, "I know you are the one who killed Lin Shu, but if you think you can seek refuge from the military district, that's wishful thinking. This statement made the atmosphere icy, and Chen Mo's face gradually darkened. Who are you exactly? Chen Mo's gaze was sharp, while Liao Ruyu smiled and said, my uncle told me to keep an eye on you, but I hold no ill will. I don't have the ability to send you to the military district, nor will I reveal your whereabouts. Chen Mo stared at her calmly and replied, it seems like you have close ties with the military district. Liao Ruyu flashed a cunning smile and said charmingly, that's right, we represent the military district. Longgong Group has intricate connections with the military district. Otherwise how could we do as we please here? Chen Mo asked with interest, are you working on behalf of the military district? The revelation of the Interceptor's connection to the military district in the early days of the apocalypse caught him off guard. Upon hearing the woman's words, Liao Ruyu felt that things might not be as simple as they seemed on the surface. She stretched her body, showcasing her striking figure and exuding a bold aura. With a hint of laziness on her face, she said, HMPH, actually, all of this exists for the sake of interests. The Central Mandatory Order allowing survivors to seek refuge in safe zones is not the will of the military high command. Now, each military region has mobilized a large amount of firepower to rescue the offspring and relatives of those high-ranking officials. Just think about it, the safe zones have just been established recently, and each military region has numerous personnel to support. If all survivors flood into the military regions, how will food, shelter, and resources be allocated? At this point, with a touch of disdain on her pretty face, Liao Ruyu's voice turned cold. Therefore, it's not us blocking the survivors from seeking refuge. It's certain individuals in the 6th war zone who are currently unwilling to accept them. Chen Mo listened to her words, with a hint of excitement in his eyes, as if he understood her intention. He maintained a calm expression and asked, so what? Liao Ruyu kept circling around him, curiously sizing him up, her beautiful eyes filled with curiosity. She had said so much, but in fact, she just wanted to tell him one thing. She had no ill intentions, and even indicated that they could still become friends, hoping he would understand. Chen Mo lightly replied, what do you want to say? Liao Ruyu, indifferent, said, those who follow you are pitiful. Are you referring to Feng Tianyu? If he didn't have special abilities, I would have taken care of him long ago. He is simply tarnishing the reputation of my Longgong group. But, come to think of it, you are quite daring. Chen Mo, do you know? The people from the 6th military region have already gone to Tianhai City to arrest you, to gain merit? Yet you have come to Wabe City alone. Are you confident or foolish? Liao Ruyu said with a smile. But you are lucky to have met me. Rest assured, I will not reveal your whereabouts here, but as a condition, you must cooperate with me. How about it? Chen Mo's fingers moved slightly, and suddenly sharp metal blades appeared from all directions, aimed at her. As soon as I make a move, you will become a hedgehog, Chen Mo said. Seeing this scene, Liao Ruyu was slightly surprised, silently sighing that Chen Mo was indeed the target of military pursuit. His special abilities were so powerful. However, she did not reveal this, but calmly raised her eyebrows, holding her hands in front of her chest, and said calmly, Chen Mo, 21 years old, born in a welfare institution, once worked at Jiajia supermarket. His special ability is to manipulate steel beads and influence bullets. Preliminary judgment should be able to control metal. Am I right? Liao Ruyu said calmly. Although she appeared relaxed on the surface, her heartbeat kept accelerating. After all, she was also a second-tier special ability user. Just now, when Chen Mo demonstrated his special abilities, she didn't even have time to react. This indicated that Chen Mo was at least a second-tier special ability user, or even stronger. If you kill me, you will know nothing about the information of the Wabe military region. Liao Ruyu revealed her value. We at Longgong Group do not want to be the military's lackeys. At least with me, I can ensure that you will not be discovered in Wabe City. How about cooperation? Chen Mo stared at her beautiful face, nodded after a moment of silence. Speak, how do we cooperate? He not only needed to find Yuer now, but also had to be on guard against military attacks at all times. Before mastering the 4th-tier special ability, he did not want to be enemies with the entire military region. Liao Ruyu's face showed a hint of joy, her beautiful eyes sparkling as she looked at Chen Mo, and immediately said, join my Longgong group, become my person, how about it? Chen Mo smiled, with a teasing tone. Is this your condition for cooperation? Becoming your person, just like the previous special ability user? I'm not interested in that. After hearing this, Liao Ruyu's face blushed slightly, and she said seriously. Chen Mo felt grateful for Liao Ruyu's invitation, even though he didn't really care about being praised as someone like Feng Tianyu. However, being noticed by Longgong Group made him feel a sense of pride and confidence. Liao Ruyu's words conveyed a kind of friendly warmth, making Chen Mo feel a hint of warmth. There was a hint of regret in Liao Ruyu's eyes, as if she was somewhat disappointed by Chen Mo's refusal. But she quickly changed the subject and expressed her sincerity in cooperation. She asked Chen Mo to help with a request to solve a distorted and mutated creature, trusting in his abilities. Chen Mo readily agreed, earning admiration from Liao Ruyu. Liao Ruyu asked if Chen Mo needed any help, and he made his own request. He hoped Longgong Group could help him find a person and deal with the military district's information. Liao Ruyu was not surprised by this, but she reminded Chen Mo that it would not be easy and would require patience and effort. Chen Mo revealed the name of the person he was looking for, Tang Xuanyu. This name surprised Liao Ruyu, sparking her curiosity about the girl's identity. Although Chen Mo did not disclose much information about Tang Xuanyu, Liao Ruyu promised to do her best to help him find this person. Chen Mo openly admitted that he did not know much about Tang Xuanyu's situation, only that she was in Hubei City. Liao Ruyu promised to help him search for information about Tang Xuanyu, but also reminded Chen Mo that the possibility might not be very high. Chen Mo understood and decided to use the power of the local bigwigs in Hubei City to find Tang Xuanyu. Finally, Liao Ruyu suggested that Chen Mo blend in with the team and return to Hubei City together. When it came to the pet by Chen Mo's side, she hesitated slightly, seeming to have some concerns. Mentioning this, Liao Ruyu couldn't help but feel a headache. The military's message indicated that Chen Mo's pet was extraordinary, which was also one of Chen Mo's prominent features. Qiongqi, don't worry, I have a way to keep it low-key, Chen Mo said. Liao Ruyu smiled and affectionately patted Chen Mo's shoulder. In that case, let's wait at the intersection first. My men will arrive soon, and I will take you into North China City. With that, a hint of fragrance emanated from Liao Ruyu as she mounted her black motorcycle, put on her helmet, revved the engine gently, and said, "Let's go." The engine roared, and Liao Ruyu, resembling a black queen, leaned forward on the motorcycle and raced away. Chen Mo's expression remained calm as he turned to Qiongqi and said, "Let's go." At a point where the road split into two, the engine roared. The black motorcycle leapt, effortlessly crossing the cracked highway and landing smoothly. Where they arrived, the people from Longgong Group had already thoroughly cleaned up, not even finding a single living zombie. Liao Ruyu abruptly stopped her motorcycle, watching as Qiongqi raced over. She grinned mischievously and said playfully, "It seems like your pet can't compare to my Kawasaki." Qiongqi growled, slightly dissatisfied. Chen Mo looked around, realizing they were on a high highway bridge surrounded by mountains, deserted and tranquil. "Let's wait here, my men will be here soon," Liao Ruyu said, pulling out a pack of chocolates and offering them to Chen Mo. "Want some?" Chen Mo shook his head, took out a piece of bread, and started to eat. Liao Ruyu sat on a rock at the edge, eating chocolate and saying, "The military said that although you killed Lin and his son Lin Shu, over 100 survivors in Tianhai City were saved because of you. Chen Mo, why did you kill him? Did they have a grudge against you?" Liao Ruyu curiously looked at Chen Mo. Even the military was still puzzled as to why an ordinary guy would want to kill Lin Shu. What was his motive? Chen Mo's eyes flickered, mentioning the name without much emotion. Before the apocalypse, Lin Shu was just a playboy who hadn't done much yet, but that didn't stop Chen Mo from making up his mind. Chen Mo didn't intend to explain because in the apocalypse, one's life and death didn't matter anymore. Seeing he wasn't willing to talk more, Liao Ruyu stopped asking and, rolling up her hair, softly said, "The Lin family was not simple even before the apocalypse, and now they are even more reckless. The head of the 6th war zone has close ties with the Lin family, and they are manipulating everything behind the scenes. After the central government deals with it, they will be stationed here for a long time. Even if you are strong, it will be difficult for you to confront so many military personnel alone. Join Longgong Group," Liao Ruyu warmly invites. Chen Mo remained calm and replied, I never said I was alone. My greatest asset is having the power of Tianquan. With this ability, I am a match for 1,000 troops. Apart from Yuer, Chen Mo only believes in his own strength and the divine creatures subdued by Tianquan. Chen Mo no longer spoke much and calmly asked, what kind of creature do you need me to deal with? There is nothing special in Wabe City, let alone gods. Just a mutated freshwater crocodile. When Liao Ruyu mentioned this, her face was full of hatred. Initially, it appeared in Jingyun Lake, and the military was sent to eliminate it. But a few days later, it appeared near Longgong Group, wreaking havoc. There are a large number of supplies stored there. I suspect this was deliberately arranged by the 6th Military Region. Although they are more powerful than Longgong Group, they cannot access weapons and firearms. Even if they cooperate with the 6th Military Region, they are unwilling to provide support. Relying solely on the first order ability holders of Longgong Group is of no use. Not everyone can defeat gods single-handedly in the early stage of the apocalypse like Chen Mo. During the early stage of the apocalypse, bullets are the key. Chen Mo pondered for a moment. A crocodile? He seemed to have never heard of this kind of creature. At least not as famous as Qiongqi. Chen Mo smiled bitterly. It seems that the support of this military region is not easy to obtain. Liao Ruyu snorted coldly, her face frosty. Are they afraid that Longgong Group will break free from their control? We have a large amount of steel here, and if we can restart operations, it will be a great boon. Blocking the survivors, deliberately releasing that strange crocodile, they are targeting us, Longgong Group, everywhere. But, this is an unavoidable fact. The base of the 6th Military Region is near Wabe City. There is a difference between internal and external. If Longgong Group really becomes the overlord of Wabe City, the higher-ups of the 6th Military Region will definitely not be pleased. Chen Mo and Liao Ruyu talked for a while. It was evident that Liao Ruyu harbored deep resentment towards the 6th Military Region. This aligns with Chen Mo's intentions. If the 6th Military Region controls Wabe City, he will not be able to search for Yuer in peace. Moreover, the steel plant is the best place for him to use his abilities. Just then, a distant roar of vehicles could be heard. Liao Ruyu's eyes lit up, standing up. They're here. She turned her head, and suddenly her pupils contracted in disbelief as the huge beast that was originally crouching next to her disappeared without a trace. Liao Ruyu looked deeply at Chen Mo. Sir. At this moment, a burly man got out of the off-road vehicle. He noticed Chen Mo, frowned, and somewhat displeased said. Hello, how are you? When Liao Ruyu saw her, all the misunderstandings from before had been cleared up. Now he is willing to go with us. The burly man frowned upon hearing this, but out of respect for the lady's instructions, he didn't say much. He just nodded and gave a disapproving look at Chen Mo behind Liao Ruyu, expressing his displeasure. Let's get on the car and go back to Wabe City together. Chen Mo sat in the back of the large truck with a group of men, the atmosphere heavy. 5 or 6 men with grim faces held iron rods and crude weapons, glaring sternly at Chen Mo. The inside of the carriage was dim and quiet. Chen Mo closed his eyes to rest, listening to the sound of the wheels rolling on the road. The leader of the men, Zhe Hoju, warned Chen Mo, reminding him to be careful of the zombies in Longgong. They were all workers from Longgong Group, strong and capable. A middle-aged man expressed doubt about Zhe Hoju's cautious attitude, believing that in the post-apocalyptic world, there were no longer children, only adults. Zhe Hoju believed that Chen Mo should stay at the station and wait to collect the crystal nuclei before proceeding. The other men were dissatisfied with this and criticized Zhe Hoju's approach. Chen Mo suddenly asked why the people from Longgong were unwilling to intercept survivors, to which Zhe Hoju sneered that they were not animals. Chen Mo remained silent and continued to accompany them. The large truck bumped along the dilapidated highway, with frequent stops along the way, luckily without any accidents. After about half an hour, the vehicle swayed to a stop. Suddenly, there was a heavy sound of footsteps and gunfire outside. Stop. Then, the voice of Liao Ruyu sounded. We are members of the Longgong Group. How many people are here today? 15 people. Names and identities. All here. Let the people in the car come out. Outside was silent. Unclear what Liao Ruyu did. The voice sounded again. All right, You can leave now. We were told to take care of those survivors. They can be released once the safe zone is established, understand? Let's go. The sound of the engine starting. The vehicle started to move unsteadily. After a while, the rear door creaked open. A beam of light came in. Chen Mo looked outside, and the whole scene became clear. It was a ruin, empty around. Bloodstains and zombie bodies littered the ground. The smell of blood and decay hit them. This was the most familiar smell of the apocalypse. The charming Liao Ruyu smiled under the car. We've arrived in Wabe City. Everyone, get off the car. Chen Mo and a group of men got off the car. Several cars were parked around. Liao Ruyu chuckled softly. Come out and breathe some fresh air. Chen Mo nodded slightly. The men gripped their weapons, vigilantly watching the surroundings. Although this place had been cleared many times, occasional wandering zombies still appeared. So everyone stayed alert. Liao Ruyu stretched lazily, smiling at Chen Mo and said, We're finally in Wabe City, where you've always wanted to come. Our Longgang Group base is over 30 kilometers away. Although we've traveled this road many times, there may still be some zombies occasionally. With your strength, helping out shouldn't be a problem, right? With that, Liao Ruyu stuck out her tongue. Chen Mo nodded and said, All right, but I need crystal cores. Liao Ruyu giggled, Don't worry. After dealing with that weird crocodile, there will be crystal cores. And you'll get the corresponding rewards. Like a bounty hunter in the movies, cool, right? Chen Mo replied calmly, Find the person I'm looking for, everything else is negotiable. Don't worry, I'll get it done, Liao Ruyu promised, patting her chest. At that moment, Jie Hoju walked over and asked, Miss, did that group just ask for something again? Liao Ruyu glanced at him calmly and said, Yes, I gave them some. Jie Hoju was furious, and the men around him looked grim. These guys have no shame. They clearly have food in the military district, but they always covet our Longgang stuff. Miss, this isn't the first time. Next time, we should see what happens if we don't give them anything. Chen Mo looked at her curiously and asked, You gave them food? Does the military district also lack this? Liao Ruyu chuckled, looking very open-minded. It's okay. Although there is food distribution, how much actually reaches them? Without some benefits, how can they come in? Forget about this, let's go. I have long been curious about Chen Mo's strength. He once dealt with Feng Tianyu and others, so dealing with a group of small zombies should be a piece of cake, right? Chen Mo remained silent, looked around, and then focused in a certain direction. He slightly raised his right hand, and suddenly an ordinary steel ball shot out. Extremely fast, everyone was too late to react. Suddenly, from the ruins more than 30 meters ahead, there came the squeaking of rats. Blood gushed out from the rubble. Everyone's pupils contracted. Jie Hoju stared in amazement at Chen Mo, while Liao Ruyu covered her mouth in surprise. The power displayed by Chen Mo was unbelievable, leaving Liao Ruyu no choice but to use her ability to summon a storm. The bodies of the zombie rats were dragged out from the ruins, larger than the average house cat. How did you do that? Liao Ruyu asked in shock. Chen Mo didn't explain. He used the ability of the Qiongqi to enhance his senses. His sense of smell and senses were even stronger than a third-level ability user. He reminded, the zombies here have been cleared, but there are still many zombie rats. Chen Mo stood on the ruins, relying on the Qiongqi's sensing ability. He could clearly hear the sounds of the zombie rats scurrying in the sewer. If the zombie rats accumulated to a certain extent, a rat king like the one in Tianhai City would appear. He advised, it's better to clean up when you have time. This simple blow surprised everyone present. Jie Hoju even didn't see when Chen Mo made his move, and couldn't help but look at him with new eyes. Liao Ruyu looked at the scurrying zombie rats in the ruins and sighed. I will arrange for someone to deal with them in a few days. She believed that Chen Mo's strength should already be at the level of a third-level ability user, and this task of dealing with the strange crocodile was definitely enough for him. The group left, with Liao Ruyu, as the only ability user in Longgang, naturally taking the lead. Chen Mo, also an ability user, was invited by Liao Ruyu to sit on her motorcycle because he didn't summon the Qiongqi. Chen Mo awkwardly put his hand on her shoulder, but Liao Ruyu didn't mind at all, smiling and saying, as a woman, I'm not fussy, but you, as a big man, are so careful. They set off, the black motorcycle, combined with her storm ability, moved flexibly in the wasteland. Only the big waves hitting their faces were a bit painful. The situation in Wabe City has not improved much despite the presence of the military region, with the earth cracked, buildings collapsed, and the heavy industrial city's economy in a slump, relying on a few industrial groups such as Longgong Group for support. Young people are unwilling to stay here. Most industries are in a state of decline, and the surrounding buildings exude a distant atmosphere. On this desolate land with only factories and old residential areas, a group of people kept moving forward. Suddenly, they saw the first wave of zombies appearing. A small, huddled zombie suddenly emerged from the ground. This sudden attack startled Liao Ruyu, her pretty face instantly filled with fear. But then she furrowed her brows tightly, without hesitation, accelerated and charged straight towards the zombie that had suddenly appeared. Bang! Blood splattered. The zombie spun a complete circle in the air, then crashed heavily to the ground, emitting a deep growl. More zombies emerged from the collapsed buildings and dilapidated shops around. The men of Longgong brandished clubs, fire axes, and other sharp weapons, engaging in fierce combat with the surrounding zombies. Liao Ruyu stopped the motorcycle, her face expressionless, and said, "These zombies are getting more and more annoying. How come there are still sneak attacks from underground?" Chen Mo tightened his grip on the ghost slayer at his waist, quickly stepped forward, and stabbed the small zombie's body with a single blow. Blood splattered, and the zombie died on the spot. All the zombies were first-order beings. Wind blades whistled as Liao Ruyu, controlling the storm, effortlessly severed the head of a zombie. She skillfully wielded her powers. Turning around, Liao Ruyu asked, "Chen Mo, who do you think will kill more?" She elegantly dodged the attacks of the zombies, unscathed. As a second-order ability user, ordinary zombies couldn't harm her. Chen Mo swung the ghost slayer in his hand, releasing black liquid that pierced through the zombies' heads like raindrops, leaving them unable to get up. Liao Ruyu witnessed this scene, her mouth agape in astonishment, standing frozen in place. She muttered quietly, and the surrounding winds grew fiercer. The two ability users showed a vast difference from ordinary people. In this post-apocalyptic world full of mystical powers, the zombies were also evolving gradually. Although they were constantly being eliminated, like wild grass, they kept regrouping. The number of zombies here was large, and even the strong men of Longgong were struggling a bit when facing first-order zombies. Zhe Hoju was furious, swinging the fire axe angrily, instantly beheading the zombie with blood splattering everywhere. Faced with the increasingly powerful enemy, he felt unprecedented pressure and frustration. Watching his companion Chen Mo fighting hard not far away, while he could only manage to knock down one zombie, Zhe Hoju felt a sense of powerlessness. He made up his mind to rush towards another group of zombies and give it his all. Suddenly, a hissing sound came from a distance, a foul smell spread, and a pool of green liquid appeared in the sky, extremely corrosive. When the liquid hit the ground, it made a cracking sound, instantly corroding the stones and zombie bodies. In this critical moment, Zhe Hoju decided to fight even harder, not afraid of the danger. During this period, the update frequency will be increased. Thank you for your support. Let's fight together. Bang, bang, bang. A sticky puddle on the ground continued to bubble, as if conveying some ominous omen. Chen Mo's eyes flickered with a vigilant light as he inadvertently noticed something unusual. With a roar, the surrounding zombies began to restlessly stir. At that moment, Liao Ruyu covered her nose and tried to disperse the foul smell with her stormy ability. Although she appeared strong, she couldn't hide her disgust towards the green sticky slime. Suddenly, a dark figure swiftly approached, emitting a heavy footstep. It was a middle-aged male zombie, with a bloated abdomen and an unusually long, snake-like neck. Decaying skin, exposed intestines, and a foul odor emanated from his body. He staggered and growled lowly, sending chills down one's spine. Liao Ruyu furrowed her brows, feeling extremely uneasy about this terrifying sight. Chen Mo immediately recognized this as a second-order zombie, a decomposer. He hadn't expected zombies to evolve so quickly, possessing special abilities similar to those of ability users. This sent shivers down the spines of Dragonsteel's team members, facing such a formidable opponent for the first time. Zhe Hoju felt a chilling sensation throughout his body, as the pressure brought by the decomposer far exceeded that of other zombies. Liao Ruyu inquired about the decomposer's situation from Chen Mo, who calmly explained that the creature's bodily fluids were highly corrosive, even challenging for ability users to withstand. This liquid was as dangerous as highly concentrated sulfuric acid, if not more terrifying. Confronting a decomposer, one must not engage in close combat, as the consequences would be unimaginable. Upon hearing Chen Mo's warning, Liao Ruyu's heart tightened as she looked at the steaming liquid on the ground, sending a shiver down her spine. Faced with such a powerful enemy, how should they respond? Chen Mo took a deep breath, his gaze firmly fixed on the decomposer. They had to be cautious and not take the situation lightly. Liao Ruyu's eyes gleamed with a cold light as she decisively took the weapon and said firmly, "Leave it to me." However, Chen Mo didn't hesitate to grab the knife and charge forward. Hearing this, Liao Ruyu couldn't help but stamp her foot in anger, muttering to herself, "This guy is too much. I'm also a second-tier esper." As Chen Mo rushed out alone, he ruthlessly reaped the lives of the zombies ahead, leaving Liao Ruyu astonished with her beautiful eyes widened. She couldn't help but wonder, how powerful is this guy really? However, in the moment of crisis, she didn't have time to think much and directly released wind blades to assist Long Gang and the others in their struggle. As a second-tier esper, she also demonstrated extraordinary strength, effortlessly cutting down the zombies approaching with her wind blades. Jie Hoju and the others finally breathed a sigh of relief. After a loud bang, the zombie's head, cut in half by the wind blades, exploded, splattering blood everywhere. Jie Hoju looked at Chen Mo in astonishment, filled with disbelief. He just charged in like that by himself? At this moment, a decomposer saw Chen Mo coming, swaying its long neck, opening its gaping mouth, and spitting out a bunch of green slime towards Chen Mo. Chen Mo frowned, conjuring a metal wall in front of him to block the corrosive slime, leaving a hole in the wall. The decomposer continued to spray slime at Chen Mo, but he easily dodged it, with the slime corroding the surrounding objects on the ground. Chen Mo, being a third-tier esper with the blessing of the Qiongqi constitution, was unaffected by the slime. The black liquid he slashed out transformed into an unidentified metal, instantly attacking the decomposer like a rain of bullets. The decomposer howled in pain, green liquid oozing from its body, corroding everything around it. Luckily, his weapon remained unaffected by the corrosion, continuing to strike the decomposer. Chen Mo turned to the others, coldly saying, "Stand back." In this dangerous world, the death of a decomposer is not the end, but the beginning of another even more terrible disaster. When decomposers die, their bodies explode, spraying the viscous fluid inside their bodies up to 30 or 40 meters away. This means that those unfortunate enough to be nearby are likely to be affected by this terrifying slime. The risks posed by this slime are not to be underestimated, making facing decomposers an even more dangerous challenge. In such an environment, every encounter could become a test of life and death, leaving people feeling fearful and uneasy. Upon witnessing this scene, Liao Ruyu did not hesitate to shout loudly, "Everyone, follow me." She immediately gathered all the people from Longgang together and, using her storm superpower, built a sturdy wind wall for everyone. Chen Mo turned around again, focusing on the decomposer across from him, preparing to unleash its sticky secretion. He raised his right hand and forcefully rolled the surrounding abandoned metal materials towards the decomposer, trapping it between the metals with a loud bang, splattering green sticky fluid everywhere. Chen Mo used the metal wall to protect himself from all directions, perfectly blocking the incoming sticky fluid. The people from Longgang were horrified, and Liao Ruyu stared at Chen Mo in amazement, her eyes wide open. At this moment, Chen Mo displayed a more confident and impressive state, leaving a lasting impression. The decomposer across from them was trapped in the metal, unable to move, struggling constantly. The people from Longgang couldn't help but wonder why Chen Mo hadn't shown this strength earlier. Jie Hoju, watching the green sticky fluid splashing around, felt a sense of alertness. He suddenly remembered something and said, "Perhaps because we were too close before, Chen Mo was worried that the zombie's fluid would affect us." Everyone suddenly realized that this young man had long had the ability to easily defeat the zombie. In that case, weren't they just a burden? Chen Mo stared at the struggling decomposer across from him, watching the corrosive fluid seeping out and eroding the surrounding metal. Because the smell from the decomposer was nauseating, Chen Mo didn't want to use the ghost slash anymore. Instead, he swung his right hand, condensed a blob of molten iron, and crafted it into a sharp metal blade, fiercely slashing towards the decomposer in the distance. A silver arc flashed across, and the decomposer instantly quieted down. A crack appeared on its neck, gradually widening, until finally, the neck snapped and fell to the ground. Subsequently, the decomposer's belly began to swell, oozing sticky fluid, growing larger and larger, until it burst, spraying out a large amount of fluid and flesh. Chen Mo immediately used his Dominator superpower to melt the surrounding metal into silver iron liquid, constructing a huge crescent-shaped metal barrier to block the impact of the explosion. The metal barrier was corroded with many small holes, while the zombies' wails echoed one after another. The crowd from Longgang was dumbfounded, watching in disbelief as the zombies dissolved in the viscous fluid exploded by the disintegrators. Through the holes in the metal barrier, they could clearly witness the scene. The green liquid spread all around, creating chaos. The horrifying zombies were being disintegrated one by one, emitting screams as they fell into the green goo, emitting green smoke. Liao Ruyu looked incredulously at Chen Mo, amazed that he could still take care of others in the midst of battle. His strength was so great that it even surpassed her storm ability. The metal wall in front of them suddenly turned into silver liquid and dripped down. The Longgang team looked around, seeing green chaos everywhere, deeply shaken by what they saw. Is this how it ends? What about those zombies? Chen Mo remained calm, showing no emotion after defeating the second-order mutant zombie. For him, defeating a second-order zombie was no longer a big deal. With his current strength, a second-order zombie posed no threat to him. But for the members of Longgang behind him, it was a different story. That's why Chen Mo preferred to act alone, rather than joining a team or faction. For him, people without strength would only be a burden. The air was filled with the nauseating smell of disintegrators, causing Zhe Hoju to tremble, with goosebumps all over his body. The big man beside him also exclaimed, "Miss, this guy is too strong." In just an instant, he cleared out all the zombies around us. Liao Ruyu was also in a daze for a long time, softly saying, "Let's go, be careful to avoid the surrounding goo." After cleaning up the battlefield, the good news was that dozens of Longgang members survived unharmed. With Chen Mo and Liao Ruyu, the two ability users, on the scene to take care, and these members being elite of Longgang with rich combat experience. However, the bad news was that due to the explosive nature of the disintegrator, its green goo could even corrode crystal nuclei. When cleaning up the battlefield, only 16 uncontaminated first-order crystal nuclei were found, along with a high-quality second-order crystal nucleus from the disintegrator. This is also why even ability users are afraid of encountering disintegrators, as they struggle without gaining any benefits. Liao Ruyu took a deep breath, calming her excited emotions, and walked up to Chen Mo. She reverently handed over the collected crystal nuclei to Chen Mo, who accepted without hesitation. Liao Ruyu's beautiful eyes stared at Chen Mo intently, only to find him as calm as water, without any ripples. She hesitated for a moment before asking, "How did you do it? How can you be so powerful?" In the military and Longgang, she had seen many powerful ability users, but none could handle things as effortlessly as Chen Mo. Liao Ruyu was certain that Chen Mo was at least a third-order ability user. Chen Mo glanced at her, and calmly replied, "Alone and not particularly strong, Liao Ruyu embarked on a journey to this place. Along the way, obstacles and dangers abounded, with many examples of people perishing on the road. However, after experiencing various difficulties, Chen Mo miraculously arrived safely at his destination." Liao Ruyu was filled with mixed emotions and muttered to himself. The hardships of this journey were evident, but the fact that Chen Mo arrived safely was enough to demonstrate his extraordinary qualities. After this experience, a group of rough blacksmiths in Longgang no longer dared to underestimate the young man brought by Miss. They all looked at Chen Mo with admiring eyes, full of respect. In the cruel environment of the apocalypse, strength has always been the most admirable quality. Chen Mo's display of immense power has earned the respect of everyone. Zhe Hoju took a step forward, with a look of hesitation on his face, and said, "Young man, I want to thank you. I have offended many people before. If it weren't for your help this time, I'm afraid more of my brothers would have died. Chen Mo calmly replied, it's only fair, a mutual benefit. Liao Ruyu smiled and looked at Zhe Hoju teasingly, saying, it seems even Mr. Zhe knows how to say, thank you, now. Zhe Hoju, a longtime employee of Long Gang Group, has experienced many ups and downs in his life and has shown extraordinary strength in the apocalypse. Although he doesn't have any special abilities, as a member of the Long Gang for over 20 years, he has now risen to a lower management position in the apocalypse. He has always been reserved towards people outside of Long Gang. Zhe Hoju smiled bitterly and said, Miss, don't tease me. I'm not a fool. With this strength, joining Long Gang is more beneficial than harmful to me. Liao Ruyu looked at the area stained green by the exploding liquid of the decomposer and couldn't help pinching her nose, shaking her head. All right. Let's leave quickly. The smell here is nauseating. The group cautiously made their way around the green slime and continued towards Long Gang. Liao Ruyu and Chen Mo walked at the front. There were fewer zombies in this area than in the places they had passed before. Liao Ruyu felt a bit strange. We often come and go here. The zombies should have been cleared out by us and the military about the same time. Why are there so many today? Zhe Hoju frowned and pondered for a moment before saying, Miss, do you think the military intentionally led these zombies here, like that strange crocodile before? A man beside them teased, Old Zhe, are you a bit paranoid? They have to come through this route too. Liao Ruyu was stunned for a moment, silently contemplating. At this moment, Chen Mo calmly said, it's probably not. Advanced zombies have a summoning power over lower-level zombies. These zombies are constantly evolving. It's probably because of that decomposer. Liao Ruyu nodded, not wanting to spread rumors. But that strange crocodile, we can almost confirm that it was intentionally released into Long Gang by the military. They have been negotiating with us, trying to take over our steel plant, and don't want us to occupy that place. Liao Ruyu looked at Chen Mo, finding him handsome and firm, especially his deep eyes, revealing a maturity and coldness beyond his age, as well as a unique temperament. If he dressed up a bit, he would be quite charming. She quickly shook her head, dispelling her thoughts, and said with a smile, Chen Mo, how about considering joining our Long Gang? Such talent is a rare resource wherever you go. Most powerful supernaturals nowadays choose to join various military districts, but Chen Mo is an exception. She has conflicts with the military district but still maintains her independence. Chen Mo's gaze is calm, as if indifferent to everything around her. In the post-apocalyptic world, supernaturals with powerful abilities are not common. They usually hold high positions and strong powers. Although Chen Mo has not encountered these people yet, Long Gang Group also has a certain influence in this world. If no action is taken, Long Gang will eventually be swallowed by the 6th Military District, which is an inevitable fate. Seeing Chen Mo ignoring her, Liao Ruyu couldn't help but frown, feeling a bit dissatisfied. She thought Chen Mo was a strange person but eventually chose to give up persuading. The group continued on their way. After 2 hours of trekking, they finally arrived at the stronghold of Long Gang Group. This Survivor Forces base is located outside a large empty shopping mall, surrounded by barriers constructed of scrap iron and cars. The stronghold is large, with large trucks coming in and out at the entrance, and members of Long Gang Group are busy here. Liao Ruyu introduced to Chen Mo. This used to be our Long Gang's gathering place for supplies, now temporarily cleared and used as a residence. We used to mainly operate in the steel plant, that was our true base. Unfortunately, the steel plant is now occupied by the crocodile monster, so we had to move here for refuge. Chen Mo nodded, seeing that most of the guards outside were middle-aged men, as there were relatively few women in the steel industry. When Liao Ruyu and the group returned to the stronghold, the members at the entrance immediately stepped forward to salute. Liao Ruyu inquired about the situation at the stronghold and learned that the crocodile monster was still resting and had almost eaten up all the nearby zombies. Then, she was informed that the chairman wanted her to go back to find him because when he came back in the morning, he brought back 2 people, a man and a woman, who seemed to be from the military district. Upon hearing this news, Liao Ruyu frowned, looked at Chen Mo, and then decided to go to the military district to find out what was going on. She said to Chen Mo, someone has come to the military district. I'm not sure if it's for you. I'll know once I go check. But rest assured, as long as you're at Longgong Group, no one can take you away. Chen Mo looked at Liao Ruyu, smiled slightly, indicating that she wouldn't cause trouble for Longgong Group. Upon hearing Chen Mo's words, Liao Ruyu stomped her foot in anger and said, "Do you think I'm joking? I'll have Zhe Hoju take you to rest, eat something, behave and wait for me to come back, no running around." She turned and left, preparing to go to the military district to find out the situation. Zhe Hoju looked at Liao Ruyu with respect and gratitude in his heart. Liao Ruyu smiled slightly, gesturing for Zhe Hoju to bring Chen Mo to their resting room and arrange some food. She herself needed to go see Uncle Liao first and would be back soon. Zhe Hoju nodded, indicating his understanding. He was kind to Chen Mo. After all, Chen Mo had once saved everyone's lives. Zhe Hoju led Chen Mo to their resting room. Although this temporary shelter was simple, the location was unique and relatively spacious. Zhe Hoju opened the door and took out instant noodles, eggs, and ham sausages from the box on the floor. He carefully placed the instant noodles on the table and unexpectedly found several boxes of self-heating meals at the bottom of the box. This was precious food for them. There were now only over 300 employees left in Longgong Group, plus some surviving family members, totaling about 700 to 800 people. Apart from Longgang's employees, everyone else lived in different places. Despite the relative wealth of Liao Ruyu's subordinates, food distribution was still limited. The men around them took off their shirts and sat down to relax. Zhe Hoju looked at the self-heating meals and handed one to Chen Mo, saying, "Come, eat. You saved our lives, don't be polite." Chen Mo looked at the food, his eyes flickering, but he didn't reach for it. He said, "I'm not hungry yet, do you have water?" A man nearby handed a bottle of water to Chen Mo. Chen Mo took a few sips of water and then took out a second-order decomposer's crystal core to absorb. The others looked at each other. Zhe Hoju shook his head and said, "Brother Chen is absorbing the crystal core. This is a way of awakening abilities. Perhaps one day we will have the same opportunity." Everyone sighed at the special abilities of awakened individuals. Chen Mo looked at them and said lightly, "In fact, in the early stages of the apocalypse, only a few people could naturally awaken abilities, but the possibility of activation in the later stages is not zero. The crystal core contains many impurities, and the higher the level, the greater the likelihood of awakening. Although ordinary people can also absorb crystal cores, most will lose their sanity after absorption and become mutated zombies. Before my rebirth, it was relying on a third-order crystal core to successfully awaken my abilities. This secret, I haven't even told Luo Tianxiong. The temptation of becoming a superpower is incredibly strong, almost irresistible for ordinary people. However, the hidden dangers within are extremely perilous, almost a matter of life and death. Chen Mo deeply understands that if he were to reveal his superpower secret to Luo Tianxiong or Longgang, it would definitely attract wave after wave of people coming to forcefully absorb it, the consequences of which are unimaginable. Therefore, he decides to bury this secret deep in his heart and not easily reveal it. As he becomes a third-tier superpower, Chen Mo begins to recall more things. He lowers his eyes, lost in thought. Perhaps, if he remembers correctly, that person in Wabe City, is he here too? That person who has been following Lin Shu since he and Yuer joined the 6th military region, responsible for keeping him safe. He possesses incredibly powerful abilities, mastering an A-level elemental superpower that can make everything he touches explode under his superpower influence. The most common usage is to imbue bullets in a gun with superpower. He is a very powerful superpower in the 6th military region, also Lin Shu's trusted assistant. At this moment, in the chairman's office of Longgang Group, the safest and most central place in the entire area, Liao Ruyu looked at the young man and woman in front of her, her pretty face showing a hint of displeasure. She questioned, "Are you here to help us? Not even able to protect our own territory at Longgang Group, yet you have the nerve to claim to be here to help us?" The young man and woman across from her looked young. The young man dressed casually in a short-sleeved t-shirt, with a crew cut, appearing lively and youthful. He lounged lazily on the sofa, sipping on a cola, saying, "You can't even protect your own turf at Longgang Group, and yet you have the audacity to blame us. We didn't come knocking on the door ourselves. It was Chairman Liao who personally sent someone to find us." The girl beside him held a doll, her eyes full of hostility as she stared at Liao Ruyu. When she saw Liao Ruyu's striking figure, she couldn't help but furrow her brows, looking even more displeased. They were both superpowers in the military region. The young man named Wang Haoming, a former athlete before the apocalypse. Because of his superpower, he quickly gained the attention of the military region. The girl was Qiongqi, also a chosen survivor groomed with powerful superpowers. Faced with all this, Liao Ruyu trembled with anger. She protested, "Liao Shu, are these the helpers you found? The military region only sent 2 little kids?" She looked at the middle-aged man sitting in the center, with a kind and plump figure, dressed in a shirt, and said, "These 2 were sent by the High Bureau, arranged personally by the High Bureau. Don't be fooled by their young age, they possess powerful superpowers." Liao Ruyu angrily objected, "Powerful? I've already found the people to solve the problem. I don't need the help of the military region. What's the point of having these 2 kids help?" Liao Wen looked somewhat embarrassed and said, They were sent by the High Bureau. Their strength should not be underestimated." Wang Haoming took a sip of cola, subtly glanced at the stunning figure and beautiful face of Liao Ruyu, and smiled. "Miss Liao, are you worried about our abilities? After all, we are all working hard to find survivors during this special period. The High Commissioner sent us here, so he must trust our abilities." Wang Haoming slowly stood up, and in a blink of an eye, he was behind Liao Ruyu. He held a specially made pistol, gently pressing it against Liao Ruyu's slender waist. "It's just the 2 of us, me and Xiaoqing, which is enough to handle the situation." Liao Wen's eyes were shining with determination, while Liao Ruyu's beautiful eyes became even more indifferent. Wang Haoming intentionally showed off his supernatural powers, confidently saying, "Both Xiaoqing and I are 2nd-tier supernaturals. My ability is a sea-level extreme speed, and with this specially made military district gun in my hand, I can easily defeat 3rd-tier zombies. We have enough strength to deal with that strange crocodile. Miss Liao, do you believe in us?" Wang Haoming was feeling pleased at the moment, filled with pride. Before the outbreak of the apocalypse, he was just an ordinary student, nothing special. His university dream was shattered by heavy rain, and his girlfriend left him after despising his incompetence, leaving him in a long period of low spirits. But since awakening his supernatural powers, he gained the appreciation and recognition of the military. Now, not only is his status prominent, but he is also highly regarded by the top brass of the 6th Military District. Everyone who sees him is filled with awe and admiration, especially Longgong Group's chairman Liao Wen. Such a high-ranking figure was beyond his reach before the apocalypse, but now treats him with such respect and caution, making Wang Haoming feel extremely satisfied. Liao Wen was startled by Wang Haoming's performance and quickly stepped forward to advise, "Mr. Wang, why bother with this?" Wang Haoming smiled as he put away the special gun in his hand, appearing mature and composed. "Chairman, rest assured, I will never harm Miss Liao. I just want her to believe that we have the ability to solve the problem of the strange crocodile. Miss Liao, do you believe in us now?" Liao Ruyu's face was frosty as she remained silent. Suddenly, she snorted coldly, and a strong wind swept through the room. Furniture began to shake, and Wang Haoming felt as if his face had been scraped by a knife, quickly stepping back. "This lady is also a supernatural?" Wang Haoming was somewhat surprised and immediately restrained his disdain. Qiongqi on the side also looked at Liao Ruyu in shock. The atmosphere became tense. Liao Wen quickly intervened. Stop it, they are all sent by the military." Wang Haoming said somewhat awkwardly, "Miss Liao, I did not mean to just now, I just..." "Enough." Liao Ruyu impatiently interrupted him, saying, "Being a supernatural does not mean you can do whatever you want. I already have a plan for dealing with the strange crocodile. Uncle Liao, trust me." Liao Wen hesitated, full of fear towards the high-level military. Without their support, Longgong could not exist independently. Qiongqi sneered, "If you don't need our help, then forget it. Don't think we need to solve the problem of the strange crocodile." Liao Wen sighed. As the chairman of Longgong Group, he said, "All right, stop arguing." The tense atmosphere in the entire room was relieved. You remained calm. The conditions under which the military district sent people to assist Longgong Group were still negotiable. Liao Wen thought the conditions were negotiable and suggested that Yu let these two accompany her first. When Yu heard Liao Wen's words, her face darkened, and she expressed her opinion without hesitation. She even questioned Liao Wen why he didn't listen to his advice. After some discussion, a solution was finally reached. Wang Haoming and Zheng Qing would assist Liao Ruyu in dealing with the crocodile problem, while Liao Wen would renegotiate with the military district. Liao Ruyu left with Wang Haoming and Zheng Qing in a displeased manner. Watching the three of them leave, Liao Wen sighed heavily, sat down in his chair, his eyes revealing worry. He muttered to himself softly, "Ah, you, some things are not as simple as you think. This time the military district sent people. If we don't make concessions, our relationship with the military district will break down. The consequences are unimaginable." As the president of Longgong Group, Liao Wen was experienced and well-versed in human affairs. He understood that some things, even if unwilling, could only be passively accepted. Considering Longgang's current situation, falling out with the military district would only bring more trouble, with no benefits at all. In the lounge, Chen Mo absorbed a second-order crystal core and 7 or 8 first-order crystal cores, raising his dominant ability to the third order. Currently, second and third-order crystal cores had the best enhancing effect on him. Chen Mo planned to use the power of these crystal cores to enhance his Tianquan ability. His eyes shone with determination, expecting to soon raise his Tianquan ability to the third order. Once reaching the third order, he would be able to accommodate more abilities and the power of gods. In the lounge, several big men had already fallen asleep. Chen Mo planned to go out for a walk. Just as he opened the door, he unexpectedly met Liao Ruyu, who had returned. The two locked eyes. Liao Ruyu, slightly stunned, then noticed the members of Longgong resting in the lounge. His expression turned serious, and he asked Chen Mo to accompany him for a walk. Seeing Liao Ruyu's expression, Chen Mo guessed it was related to the people sent by the military district. He nodded and followed Liao Ruyu out. Liao Ruyu looked around and led Chen Mo to an empty place, lost in thought. Eventually, he told Chen Mo that the military district had sent 2 ability users. Chen Mo replied calmly that if there were no traitors within Longgong, the military district should not know about his existence. Liao Ruyu smiled and assured him that they were not here for Chen Mo, but to deal with the crocodile problem. He believed those 2 individuals were unaware of Chen Mo's identity. Then, Liao Ruyu suggested that Chen Mo make a metal mask to conceal his identity, as Chen Mo's ability could control metal. Liao Ruyu harbored good intentions, patiently reminding Chen Mo. Chen Mo fell into silence after listening, then nodded slightly, agreeing that Liao Ruyu's suggestion made sense. He didn't want to encounter too many troubles before finding Yu. So, he raised his right hand, and mysteriously a silver liquid emerged, floating in the air and constantly changing. Eventually, it turned into a simple and lightweight mask. Chen Mo put on the mask, earning admiration and laughter from Liao Ruyu. She kept staring at the iron mask on Chen Mo's face, suddenly furrowing her brows as if finding something imperfect, murmuring softly, "I feel like something's off. Maybe it's too simple." Before the apocalypse, Liao Ruyu had studied design abroad, carefully observing Chen Mo's mask. After a moment of contemplation, she said, "If you do it like this, add some indentations here, and some patterns." Chen Mo felt a bit helpless, but seeing Liao Ruyu's enthusiasm, he still used his ability to follow her advice. Soon after, a mask covering half of his face with 2 fangs appeared in his hand. Liao Ruyu eagerly urged him to put it on. Chen Mo obediently wore the mask. Liao Ruyu's eyes sparkled, constantly exclaiming, "Yes, indeed, it's my design. Looks very handsome. Tomorrow, you will wear this mask, and I will take you to a resting place. After discussion, we will set off for the steel plant tomorrow morning." Liao Ruyu arranged a nice place to stay, with a bed and food, the building resembling a small box on the outside. Chen Mo sat outside, feeling the cool night breeze, lost in thought. "That monster, we can't resist it at all. Lin Shu, that beast. I will never let him go." Boom! The sky turned blood red like a doomsday dusk, as if it was about to collapse. Corpses littered the ground, bodies and gun smoke covering the earth. On the high mountain emitting a strong gray mist and constantly spewing lava, a monster with wings that covered the sky, emitting a holy white light, as if a divine being judging these god-slayers. It let out a mournful cry, surrounded by countless terrifying mutants and zombies. Thousands of ability users appeared extremely fragile under this terror. No one could imagine that this area, like the edge of the world, was actually the capital. None who provoked it survived. Even now, Chen Mo still couldn't understand. Why was he the only survivor? Chen Mo recalled everything, fragmented pieces flashing through his mind. A splitting headache. Beads of sweat seeped from his forehead. His memory seemed to be disturbed at this moment. Chen Mo lowered his eyelids, a strong killing intent flashing in his eyes, like a fierce ghost in hell. In this life, he would change everything. In Chen Mo's heart, a strong unbeatable belief arose. Even the gods of the apocalypse could not stop him. With the two unique abilities of heavenly authority and mastery, he exuded confidence and displayed unparalleled assurance. Rising slowly from the ground, his eyes gleamed with determination, eagerly anticipating the upcoming challenge. Early the next morning, Liao Ruyu arrived at Chen Mo's resting place. Strangely, Chen Mo felt a bit uneasy wearing a mask. However, Liao Ruyu was very satisfied with her outstanding design. The two entered a lounge together, and before they could open the door, they heard a voice inside expressing extreme dissatisfaction. A voice questioned why the woman had not arrived yet, emphasizing that they were military personnel and should not be kept waiting. Liao Ruyu coldly responded and entered the room with Chen Mo. In the room, besides Wang Haoming and Zheng Qing, there was also a young man wearing glasses, looking timid and submissive. Liao Ruyu glanced at the girl Zheng Qing, feeling displeased with her behavior. In this post-apocalyptic world, food was already a scarce resource, yet she was picky and demanded cooked food, which irritated Liao Ruyu greatly. If it weren't for their military status and Lao's instructions, Liao Ruyu would have lost her temper long ago. Seeing the newcomer, Wang Haoming smiled and greeted her warmly. This young university student was full of admiration for the beautiful and hot-bodied Liao Ruyu. Yesterday, he had been trying to please Liao Ruyu, but she appeared arrogant and aloof, making Wang Haoming feel inferior and sensitive. However, Liao Ruyu did not give him a good look, showing disdain towards both him and Zheng Qing. Hearing Zheng Qing's provocation, Wang Haoming frowned and asked about Chen Mo's identity. Liao Ruyu coldly rebuked Zheng Qing, reminding her to respect others. Zheng Qing was called a brat, her face turning red with anger, as she hated being called small. Wang Haoming mentioned that all ability users were in the military district and couldn't be here. Amidst the argument, everyone finally entered the lounge to discuss the next steps of their action plan. Liao Ruyu glanced at the bespectacled Chen Mo, Wang Haoming, and Zheng Qing, then turned to introduce Chen Mo. These two, Wang Haoming and Zheng Qing, are two mutants from the military district. And this Zhou Zimo is a member of our Dragon Steel Company. My ability is a level storm. I can control the surrounding wind. Let's introduce ourselves first, and talk about our abilities, so we can arrange tasks. Liao Ruyu appeared confident and determined, not hesitating to speak. Chen Mo glanced at the three people in the room, not paying much attention to Zheng Qing's arrogant expression. In the apocalypse, many mutants have a high self-esteem. If Chen Mo and Liao Ruyu were not mutants, Zheng Qing's attitude might be even worse. But in this small team, they all feel unfamiliar with each other. Perhaps it would be better to act alone, Chen Mo thought quietly to himself. The bespectacled, seemingly polite young man spoke hesitantly. I am a first-tier mutant, with C-level insight ability, can find weaknesses and monitor strength. Insight? This ability seems weak. What's the use of it? Zheng Qing said disdainfully. He might just hold us back when he comes over. Zhou Zimo looked embarrassed. Liao Ruyu frowned and said, what do you mean by that? Zhou Zimo's ability is definitely not as simple as you imagine. Now that everyone is here, this operation will be under my command. Wang Haoming intervened. All right, Xiaoxing, don't say too much. Both Xiaoxing and I are second-tier mutants. My ability is C-level extreme speed, which means I can increase my speed several times in a short time and slow down movements around me in my field of vision. Zheng Qing obviously didn't want to say much, and Wang Haoming was somewhat helpless. Xiaoxing has a bit of a princess complex. Her uncle is the military district instructor Zheng Haifeng. With the care of the higher-ups and her outstanding ability, She has a prominent position in the 6th Army District. Wang Haoming continued. Xiaoxing is a B-level psychic mutant, good at mental interference, can control low-level zombies and mutants, affecting their actions. Mental interference? Chen Mo was slightly surprised, looking unexpectedly at the arrogant Zheng Qing. This guy actually has the same ability as he did before he was reborn? When it comes to mental interference, Chen Mo is extremely familiar with it. Before the rebirth, he spared no effort to elevate this ability to the 6th tier. Chen Mo gazed deeply at Zheng Qing. Zheng Qing naturally noticed his gaze and said angrily, "What are you looking at? What's your ability?" Chen Mo smiled playfully and said, "I was just thinking, do you truly understand the mysteries of mental interference? Although this ability is not powerful, it can play a huge role at critical moments. I spent several years to reveal its true essence. Other mutants' abilities may not be easy to evaluate, but in terms of mental interference, I am quite skilled." Zheng Qing immediately became angry upon hearing this. She glared at Chen Mo and said, "Have you mastered it completely?" "I am a B-level mutant." Chen Mo just smiled indifferently. After the popularization of crystal nucleus, B-level ability users no longer stand out as much. To attract attention, one must at least be an A-level ability user. Liao Ruyu looked at Chen Mo, always unaware of his ability level. The military has determined the ranking of ability users, but Chen Mo's easy defeat of the decomposers before clearly shows that his strength is definitely not lower than a level. Liao Ruyu turned to Chen Mo and asked him to introduce his ability. Everyone looked at Chen Mo in unison. Chen Mo calmly said, "My ability is called Goosh." Upon hearing this name, except for Liao Ruyu, others were somewhat puzzled. Liao Ruyu glanced at Chen Mo slightly surprised, because didn't he say before that he could control metal? Chen Mo drew Goosh and gently waved it. The ground was cut open with a deep crack, making a tearing sound. Wang Haoming and Zheng Qing both widened their eyes. Looking at the jet-black katana that could easily cut through the ground, one can imagine how sharp it is. Zhou Zimo stared at Chen Mo intently, with a feeling that, although he was only a first-level ability user, among the people present, this person was the most dangerous. The killing intent emanating from him was terrifying, definitely not ordinary. Zhou Zimo secretly stayed on guard. Wang Haoming looked at Chen Mo again. "This knife is really sharp." Zheng Qing said indifferently, "What's the big deal about a powerful weapon? Are you considered an ability user just because of this?" Chen Mo remained calm, gently waving Goosh in his hand. A drop of sharp black liquid shot out from the blade, passing through Zheng Qing's ear, causing a few strands of hair to fall. A hole was punched in the wall. Zheng Qing widened her eyes, then screamed, You, how dare you lay a hand on me?" Everyone present was dumbfounded. Even Liao Ruyu didn't expect Chen Mo to take action. Chen Mo stared coldly at Zheng Qing, threatening, "Shut up, or next time it will be your life." Zheng Qing's face turned pale, feeling the killing intent emanating from Chen Mo, realizing that he was not just making empty threats. Chen Mo sneered. Liao Ruyu admired Chen Mo's decisiveness and secretly admired him. Wang Haoming quickly comforted Zheng Qing. After all, they were companions. Liao Ruyu cleared his throat, seeing the atmosphere easing, and said, "All right, Chen Tian didn't do it on purpose." "Wang Haoming, you guys are from the military. You should be more familiar with that strange crocodile. Tell us about it." Wang Haoming nodded. After some thought, he said, "The ability of that strange crocodile is preliminarily estimated to be equivalent to a third-level ability user. Its biting force is extremely strong. Ordinary bullets and blades can't break through its defense. On the body of the monster crocodile, the wounds inflicted by our troops are clearly visible, which is the best spot for us to attack. In addition, the monster crocodile has two special abilities to be aware of. Firstly, it has a death roll that should not be faced head-on. Secondly, once severely injured, the monster crocodile will choose to escape underground or into the water, making it hard to be found again. Our previous actions failed to capture it because of this." Liao Ruyu nodded slightly and whispered, "In that case, our main task this time is for me, Wang Haoming, and Chen Tian to eliminate the monster crocodile. Xiao Zhou, your special ability is insight, responsible for observing the movements of the monster crocodile." Zheng Qing furrowed her brows and asked, "Then what about me?" Liao Ruyu smiled and looked at her, saying, "You act freely. Just don't cause trouble for yourself or others, that's good enough." This somewhat spoiled person, she couldn't be bothered to take care of herself. Qiongqi was furious, but seeing Chen Mo beside her, she couldn't vent her anger. She knew her mental control ability was powerful, even capable of controlling zombies. Although she had never seen the monster crocodile, she firmly believed she could influence it. They formed a temporary team and discussed for the whole morning. After replenishing their energy, they set off towards the direction of the steel plant in North China City. It had been a long time since anyone had cleared the zombies there, and with collapsed buildings everywhere, vehicles couldn't pass through. The few of them carried necessary supplies and set off. Qiongqi walked at the back of the team, looking discontentedly at Chen Mo and Liao Ruyu in front. She had never been bullied like this in the military district. Throughout the journey, her face was gloomy and her brows were furrowed. Damn it, how dare this jerk lay a hand on me? Just because of a broken knife? What's so great about it? Wang Haoming's ears were ringing. Looking at the indignant Qiongqi, he comforted, "It's okay, Xiaoqing. Our task now is to help Longgong Group recapture the steel plant." "Gaoju seems to really want that steel plant," Qiongqi said discontentedly. "Why don't we just snatch it directly? Do we still need to consider their feelings when we requisition it?" Whether it's pre-apocalyptic or post-apocalyptic, Longgong has never dared to resist. Wang Haoming was somewhat helpless. Even he knew that forcibly collecting resources at this time was not wise. But Qiongqi didn't understand. "Forget it. Let's keep moving forward and don't fall behind. Stay alert at all times. Xiaoqing, your insight is crucial. Don't let impulsiveness get in the way of important matters. If you perform well, your position in the military district will rise." He, Wang Haoming, was ambitious. Leading the way, Chen Mo looked ahead and could clearly see the zombies wandering near the intersection. Zhou cautiously said, "Be careful, there may be more than 70 zombies ahead, and even a few second-tier zombies. What's more, there are some corpse birds there too." Zhou looked at the circling corpse birds in the sky, his eyes shimmering with a hint of azure light. The ability to see through the supernatural continuously conveyed information, beads of sweat seeping from his forehead. As a novice supernatural being, he struggled to observe the multitude of information. He was not skilled in combat and could only stay behind Chen Mo and Liao Ruyu. Liao Ruyu raised her hand to signal a stop, her gaze shifting to Chen Mo and Wang Haoming, suggesting that they should go ahead and clear the battlefield first. Wang Haoming nodded, each responsible for one side, shouting immediately if any problems arose. He swiftly charged towards the oncoming horde of zombies, his speed astonishing. Suddenly, a mutant zombie in front emitted a deafening roar. Liao Ruyu ordered to attack in a deep voice, and a violent wind howled in the field. She elegantly shuttled between the ruins, controlling the arrival of the stormy supernatural ability. With a whirlwind forming around her, she directly struck at the surrounding zombies. Splatter! The intense movement attracted the attention of all the zombies. Infiltrators, specially evolved zombies, and reinforced types of zombies all rushed towards the three of them. These zombies, more or less, all possessed special abilities. A little carelessness would lead to being surrounded and facing imminent danger. Chen Mo wielded his knife, the ghost cutter slicing through the air, splattering blood flowers. Suddenly, a lurker leapt up, metallic liquid condensing in Chen Mo's indifferent eyes, sweeping the surrounding zombies. Every swing of the ghost cutter mercilessly took away a zombie's life. In front of the ghost cutter, these flesh and blood bodies were extremely fragile. Even special zombies could not escape death. Suddenly, a distant explosion sounded. Chen Mo turned to look and saw Wang Haoming swiftly moving, his figure shuttling through the zombie horde, taunting a huge berserker zombie. With the help of his ability, the zombie couldn't get close to him at all. Wang Haoming took out a specially made pistol, mocking, "Ha ha ha, go die." Gunshots rang out. Bullets shot towards the berserker, deeply embedded in its body but failed to penetrate. The berserker angrily lifted a giant rock to throw. Wang Haoming taunted loudly, "These are special bullets made by our military district. Zombie, go die." A surprising scene unfolded. The bullets embedded in the berserker's body actually expanded. Suddenly, continuous explosions resounded. Blood splattered, flesh flew. The berserker was instantly blown into pieces. Wang Haoming was smug. Chen Mo noticed the A-level ability attached to the bullet, his face gradually turning cold. This bullet actually had a disintegration effect? On these bullets, there was clearly the destructive ability of that guy attached. Without saying a word, Chen Mo saw a corpse bird in front of him, with eyeballs and wings withered, diving from the sky like a sword. Emitting a piercing sound, its speed was so fast that people couldn't react at all. Distorted mutants are sometimes more difficult to deal with than zombies. Chen Mo's elbow turned, and the ghost blade in his hand swept away a group of zombies that rushed towards him, causing blood to splash. Then, as the corpse bird approached, he punched with his left hand. It collided with the sharp beak of the bird. Boom! The head of the corpse bird was directly flattened, countless feathers floating down, instantly bursting into a cloud of blood. You should know that now Shuxi Shen and Qiongqi are both stored in the Tianquan ability. This punch, like the claw swung by Qiongqi, was extremely powerful, using the strength of his physical body to smash this tier of corpse bird. Wang Haoming and Liao Ruyu in the field were busy fighting and naturally did not notice this scene. While Zheng Qing, who was standing in a safe place in the distance, saw it clearly. She felt extremely cold all over her body. Her pretty face turned pale with fear at this bloody scene. Could this guy be an enhanced type of ability user? Chen Mo's speed in killing zombies was several times faster than Wang Haoming and Liao Ruyu. And Chen Mo attacked recklessly, fiercely, and violently. It seemed like he didn't care about getting hurt at all, completely reckless. If an ability user receives too much damage, they will also turn into a zombie. This is madness. This guy is definitely a lunatic. Zheng Qing had never seen such a reckless person who disregarded life and death. She bit her lip and ran forward directly. Zhou Zimo was shocked by this and quickly tried to stop her. Wait, what are you trying to do? It's dangerous over there. Get lost. Zheng Qing scolded, saying, You just stay here obediently, I'm not afraid of them. Zhou Zimo's eyes darkened for a moment, his expression changing drastically from his previous submissive and humble appearance. He was just a first-tier ability user, not powerful enough. Even with enhanced physical qualities, he was no match for these first- and second-tier zombies in their eyes. Zheng Qing entered the scene and locked her gaze on the second-tier zombie next to Wang Haoming. Wang Haoming, I'll help you. She took a deep breath and suppressed her fear. She directly used her mental interference ability, trying to control the second-tier zombie. Buzz! The second-tier zombie suddenly stopped. Then, it raised its head and let out a howl, its crimson eyes instantly locking onto Zheng Qing. Zheng Qing's body trembled, feeling a sharp pain in her temple. She couldn't believe what she saw as the second-tier zombie changed direction and came towards her. As a second-tier zombie, its speed and bloodlust were not comparable to a first-tier zombie. Especially since it was a fast-moving strange creature, a claw lady. With long limbs swinging long claws, it instantly arrived within 2 to 3 meters of Zheng Qing. Zheng Qing stood in place, screaming in fear. Oh, help me! This voice alarmed Chen Mo and the others who were busy fighting. Xiao Qing! Wang Haoming's face turned pale with shock, immediately releasing his super speed ability and sprinting towards Zheng Qing. However, the distance between him and Zheng Qing was difficult to overcome, as a strange zombie suddenly leapt up, extending its claws towards Zheng Qing. The situation was critical. Zheng Qing weakly collapsed on the ground, closing her eyes tightly. Chen Mo coldly watched the scene in front of him. He actually had the ability to save Zheng Qing, but facing someone so powerless and timid in this temporary team, he would only be a burden. Besides, he had no feelings for her at all. Just then, a wind blade slashed through, heading straight ahead. Crack! The wind blade directly split open the back of the second-level zombie, blood spattering everywhere. The zombie howled in pain and fell to the ground. Chen Mo frowned and looked over, realizing it was Liao Ruyu who made the move. At this moment, Liao Ruyu's face was pale, lips colorless. This wind blade almost exhausted most of her abilities. As a second-level ability user, her range was limited and reaching the limit would consume a lot of energy. Seeing Zheng Qing's lack of response in the distance, Liao Ruyu angrily scolded, "What are you still standing there for?" Zheng Qing was startled and quickly got up to escape. At this moment, Wang Haoming arrived, swiftly picking up Qiongqi and disappearing in an instant. Bang! Several bullets shot out, piercing through the wound Liao Ruyu had made. Boom! Then, the explosion deafened the ears, blowing the zombie into pieces. Chen Mo remained indifferent, silently dealing with the last second-level zombie that pounced on him. He wielded the ghost cutter, easily countering the zombie's attacks. With lightning-fast speed, he moved behind the zombie and a black blade flashed by. The second-level zombie stood still, then its head separated from its body. Thud! It fell to the ground. Chen Mo scanned the remaining dozens of zombies around him. His eyes narrowed, the ghost cutter in his hand emitting a black liquid. The liquid splashed like water droplets, turning into sharp metal droplets shooting towards the surrounding zombies. The ghost cutter was sheathed. Bang! Bang! Dozens of roaring zombies fell one after another. The world seemed to quiet down in an instant. Chen Mo's eyes were deep, as he was well versed in mental interference abilities. Qiongqi's second-level mental interference could only affect the zombies' movements when they were at their weakest. Using it directly from the start would inevitably result in a backlash from mental abilities. This was almost equivalent to seeking death. Chen Mo turned around, walking alone towards the direction of the steel plant, silently leaving. Wang Haoming held Xiaoqing to avoid the zombies, watching in shock as the zombie's head was slashed open, blood gushing out. He looked at Chen Mo with a surprised expression, opening his mouth as if wanting to say something but hesitated. Qiongqi was even more frightened, trembling continuously in Wang Haoming's arms. Xiaoqing. At this moment, he couldn't say much either, urgently calling out to Qiongqi in his arms. Zhou Zimo and Liao Ruyu also rushed over. How is she doing? Fans of the milk powder are all surprised. The boss is really generous. It's truly heartwarming. Full of gratitude. There will be an overnight update tonight, tomorrow, the day after tomorrow, and even the day after that. Continuously adding more chapters, maybe even releasing 5 chapters at once. Here I sincerely ask everyone to support and encourage more updates. There may be some free little gifts. QWQ. Milk powder is deeply grateful. Liao Ruyu furrowed her beautiful brows and asked Zhou Zimo, Xiao Zhou, why didn't you stop her? Zhou Zimo's face was full of grievances as he helplessly replied, Liao Jia, I really couldn't stop her. Liao Ruyu sighed deeply in frustration. Even though they hadn't reached the location of the monster crocodile yet, Qiongqi had already caused such a big trouble. She had suggested earlier for Qiongqi to stay in a safe area. Why did Qiongqi still take the risk despite boasting before and falling behind in the fight? Wang Haoming asked anxiously. I never expected Qiongqi to try to control a second-order zombie. Liao Ruyu took a deep breath, suppressing the anger in her heart. Since they were already here, there was no turning back. I don't have time to take care of you in the upcoming battle. I'll have Xiao Zhou take you back. Despite Wang Haoming's strong fighting ability, Qiongqi was of no help at all and became a burden instead. Fortunately, there was Chen Mo, who eventually helped alleviate a lot of pressure. It was then that she finally understood why Chen Mo was reluctant to team up. Where did Chen Mo go? Liao Ruyu looked around but couldn't find any trace of Chen Mo. At that moment, Zhou Zimo whispered, Liao Jia, I think Chen Mo went towards the steel plant. What? Liao Ruyu was suddenly shocked. She quickly looked in that direction, only to find that Chen Mo had already gone far. Feeling a wave of shock, she glanced at Qiongqi and Wang Haoming with some blame. Can you two continue the fight? If not, I'll have Xiao Zhou take you back. With Wang Haoming's reassurance, Qiongqi gradually calmed down. Although her face was pale, she wanted to retort when she heard Liao Ruyu's displeased tone. But she realized that she had indeed caused everyone to retreat just now. With a hint of helplessness in her eyes, she drank some water and said, I'm fine. I can do it. Wang Haoming asked, Xiaoqing, are you really okay? I said I'm fine. Qiongqi impatiently stood up, her face extremely unpleasant. I was careless just now. If I had focused a little more, I would have definitely controlled that zombie. Liao Ruyu looked at Qiongqi somewhat incredulously, sighed, and said, it's best to be so. I can't take care of you anymore. Chen Tian has already set off alone. We must catch up quickly. Liao Ruyu took a deep breath, directly threw out a few crystal cores, and restored her abilities while walking. The four of them continued on their way. Suddenly, there was a faint sound from behind. Chen Mo, who was at the back, stopped in his tracks, looking back with some confusion. Apart from the ruins and the river of blood, there was nothing there. Chen Mo furrowed his brows and muttered, "Did I hear it wrong?" Without dwelling on it, he turned and hurried to catch up with the team ahead. After Liao Ruyu and her group left, a ripple appeared in the ruins, like a heat wave rippling out. 6 figures emerged, men and women holding weapons, exuding a unique aura and spirit. A slender, average-looking young man took out a crystal nucleus and recovered. Shu Lin looked at the tall, scarred man with half of his face disfigured and a series of fierce scars. That was close. Over there, at least 2 guys with exceptional perception almost spotted us, said Li Long, patting Shu Lin on the shoulder. Thanks to you. Let's just keep our distance from them from now on. Shu Lin nodded, looking around at the corpses of zombies on the ground, her face filled with confusion as she asked, Brother Long, if I remember correctly, those 2 seem to be from the military district, right? What are they doing here? Li Long, with a calm expression, replied, they must be after the steel factory in North China City. The 6th military region is definitely here to deal with that strange crocodile. Shu Lin, it's probably best not to conflict with the military district now. Was that mysterious merchant bluffing? How could the seed we're looking for be on that crocodile? Li Long shook his head, uncertainly saying, only Zhaolin has seen the mysterious merchant. Let's not ask too many questions. Just like before, let's focus on completing the mission. It just so happens that with the Dragon Steel and the military district people exploring first, we saved a lot of effort. Shu Lin nodded and didn't say much more. If Chen Mo were here, he would surely recognize the group of people in front of him. They were one of the most powerful surviving forces in the apocalypse besides the military district, the ancient martial alliance. They were all martial arts families, naturally strong, and even more powerful after awakening their abilities, far surpassing ordinary ability users. On the other side, where Chen Mo was located, a low roar could be heard. The Qiongqi looked somewhat discontentedly at Chen Mo, as if questioning why he hadn't released it yet. The horns on the Qiongqi's forehead grew larger, its face becoming fierce, exuding a bloodthirsty aura. With a powerful and muscular body covered in dense and soft orange fur, it was estimated that it would soon advance to the 3rd rank. Chen Mo smiled and approached. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. Don't worry, there are plenty of zombies ahead. Enjoy yourself. Chen Mo lightly smiled as he jumped onto the Qiongqi's back. Compared to the team led by Liao Ruyu, Chen Mo preferred to trust the Qiongqi and Shuxi. At least, no matter what, the Qiongqi and Shuxi would unquestionably obey him. With formidable combat abilities, ordinary zombies were no match for them. The Qiongqi let out a long roar and swiftly rushed forward. In order to quickly deal with the strange crocodile, Chen Mo did not linger in battles. The Qiongqi pushed forward, killing effortlessly as it passed through, blood splattering. The ordinary 1st and 2nd tier zombies were no match for the Qiongqi. Freed from the constraints of Liao Ruyu and her team, with the assistance of the Qiongqi, Chen Mo arrived at the largest heavy industrial group in North China City in just a few minutes. Efficient and decisive, this was the Dragon Steel Group's steel factory. Looking around, there stood a number of blue-skinned production plants. The steel factory was massive, serving as the backbone of North China City, supporting countless families. Within an area stretching over 20 to 30 kilometers, there are numerous massive steel plants scattered around. Once, the schools, snack streets, hospitals, and residential buildings here were all part of the Dragon Steel Group's industry. However, after Doomsday struck, the area underwent a transformation, now surrounded by zombies and mutated creatures outside. Wrecked cars and abandoned buildings are everywhere, while the zombies and mutants around engage in brutal fights, each displaying immense strength. Amid the apocalypse, the stray cats and dogs did not undergo mutations like the legendary Qiongqi, but they are far from ordinary zombies. The group of corpse dogs in front of us drool with saliva, their bodies decaying, looking terrifyingly ferocious, with their eyes glaring fiercely at Chen Mo and Qiongqi. The low growls continue to echo. Chen Mo closes his eyes slightly, facing this group of mutated corpse dogs, with the weakest being 1st tier, and the leader standing at just 1 meter tall as a 2nd tier existence. Qiongqi exhales hot air from his nostrils, claws rubbing against the ground, roaring at the few corpse dogs in front of him. Roar! This roar makes the opposing corpse dogs uneasy, taking a few steps back, and the leading corpse dog howls, prompting the group to turn and flee. A glint of humanity flashes in Qiongqi's huge eyes, filled with disdain. What makes mutated creatures stronger than zombies is their instinctive acuity and extraordinary strength, and Qiongqi's aura instills fear in them. Without further delay, Chen Mo pats Qiongqi beside him, signaling to move forward. The duo enters the depths of the steel plant. With a swift slash, the last zombie falls in the pool of blood. Chen Mo effortlessly retrieves the crystal nucleus of the second-tier zombie. In this steel plant, Chen Mo, with dominion over supernatural abilities, holds an absolute advantage, surrounded by steel, enabling him to unleash extraordinary power and become the ruler here. In the ensuing battles, Chen Mo and Qiongqi cooperate seamlessly, with Qiongqi ruthlessly tearing into the flesh of zombies and mutants, seemingly finding joy in slaughter. Chen Mo can sense Qiongqi's inner craving for battle. They harvest numerous crystal nuclei and dominate the battlefield. Surprisingly, within the steel plant, the number of zombies is not greater than outside. The surroundings are desolate, with collapsed buildings as if ravaged by colossal beings, and huge craters on the ground. Chen Mo halts, surveying the area, realizing that if zombies are scarce in a certain location, it is likely due to survivors having cleared them out. In this area, a powerful alien corpse king is leading a legion of zombies, devouring all life. As Chen Mo and Qiongqi ventured deeper into the steel plant, they sensed the increasing danger ahead. Chen Mo muttered under his breath, "I'm afraid that strange crocodile is nearby." Suddenly, he caught a strange fragrance in the air, intertwined with the strong smell of rust and blood. This unusual scent put Chen Mo on high alert, and he and Qiongqi cautiously moved towards the depths of the steel plant. As they delved deeper, the scent in the air became even stronger. Piles of corpses lay ahead, hundreds of rotten zombie bodies emitting a putrid stench that mixed with the intense fragrance, making them nauseous. Qiongqi growled low, and Chen Mo furrowed his brow in surprise as he noticed vines and pink flowers growing on the zombies, as if absorbing nutrients from the bodies. A sense of foreboding arose in him, as in the apocalypse, plants rarely mutated in this way. These mutated plants often possessed powerful abilities and stubborn vitality, much like the giant mutated ancient tree in Qiongqi City. Chen Mo and Qiongqi continued cautiously until they found the giant crocodile at the iron tracks of the steel plant. Surrounded by flattened buildings, the crocodile had a massive body, over 30 meters long and 4 to 5 meters tall, covered in tough scales, sleeping under a huge peach tree. The peach tree rooted in zombie bodies, its trunk expanding and contracting as if breathing. Chen Mo heard the tree's rhythmic heartbeat-like sound and exclaimed in disbelief, "Could this be a mutated peach tree? How could such a mutation exist in this desolate steel plant?" Chen Mo stared at the crocodile, realizing it was a third-stage alien that needed to constantly devour zombies and other aliens to evolve. Despite thinking the crocodile had consumed most of the zombies on the way, it seemed that was not the case. The scene before her made her heart tighten. She saw the pile of bodies towering like a mountain, scattered at her feet, as if each one had been devoured by the peach tree. This filled her with fear and unease. The Qiongqi let out a deep growl, sensing the dangerous aura emanating from the monstrous crocodile. Chen Mo gazed at the ruins and corpses on the ground, his eyes flickering with contemplation. He realized that it was not wise to approach the peach tree recklessly at this moment. Suddenly, the monstrous crocodile sleeping beside the peach tree let out a deafening roar, opened its eyes, and a hint of ferocity flashed in its gaze. The monstrous crocodile was awake. Chen Mo immediately hid with the Qiongqi in a concealed place to observe. The monstrous crocodile looked around, as if sensing other presences. Although no abnormalities were found after inspecting the surrounding corpses, it crawled back to the peach tree and growled softly. Chen Mo, using his Qiongqi ability, could understand the language of the monstrous crocodile. "Eat?" Chen Mo frowned. In the distance, the huge peach tree began to shed petals, the trunk swaying gently, exuding transparent mucus. Then, a branch slowly extended, covered with pink petals, holding a juicy peach. The monstrous crocodile showed a delighted expression, opened its mouth wide, and bit down on the peach and branch together. More petals fell, the peach tree trembled, and sounds of pain came from it. After swallowing the peach, the monstrous crocodile's body quickly expanded, becoming even larger than before, and it closed its eyes contentedly after wriggling its body. Excitement flashed in Chen Mo's eyes. The fruit borne by this peach tree could actually enhance different creatures? The fact that the monstrous crocodile chose not to eat the zombie bodies clearly indicated that the fruit of the peach tree was more effective than the corpses. Chen Mo was ecstatic. This was no less impressive than the enhancement potion provided by the mysterious merchant. He stared at the huge peach tree in the distance, feeling a burning desire in his heart. He looked at the Qiongqi, smiled, and said, "Come back, I will need your help next." The Qiongqi could greatly enhance its physical functions under the Qiongqi ability, releasing extraordinary strength. Although the Qiongqi ability was only second tier and could not withstand the power of Shushishan, in the upcoming battle, Chen Mo planned to directly summon Shushishan to crush everything. He must obtain the fruit of this peach tree. The Qiongqi let out a slightly displeased growl and then disappeared in a beam of light. The Qiongqi tattoo appeared on Chen Mo's left arm, ready to use the Qiongqi ability. With a firm gaze, he said in a deep voice, "Let's begin." In the vast open field, a stunning giant monster suddenly appeared. It was several times larger than the strange crocodile, with white flabby flesh all over its body, looking like a cute and innocent god of longevity. The earth trembled violently, as if the whole world was shaking for it. As the god of longevity showed up, it immediately let out a deafening roar. This was a fourth-order apocalyptic deity, the god of longevity. The distant strange crocodile heard such a huge sound and suddenly opened its eyes. It looked puzzled, staring at this giant presence in front of it. It seemed to be completely bewildered by this sudden appearance, not knowing what was happening. A peach tree trembled violently, making a rustling sound. The strange crocodile opened its huge mouth and roared angrily at the god of longevity. As a powerful alien species, it naturally had a very strong sense of territory. On its turf, apart from food, no one could challenge its authority. The strange crocodile, without hesitation, swiftly lunged towards the god of longevity with its mouth wide open. The rumbling sound echoed all around, with debris falling all over. Chen Mo saw this scene. A glint of light flashed in his eyes. He gave orders to the god of longevity. "Deal with it." The god of longevity let out a long cry, grabbed two huge rocks with its fat hands, and fiercely smashed them towards the strange crocodile. Boom! The body of the strange crocodile was directly hit with a depression, almost making it dizzy. It angrily rushed towards the god of longevity, ferocious and fierce. Although the strange crocodile was huge in size, it had no advantage at all when facing the fourth-order god of longevity. However, as it bit down, it actually tore off a large piece of flesh from the god of longevity. Fresh blood gushed out like a fountain. The god of longevity was thoroughly enraged. Although the strange crocodile was fast, its large size made it easier to capture compared to the Qiongqi. The god of longevity wielded its fat hands, smashing down repeatedly. Pressing down on the head of the strange crocodile, using its body to crush it. Boom! The strange crocodile, after consuming many peaches, had its strength infinitely close to the fourth order. However, it was still firmly suppressed by the god of longevity's huge body, struggling and growling. The god of longevity let out a joyful, piercing laughter, hands firmly pressing down on the head of the strange crocodile, sitting up, and once again fiercely smashing the crocodile. Boom! 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 Every time it smashed down, the earth would deeply sink, the surrounding deep pits getting larger and spreading outwards. In the open deep pit, the roots of the peach trees could be seen coiling in the soil. Chen Mo grinned. It seemed like he didn't need to intervene at all. The power of the god of longevity was enough to deal with this strange crocodile. He had no intention of taming the strange crocodile. Although it was fast and had a strong bite force, in terms of lethality, even a same-level Qiongqi might not be a match. However, its weakness was too obvious. Once its head was suppressed, it lost its ability to resist. The monstrous crocodile displayed astonishing defensive power, almost unbelievable. Even under the fierce bombardment of the military forces, it managed to break free. Despite being severely injured by Shushishan, only faint traces of blood appeared on its body. The monstrous crocodile thrashed wildly, shaking its head, attempting to tear apart Shushishan's flesh. Suddenly, Thick and sharp-thorned vines emerged from the underground, entwining towards Shushishan. Even the twisted peach tree joined the battle. Thick and sturdy roots emerged from the ground, entwining around the god of longevity. These roots were covered with sharp thorns, instantly wrapping around the massive body of the god of longevity. Constricting and tightening, they left bloody marks on the god's fat body. The white fat flesh was marked with gruesome bloodstains, continuously oozing green blood. The roots wriggled, continuously sucking the god of longevity's blood. The god of longevity clearly felt immense pain. Roaring to the sky, this sound wave was the exclusive ability of the god of longevity. In just a moment, the entwined roots were forcefully broken. Outside the steel plant, Liao Ruyu looked at the recently deceased zombie bodies around. It was clear that they were all killed by Chen Mo alone. Suddenly, the terrifying scream of the god of longevity came from inside the steel plant, causing Liao Ruyu and others to shudder. Zheng Qing's face turned pale in an instant. Zhou Zimo, who was slightly weaker, felt a splitting headache and covered his ears in pain. The group looked shocked and fearful, gazing in the direction of the sound. What is that sound? Is it the monster crocodile in that position? Zheng Qing asked. Wang Haoming shook his head with a solemn expression. No, that sound is not from the monster crocodile. Do you mean there are other mutants in the Dragon steel plant? Liao Ruyu, we have already left the steel plant, how would I know? In the distance, countless dust rose. In the swirling dust, a giant figure, resembling a mountain, could vaguely be seen. Liao Ruyu frowned and immediately spoke, oh no. Chen Tian must be in danger. We need to hurry over. Wang Haoming was starting to feel hesitant. That sound really made him shiver from the depths of his soul. It was as chilling as it came from the abyss. However, when he saw Liao Ruyu and Zheng Qing walking ahead, Wang Haoming gritted his teeth and quickly caught up. During this time, he continuously used crystal nuclei to restore his strength. After they left, the ancient martial alliance group also appeared. Shu Lin was panting heavily. Just now, his ability was almost shattered by that scream. Something's wrong. Li Long looked at the people beside him and said in a deep voice, be careful. It seems that the zombies here have been taken care of by someone. Li Long looked at the bodies around and furrowed his brows. It seems that someone has acted faster than us and the Dragon Steel people. Follow them. Just as the god of longevity broke the entwined roots, dozens of peach tree roots emerged from the ground. Chen Mo waved his right hand, and countless liquid iron turned into sharp blades, slashing towards the peach tree roots. Chopping sounds. The roots were cut off one by one, but there were just too many of them. The god of longevity raised his hand, grabbed a thick root, and angrily pulled it out of the ground. Boom! The earth cracked open, and countless stones flew up. These roots were all connected to the peach tree. With this pull, the immense power of the god of longevity almost uprooted the tree. The peach tree roots swelled and extended underground. The monstrous crocodile seized the opportunity, suddenly breaking free from the control of Qiongqi Shen and viciously biting into Qiongqi Shen's fat, launching a deadly attack. The tearing sound echoed all around as a large chunk of flesh was ripped off, causing Qiongqi Shen to cry out in agony. At the same time, Chen Mo refused to back down and fiercely counterattacked with his roots. Boom! Chen Mo deftly dodged the thick roots, creating a deep pit in the ground. He furrowed his brow, not expecting this peach tree to be so tough. His gaze shifted to Qiongqi Shen, who was driven into a rage by the crocodile's tearing wounds. Boom! Boom! Qiongqi Shen wildly swung his arms entangled by the roots, striking out in all directions. Bound by the peach tree's roots, Qiongqi Shen could no longer control the crocodile. With powerful biting force, the crocodile could crush boulders with each bite. Its sharp teeth deeply embedded in Qiongqi Shen's flesh. Deal with that peach tree first. Chen Mo snorted coldly, using his dominator ability to manipulate the endless metal within the steel mill. Countless molten iron turned into sharp blades, swiftly surrounding Chen Mo, mercilessly cutting off any roots that came close. Holding the gouache sword, Chen Mo swiftly evaded falling debris, heading straight for the peach tree. These roots were no match for Chen Mo. Sensing a strong murderous intent, the massive tree trembled and sent a distress signal to the crocodile. Upon seeing this, the crocodile let out a long roar and immediately twisted its body, trying to intervene. Boom! However, it was faced with a raging Qiongqi Shen. Qiongqi Shen's massive hands smashed down on the crocodile, driving it back into the ground. The crocodile also grew furious, turning its head to bite Qiongqi Shen's arm. With Qiongqi Shen's help, the crocodile couldn't get close. Chen Mo quickly arrived at the peach tree, and the soil began to churn as the thick roots sprang up from the ground. With a cold gaze, Chen Mo tightly gripped the gouache sword and swept it across. Clang! The roots were extremely fragile before the gouache sword. The weapon obtained from the mysterious merchant was extraordinary. It could harm even the gods of the apocalypse, and even slay gods. Chen Mo thrust the sword into the tree. Splurt! The gouache sword plunged deep into the tree trunk. A miserable scream rang out. The peach tree's petals fluttered down, and the roots thrashed wildly. Blood and slime gushed out of the tree trunk, eerie and horrifying. Indifferently, Chen Mo withdrew the gouache sword, causing the peach tree to tremble even more violently, its roots lashing out towards him. A silver arc flashed by, and the roots shattered. The peach tree conveyed a message of fear, begging for mercy. Chen Mo smirked coldly, truly exceptional. The message conveyed by the peach tree was clear and direct, even more so than the god of longevity. Chen Mo coldly said, "I know you understand what I mean. You can bear as many fruits as you can." The peach tree trembled slightly. Nearby, the monster crocodile, now helpless, was quickly subdued by the god of longevity, who struck it hard. The outcome was soon determined. The enraged god of longevity grabbed the monster crocodile's jaws tightly with both hands, eliciting a piercing scream. The monster crocodile was covered in green and deep red fresh blood, its body trembling uncontrollably, layer by layer. The god of longevity kept pulling the monster crocodile's huge mouth open, causing the creature to writhe in pain, trying to break free. However, despite the monster crocodile's amazing biting force, how could a third-tier creature compare with the fourth-tier god of longevity in brute strength? The monster crocodile's massive mouth was torn wider and wider, leaving a trail of blood. Suddenly, a tearing sound rang in the air. Blood splattered everywhere like a torrential rain. The god of longevity actually tore the monster crocodile in half alive. The scene was extremely bloody, the god of longevity's huge body stained red with the monster crocodile's blood. The god of longevity sat on the ground, continuously clapping his hands, making mocking sounds of extreme delight. Even though the monster crocodile was already dead, the god of longevity continued to use his palms to crush it into a pulp, releasing his inner anger. The peach tree's trembling became more intense, conveying a strong sense of fear. Chen Mo looked at the god of longevity, a cold smile playing on his lips. Although the god of longevity was only a lower-ranking end-time deity, he was not an opponent that ordinary creatures could challenge. He said to the god of longevity, "Qiongqi, come back." Chen Mo directly used his celestial authority ability to retrieve the god of longevity. The monster crocodile was approaching the fourth tier, and its crystal core must not be destroyed by the god of longevity. Although the god of longevity was injured, under the influence of celestial authority ability, he could gradually recover. "Now it's your turn." Chen Mo turned around, holding the gouache sword, coldly staring at the peach tree in front of him. "I want all your fruits." The peach tree trembled, and on its branches full of peach blossoms, 5 small fruits condensed. These fruits quickly grew, and the peach tree's dense branches began to wither rapidly. It seemed that condensing these fruits had exhausted all its power. Petals of peach blossoms fell, and the once lush and brilliant peach tree turned into a bare trunk in the blink of an eye. On the trunk, 5 full fruits swayed and fell one by one. Chen Mo narrowed his eyes, looking at the peach fruits on the ground. These fruits were one size smaller than the one the monster crocodile had eaten. The mutated peach tree in front of him seemed weak, on the brink of death. However, Chen Mo paid no attention to its life or death. He said coldly, "Is that all?" The peach tree conveyed a faint thought. Through his celestial authority ability, Chen Mo knew that these were all the fruits the peach tree had. When the peach tree bore these fruits, it had exhausted all its life force, and the tree's vitality needed corpses to replenish it. The monstrous crocodile had been absorbing nutrients from its surroundings and living in symbiosis with it. Chen Mo carefully collected the peach fruits and held them close to his chest. His eyes flickered with contemplation, and after a moment of deep thought, he decided to try using his own supernatural powers to tame the peach tree. The peach tree offered no resistance and established a connection with Chen Mo smoothly. However, this connection seemed somewhat strained. Chen Mo felt a bit weak and took a moment to calm his emotions. After successfully taming the peach tree, he started to gain some understanding of it. It turned out that the peach tree was originally a third-tier plant, but had dropped to second tier after bearing fruits. Although Chen Mo's abilities could control massive creatures like Qiongqi and Shushishin, he couldn't move this peach tree because its roots were deeply embedded in the soil. To his surprise, the roots of the peach tree spread throughout the underground of the steel mill. The peach tree trembled weakly, sending out feeble signals. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Mo said to the peach tree, "You stay here and absorb nutrients." Just then, a cry came from the distance. "Chen Tian?" Chen Mo paused slightly and looked in the direction of the voice, only to see Liao Ruyu, Wang Haoming, Zheng Qing, and Zhou Zimo rushing over. They saw the chaos on the ground, with huge craters everywhere, indicating a fierce battle had just taken place here. Zheng Qing discovered the monstrous crocodile lying defeated in a pool of flesh several meters away, her pupils shrinking in shock. "This is the monstrous crocodile?" It was actually defeated. Liao Ruyu, Wang Haoming, and Zhou Zimo also looked over, their expressions filled with astonishment and surprise. "How could it be beaten like this?" Wang Haoming said incredulously. Liao Ruyu's heart was in turmoil. She stared at Chen Mo intently, her intuition telling her that all of this might be his doing. Zheng Qing saw the blood and flesh scattered on the ground, her face pale, and kept retching. Could it be Chen Mo's doing? Wang Haoming asked in confusion. How could he possibly have done this alone? Liao Ruyu walked over quickly, looking at the withered petals and broken branches on the ground. She asked in horror, "Did you deal with the monstrous crocodile?" Chen Mo nodded calmly and simply replied, "Yes." After getting confirmation from Chen Mo, they were all shocked as if they had seen a ghost. "This is unbelievable." Zheng Qing looked at Chen Mo and began to question his abilities. "It's impossible. How could you easily deal with the monstrous crocodile? And you don't have a single scratch on you. You must be lying to us." Wang Haoming also looked at Chen Mo with suspicion, saying, "This is no small matter. The power of the strange crocodile is extraordinary, which has long been troubling Longdong Group. How did this exotic creature appear here? And what secrets does this withered peach tree hide?" Wang Haoming stared at the tree as if sensing something. Chen Mo's eyes suddenly turned cold, the scattered metal blades on the ground trembling and suddenly flying towards Zheng Qing. Zheng Qing's face instantly turned pale, while Wang Haoming's pupils also dilated, angrily shouting, "What are you trying to do?" Bang! Zheng Qing felt the moment the metal blade pierced near her ear. A chilling sensation akin to bone-chilling cold swept over her, causing her extreme fear. It was as if she had fallen into an ice cellar. The razor-sharp blade was just a few millimeters away from her cheek when suddenly a muffled sound rang out. Wang Haoming, burning with anger, glared at Chen Mo and demanded, "What are you trying to do? Are you planning to harm our own people?" Chen Mo, however, ignored Wang Haoming's questioning and cast a cold, piercing gaze towards a desolate and uninhabited area in the distance. There, the metal blade was inexplicably blocked by some force and fell to the ground. He said coldly, "Come out, you coward who dares not face us openly." These words caused Liao Ruyu and Wang Haoming to pale, subconsciously looking in that direction. Suddenly, applause erupted, and voices of approval resounded. "Your abilities are impressive. Are you also from the military?" Ripples spread across the empty ground as the 6 members of the ancient martial alliance revealed themselves. Chen Mo squinted slightly, recognizing the people before him as members of the ancient martial alliance with whom he had crossed paths on the battlefield. Especially Li Long, a powerful and agile man who wielded A-level elemental abilities, manipulating the earth. Li Long looked at the metal blade on the ground and praised with a smile, "Young man, you're quite impressive." Liao Ruyu's pupils constricted, puzzled as to when these people had appeared and why she had completely failed to notice them. Zhou Zimo suddenly realized and exclaimed, "Indeed, there are people. They've been following us all along." Zhou Zimo stared at the young and handsome man in front of him, activating his insight ability, his eyes emitting a blue light as he muttered, "Illusion ability. Capable of creating mirages like a mirage in the sea." Wang Haoming asked. Have they been following us all this time? Zhou Zimo nodded in confirmation. Shu Lin looked at Zhou Zimo in surprise and whispered, this guy seems to see through my abilities. Li Long nonchalantly explained. He has insight abilities, and our ancient martial alliance also possesses this kind of power. Another woman suddenly said, look at that tree, it seems peculiar. Could the seed we're looking for be there? Li Long frowned and said, it does seem so. This is troublesome. Liao Ruyu and her group stared warily at Li Long and the others. Liao Ruyu sternly demanded, who are you? Why have you been following us? Li Long tried to show a friendly smile, but the terrifying scars on his face made him look incredibly fierce. Our identity is not important, you just need to know we mean no harm. Miss Liao, Longgang and the military district have come to deal with that strange crocodile, and it seems that their intentions are not good. They are only interested in that tree and ignore everything else. Miss Liao Ruoyu obviously has doubts about Li Long's explanation. She has been secretly observing herself and others, even hiding her own identity. If the other party has no other purpose, it is unlikely that anyone will easily believe it. Chen Mo's expression under the mask is calm, staring at Li Long and the others in front of him, and saying in a faint tone, this tree cannot be handed over to you. You have 10 seconds to leave. This strong statement made Jiyu Wu Meng and the others very unhappy. Who do you think you are, daring to talk to us like that? In this world, just relying on awakening supernatural powers makes you think you're so great? Each of them has supernatural powers and comes from a family of martial arts practitioners. Naturally they have a high opinion of themselves. In contrast, Li Long and Shu Lin appear more calm. Shu Lin stares at Chen Mo wearing a mask, frowning and saying, Brother Long, we have been following the military district people all along, but we have never seen this person before. I can't see through him. That strange crocodile must have been dealt with by him. He is definitely not an ordinary person. Shu Lin feels the strength of Chen Mo and cannot be underestimated. Li Long squints slightly, ignoring Shu Lin's reminder. What if we don't? You take away the body of that strange crocodile and regain control of the steel plant. We take away this tree, and there will be no conflict of interest. Little guy, don't think you can do whatever you want just because you have supernatural powers. You should know. Before Li Long could finish his sentence, dozens of extremely sharp metal blades came towards them, flashing with dazzling silver light. Chen Mo made a move. The martial artists each display their own unique skills, some agilely dodging, some standing their ground to resist. Li Long inserts his hand into the ground, the hard soil turning muddy in his hand. A rock wall rises up, blocking all the metal blades. The rock wall finally shatters and collapses. Li Long speaks up, I don't want to be enemies with you. Just hand over that tree to us, and we will leave immediately. He does not want to be enemies with Chen Mo, thinking that the other party is also from the military district. Wang Haoming furrows his brow and says loudly, since you know we are from the military district, you should understand that we are the ones who dealt with the crocodile here. Trying to take advantage of us, isn't that too much? Although he does not understand why the other party values the tree behind them so much, since they coexist with the crocodile, this tree is definitely not ordinary. If this tree is precious, reporting to the higher-ups will surely lead to an increase in the military district's status. In this regard, he is quite shrewd. Chen Mo glanced at Wang Haoming in surprise. Meanwhile, Zheng Qing stared at Li Long across from her, pondered for a while, and couldn't help but exclaim, are you the legendary master of Xingyi Quan, Li Long? Li Long? Wang Haoming furrowed his brow, feeling somewhat familiar with the name, and asked, Xiao Qing, who is he? Zheng Qing immediately explained, I saw him in a TV interview. He is a famous martial arts master in Libin City and has a great reputation in the martial arts world. Hearing this, Liao Ruyu immediately understood the identity of these people. Libin City? Are you all from the martial arts world in Libin City? Someone present sneered, haha, Long brother, your reputation precedes you. People even know you in this Wabe city. Li Long scratched his head, somewhat surprised to find that he was recognized by someone, but he didn't mind. Instead, he laughed heartily, haha. Well-traveled young lady, since you know, you should understand that ordinary people were not our opponents before the apocalypse, and it is the same after. Zheng Qing snorted disdainfully and said, just a group of rough men. Everything here is related to our military district. Do you want to oppose us? Shu Lin said in a deep voice. Brother Long, it seems they don't intend to hand over that tree peacefully. Let's just take action directly. Li Long nodded, scanned the 5 people opposite them, and ordered, since that's the case, don't blame us for being ruthless. I'll deal with the masked guy. You guys handle the others, swift and decisive. They immediately took action, leaving Shu Lin, who was not good at fighting, in place. They moved quickly. As seasoned martial artists, they were well versed in combat. They were all ability users. 3 of them were ordinary system ability users specializing in physical enhancement, and there was a seemingly ordinary woman who was a second-order ability user capable of controlling flames. Liao Ruyu and others were shocked. All these people in front of them were ability users? Liao Ruyu took a deep breath and said firmly, I'll deal with the woman controlling the flames. You guys take care of the rest, okay? Wang Haoming held a specially made gun and said, no problem. Liao Ruyu manipulated the fierce wind and launched an attack at the woman. Despite facing a group of martial arts masters with abilities, she showed no fear. The woman's hands were engulfed in flames. She quickly dodged the wind blade attacks, and then counterattacked. The two quickly engaged in a fierce battle. Wang Haoming stood in front of Zheng Qing and said, Xiao Qing, I will protect you. Zheng Qing responded coldly, showing no weakness. Zhamo Zhou trembled nervously, knowing that he was not a skilled fighter. It was an impossible task for him to face an opponent who was proficient in martial arts alone. At the same time, Chen Mo walked towards Li Long with Gush in his hand. The ground split open effortlessly as Gush passed through it, as if cutting tofu. A hint of admiration flashed in Li Long's eyes as he had never seen such a sharp blade before. As a warrior, he could feel the strong killing intent emanating from Chen Mo, igniting his fighting spirit. You are not an ordinary person. Have you received martial arts training or served in the military before? Li Long couldn't help but ask. Chen Mo remained silent. Before the apocalypse, Li Long was powerful and respected in the ancient martial union. But now, the situation was different. Chen Mo, with the ability of Tianquan and the support of Qiongqi, suddenly disappeared from where he stood. The speed at which he moved caught Li Long off guard, and Chen Mo almost instantly appeared in front of him. Li Long widened his eyes in astonishment as a sharp cold light flashed before him. Suddenly, a rock wall appeared in front of Li Long. Surprisingly, Li Long underestimated the sharpness of Gush, which far exceeded his expectations. It pierced through the rock wall and came towards him. Li Long quickly retreated, watching as the rock wall was mercilessly cut through, solely by the sharpness of Gush. Chen Mo sneered. Is this all the strength a martial arts master like you has? Before the words had even settled, Chen Mo disappeared again. Li Long felt his heart racing, took a deep breath, and the soil beneath his feet gradually rose up to his legs, forming a layer of hard yellow armor to protect himself. Li Long calmed his excited heart and entered a special state to sense Chen Mo's movements. Suddenly, a glint flashed in his eyes, and he took a deep breath, swinging his fist wrapped in soil towards the empty space with force. Just as Chen Mo appeared there, Chen Mo was surprised, using Gush to block the fist of Li Long. The impact was huge, causing Gush to tremble incessantly. If it wasn't for the extraordinary quality of the blade, it would have broken long ago. Chen Mo's right hand felt numb, but his expression remained calm, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Li Long was also a third-level Esper? Li Long laughed. Haha, not bad, come on. This time, I will unveil your mask. Chen Mo sneered, then let's try. The Dominator ability was activated, and within the steel plant, surrounded by ruins, metal was everywhere. Countless silver iron liquid flowed out from the cracks in the ruins, converging like rivers and condensing into a mass in the air. Li Long furrowed his brow, puzzled, and asked, what is this? Suddenly, the mass of molten iron burst open, spewing countless sharp metal blades towards Li Long, exploding like bullets from a sniper rifle. Li Long's face changed drastically, staring in disbelief at Chen Mo across from him. He couldn't believe how terrifyingly well Chen Mo controlled his abilities. He couldn't fathom that the burden of using abilities increased with the number of objects manipulated. Faced with the dense metal blades, Li Long quickly built a barrier of soil to protect himself. However, The rock wall remained motionless in the face of the metal blades, instantly shattered. The power of an S-class elemental ability user far exceeded that of an A-class, and Chen Mo was an SSS-class master of abilities, unmatched in the same tier. With a wave of his hand, Chen Mo locked the metal blades onto Li Long, changing direction to stab at him. The metal blades struck Li Long, leaving him bleeding profusely, then quickly retracted. Li Long, covered in wounds, roared in anger and, relying on the power of a third-tier ability user, built a rock wall with soil to resist the metal blades' attacks. The layers of rock walls greatly weakened the power of the metal blades, but still collapsed layer by layer, shrouded in dust. Li Long stepped forward, his right hand wrapped in soil into a huge stone fist, fiercely swinging it towards Chen Mo. Chen Mo easily dodged, the stone fist creating a deep pit upon impact. Chen Mo, with an expressionless face, couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia. The once towering figure was now reduced to this. Li Long missed his chance, and Chen Mo instantly appeared behind him, wielding the ghost blade mercilessly to tear through the yellow earth armor, severely injuring Li Long. Li Long spat out blood, sweat dripping from his forehead, gritting his teeth in agony. Despite being a third-tier ability user, the limitations of his earth power ability were high, requiring direct contact with the soil and only effective within a 30-meter range. After suffering such a heavy blow, Li Long gritted his teeth and swung his stone fist at Chen Mo with all his might. This immensely huge stone fist could easily crush a normal person into a pulp upon impact. Even Li Long, who possessed the power of the poor Qi, would find it hard to escape unscathed. Chen Mo remained calm as the Ghost Slayer in his hand instantly burst into countless black fluids. The Ghost Slayer was a weapon obtained from a mysterious merchant, made of a material surpassing worldly metals. It could also be controlled by the Dominator ability. With a single thought, Chen Mo could shape it into any form. Li Long was shocked, his face showing fear. What in the world was this? Bang! The stone fist fiercely smashed into the black barrier formed by the Ghost Slayer, instantly shattering it. A strong vibration was felt. Crack! A crisp sound. Li Long gasped for cold air, the intense pain almost making him faint. As someone who had practiced martial arts for many years, how could he not understand the situation before him? His right hand bones were actually fractured? Li Long's expression twisted in pain, and he let out a howl. Oh! This scene caught the attention of their teammates who were in battle. Everyone looked on in disbelief. Dragon Brother's strength was among the top, yet he was not a match. Oh no! How could Dragon Brother not be a match? This is bad. Dragon Brother is in danger. Yuan Yu, end the battle quickly. Go save Dragon Brother. From afar, Shu Lin shouted loudly. Yuan Yu was the scar-faced woman. Engaged in a fierce battle with Liao Ruyu, she nodded upon hearing the voice. Liao Ruyu swung out several wind blades, causing a hurricane to swirl around. Her long hair fluttered as she looked at Yuan Yu and coldly said, "Still want to be distracted?" Yuan Yu remained expressionless, indifferent to everything. She agilely dodged a wind blade, hands igniting flames, and directly clapped forward with two palms. Suddenly, a column of fire burst out from the flames, spinning and rushing towards Liao Ruyu. A second-tier Esper, an A-level Esper, Flame Wave. Besides Li Long, she was the only A-level Esper in the team. Boom! A hint of change flashed in Liao Ruyu's eyes as the surrounding hurricane formed a vortex wind barrier around her. However, under the force of the wind, the fire column became more fierce, engulfing Liao Ruyu in raging flames. Yuan Yu calmly said, "Don't you know that wind can help fuel the fire?" Without hesitation, she charged towards Li Long's direction. On the other side, Li Long's face was pale, panting heavily. As a martial arts grandmaster with a strong physique and formidable Esper abilities, the opponent's Esper was just too terrifying. Did he have no limits at all? Constantly depleting his Esper, even he struggled to endure. Although both were third-tier Espers, the gap in Esper strength quickly became evident. Chen Mo mercilessly unleashed his Dominator ability once again. Countless iron fluids surged out from the cracks, directly entwining around Li Long's feet. He was trapped in place, unable to move. Chen Mo's agile figure, using the Ghost Slash technique, once again aimed at Li Long's heart. Li Long's face turned pale. Oh no, is he going to die? This is the first time since the apocalypse that he has felt such fear. In Chen Mo's eyes, there was only coldness, not even a hint of hesitation in killing a future strongman of the ancient martial alliance. Ghost slash pierced directly into Li Long's body. Crack.